room for Saints to work with. Now 30 seconds left on the clock. And the bomb is still yet, of course, to go down. But this is very fascinating because we still have that player up on Banana. And I'm not too sure Arsene's going to be knowing that a player is still lurking around so close.
Tori's been smoked off long. I'm not sure how long they knew this wrap was coming in for. I think Anna was needing to hold top mid from short, but after missing that shot, she lost position. Too scary to push back again. They find themselves in an awkward spot. 2 kits on the 3 players rotating through. There's a flank on the essential flank from Tori. We've got Olia making her way up Banana, but Tori's been so patient with that. Now she's the last one standing as she looks to swing 1v1, trying to make her way to the bomb. She may invite Bunny to fall at the very least. We'll see if she gets away from the bomb explosion if it goes that far, but that's another round on the board for Saints. They figured that one out. I mean, that's really hard. I think part of the plan from Nigma Galaxy might be just to put them in, obviously to put them in the worst position possible, but not just in terms of the numbers with the plays they lose early, but, you know, it can be difficult to make mid-round calls and late-round calls against a really strong team, even more so when you're being pushed as far as Nigma Galaxy have been pushing them early. So to figure that out, Dodge, Anna make their way towards B through CT spawn, I think is not easy to do, so that's really nicely done by Saints, but now they need to capitalize on that and get another round in a row on the board.
Oh, the double nade dealing with the positioning of Bunny. Now again, there is a really good kill, and this instead, they are trying to punish the pushes that are coming out of Nigma Galaxy. So you can immediately see Saints is able to apply a little bit more pressure up on Banana early on, and it actually forces Cat, that is now all by herself, to pull back a little bit, apply a bit more from the bomb site itself. So already, this pace is a lot more different coming out of Saints.
Cat has no smoke, and no one's rotating to give her another one. There are 3 smokes on the A bomb site, so Nigma Galaxy maybe have a hard read that this is eventually going to be A. Perhaps they're full committing. Maybe with no smoke, they'll fear the AWP is over to that side. But as they take their time, Tori looks the wrong way, just clearing that bench side. Oli will punish her. Good patience here from Saints, and now the execute into the B bomb site begins. Now, what does Cat do? She has to fall away from the site. Again, no one's really here to help out. Anna's finally made her way over, but she doesn't have the position for a pop flash, of course. It will be retake territory, 3-on-3. There's a molly which could be useful at new box position. That would be brutal, but first they've got to wait out the smoke.
Well, the Molotov indeed was lining up. Anna can get that kill right on the back of that, but there's still a Kiki right in dark to deal with. That's already 1 kill, and oh, she's looking to line them all up, free for her. And with that, Saints are looking to tie up the scoreboard, 3-3. And honestly, that after plan was real solid, having players up in various different positions. And then right on the back of that, I mean, if you have an anchor like Kiki, this is just, it's very, very difficult to go up against.
Yeah, she was supposed to be one of the entries for the squad, but 11 frags on the board so far. She has more than everybody else combined, so really showing her worth in gold at the moment. Worth her weight in gold so far. Now, Nigma Galaxy, that's really broken their money. Bearing in mind this is a best of 1. They want to start this tournament with a W, but if these super aggressive plays mean high variance for them, then their money's not going to be able to be in the right place. So I'm curious if they're going to continue to play in that fashion. If they do, it doesn't mean it's wrong. But of course, it comes with added risk, especially as we've seen now, Saints are happy to use that clock, which could be, you know, for a team who haven't played a squad like Nigma Galaxy too many times, that could be hesitation, especially in that mid to late round when you've put them in a bad spot. But with Saints, from what we've seen so far, it's simply patience, allowing Nigma Galaxy to go a little too far, give them a free frag and make things easier for them.
Now, on the back of the previous round, of course, Saints wasn't really met with much contestment over towards Banana, and at the end of the day, they decided to commit to B. So probably on the back of that, Nigma Galaxy, as of right now, has decided to stack up. All 5 of them here, just waiting it out and hoping have gambled on the right side. And indeed, the bomb is slowly making its way out. But even before they have even spotted a bomb, they are just going to be going full aggression on, going on a hunt. And nade will be thrown, definitely dealing up a large ton of damage before eventually Vilga will find one. Now, one rifle in the hands of Enigma Galaxy, but the bomb being planted right upon the other bomb site. And the clock is going to be ticking.
They just need to protect the rest of their rifles now. That's a great way to do it. As you can see, I think, if I remember correctly, the Galil's got better armor penetration than the M4A4. So, might as well hold on to that. Give it to whoever's practiced with it. Those extra bullets can come in handy as well. So, Saints will take the lead over Enigma Galaxy in this best of one. And again, Kiki has proven herself to be a problem in more than one round from the first round. Very important 3K post plant to help secure the round there. So her experience is definitely paying off for Saints at the moment. We'll see how fluid they are in the rounds to come. Because again, I think in some cases she's meant to be an entry, but as an anchor, she's definitely shown her worth. We'll see Paula with the AWP as well. So then, will it be the same approach from Enigma Galaxy? Are they going to be running down mid once again? No, playing it very much safer instead. This isn't too much of a surprise. It makes sense in a best of one. I think first map of a best of three, maybe they continue to send it and take a few more risks, but it's always good to change the behavior and be a bit unexpected.
Just going for a couple of peeks, not really spotting too much presence. And on the back of that, Enigma will decide to play a bit more passive, have a rotation come over as well, probably just dropping some extra utility over as there was already quite a lot used early round. And as we are saying, Shu decided to take a bit of a peek here over in apartments, gets punished by 23, who has a little bit more of a forward positioning there. And on the back of that also will fall back. Enigma Galaxy, because they have the player advantage, they can just wait it out and wait for the push to come.
See Kiki trying to deny information towards top mid, so it's unclear to Enigma where Saints are going. See the pop flashes for Vilga to have a look. Pushing a Vilga with flash support. It's never going to be a good idea. Cat with 2 as well. And the B-bomb site will have a simple shutdown by Enigma Galaxy. That's going to clean out a lot of money for Saints. They've still got the money to buy, though. They have to try and figure out how to bait this util out earlier on to get a push with less util later, ideally.
Yeah, at the end of the day there, with that round, they ended up pushing the smoke, but there was no flashbang to support them. Meaning it's very, very easy for Enigma Galaxy to just hold it and wait out the clock. Now, with the scoreline being tied up, the pressure certainly is back on for Saints. The weaponry is... I mean, they have that op in the hands of Paula, but she is still yet to frag. But hopefully, now she has her favorite weapon in her hands. She can deliver what Saint has been needing right now to deliver with that force that is, of course, Anna on the flip side.
There's a 2-woman setup in the apps here. So this could prove to be very, very painful. Enigma Galaxy turning a page in a strat book. Normally you find this up with pain. There we go, Ollie walking into it. Just a single peek there. Interesting how they will be able to use the Mach 10 as well. Got to be careful. Anna is lurking around, fast moving around now. Tori with some support flashes, but there'll be a 2-person swing. And they've lost Arch, and it seems like they're on for the wrap once again. They do have Cranny lurking on Banana, but Vilga will dispatch off Kiki and Bunny, and there goes Paula as well. Not a whole lot that the Mach 10's going to be able to do in this situation versus an AK of Cat in position unknown. Enigma Galaxy take the lead.
Yeah, there was almost a repeat of a couple of rounds earlier where Anna missed a shot up on shore. They knew exactly where she was, and then they tried to go unpunished because of long being open. But now this time, Nick Galaxy has been able to adapt and immediately have a sense of what is going on, and have Vilga then there to catch them and to make sure that whatever they are planning is not going to be happening a second time around. And instantly Ana is striking right down top middle and even spotted another player. So that means that information certainly has been transferred over to the Banana players. You can already see them lurking around, but at the same time, they have to give up some of their positionings. Ana still playing up the close angle, and here she goes. She simply doesn't seem to be missing. All of them go the way of Ana, and this has been one of the most insane rounds.
I think early we saw her miss one shot, which is a lot for Ana.
Yes.
And now they've basically given her the target practice for the buy rounds, which is worst case scenario. Never mind the veto. This is the last thing you want to do. I mean, they're trying to swarm and get the trade frags, but it's just unfortunate that they went into Ana and she kills all of them. And now she's just going to be super hot for the rest of the half. So that's going to be tough. They've got the 5 AKs out, Saints, and they've got some util, only on 3 players at this point, but they are fighting for Banana currently. So go towards A, Ana will welcome you. Go towards B, Vilga will open you. There's no good option, really. Just got to close your eyes and hope for the best, maybe. Olya and Bunny will be lost early here. So we've had some aggression from Enigma Galaxy, and generally speaking, they can just fall back and chill with possession of Banana as well. See, Cat just finishes off the job there for Vilga. And I feel like this round is still starting for Saints. So Enigma Galaxy have just gone back on their nonsense once again. Ruthless aggression. Put Saints in a horrible situation where they need to entry without getting traded, really. 2 versus 5, still doable. This will be quite a test of Kiki's clutch, but Tori has a weird enough angle that Kiki will reveal herself and then fall to her demise. Great cover from Paula. See that synchronization from Enigma Galaxy in that round once again as they move to 7-4.
Yeah, right now Enigma Galaxy is just looking to stabilize. They are slowly creeping up to having a lot of cash in the bank as well. And with then having a round streak, it's going to be certainly very difficult here towards the latter stages of the first half for Saints to really get going again. Now, of course, they're also stuck up on an eco. Already the previous round wasn't too ideal when it came to the weapons and the utility that they had in hand, let alone now for this round. So right here with an eco, ideally you want to be playing either try to go fast or for more of a contact play. Right now, not really met with much aggression over towards middle, but that's pretty much the only part of the map that they have. The rest is on complete lockdown on the back of just some early smokes.
Are they going to commit to the B bomb site here? They've just flashed themselves through the smoke to see that they are not challenged. There's a flash from Cat to slow things down. Vilga's made her way over here very quickly indeed. Oh, the timing of this grenade could be glorious! Oh my god, the damage! Oh, that's so painful. Grenades are so important on Inferno, especially when you may have to spray versus a lot of ecoing players starting to run through. That makes a world of difference, as you can see. Cat holding the garden hose there, spraying everybody down. That is quite a lot of assists. Lovely grenades from Enigma Galaxy.
Now let's see. Saints again with a full buy coming up. And Galaxy already doubling the scoreline, so a round needs to come out real fast again for the North American team. Again, Paula back with an op in the hand, but she has been lacking impact in this game so far. And look at this, immediately when Saints are up on a buy, they are going back full force with aggression. Only this time around, Saints has decided to wrap around from second mid and at least punish that early pushes. So they maintain the player advantage and immediately go for fast-paced aggression. And I missed the timing, and that could become dangerous.
2-on-2. Anna getting dropped is huge. See Cat rotating. They have an idea of where she was because she got a frag very recently. Deploying all the util now, Cat, as she tries to make her way through, but Olya will have a superior angle. So I think there might have been some kind of a bait and switch there. Normally you want your first player up the ramp, sticking a flash out into the mid. I don't think Cranny did that, but the rest of her team swung to trade the frag. And again, Saints just keeping the trading is obviously super important for the T side. They're abusing the numbers towards A as well. And that was a fast round. So they're fighting fire with fire. And they'll get back on the scoreboard. It's been 5 rounds in a row for Enigma Galaxy before Saints will break that streak. But still, we need them to catch up with Kiki on 14 kills. Still far ahead of quite a few of them. And again, the utility is going to be important, as Enigma Galaxy will demonstrate once again. Just makes life so much easier as they push Banana. They need more pop flashes from the stairs, or the bottom of Banana to swing here. They get the chain flashes as well. That might be handy. Relentless from Nigma as Cat makes her way down. But Saints are here to deal with it. 4v4, minute 20 on the clock is good for them.
Oh, well, that certainly was heard by Vilga, but of course, it's going to be difficult. She needs to be careful, because if she drops here, that means perhaps that a teammate could be in trouble. Vilga did get one. Tori finds another one back, but the trades are up on the board for Saints, and with that, an open B bomb side. It is still a 2-on-2, and with that bomb being picked up, it actually causes a tiny bit of a delay. So already Enigma Galaxy is going to be real close, but they have Kiki up here in ruins to deal with their presence.
No smoke left. Kiki has a molly, but if she uses it, they'll know exactly where she is. Pop flash, she's going to eat all of that. Going for the pre-spray, Olya will trade, and Anna, of course, will be right there to avenge her teammate. That is a strong retake for Enigma Galaxy. An expensive one for them, but we're running out of rounds now on this half, so that won't really matter at this point. Round number 15 on the board now. Aggression from Enigma Galaxy continues. Very strong use of the grenades as we're used to from Enigma Galaxy, but certainly that is something that you absolutely have to be on top on to survive on Inferno. Now, Saints have 5 rounds, a possible 6. That might be enough for them. We don't know what's to come in the second half, so this could be promising. It could be.
Look at this. Saints is certainly a little bit more hesitant here towards Banana. Not knowing if they're going to be boosting right behind that smoke like Vilga tried to do in the previous round. So they are aware. They've been hurt a lot of times over towards Banana, whether it be with nades or just simple firepower. Now there's a tiny bit of a gap as well that Enigma Galaxy could use to punish with. And exactly, Vilga is playing up close. Has a lot of intel. Doesn't quite hit the spray, but already all the information being gathered over to Enigma Galaxy. And they are set up with a boost here to deal with mid.
Beautiful from Tori. Really hard to deal with. You can see Vilga trying to bait them into Anna. Instant trade. Have you seen a faster trade? I don't think you have. Anna trying to hold things down now. She had a smoke in the hole, which you can see has been deployed. So Saints are limited in choice at this point. 4 versus 2. We can see 23 playing an off angle from inside CT through the arch position. Behind the pillar. Very, very strong indeed. 30 seconds left as Saints have no choice but to telegraph their positions. 23 knows they're coming. Peeking every so often. She sees them go past as well. She's got all the information she needs for a 2-person spray down. Coming in just at the right time. So it will be 10 rounds at halftime for Enigma Galaxy. Will 5 rounds be enough for Saints? We'll have to find out after the break.
Own my style, how I got this smile. Conquer fear, got the crown. Can't nobody bring me down. I'm looking good, quite frankly. Tim's a fitted dick Yankee. Then I'm cold when when I'm out east. I'm top tier, you can't rate me. Stop talking, baby, go get it. You start something, better finish. Yeah, that rooftop still a missing. I'm independently winning. Master B taught me no limit. Faith got me dominion. God give it to diminish. I'm set apart, I'm distinguished.
You a baddie, baby, you better on it, style and your grace. You better on it. All they wanna do is copy and paste, but you they can't replace. So on it. You a baddie, baby, you better on it, style and your grace. You better on it. All they wanna do is copy and paste, but you they can't replace. So on it.
Next turn when I walk in, got them all hot like she back again. Then I'm fit, I'm far from plain. Sugar and spice, I can't be lame. Tried to hate, but my God, stop. You got blocked, but it's tight in. Motivated like them high school players. I know you remember those tight ends. Everything ain't always black and white. I'm still gonna get it going with this fight. Shining bright, can't dim this light. Diamond in the rough one, made me tough. You stuck on luck manifesting. I say my prayers count blessings. Flashy, flexing. My own style is impressive.
You a baddie, baby, you better on it, style and your grace. You better on it. All they wanna do is copy and paste, but you they can't replace. So on it. You a baddie, baby, you better on it, style and your grace. You better on it. All they wanna do is copy and paste, but you they can't replace. So on it. Pop them tags. Excuse me while I take the floor. Spotlight shining, it's my show. And you gon' let me a little bit more, 'cause I got that electric glow. Didn't know it, now you know. Want you vibing with my flow. You ain't never gonna let it go. Once you see my electric glow. Fresh off the oven, I'm piping hot. Get too close and I might get shot. Told everybody sit back, just watch while I climb all the way to the top. Oh no, I can't just pass by, 'cause my electric glow, it shines too bright. And everywhere I go, I catch all eyes. They must have never seen a goddess in plain sight. Ooh, want too much for you. A whole lot of power in these high heel shoes. Ooh, shining how I choose, 'cause I rule the world and my girls do too. Ooh, want too much for you.
10-5 currently is the scoreline between Nigma Galaxy and Saints. So far, Nigma Galaxy have done a really solid job, but earlier on in the first half, it actually was real close. It was 4-4 at one point, bouncing back and forth, but that was only the beginning, and then Nigma Galaxy started to get some steam on the way. But of course, now is the time for Saints to come back with an answer, and this pistol round is going to be playing a very important factor in that.
Paula's been made the raid boss. She's been given the Julies. She's got Kevlar as well. She'll be the Titan on the B-bomb site. There are 3 players over there. There are 2 grenades in the hands of Nigma Galaxy on a pistol round. I am curious, where are these headed? Oops. I wonder. There's a lot of different places where those could be thrown. But what will the play be? Is it a hard counter? Oh, if they're going up there, it could be towards the coffins, or is it could towards CT? It's towards CT.
Oh,
one's hit the roof though. Imagine if the second one landed as well. Down to 36 HP. Bunny, the one without Kevlar, taking all that damage. But who will get the frags? Paula, good for one. Traded now as the bomb site is lost. At least position on the bomb site. They're around it, Saints. They've got a smoke and a kit in the hands of Jay Cranny as well. Bunny's going to be boosted up for information. Sees one in dark. That's some information for the squad. Now, how do they use this smoke grenade? Are they going to stick it in the middle of the site? Are they going to put it on default or maybe try and smoke off the banana position? Nothing doing just yet. Bunny lost as Cranny starts to creep forward. Down she goes. Down to Olya now. I don't know if she can reach those tools to maybe try and get a sneaky defuse. Not going to happen. Nigma Galaxy take the pistol.
Yeah, and with those early nades already dealing quite some damage, you could just see Nigma Galaxy have ideas. They know exactly what kind of push they want to be going for, not just sort of scrape it together. Everything is calculated. And actually, the nade that bounced off the roof was meant for sandbag, so actually bounced right in the corner for them to help out clearing that position. So again, all the protocols are in place, and Enigma Galaxy right now, obviously on the back of that, there's already a couple of AKs coming out. And Saints, they unfortunately don't have anything to work with, just have to go for a full eco, try to all peek right into middle, but down the grinder they go. And immediately, Enigma Galaxy pick up a near to clean round. And with that, the gap is just becoming bigger and bigger. And that means the pressure for this full buy for Saints is on.
Yeah, this must succeed. Otherwise, this could be a short half for Saints. See what they're able to do with it. Anna on 20 kills now, leading the server. Tori 17. Kiki on 15. A lot of work in that first half, but more needs to be done in the second. We can see the chain flashes for Cat to make her way through and clear top banana. Great execute from Enigma Galaxy. The flashes are so important for the squad. The chain flashes as well. Very well practiced executes, and that pretty much shuts down the round. Be crazy for Saints to go in and try and retake this. They'll be falling away. Tori's still lurking around with an AK-47 though, so they may yet lose more players in this round.
And that is how fast it can go as well. You know, Saints losing 2 early players, and with that, with the rest being so far away, no kit coming into play, it is not really worth going for it. You need those weapons in the next round. At least Cat is taken out. But how much will that really hurt them? Cat, I think, had a Mach-10 still in her hands. So if that's all... And on the flip end, Enigma Galaxy is looking to even take away the rifles that Saints still have in theirs. But Paula is still holding strong. Getting 2 of her own. Oh, and Vilga losing her life there. Right at the end. But that's fine. Enigma Galaxy have enough cash in the bank, so they don't have to worry about a single thing. Whereas over on the other end, the pressure is still on, and there is, well, if they are not watching out, it could very soon be a 10-round difference between these two teams.
Enigma Galaxy giving absolutely nothing for free. Now, Saints have got the tools. They've got a lot of utility here, so there are things that they can do. They've smoked off bottom banana immediately with some mollies behind it, which Enigma Galaxy are going to go straight into. Do they have some smokes? They do, but they're going to be tanking damage at this spot. Managed to avoid a lot of these grenades, though. Now, we might see some flashes come in from Enigma Galaxy as Jay Cranny swings up top. Here come the flashes, but Cat's going to go down before the flash can pop. How much do they chase this Enigma? They've lost 1 player, but they have got banana at least.
With good additional damage dealt upon Vilga as well, so definitely scared them off a little bit, and instead the bomb is making its way to A. They do leave Vilga to come in with a lurk, and already Kiki now taking out the star player at the moment for Saints. It's been making that actually relatively difficult, but now the rest of the team also needs to deliver if they want to be still able to contest here in this first best of 1.
That's an important sound cue for Paula. She can raise the alarm that there is somebody on the corner of long because, of course, Enigma Galaxy have taken so much map control. Top mid, top banana. They could go absolutely anywhere. They can wrap B if they want to. Bunny might be worrying about that. We can see the bomb is rotating to make its way more safely to the B bomb site, joining Vilga on banana. And now Bunny's going to have to face Vilga swinging onto the site itself. And now they know exactly where Bunny is. Oh, well, she's done more than you could expect in that situation. Essentially a 1 versus 4. Now she's made it doable for Saints as they come in for the retake.
A tiny gap to work with, but instead, so it is for Anna. Didn't spot the player crossing, but 23 is here to wake that player up. And now only 1 more choke point left where CTs could be coming from. Oh yeah, it's creeping close. Oh, but that jump! The sound cue certainly is going to be heard, but Anna is sitting deep in the site. And with that, a very easy kill for her to be picking up. And there we have it, 14-5. Enigma Galaxy creeping closer and closer to victory. as the money is, again, in a very comfortable place. So even if they were to be losing 1 or 2 rounds, it's not going to be hurting them at all.
It's getting a bit harder for Saints now. Rifles are out once again, but less utility. They've got incendiaries though, so they can try to mount some fights. A lot of players on shorts for Saints. Kiki near that boiler position, and indeed they are taking the fight somewhat to Nigma Galaxy, and they need to as things get more difficult. Tori's good for an entry though, as we saw in the last round. Look how they separate the forces with that Molotov as well. The setup is broken immediately, perhaps some sound cues with that. They can smell the weakness, Nigma Galaxy, Tori and 23 clearing the apps together. And they're pushing B at the same time with the remaining 3 players. Jay Cranny's just here to defend it alone, smoked off the site already. They know exactly where she is in the ruins. Multitasking the Nigma Galaxy, showing their depth in a round such as this. Jay Cranny might not last long here. Down she goes. Match point for Nigma Galaxy.
And the way that Nigma Galaxy seem to be doing it with ease as well. You could see how comfortable they are, and they are still yet to lose a round here in the second half. This T-side is really tight. And there is honestly, it seems like Saints really can't really quite get their foot in between the door to victory. And that right now seems to be open for Nigma Galaxy. Only 1 round away here for setting themselves up with the first W of the day. Ooh, already look at this. Saints are trying something similar that we saw coming out of Nigma Galaxy. So trying to immediately go in with a lot of aggression, deep down banana. Only right now it gets punished. Nigma Galaxy winning the opening duel. And with that, have a player advantage.
Again, they've got great presence. We can see Paula edging forward towards top mid as these grenades fly through. Olia must deliver here. The crouch peek, though. We've got frags at the same time on the A bomb site. The lurker towards B has maybe done their job. Cat just keeping them entertained there as Kiki and Jay Cranny have got maybe their last rotation to make towards the A bomb site. 2v4 retake, no kit. They'll need a lot of frags here. Half health on the AK. Not sure if the HE will be much help. A flashbang is collected though. That will certainly be of more use. There are so many trade fraggers waiting. Will there be a dry peek into the AWP of Anna? The shadow spotted. That makes life a little easier for her. Jiggles comes back for the last one. Nigma Galaxy with a strong victory in their opening series here.
Yeah, and of course it is also Anna to pick up those last 2 frags as if it's so absolutely nothing for her to deal with. And this is the thing, Nigma Galaxy, every single player as well here I felt stepped up. It wasn't necessarily just the Anna show. Sure, she had an A, she had a couple of flashy moments, but I feel, you know, even Vilga over towards Banana, Tori as well as the anchor, everyone is doing their bit.
Yeah, the synchronization from the squad, the chain flashes, allowing them to swing and so on, those are some of the biggest strengths for Nigma Galaxy, and I think how strong they are at plays like that is what separates them a lot from the other teams, is just the drills they have, how they know what to expect of each other, they make a call, they know exactly what they're doing. But again, just the grenade usage, we saw it from Vilga when that eco push was coming, perfectly timed, perfectly placed, monstrous damage. But again, the chain, not just a pop flash, but chain flashes, multiple flashes coming through. So you might have a 2-person setup, you're trying to play anti-flash and so on, but they've got more flashes ready for you. That kind of work, that kind of depth from Nigma Galaxy are why they're so hard to beat.
Yeah, and I feel just Nigma Galaxy having a lot of protocols in play, and you can just see the experience shine through as well. You know, there were some rounds, especially at the beginning of the match, where, sure, they had some mistakes, but they were going to be making sure that there wasn't going to be happening a second time around. And instantly, when somewhat of a similar situation was right around the corner, they just shut it down immediately and knew how to answer. And the adaptability right here is definitely one of their stronger sides.
I think we saw some promise from Saints. They were not shy to play their own pacing on the T side, even if they lost some players early. And I think also Kiki was quite promising as well. You know, she delivered the clutch in the pistol rounds, take the first round. She was top fragging for the team. She had 6 frags, I think, in 3 rounds.
Yeah.
Very early on.
Yeah.
So when you've got to stand independent, very dependable, the 3K on the B-bomb site as well, she put a lot of work in and a lot of rounds, and that's great to see because often that might be the weak link, but that certainly isn't the case here from Saints.
Yeah, and with that, enough of us talking. We are going to be throwing it to the desk as they break this one down.
Thank you very much, guys. I can't wait to hear you talk again in B4 versus HSG. But right now, we have to marvel at the performance from Saints in that first half. Straight out the gates, they were not going to be bullied by the likes of Nigma Galaxy. And doing it for Norway was Miss Kiki, the stand-in. Despite the fact that they have been separated by an Atlantic Ocean, they looked together and they looked like they had structure here.
Yeah, they had more structure than I think any of us were expecting or anticipating. Maybe even Enigma Galaxy, because they wanted to really like set the tempo there, pushing down, doing some aggro plays on their CT side, and Saints, they were able to punish that.
Yeah, I think it was key here for Saints to win this game. They had to punish the aggression. They had to really keep Enigma Galaxy on point. But unfortunately, you know, even though they did it really early in the game, it was 4-4 at some point, even 5-4 in favor of them. That was kind of it, you know, after getting these 5 rounds. Enigma Galaxy felt like they found their footing, kind of warmed up enough, and they just had enough of that game.
It really does remind me of the opening match from the Winter Finals versus HSG. A similar thing happened.
Yep.
Enigma Galaxy's aggression got punished and they realised, oh wow, HSG are aimers. And actually we saw that from Saints. They're a bunch of aimers, but there's still certainly more to see. Particularly, I'm thinking of Paula on that T side. Yes, it took a few rounds for her to get her AWP, but she wasn't really able to keep it long enough to have any impact. But instead, it seemed to fall on Kiki and the riflers of the team. Do you think that there is potentially more to see from Paula? I mean, we're taking a look at the scoreboard now, and you can see she was probably more effective on the CT side, even though they didn't pick up any rounds.
Yeah, I mean, Bunny had some amazing rounds. She got a couple of multi-frag rounds, but we were expecting so much more from Paula. She was in a prospect list over prospects to look out for in 2023. She was named by none other than Drew Speeder and who was the other in Bouchard. Yeah, and they were praising her and saying that she is one to watch out for in 2023. Now, this was, of course, her first LAN match. We can't expect the nerves to be set completely. And up against Enigma Galaxy, the best team in the world, how well are you going to be able to handle that pressure?
In the case of Alaya and Pola, it really felt like the nerves kicked in. They really couldn't find their own game at all throughout this whole game. And Paula, you know, having a sniper rifle on T side of Inferno isn't the best strategy necessarily. So at some point they should have addressed that and said, you know what, I'm going to stop opping and I'm just going to support you, Kiki, because you're on fire. So let's just straight off rifler together. And that just comes with experience. You throw out the strat book out the window and you just go with what works, because I think that's what the Saints needed today.
Let's talk about the strat book of Enigma Galaxy then, particularly focusing on the util, Hedja, because it seemed like it was a different approach between A and B.
Yeah, they were very versatile and versed and had a clear plan, I would call it. Very clear plan on what they wanted to use their utility for. We had some situations where they were 4 men strong or 4 women strong up in middle. They were just smoking boiler, not throwing anything towards middle, just like kind of baiting them in here. Come, it's wide open for you for the taking if you want to come. And then you had the order on the other side of the map, you know, on the banana where they had good retake utility. We saw this round where it was 2 versus 2. Kiki was in ruins. Anna even flashes Tori in. She gets that frag and then they win that trading beautifully. Them.
Yeah, I would say outside of the Anna ace, everything else was just textbook.
Well, should we open the textbook? Should we hear from the in-game leader of Enigma Galaxy, Vilga? She is with Heku right now. Hello.
Hi, Frankie. I hope you'll prepare like a question, but so like we can ask it to Vilga. While you're preparing, I will ask my question.
Not about the tea again, please.
Vilga. We do need to know, like, cause like right now, like it's your like opening series. You got to play against Saints. We have not seen them before, so I want to know, like, kind of like, what is your impression of them? Because they are a North American team right now. I guess they're kind of like the second North American team, but they do have like a substitute that is from like from Norway, and they have also a player like from Ukraine. So they're like not fully an A. The way how they played on the server, did you feel like they played like you can say like the North American meta, or just like those two players were kind of really influential on their play style?
Well, you can definitely see these two players. They were like Ole, for example, like straight away we could see that she's a lurker, so she was like controlling all the rotations from our side. And Kiki, well, she was just top fragging, you know. But I don't know. I don't really know anything about the North American style. We're just here to play CS against any kind of style, you know. So they played pretty good. Honestly, they had us on point, and we had to like take a tactical pause one time to, you know, refocus. But honestly, every first game of the tournament is just like this for us. It's a lot of nerves.
This is like your fourth Impact, and somehow like you pretty successfully dodged a lot of North American teams. Like last time we saw you play against CLG Red, it was really successful. But I do want to find out like what did you do like during the break between like what we had like in your chopping. Okay, obviously you went to the HLTV award show, got your trophy, gave us a great speech. But was there a boot camp or was there anything else?
Yeah, so right after DreamHack, we took a long break for a month. And after New Year holidays, we gathered in Warsaw, the boot camp, and we literally practiced since honestly almost for a month. But I can say that it's a bit exhausting. You can feel this 3 weeks of non-stop grinding is too much. So next time we're probably going to go for less, but it definitely improved our game for sure.
Well, your next opponent is going to be either HSG or B4. Which team do you think you're going to face?
Honestly, I don't know. I feel like both of them are really good. They have like really strong individual players. I hope, I guess, I wanna meet Asians again. I'm playing against Negev on the server. But yeah, it's gonna be a good match next time for sure.
Yeah, you want to play against GFI that goes.
Yep.
All right.
It's scary, but I like it.
It's scary, but it's a nice experience. It's also a challenge. Maybe we'll have a challenge from our desk with their questions. What do you want to know, guys?
Yeah, hi Vilga. I have a question. It's Stephanie. I don't know if you can see me, but I have a question.
No, I don't.
Okay, yes, it's Harvey. I miss you.
I hear you, man.
I want to know throughout 2022, with the support of ESL Impact and the 3 LAN events, do you think there was a progression? Do you think people are catching up to your team?
No.
No.
The thing is that, of course, there is a progression. Of course, everyone wants to win us, you know. Everyone, like, we have the crosshairs on our backs, and everyone, like, analyze and studies our game. And, you know, like, I hope we give motivation to other girls to also, like, participate in, you know, like, mixed tournaments, like ECA and all of it. So all of it together, of course, boosts the competitiveness in the game. But at the same time, you got to remember that we are really grinding as well. Like, we understand that there is high competition. And like I said, like, many times, our biggest goal is to play against guys and be on that level, so...
All right,
we're still not there, but one time we will be.
Vilga, before we let you go, are we going to be seeing you playing Anubis this weekend?
Gonna be what?
Seeing
Will
you
you be
play
playing
Anubis.
Maybe.
Interesting. Also,
I'm not revealing all the secrets.
really liking the trousers today. I know you can't see me, but we're matching. And don't let anyone say that's analyst bias. Thank you so much, guys. We will see you later. Good luck with the rest of the tournament, Vilga. Yeah, I've been working on my flexibility. I knew that this moment was going to happen. I've been doing my yoga. Anyway, we're going to make this less about me. Never again. Thank you very much. And let's talk about some of the individuals on the server. Kiki, I know you've been dying to talk about her, to sing her praises, doing it for Norway, that pissed around with the 4K. Tell me about this
look
player.
at this. Look at this. They're pushing aggressively down here, and Kiki, she is clean up crew, sweeping in here from second mid. And now 1 versus 1, and her Glock is strong. Amazing from her. And then she keeps going. This is a round where Bunny got a 3K. And a little bit from Kiki here as well. But she was putting in the numbers. She was doing her utmost to try and at least have a good figure, you know. And that's exactly what we kind of wanted her to do.
Yeah.
Show that what she is capable of. Kiki is unsigned. She doesn't have a team. She plays for the Gucci Gaming Academy. She's one of the academy players. And it means that she is available. She's on the market. She is here. You can pick her up. Get her in your team, you know?
She set the tone for the game, I think, for Saints. I'm not going to lie. If they won 5 rounds, there's a good chances it was because of Kiki. She came on point. It seems like she did not have the jitters, and she probably helped the rest of the team get confidence.
It'll be interesting to see Kiki in her match later. I believe it's tomorrow morning we're going to see the Group A elimination match. The Group B elimination match is actually going to be tonight. And I'll be curious to see what their map pool looks like, because obviously they've been prepping Inferno for such a long time to face Nigma Galaxy. As soon as they saw those groups, they knew that it was probably going to be on the cards. But what's it going to look like when we see them tested across a full series? Someone we know what to expect from, though, is Anna, and she had a quieter start in the winter finals, but today she showed she meant business. They ran into her AWP, they ran into her pistol, and she was always there to take the shot, Miss Harvey.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen someone pull out an ace like that and absolutely be unfazed. Like, absolutely unfazed. Her ace was really good, you know, but I'm more impressed by her body language afterwards. And throughout the whole game, it seems like she was warming up. This is the ace we're talking about.
It all started with a run burst out towards middle against pistol.
Yeah.
And she just does it so crisp and so clean. It's like she's playing deathmatch there for a little bit.
She did buy the up very early. I was scared a little bit just in case Saints was going to get control of the economy, but didn't really happen. So good for Nigma. Anna was on the fire. That does mean we're going to have a great tournament from her.
It's so studied as well, that quick casual switch from the AWP to the pistol. I feel like a lesser experienced player, they see those two players going, they just go, I'm just going to get one and maybe someone's going to trade for me, or we're just going to take this one for the team. And instead she was like, no, I've got it. It's fine.
Yeah,
she re-swings. She re-swings a lot.
Yeah, and she doesn't miss, which is absolutely terrifying for the rest of the teams here. Next up, though, we've got B4 versus HSG. Now, whoever loses, obviously, is going to be facing Saints next. Do you think that Saints might have a chance, from what we've seen so far, of surviving?
Oh, I think they've been showing something, like a spectacular start at least, and we can also see when we're looking at the player cameras that there was a lot of nerves on their side, which is kind of obvious when it's your first ever LAN experience. So just get that first hard, toughest match out of the way, and then try to relax a little bit when you're going to play that best of 3 later.
We talked about this. They have nothing to lose, right, in this tournament. And in a best of 3, they're going to be able to find their footing. Like, versus EG Gold, to qualify for this event, Saints lost the first map and then won the last 2. So I feel that this could be something similar in a best of 3. So I wouldn't count them out, even if they lose the first map during the elimination game. So, like I said, I was a little bit impressed with the performance today. Hopefully tomorrow we get to see more.
Yeah, hopefully indeed. And we're going to be seeing even more after this short break, because HSG is going to be taking on B4.
Here by my side, I have Kiki from Saints. Kiki, you were kind of like maybe like not supposed to be here because you're like a substitute player, but how exactly did you get to play in a North American team right now?
I got vouched for from the APK coach, Spray. I played a lot with him, and they needed a substitute, and they asked him like, oh, do you have anyone in mind? And he was like, yeah, Kiki, she's a superstar.
She's a superstar. All right. I mean, probably like that's the reason why you're also like a part of the Gucci Academy project. How did you get into that?
Ian actually messaged me on Twitter. I've known him for a long time, but they wanted a female player in their project, and he was like, oh, I know just the right person. I know her. I know what she wants. I know her goals. And then he asked me.
You were like the perfect fit. But I also like, I know you didn't maybe spend too much time with your current teammates, but maybe you can give us like maybe the first impression, like through the boost questions. It's gonna be pretty quick, just to give me like one name. And who do you think is the most skilled one on the team?
Paula.
Who is the smartest one?
Olja.
Who is the funniest one?
Anna.
Who is the least punctual one? Who's always late?
They're not really late. Like Anna, she's very messy.
Is it okay?
Or the coach was late today.
Okay, all right. Who do you think might be your closest friend, like in the future, like from this lineup?
Anna, definitely. I vibe a lot with her.
Yeah. Is this like the first time you meet her? Like,
It is, all of them.
you feel like it's gonna be like a really good atmosphere, like you're gonna.
Yeah, I think
vibe.
so. So far we have vibed very, very well.
Yeah.
And we only know for each other for 2 weeks.
But you feel like it's gonna be all good for you this tournament.
Definitely, yeah.
All right then. Good luck.
Thank you.
Let go wrong. Sometimes it feels you can't go on. Don't let them win. Just reach down. You'll turn it around. All these roads we take helps us find a way, even if we learn the hard way. We get through it all. It's okay to fall. We are standing tall. They can try, but they won't succeed. They know we won't fall so easily. We own the world, and the world will see. They're never gonna knock us down. Cause we are brave, we are strong, no way to lose, we can't go wrong. Just trust yourself and reach down, you'll turn it around. All these roads we take helps us find a way, even if we learn the hard way. We get through it all, it's okay to fall, we are standing tall. They can try, but they won't succeed. They know we won't fall so easily. We own the world, and the world will see. victory. I'll carry on. I'll win the game. I'll take it all. I'll hold the flame. I will rise to the top and watch you fall. This is me, it's my time, my curtain call. I want it all, I want it all, I'll get back up again. I want it all, I want it all, I'll fight until the end. Ain't no stopping me, I'm in this game to have it all. I'll be the best that I can be. Want you to see me standing tall. I want it all. Take me on, and you will see I'm ready to make history. I'll carry on, I'll win the game, I'll take it all. You'll sing my name. I will rise to the top and watch you fall. This is me, it's my time, my curtain call. I want it all, I want it all, I'll get back up again. I want it all, I want it all, I'll fight until the end. Ain't no stopping me, I'm in this game to have it all. I'll be the best that I can be. Want you to see me standing tall. I want it all, I want it all, I want it all, I'll get back up again. I want it all, I want it all, I'll fight until the end. Ain't no stopping me, I'm in this game to have it all. I'll be the best that I can be. Want you to see me standing tall. I want it all. Please hold up, as my feet can't touch the ground, as my knees hit the rough, my heart is feeling drowned, and I can't lie still, 'cause the tides are slowly rising, just chasing surreal, and my prayers will fall to rest. It won't bring me down on this dry within this ocean. Oh, I won't need you now, I'm forever sticking tough. The waves batter me, my skin feels shattered still, but strength I will be to force out of my will. Please hold up, as my feet can't touch the ground, as my knees hit the rough, my heart is feeling drowned, and I can't lie still, 'cause the tides are slowly rising, just chasing surreal, and my prayers will fall to rest. It won't nowhere to hide. Tomorrow we will move.
welcome back to the ESL Impact LAN Finals at Katowice. We can't wait to keep these matches rolling on. Nigma Galaxy have already stuck their flag in the ground of Poland to say we are the reigning champions and we're not going to be giving up easily, as they took down Saints 16-5. We'll be seeing Saints return to fight for their tournament survival tomorrow, but who will they be playing? Will it be B4 or HSG? Well, to break things down and to make some predictions, I've got two experts with me, Miss Harvey and Hedja. Are you feeling the anticipation for this particular matchup? Because HSG is a team that we all fell in love with back at the Winter Finals.
Yeah, we fell so much in love, and I think especially Ramona GFI, her presence and how she was just being so thankful that there is a tournament for them to play. They watched the whole season and just hoping that they were going to be able to play it themselves, and they did, and they impressed us so much.
Yeah, it's kind of exciting to see the kind of South America and Asia matchup. For some reason, it really, really excites me.
Yeah, because it's going to be explosive.
Yeah.
It's going to be fierce. Let's take a look though at the groups, and we'll see who's also playing in Group B, because we've mentioned South American CS, and Furia is going to be trying to finally take their first ESL Impact LAN trophy. They've come second 3 times, all 3 finals in 2022. Are they going to give up, or are they going to come out fighting?
I think that's very, very good to come in second 3 times. It shows it shows dedication, improvements in a way, and also persistence. So I think they're hungry as ever, and I'm looking forward to seeing them in action. I think they're going to be very solid this event.
Well, they'll be coming up very shortly, but first of all, we have got to see who is going to be sailing into the winners match against NXG and who is going to be fighting for survival against Saints, B4 Esports and HSG. And I can't wait to get this one underway. In the Season 2 finals, B4 Esports did show flair, but they fell short, and they are fighting to take their way out of Furia's shadow and take their place in the playoffs. Meanwhile, HSG aren't the favourites to take the title, but they are one of the favourites to watch due to their explosive, unpredictable action on the server. But can we predict the veto? What map do you think we're going to see today? We know we're not going to see Nuke because that's HSG's permaban. And B4, they have my heart for this. They ban Mirage, Miss Harvey.
Hey, woo! That's why I love them so much.
You hate Mirage.
I do. Yeah.
I'm okay. I think it's a really good
It's already gone. It's already gone.
Yeah,
Let's not talk about it anymore.
It's gone. Permaban Nuke as well is gone.
Yeah, what were we thinking? We were thinking maybe we get to see Anubis, maybe we get to see Ancient, or even possibly Vertigo. Oh, that's interesting.
Inferno.
Yeah. Inferno again?
Yeah, I think we're going to see Inferno again because HSG.
It's gone. And it's gone.
Fine, okay. It's fine. This is why I'm a host, not an analyst. It's fine. I'll just.
Perhaps we are looking at a little bit
Anubis
of an
is gone,
overpass
right?
there. No, overpass or Ancient.
No,
Ancient is
as
gone.
well.
Vertigo. That's what
Okay.
Stephanie was discussing a little bit. She saw that one in the cards.
Yeah, I think it could have been a Vertigo game here. I think Vertigo is starting to be like kind of overpass, meaning like teams are getting more and more comfortable. It's getting to be a home pick for some teams. So if we left Vertigo that far into the veto in a BO1, it means both teams are very confident. But it is sometimes a very hard map to come back. So if one of the team gets a lot of momentum, I'm interested to see how the other team is going to react.
I've got some very exciting news, you guys.
Ooh.
Yeah, we've got a 4th member of the desk, but he's a boy, so we locked him away. His name is Newt, and he's here to stat it out.
How's it, everybody? Howdy doody. It is Newt here. I'm going to give you a bit of insight going into this matchup of HSG versus B4. So, we're going to take a look at one of GFR's stats. She has a 95.5% entry conversion rate. That is absolutely ludicrous. But how does that help the team? So, following an entry kill from GFR, there's a 95% chance that HSG take that round in their hands and take the round win. So that leaves only about a 5% chance for B4 to fight back and convert their round back into their favor. But only time will tell. So, Desk, take it away and take us to the map.
Thank you very much, Nick. That's a crazy stat.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. So basically, if I got this correct, if GFI gets an entry, it's a 95.5% chance that they are going to win the round. Crazy.
She does need to get the entry.
Ah.
You know, maybe she gets 0 entry and then, you know, there's no conversion.
So we kind of need to see her opening duels. So we'll keep an eye on that number during the matches. I'm sure Newt will as well. Now, in the winter finals, we were so excited to see a young prodigy make her LAN debut. That was 16-year-old Poppins from B4 Esports. But she kind of had a bit of a slow start. So let's hear from her.
Well, in Sweden it was my first time, so it was like a weakness of me because I didn't have any experience. You know, it was my second time in land, but the first one it wasn't. You know, it wasn't global. It was in Brazil, so the first it was wow. I was totally nervous, but now I feel like I'm more prepared. You know, I prepared myself better. And I think I can, I don't know how to say, in the game, like play. I think in the game I would be more with mental health better than I was.
I can't even imagine being 16 years old and then going over to Jönköping, Sweden to try and be the star of your team. But we saw that star potential towards the end of her time in Sweden against 9 Pandas Fearless. Is she really the key to unlocking the playoffs for them this time round?
Absolutely. She is one to watch. Both me and Lucy, your 2 resident experts. Now that before we got, of course, Stephanie coming back here, we both think that Poppins is going to be, she is definitely going to be popping off in 2023. And what is super impressive by her is that she is only 16 years old, right? But she has already played in teams 2 years already. So this girl starting when she's 14 years old, such a young age to be starting and playing for teams. So already a lot of experience, and I am certain that we are going to see her shine.
It speaks volumes about the health of the scene in Brazil as well, because later on we're going to see Bokor make her debut with Furia. She began playing when she was 14 years old and she started IGLing, and she's still only 18 years old, and now she's on the best team in Brazil. So we can't wait to see her make her impact, so to speak, later on today. And B4, they are fresh off the back of a victory against Furia. Their last tournament of the year, Gamers Club in Brazil, they did beat their regional rivals. So this surely is going to be a confidence booster coming into this tournament.
Yeah, you need those sometimes, right? You need to say, hey, you know what, in our region we can beat the best team that finished second, like you mentioned earlier, in all the Impact tournaments across the world. So it's a huge confidence boost. I honestly think this could be the match of the day for me, because it seems like it could be a really close and a really roller coaster of a game, just because of so much star potential, so much newcomers, younging, so much passion in this game. Not only because Brazilians are so passionate, but also with HSG, we've mentioned how much we love them and how much they're touching our hearts. So just to see them cheer and really make something happen in the server is going to be really exciting.
Yeah, and in that match that they did win against Furia, it was Poppins who was top leading. She was leading the way, and it's a little bit scary for HSG here because Vertigo was one of the maps that they did play.
Well, anything can happen in a best of one. And it will be interesting to hear how GFI is feeling about their second Impact LAN.
After the winter finals, I think it changed a lot, not just for the people outside, the other teams that would look at us, even for ourselves. Internally, everything changed. What I tell my girls, we would like to stay as how we are, as the underdogs. We're still is the underdogs. We're not ranked anywhere. We have less opportunity to play internationally. So I told my girls there's nothing we need to do other than we just need to play the game. And if you want to be better, that's what you should do for yourself. So as for myself, I've been playing Counter-Strike for so long. I've been telling myself the same thing, like I just want to do better.
And GFI is always taking things to the next level. She's probably the oldest player competing at this entire event, and yet you wouldn't know to watch her in the server. She's someone who leads by example, Hedja, with those frags coming straight out the gate.
Does. Look at her. She's so cute and making a little heart to us. You can't not love this woman. She is simply stunning. And the way that she is leading by example is inspiring. And I know someone else who used to do that. And I'm looking to you, Stephanie.
There are lots of throwbacks on this desk. Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that you say she's one of the oldest. That does mean that the new generation in the server is really killing it. So excited to see where CS is going to be just because of initiatives like ESL Impact. So to see these newcomers like HFFO, never really know how to pronounce her alias, but just overall making an impact in their scene, in their own way, right? Is tremendous.
Yeah, they are responsible for rallying the Asian women's scene in their region. And one of the things that really struck us last time round was that really, if it wasn't for the likes of GFI, maybe that wouldn't exist.
Yeah, she's been carrying that whole scene on her shoulders for such a long time, it seems. And they were, of course, very, very lucky and fortunate that their organization, that their manager, their club owner decided that they were still going to give them a shot through the pandemic when they knew there was no traveling, they knew that there was nothing, no international tournament, no international events for them, but they still went for it, they still supported them, and that's so important.
This is going to be a really interesting match. You're right, Miss Harvey, to say that you think it's going to be one of the most exciting of the day because it's an interesting style of CES. The HSD is so unpredictable and they have a star in Hazel there, Alpa, and so do B4 Esports. We've talked about Poppins, we haven't talked about Younger, and it's quite unique for that Brazilian style of CS, which is very rifle focused, to have Younger as the person who can drag the team through when Poppins maybe isn't showing up. How do we think things are going to go down on Vertigo? Are we expecting it, because of this AWP heavy style, to be very T-focused, all focused on that A-ramp?
A-ramp for sure. We're going to have a lot of clashes there, but I think both teams are going to hit the ground running. They're going to have, they're both going to have a fast pace, both on the T side, and we're going to see aggressiveness out on the CT side. This is going to be a show.
Yeah, it could be war. We'll see if one of the team needs to slow down the pace, just because not necessarily because it's their style, but at some point if they start losing too many rounds by going into guerrilla style, you know, maybe they will need to slow it down to counter what the opponent is going to be doing. So interested to see if that's even going to happen, right? Because they're still two young teams on the international level, even though they have stronger and more experienced players. Overall, they're still just little kids, like learning to progress and get better and whatnot. So both teams here need to be able to adjust, and this game is going to be very interesting to see if they can do that.
Yeah, it's going to be a nerve-wracking time for both teams, as it is a best of one. Anything can happen, and of course it's their first time appearing on the server in Katowice. So let's get your predictions, Hedja.
Do I really have to do this? This is, do you know what? I'm putting full faith in HSG here, because they are representing us. I feel I wrote it down here. It's HSGG for all.
That is very, very cute. I'm gonna go. Okay, let's split the desk up today for this game. I'm gonna go B4. I've been impressed with the Brazilians every single Impact LAN finals, so I'm gonna go with them again. I think that in a best of one on Vertigo, they might have a little more the edge.
I am going to say HSG, but I want to come back to you, Ms. Harvey, because of B4 Esports. You are rooting for them. The thing that was their weakness that saw them get sent home before the playoffs by 9 Pandas Fearless was giving up their advantages. So they know how to open up rounds. They just don't know how to shut them down. How would you advise a team that's facing this issue to stop giving up those advantages, giving up those clutches?
Yeah, clutches in post-round, post-plant situations are something a lot of the the teams don't really practice. And it's interesting. Usually you just go with the flow and you kind of make it work and whatnot. But it's really important to discuss post-plant situations as well as clutch situations. How do you perform under pressure? Obviously, all that kind of stuff, like your mental health and mental fortitude. But also, what do we do after the bomb is planted? You know, we practice so much how to get there that we sometimes forget like the most important, which is winning the round. So how do you close these rounds, especially when you get the first kills?
Yeah, we see so many times teams are losing in the afterplan situations because they're bunched up all together in the middle of the site and they don't establish these crossfires and get into those. You have these tricky positions that are so hard to clear. So to have that plan, to have those kind of agreements on where you should position yourself in an afterplan situation is crucial.
So do you think it's something to do with calming those land jitters and really establishing who's the person on comms? Because you often find it when some players may be not alive anymore in your server, but they're still telling you what to do and you're trying to listen out and hear those footsteps. Could it be just having a discipline on comms that can really elevate things to the next level?
I think it's discipline, but it's also really working on these comms. It's fine to be talking when you're dead. I'm the first person to say you're never really dead in Counter-Strike. Even if you're not alive in the server, your communication in your eyes might save the round for someone else. But if it's getting clouded, if the communication is getting like really hectic and whatnot, that's where there's a problem. So you really have to say, okay, in clutch situation, who can talk, who takes the lead? You know, how do you say like I'm gonna swing and you trade? Like what are these little quick word we can say so we can understand each other and we don't have to say much.
The code words.
Yeah, the code words.
Code words, they're very important because if you're going to be talking and talking about like a Bible or like a long sentence, I had big problems with that. I would talk and it would be like, what's the point?
You talk too
I'm
much?
swinging. Yeah. I was like using too long to get to the point, like exactly how I was doing it now. Yeah. So I still struggle with that and that's why I'm not playing anymore. But
yeah, but Counter-Strike's, at least the team's lost is our game because we get to have you with us. Yeah, so you might not be open anymore, but you're still hitting shots. Yeah. The analysis. So I'm not, clearly. So I'm very glad you two are here. Let's head to James Bardolph and Veerless. I love that Veerless has gone for the vintage look today. James Bardolph.
Okay.
They look the
That's
same.
all right. I like James Banks, so I'm not even offended.
Guys, you're happy. You're the same height.
Well, I have a little bit of extra help here. I'm not going to tell you how, but yes, I do. But yeah, no, I mean, everyone here, I also shout out to you guys because you guys look phenomenal as well. But yeah, this matchup, James, this one is going to be a very, very exciting one, don't you think?
I think we've got favourites on both sides. You know,
Yes,
we've got GFI,
yes.
but we also have Poppins, who's, you know, she's so young. She's younger than my Steam account. And she's by I think by 3 years.
That's
a long
She's
time.
younger than your Steam account, and yet she has more frags, James Bardolph.
Everybody's got more frags than me, man. But hey, I bought 6 mouse pads, so surely I'm on the way back up. But enough about me. I think, you know, for such a young player, she's already proven herself on the server, and I think that she has a lot of people behind her as well. So this is a great clash. I think these are two favourites for people at home. So I refuse to pick who I think is going to win.
That's not allowed. It's not allowed.
I'm just going to bear witness. I don't know. I will root for HSG then.
It's not
I
about
think.
rooting. It's about who you think's going to win.
It's the same to me, damn it. Team I want to win is going to win. That's how it works as far as I'm concerned. What about you?
No, I'm going to be signing with you. I just know that ever since Jönköping, GFI just hasn't slept, and she's just practicing. No matter if it's like 6 in the morning, I always like see her online on Steam. I'm like, don't you need sleep? And like, no, sleep is for after the tournament. But then like after Jönköping, she also didn't sleep, so she's just full on the grind. And I have a feeling that right now it could be paying off.
On the subject of that veto, you guys are talking about how long Overpass was left in there for. HSG left Anubis in there as well.
Yeah.
And if there's anyone, I feel like they're the team who is going to work the hardest in general, based on where they're from, based on what we saw from them before.
Yeah.
And I think that if a team is coming into this with and they're just going for their perma veto and they're going to continue their perma ban in the same place, then I think Anubis is going to sneak up on them. And
Yeah.
HSG, I reckon we're going to see at least them play Anubis at some point this weekend, and I'm looking forward to that.
HSG used to play a lot of Dust too, so that's a very educated guess to the point where it's not really a guess. I think it's a reality. You two, I think you should take this one away because I'm still dying of embarrassment, so we will see you on the other side.
Oh, well, I mean, this game is going to be one, certainly. I mean, the desk was already saying, this could perhaps be the match of the day because B4 and HSG, I feel like they could be on a somewhat similar skill level, but the only real contestant HSG have gotten from South America was from Furia. That didn't quite go the way last time around. Of course, that was a best of 3. And perhaps now on a best of 1, they could come in with surprise.
GFI is like the coolest person I've ever seen.
Yes.
I saw her in the hotel the other day, like I think 2 days ago, but I was actually too shy. Like I'm bigger than practically everybody who's there, and I was like, I'm just too shy to go and say hello to her. She's just like got so much swag. So I sent her a message yesterday saying, next time I'm definitely going to go and say hello to you, but I was way too shy. And I had a nice conversation with her. She is just a fantastic human. But as we saw, she was an icon for her team. She's definitely the captain. She has so much experience on her shoulders, and that's something that she needs to instill into her team. And I think with the LAN experience they were able to get last time, I cannot wait to see what all 5 of them will be bringing into the server this time. I think it's going to be a fantastic journey once again.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see how GFI is as an IGL because she's so calm and also humbling, and she tends to go more in the supportive type of style, whereas some IGLs might be like really drilling up their players. She's just always looking for improvements and really go in and support them and say, like, if you do this, you're going to be the best version of yourself, and that's what they need to be. And look at this, we got a crowd going over here in Katowice, and let's see where this one will go. It is B4 taking on HSG.
B4 will be starting on the T side. Poppins is going to have the grenades for the squad, as well as the smoke grenade in the hands of Goddess. Let's see what they're able to do with them. So young, she mentioned her last experience at LAN and how she was nervous. That experience is before now. This isn't new anymore. It's behind her. Julia Nani going to go in with youngest flash and get the first 2 entries, and a very fast bomb plant for B4. So things are going very well so far. I can see Poppins lurking, looking for her first frag as well. Showing some presence and disengaging. That'll slow down a push. They've got to go and find that Xiaowu, wondering where has Poppins gone. Great work to stay alive there and just slow them down as they approach. No defuse kit on these 3 players. That bomb is ticking. Nani is here as well as Julie. No frags for HSG in that pistol before start as they mean to go on.
Yeah, I'm wondering if perhaps we get to see a replay, but if not, yeah, it's curious to see, what happened over towards the B side? Because within just a couple of seconds, they were already up, and it was Julie with 2 opening frags, so very fast, taking care of the defense that was present. With that, it's going to be taking a very big effort coming out of HSG to even try and get onto the site and have a potential for a retake, especially with no kit being present. So on the back of that, HSG are going to be slowing it down, actually stacking up here over towards that A-bomb site, hoping that a gamble with then the bare USPs could be paying off. And perhaps it might. Bomb is still dropped, and they're still wondering of where to go to, and B4 just scattered across the map.
You can see B4 have prioritized the rifles here. No scout with a MAC-10. Moving together though. 2 teams heading towards a split of the B bomb site. Xiaowu's bought a defuse kit, which is interesting. I feel like we don't see enough defuse kits on an eco round from teams in general. I always like the added spice to such a round with the threat of a defuse kit, maybe trying to hide in plain sight somewhere. An Inferno's an obvious one. See if people are sloppy, don't check ruins, etc. But Vertigo might be a tall order to find the defuse, so we'll see what Xiaowu chooses to do with it. Hazel's found herself a Galil. So that is something you certainly want to save. As we can see, this is more or less a clean eco from HSG, waiting for the next round to buy.
GFI also invested into Deagle, so having that for the next round and making sure you're not going to be having any struggles with cash later on might be the best option. And having that Galil, as you said, with the armor penetration, it's looking like probably one of the better scenarios here for them to come out with. Having that extra kit as well. And with that, here in the coming round, HSG should be going all in. Coming in full force against B4, which will be having somewhat of a bonus round. Only dropped one player. That will be actually 2 times an upgrade here. So let's see what the plan is gonna be now that HSG, they have the full squad up aligned.
Now the game really begins. Very important position that Xiaowu is holding. Some teams will send the player there at the beginning based on spawn because it's such a priority to hold on to the ramp. 2 smokes left for B4. A fair amount of mollies and such. So we'll keep an eye on that and see if they're challenged in this mid position. 3 people here this time. Hazel's jiggling. She may be forced to disengage. Smoke in the middle. Lots of detail in this. You can see GFI understands what might be happening, trying to make things harder with a molly of her own and catching Goddess at the very least, but the split is still on and the bomb site's more or less taken at this point. Younger with 2, moving through mid, and GFI's dropped as well. We've got some early problems on Vertigo for HSG. 4 kills from Younger in that second round, just wiping out the forces as they wait for the retake.
Yeah, the utility honestly was what made a difference here in this round. They had mid smoked off, so that made it very difficult for Xiaowu, and then an additional Molotov kept GFI at bay as well. So it was pretty much free real estate over towards that B bomb site, and on the back of that, even when they noticed some sort of presence, they were able to shut it down with ease. So on the back of that round, we still see some smiles on the faces of HSG, so they're not too worried yet. Obviously, it is just the beginning.
You can see she's thinking about those previous rounds, and I think she's just processing the behaviors of her opponent there. We saw she threw the incendiary to try and stop the rat, but it was a bit too late. They were a bit too close. So I think she's just playing the round through in her head to see what they can do differently before go for such a round like that once again. More dangerous pistols on this occasion for HSG, some Kevlar here and there. See HFFO's looking for an aggro spot on the ramp. That has been secured. Arjun up close. Very patient with the 5-7. Bob's on the floor as well. That's great work from Arjun. Made that look easy. Quite a stressful situation. Poppins with the rifle's going to get traded. Now we're in a very interesting scenario. Xiaowu could find a rifle, but she can't find it for long enough. That one escalated real quick, but keeping Xiaowu off the rifle towards the end will be important. We know how much class Xiaowu has with the rifle.
Still got real close on the back of these first 2 kills. If only another player would have been close and actually been able to trade her, who knows what could have happened. And definitely shows, those upgraded pistols definitely are worth it in a pistol like that or an eco. But unfortunately, the round still went the way to B4. And that means that the pressure right now is on HSG for now. They need a round up on the board, especially Vertigo being a bit more CT-sided. So you want to get yourself rolling, get yourself with the momentum back on the board. Or if not, it's going to be looking real scary early on.
I like the pop flash we saw into mid from HSG early. Not sure how much HFFO has seen. See GFI trying to get aggressive. Maybe expecting B4 not to expect a push like that after Arjun gets the early frag. There's still a lot of incendiaries here for HSG, which I'm sure they're trying to hold on to for a bomb site push. If before are going to try and get a smoke plant, something like that, then that could certainly help. Well, at least one spotted towards the ramp, but what of the other 3? As we can see, they are heading towards that B bomb site once again. Argent playing very tight angles indeed. If they do commit to this and she can delay, then those incendiaries could prove very problematic for before.
Well, that's a first. That's the bomb dropped. It is being repicked up, but not before it gets dropped again. And look at the amount of delay, and maybe she can just single-handedly keep them at bay. There's only Younger left, and with 20 seconds, it's going to be deemed a very difficult task to commit to. And with that, a 4K coming out of Argent, and the B anchor comes alive.
That's the whole ace as well. She got the early frag early on in the round, just shut down the B bomb site. Had a good support flash from her teammate while she was dueling there as well. That burst fire on the third kill, the second one in this series here, this little burst. Beautiful. Completely blind as well, but she already had her lineup. And still managing to get another frag as the flashes continue to come in. Shutting down the sniper. That's a nice little highlight for Argent. Maybe before we'll think twice about going into that bomb site once again. Huge round for HSG. Individual performance to get their first round on the board. There'll be another buy from B4. They'll be good on util. 1 Galil for the squad. This is their timeout, which is about to expire. So lots of things to process here. Maybe refocus the team, make sure they can try and trade tight together, although that was pretty hard. There were flashes coming in from all corners on that bomb site. Everybody was blind. Only so much you can do about that. But they still got a 3-round lead. Goddess still looking for her first frag. Same is true of HFFO. Got 7 frags for Argent now after that ace in the last round.
And the important thing is to find yourself a conversion. Ooh, look at this, a change of pace. Argent going aggressive. Didn't quite manage to get that second kill up on the board. There was a trade happening, but at least Younger has been tagged very low. But she, of course, still has that op in her hands, and that means the pressure is still on. They're looking even to creep perhaps into that A side. HFFO definitely notices the positionings, and Hazel on the back of that. She get a relatively easy kill before falling back a little bit.
Yeah, you can see them quietly trying to reduce the risk now by disengaging somewhat. Don't give them an easy kill. Again, holding on to the incendiaries. And they've got 1 smoke grenade as well. Shall we look to deploy? HFFO caught in no woman's land. Just in the middle of the open there. Obviously, the smoke's being lined up, so no one's covering the ramp. And that's given B4 an opening onto this bomb site. 3v3, and again, the incendiaries will be important just to try and delay that bomb plant. 47 seconds left, though. There is some time for them. Poppins has spotted Shoutwoo. Showing her power now as Hazel finds herself alone versus the 3 of before, creeping forward. I don't know where she is just yet. Goddess, though, won't let her last very long. Big headshot, and B4 are back on the scoreboard.
Yeah, in the mid-round, they actually did a really good job of trying to fall back at the right time, but then because of it, lacking information as to how far B4 were already committed, if they were even going to be committing to A at all. So with that, got overwhelmed, and the side fell apart. Now, they are still committing to this round. They have still M4s all across the board, with the exception then of Hazel up on a Deagle, but still plenty for HSG to continue to contest. Now that smoke made it very difficult. Younger missing the first initial chance to actually strike, but they have at least some information that there is presence towards the A ramp.
B4 might need to... I mean, you can try and bait some grenades, but they might just hop up on the sandbags here and try and get an entry as well. Does prove to be a devastating position for a T side when the CTs are trying to play aggressively and fight for position as well. And indeed, HFFO can see... sorry, Nani can see the shadow of HFFO, and she's repositioned, but it's too late now. They know she's there. One next to Ace Swing, you can see them trying to poke, but it's very hard to come out of the smoke and win the duel. They have to deal with that position before they can press on, really. Goddess will finally finish off the job there, so that removes the vision. 40 seconds on the clock for B4 in the 5-on-4.
Look at this, B4 decided to move away from the A ramp. They've taken out 1 player, and it caused a rotation to come out through. Goddess is then here as a lurker to still maintain the pressure. They might even still think they're going to be committing an Argent. Well, perhaps she single-handedly could do it again. It's 2, almost the 3rd kill, but now Hazel with the Deagle in her hand, making it tricky along with GFI. And the pressure is only 10 seconds. That's the first. Now she is turning around, looking the right way, and she gets the second. Clutch coming through from HSG, and they keep themselves in the round.
And she's keeping her team focused immediately with some feedback. Argent and GFI making great use of the M4A4, and Argent certainly needs all the bullets she can get on this B bomb site, constantly having to multi-frag. I think every situation she has at least 2+ players heading her way. HSG struggling for rounds at the moment, and their economy is hanging on by a string at present as well. They need to get some consecutive rounds together. Now we can see that there's big damage for before, but they're moving really quick as well. This is a very dangerous round. Hazor's not ready for it at all. Taken by surprise in that mid position. Maybe HSG were going for a play elsewhere. Now the Mac 10s and Tech 9s are overwhelming the site. This is a disaster for HSG. A great response from before. Picked the right position in terms of the mid play. HSG up to something else somewhere else, and that's absolutely decimated everything they've had.
Yeah, you were already saying, you know, with the economy being not in the best spot of all, HSG soon are going to be struggling again, only winning the rounds in isolation. And that means that they're not necessarily going to be going back to square one, especially if they can hang on to these 2 rifles. At least Argent will manage to still hold tight to that FAMAS. But you can see they're getting a little paranoid. They might be going for a hunt. But I doubt, apart from that Mac 10, they really want to be going for it. The money is still on the lower end for B4 as well. At least they will take Nani out, so that means on 2 of the players and reinvestment needs to come out. But yeah, that seems to be a problem with no conversion being on the board. HSG is certainly going to be struggling getting momentum here in this best of 1.
Have a look at this though from before. They're using the tools appropriately. First player jumping, pull the crosshair away. Poppins here with the Tech 9 in the back to just capitalize off of the distraction. Picks up the AWP and she's good to go. As we said, no nerves to be seen here for Poppins. Her land jitters are long gone now after her previous visit. Xiaowu with 2. Sorry, HFFO's there for half of those frags. Either way, they've got themselves into a much stronger position. The smoke as well. The bomb's isolated. Goddess. This is going to be an awkward turn around the corner for her. They have mollies, though. Going to smoke the bomb themselves. Xiaowu trying to... Oh, perfect. Got to have erratic timing to invite them forward. Well, the bomb's been rescued, but it's a 2 versus 5 now for before. Not the result they were expecting. So just as we were giving them credit for the aggression and speed, pace in that last round, HSG have done the same when they needed to.
I know, of course, the presence of where HSG were last seen. I'm not sure. Are they going to be ready even for a boosted up HFFO? The answer is no, and Xiaowu immediately can trade. A perfect setup. Very deep into ramp, maintaining the map control as well. And this was a really solid round, having then the very forward positioning, aggression coming out, and on the back of that you get a free AKs to work with.
Yeah, it's volatile, this game of Counter-Strike at present. Second timeout being taken by before now. They've gone for the force buy again. You can see it's a similar buy, the Tech 9s, the Mac 10 now. Are they expecting mid to be that open again on this occasion? Surely HSG will adjust. I have to see, but this is a great opportunity for HSG to try and secure some rounds now. They've got 2 AKs on the 4 riflers on the CT side. Hazel with the AWP, of course. Very testing best of 1 for these squads, although, of course, we can see that before are in a much better position, at least in terms of the scoreline. They have to find a way to be successful here once again. Younger will have the AK-47, so I imagine there'll be players swinging in front of her so she can clean up with that AK, just as Poppins did with the Tech 9. So you got her swinging there underneath B, but Argent is changing her approach as well. Timing grenade will barely connect. And we know that the worst is yet to come. But for whom?
Well, we have seen the Tech 9s actually deliver really well for before. Just a couple of rounds ago. They even have a lot of utility around them, so they could easily go for an execute and even use them to bait out other utility coming out of HSG. But right now they're actually holding on to the majority of it, just using a flash to take a bit of a peek into middle slowly. But everyone's still scattered a little bit. They have a player over towards the A ramp, over towards the B ramp, just holding off for any pushes. Well, then this mid free stack is gonna go and explore.
Hazel's holding mid from the back, and GFI was playing support hidden on the other side of connector to B. Just waiting to take a weird angle, and she can quickly rotate there as well. As they start to stream in, you can see GFI, awkward position for her. Argent's here to save the day though, bomb secured. They're lining up for GFI as well. Perfect hold. HSG have adjusted, a 3K for GFI again. You had the AWP, the rifle supported mid, they adjusted. She was ready to help Argent as well, so she's reading the patterns and trying to be ready for wherever B4 choose to go.
And even GFI was in a very rough spot for a second, being so close to 3 players overwhelming her. But then having Argent on the back of it, eventually, sure, she got traded right off the ramp, but then it was just enough time for GFI to swing around. So with that, HSG are certainly looking a lot more comfortable as of right now. Have some money stacked up, and now this round, a bare eco coming out of B4. The best they could do is try again to overwhelm a site. They are going full force here over towards the B-bomb site, but Argent and GFI, the powerhouse duo, maintain they do a really good job maintaining the site. And with this, they are creeping closer, 5 to 6.
Yeah, and they've got themselves some money finally. GFI with 11,000 after replenishing her grenades. This is the kind of situation they wanted to be in before our back on the buy once again, though. So the bedlam of the forced buys will subside for now, and we'll go back to a full buy situation where before they're trying to hold on to their lead. So we'll see what they have to offer. We've seen different paces towards the ramp, but nothing too fast in terms of personnel. Hazel swinging wildly, and Younger is ready for her. That was a huge swing from Hazel, a big gamble. Maybe expecting a smoke there, I don't know, but there isn't one. And it's going to be very costly for HSG. They lose HFFO as well. There will be a trade, but a 4 versus 3 before have got the time to sit on this and stretch out the defenses as we see Poppin creeping in mid.
And this mid has been abused a lot of times already. GFI certainly is aware. All right. Catches the timing there upon Poppin, so at least that lurk is out. That leaves the other remaining 3. Right there, stuck behind that smoke that is still in play. Now creeping around the corner, see if there's any sort of presence coming out of HSG, but they are playing relatively passive.
See Xiao is just waiting for someone to appear. Argent's taken a forward angle towards the B bomb site, so there is some warning of this. Now that's a chunky grenade. Younger trying to survive on 14 HP in the meantime. Not much of a challenge on the side. It's retake territory. There's an incendiary for GFI. Not sure if she's in position to throw it. Xiao needs to be careful about running out of ammo. Argent moving up the ramp now, and Younger is dropped. That's a lot of real estate suddenly. Nani in the clutch now. 1 versus 3. They could double peek her. Looking towards short, taken down from the side. Argent again, she has been key. She has so many frags already. Moving to 15 now. 15 for 7, and the half is not even done yet.
And this is super interesting to see. Obviously, we haven't seen Vertigo coming out of HSG during Season 2 finals. But what I do remember is that Argent was perhaps somewhat quiet. She tends to be more in the support role. Whereas right now on that CT side in the anchoring position, she is doing one hell of a job. And I don't think I've seen Argent pop off like this at all before.
Fellow grip tape enjoyer. See the mouse buttons are laid out with the grip tape there. Makes a hell of a difference. Ooh, got to be careful. Argent through the woods. Julie has a chance now for another chaotic buy if before can plant the bomb here. That would be huge for them. Trying to press on with disadvantage, but the rotation is already here. Hazel's so blind though. GFI is down now. Shotgun mode maybe for Hazel as she looks for the planter. Got to push the right button for the grenade to come out that she's looking for. Goddess falling back to the side there into the smoke now. 3v3. There's a swing from Xiaowu. But the grenade is what will find Julie. 3v2. They are well equipped for this retake. 2 rifles, the AWP. They've got more grenades as well, but you've got to pick the right time to throw them. Otherwise, Poppins will punish you. Down to Goddess now. 9 HP in a dream, unable to get there. And it will be another round in the bag for HSG.
Still got real close. Perhaps too close for comfort coming out of HSG. Sure, they still have money, but knowing that they're able to deliver this amount of pressure time and time again with limited amount of weaponry is certainly a scary factor. It certainly was quite the risk for Argent to go in with such an aggressive type of peak, knowing you're up against most likely pistols. Perhaps we're thinking they were going to be going for a different type of play, but they did manage to come into clutch right there at the end. Now, real test is again yet to come. And that,
wow.
It's wow.
So there was a molly thrown by before which clipped the wall and went backwards. And that should have stopped HFFO from taking that angle in the first place. But because the molly missed, she took the angle and got AWP'd instead. So it turned out even better for before.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good start from them for the second last round of the half. I saw in that last round someone was cycling through their grenades. Some players opt to have a button per grenade. Like the side buttons on the mouse, flash, smoke, T for Molotov, things like that. Can be useful in an urgent situation. If you do have individual binds to pull a grenade out, you can actually use those to buy them in the buy time as well. But enough about that. Before of Katowice for the most part, they are crab walking up the ramp to try and find another entry frag here on the A-bomb site.
Even dealing with a potential lurk, having Junge at least hold off that angle for now. But now, real test is about to come. Hazel at least will find the first, will smoke off, try to delay, but right through it. Catches the timing up on Poppins as well, but still the test is here. There's a lot of presence, and Hazel perhaps single-handedly could do this. That's free for her. And now a 2-on-2, 20 seconds left. But a lot of smokes are against... Oh, they're going to be fading. And again, Narnia on 14 HP. She will get that bomb down, but not before... Oh my god. Well, Junge is just coming up top with the AWP. And with that, an even scoreline.
She had to deliver every single one of those frags. Otherwise, that bomb's not getting planted or they're probably losing the round. That was so much work done just there. Hazel on the other side of the AWP as well, trying to slow things down, but Junge, look at the cover for the bomb planter. Really nice work by them. 2 AWPs now for HSG in the last round of the first half. This could be the difference maker here. Could catch before off guard. GFI with the second AWP. Got mid flashbangs being lined up for a 2-person swing, but Hazel's got a great angle to avoid the flash. Repositioning now. Angles have been lost on mid. Before disengaging from that mid position. They still don't know about GFI's AWP, excuse me. So as they creep around the map, if they run into that, they're really going to have some problems.
They had actually a setup with Argent going quite aggressive in the ramp early on. Didn't really spot anyone. So right now GFI is just left to hold that B side by herself, while the rest is yet to deal with this presence that has been noted right here over on A. So far, it's deemed a very difficult task. Again, the nades up on the side, but not being able to finish. And on the back of that, the AWP of Junge can continue to strike again.
2 HP. I think HFFO was trying to hold on in that molly just to throw that grenade in time for the double nade on default. But here they are now, 2 versus 3, Argent and GFI with the AWP trying to find the wall bangs. Not enough though. A narrow victory here before 8 rounds to the 7 of HSG, who mounted somewhat of a comeback after a cold start on Vertigo. Who takes it? Find out after the break.
I'm standing in the corner watching the punches fly as the tears keep rolling down my eyes. I keep on moving, holding my hands up high, fighting through the minutes, through my life.
a very close game. That is what is happening here right now between HSG and B4. The desk already was talking about it, that, you know, this is a game that all of us have a very hard time predicting which way it is going to be budging. But right now, I mean, everything can still happen.
At some point, it felt like there was a risk of before running away with that first half. Not the case, though. HSG's turn to get the opening kill on the pistol, moving towards B. There's somebody at default, actually, which I haven't checked for. Xiaowu's completely blind, but so is Poppins, and down she goes. Xiaowu getting there eventually, traded quickly, though, by Goddess, but still, advantage is HFFO, planting the bomb. As Goddess starts to reposition. There is a flash for her to deploy. Curious how Younger uses the HE grenade here. Could go around the corner next to the stairs, maybe, if she can find an angle. Or it could go there as good chunks onto Hazel. Starting to press forward now. Goddess has a kit, but now it's just down to Younger, and she'll be denied as well. HSG coming back with anger on the second half pistol.
A bit of a shame, because Goddess managed to blind two of her own teammates right there when they wanted to push. You know, instead of it being a helpful tool, in this case, it came to bite them. And with that, a tied up scoreline. But B4 is not looking to stop. They are going to be going in 4-4s in the second round here of the second half, with a UMP, an MP9, and some upgraded pistols right around it. So they could still come in to contest. And we saw what happened over in the first half, because sometimes when they were on the lesser weapons, they still managed to come into clutch.
HSG keeping it real simple. Whole team together, trade fragging, keep the guns together, protect the weapons, execute onto the site, nice and simple. Full spray from GFI, good for 2. Bonus money with the MAC-10, and this is the scout we were talking about in the first series when we saw all the rifles. The first half, rather. Limits the risk there with the MAC-10 player moving around to find out the information. That works out very well indeed, putting B4 into eco territory. HSG looking like the first team to make it to 10. I'll make no assumptions, though, because have a look at these HE grenades which are coming out in the hands of B4. Where are you going to throw these? Mid, maybe? Where do you reckon? B?
Yeah, this is well, okay, well, B it looks to be. At least with the majority of the players that are stacking up here, but they are still holding on to them, just waiting. And actually, you had a player early scouting, no presence, right the other way. So they might be able to still catch a timing if they make it on time here on that A site, and looking to already have them
They could
prepared.
double. They could do an airstrike.
Oh!
They could do an airstrike with 2 grenades on the bomb plant site and then do it again. Oh, they're deploying them early though, but they still got 3 more. Okay, those are the beeps. Yep. In they go, but somehow everyone's alive for HSG. Well then, these USPs are going to start peppering now. The P shooters will take 1 down. And again, it'll be important to protect this weapon. That'll be GFI's job to some degree. She is inviting them all over for tea. Only one will be poisoned though. Poppins and Nani remain. Nani's collected that Galil. See if Nani's able to... No, not able to save it. Not too much lost there for HSG. Dealt with it well, avoided enough of those grenades, and now B4 can head towards their first buy.
And nothing too much for HSG to worry about, considering that was more or less a bonus round. And now, 2 of the weapons they had to, or they were taken away, they upgraded into AKs instead. Now on the flip side, no ARP yet that they can't simply afford as of right now, but they at least have all rifles and plenty of utility to deal with any sort of pushes that are to come. And instantly, look at this. Look how fast forward HSG is already here on the A ramp. They grab a kill, and right now, just delay it a little bit more. Have some presence still noticed there with the utility that they throw, but they are backing off.
Maybe expecting a rotation. We can see that Julie is alone on the B-bomb site at present, but they've got time to go back and forth before, because it's a long rotation for HSG. As we can see, Nani is positioning. Have they sent someone down the ramp already? I think they have. I think Goddess has got the info, so there's a full rotation from the remainder of the squad, but the trades will favor HSG. Poppins need to stay alive here. You can see her repositioning falling back down to 2-on-3. She needs to buy time to play off of Goddess, who's coming in from the back, looking for the multi-frag, but GFI, the spatial awareness, that changes everything.
The gut feeling deep down your stomach. It definitely gave the signals at the right time there for GFI. And right now, it looks like B4, they're going to be struggling. They need to really hold on to that M4. Because right now, economy is going to be playing a large part here in the latter stages of this first best of one for these two teams. And they're looking to hunt. They have the money to go on the hunt. Poppins is aware. Here's the footstep. Oh, but a missed spray coming out of her. And with that, Hazel can easily pick up the frag.
GFI is always checking behind herself. We saw on the ramp when they were on the anti-force buy round. They went up the ramp and GFI hopped on the sandbags there, just every so often looking down the ramp, making sure there was no flank. She has an internal clock in her head. And it's great to see it pays off. She takes nothing for granted. And that helped secure an 11th round for HSG. That could have really gone the wrong way had she not been wondering if there was a flank coming. Again, why are we not being contested on the site? I'm sure there was someone just here, but they seem to have backed off. Is there a reason for that? Maybe someone's coming in from the back, turns around, perfect time, eliminates the threat. And just like that, it is back to Eco Town for B4 very quickly indeed. Look at that spread from HFFO. That's a beautiful 2K. And the grenades are out once again. Everybody on B4 has a high explosive. These rounds have come thick and fast on this second half. 4 rounds in a row for HSG. Likely to be 5. Before did the same. They got 4 rounds in a row. 5 from 6 in the first half. We'll see if HSG can do better. Barely time to adjust it before, so if they lose the next buy round, I'd expect some kind of timeout. If not just to slow the momentum for HSG.
Oh, look at this. GFI single-handedly kept them at bay over towards that A-bomb site. Now, Molotov will delay a little bit of that bomb plant. But at the end of the day, all of HSG are still alive. There's so much utility to use here in Afterplant. There's even a chance for a re-smoke, flashes to get yourself into good positionings. And even GFI right there on the lurk could be coming in at the right moment, but it seems absolutely unnecessary. Xiaowu with 3 kills here at cleanup duty. And with that, 12 rounds now up on the board for HSG. The gap slowly becoming bigger now to 4 rounds. And that means the pressure's on here for B4. They need a gun round up on the board right now.
AWP is out for Younger. Indeed, this needs to be a turning point for B4. Otherwise, HSG may run away with this half. That grenade lacks promise, but maybe the incendiary can do the job. Going under the stairs. Everyone's avoiding it for now. Just a dry peek. I don't think there was a flashbang at all from the CT side there. And everybody turned up to party. But Poppins and Nani are cutting the numbers down and giving themselves an advantage. Nani's got a very strong angle. Hazel with 4 HP, but Argent is here to save the day once again. More work for both squads to do. That 4 HP is enough for Hazel to take Poppins down. That's a big frag to collect. Look at the utility being thrown as well before being forced further and further away. Hazel still standing with 4 HP, still deploying, still delaying the return of Before into this bomb site. Smoke soon to go. It's an important angle, important duel for Argent to win. Goddess spotted, and they'll lose everything once again. HSG 3 rounds away from victory here on Vertigo.
In that particular round, it was the flashes that made all the difference. Nani was blind for a second, and Goddess also struggling to peek on the back of it. Sure, they had some initial kills. The Molotov right upon the side definitely made it a little bit more tricky, for example, for HSG to get the bomb down. But they know exactly what to do in an after-plant scenario. And right now, gap is becoming bigger and bigger. B4 are left with an eco to have everything to pull out up on when HSG is on 14. But it needs to come there and then. And that means that with the round, it is becoming more and more difficult for B4 to get back into the game.
Younger is flanking again, but guess who's waiting? It's GFI. And she can do this job and just move the pawns around elsewhere. Just stare at what's in front of her. Tune her brain into what her teammates are doing. Will there be a trade? Indeed, there will be. The AK is protected. They can throw that off the side of the building if they deem it necessary. You can see Julia has a grenade at her feet. So she can go for a double nade, but she won't be throwing any nades in this round. HSG moved to 14 before. Need to find something. They need to find a round in this half right now.
And not just one. They need a couple in a row to really... I mean, first of all, get your own momentum, but also being able to shut down the economy of HSG. It is through the roof. They don't have to worry about a single thing, even if 1 or 2 rounds were to be going away the way of B4. So that means pressure certainly is there. Their last timeout being used here for the Brazilian squad. It needs to be on point. It needs to be perfect. Because otherwise you're going to be sent to the lower bracket.
You know what's better than the lower bracket? The upper bracket. All right then. Let's see what Younger can do with this AWP. I think she went towards short in the last round. Doesn't have the best spawn to have a peek on the ramp. Seems she'll be deploying the grenades for her teammates to make their way down. Goddess has to deliver. That's a big frag as well. Again, that's GFI. That's the one who always covers the back. Won't be able to do it this time, but what is the response elsewhere? Younger with a great flick. Little jiggle spots HFFO trying to stop that rotation. So patient with the shots there. And this is a great shutdown. Surely the trade is here. Xiaowu with 17 HP is still very dangerous indeed. Just the 1 kill for HSG. Exactly the kind of round B4 needed. GFI as the first pick is always a big frag to find. Shutting down mid, as you saw, HSG saw the urgency, tried to speed things up, but were not able to make it to B.
Yeah, it's real tough, you know, trying to just walk out, hopefully try to cross in towards that B bomb site. But knowing that there's a Younger up on an op who perhaps could be the best AWPer out of all of Brazil, you certainly are going to be going up against quite a big force. So you need perhaps some utility or a smoke, for example, deep into middle to counter that position. And let's see if they're going to be changing things up. A bit of an early peek coming out of B4 in towards the ramp, but it goes traded. So on the back of that, HSG could be leaning a little bit more in towards a B-bomb site.
Not sure if they saw the bomb there. Could see Goddess is throwing some support grenades for the B-bomb site, or is it mid? No, it's for mid. But she's rotating as necessary. So Younger's lost her AWP angle with that flashbang. She looked to maybe take it back with a flash of her own. Now, this is pretty important. Azo's going to walk into it. Down to 11 HP. Going back to the well there. And it's going to be a team kill, actually. 50 seconds left now as there are 2 players remaining for HSG. Maybe running out of steam, but they have enough people left to clutch.
GFI could be holding this angle there for a rotation, but doesn't quite help that now Argent has fallen. And on the back of that, that means a lost bomb. And not that much control. Some nays here, but how much can you really do? It's only 20 seconds left, and right from behind comes Nani, and with that, an additional round, and B4 will make it to double digits here as well.
On the catch-up, they are absolutely not done with this just yet. They're adjusting. HSG will have to throw something new at them. Ooh. That's awkward. Well, both snipers around the B bomb site fighting for position with the flashbangs. Before getting the better of that one. Looking for their 3rd round in a row now. Xiaowu looking for the early entry. Goddess needs some help now. There'll be a smoke on their HGs. Look at that swing from Nani. She'll be denied. Goddess is out there, but surely she gets 2 out of that. There were so many HSG players swinging. Maybe they were flashed as well. Overperformance there from Goddess. She should never be getting 2 there, but she's definitely kept her team within this. She's delayed HSG. They may be able to fight for this bomb site.
Molotov up on the side will at least delay, even though the smokes are there for HSG to give them cover, but not before HFFO actually goes down right through them. So with that, a player advantage. And now, desperately trying to get that bomb down, but there is no smokes left. We have Arjun in a bit of a troubled spot, but look at that, a double kill coming out of her. And now the experience is definitely shining through. Julie needs to really come into clutch right now. They were on a roll here, really coming back alive. But it's becoming really difficult. 2 angles to deal with, and she simply can't do it. 15 now for HSG as they are on the brink of winning this best of 1.
Argent once again making the boss moves, just swinging on the sniper. No care in the world, doing what needs to be done. So many impact frags, so many impact multi-frags from Argent, no pun intended. HSG find themselves on match point. There will be a buy from before the AWP is out once again. Younger will be called upon, I'm sure, especially when you've got the MP9s out and the FAMAS limited util. A fast take of the B stairs, and it looks like HSG are in the race cars looking to find something here. They'll lose HFFO elsewhere, and that might raise the urgency towards B, as we have seen before from this team.
Look at this, before are looking to creep close. Have Poppins with an MP9, but gets spotted, and right on the back of that, a double kill coming through from Xiaowu. There is a trade, and now the ARP of Younger needs to come alive, but she's burning as well. This round might be crumbling, but there is still plenty of time left.
That is a massive frag. Blind in the Molotov. Had no idea where she was until it was too late. Goddess trying to buy some time, trying to have the presence of 2 people. Not going to be respected though, swinging around the corner. Down goes GFI. Upgrade is found. There's time on the clock for HSG. They don't have to focus on the bomb plant. They've got to find a frag here, surely, with no presence on short. Argent swinging into the hands of Nani. And now Hazel's in the clutch. Got the 1v1, knows where the last one is. This is to win the map here. Nani creeping. Hazel showing some shoulder, but Nani will keep them in the map for now.
Oh, it's so tense. B4 on the brink of being sent to that lower bracket. Obviously, you don't want to be in that position. So they are still in it, and they certainly can still play for overtime. But they took certainly a large chunk of hits, so that means their economy in the next round is going to be in quite a rough spot, and HSG can just go again. But these rounds are certainly just very, very contesting, coming down to the wire. And that means, you know, this game certainly is quite the close one.
Xiaowu looking for those entries once again. No swing this time from before though. But Nani's got to be real careful about what she's doing. But Xiaowu is just around the corner. We know when the urgency is high, Xiaowu is so dangerous with an AK. 5 AKs on deck as well, but the flashes keep coming. This bomb site is surrounded by CT players. An off angle from HFFO trying to stay alive. Hazel will be lost in the meantime. And Argent's here again for those impact frags. Down to 6 HP though. Poppins lost to Xiaowu. 3v4 retake for before.
Oh, there's off angle. It got predicted. She definitely dealt a good amount of damage. 2 players of B4 are extremely low, but they have a player advantage. They tap the bomb, hoping to force out the HSG players, and now GFI, the IGL, here to prevent it from going the wrong way. They want to win this best of 1 so bad. It's 1 kill already, but now Younger is up on the defuse. It might come to an end with a knife. Oh no, but they managed to get the defuse in. And with that, B4 are still in it.
Skin of their teeth. Got some bonus money at least, but I know she doesn't care about that. It's all about the victory. That one really down to the wire. Smoke paying off there. Changing the defuse angle though. was really what kept her alive, so that was super, super important. A huge fight on the A-bomb site. GFI just didn't know the angle. You can see she's frustrated with that. Nothing you can really do. Sometimes it be like that when the smokes are up, especially on Vertigo. When aren't there smokes up? Money's getting a bit dicey now for HSG, but they'll be able to buy. And before, losing so many players will give them problems as well. They might have to sacrifice an M4 for a FAMAS just to get some grenades up. Might be lacking in defuse kits as well, we'll see. 3 more chances to take this in normal time for HSG.
Had a short tech pause, but we're soon going to be kicking things off. And again, the stakes are going to be high. We have HSG who's still able to come out with 3 AKs, 2 Galils. On the side of B4, there is money for that up again for Younger. But around it, a couple of FAMASs and an MP9. And perhaps also lacking utility on some of the players as well.
Looks like they're moving for a B split here. Julie's in a rough spot. Can't really duel from that range with the MP9. The SMG damage fall-off is significant. As we can see, she'll be playing off of Poppins, who'll be the initial engager. They've lost Nani in mid now, and that split, that's the go command, that's the green light as they start to move through. Down goes the MP9, Molly's all over default. HFFO caught with a grenade in her hand, but this turns into a bait setup now. Poppins delivering, look at these frags flying in for the CTs. Just like that, everything falls apart there, playing off of the smoke grenades. And that's another round in the bag. No bomb plant means quite the shortage of money for HSG.
God, us picking up that frag up in middle was a very crucial one because of the on the back of that, the split didn't quite go the way of HSG. The timing was off, and the initial push that was already into play, it fell apart. So now it's becoming real scary. B4 definitely have everything in their hands right now to take it up to 14. But then it's only going to be a question if we're going to be going into overtime or not. Now, Shower falls to a nade. Ideally, you want to see if you can get that bomb down. That is the case. So with that, a bit of extra cash. And GFI now, single-handedly, she needs to ace. They are lining up. It certainly was a very close one. But at the end, B4, hang on and get that 14th round up on the board.
That bomb plant had to be the minimum target. GFI knows her angles. Made it expensive. That won't matter, though. We're going all the rounds. Have a look at how they bunched up on this left side here. Such a tight angle she's holding. It's really hard for him to deal with her from that angle. But Younger over the top, able to trade the frag. Otherwise, that would have got real scary. Younger delivered a lot of important frags to keep her team in this one. Let's not forget how she was covering the bomb planter in the first half. Still with the clutch frags in the second. And we go down to the last round of normal time at the very least. Last round's plan was for this round for the most part for HSG, so we'll see what they bring into this one. They'll have full util, 5 AKs out. And before we'll have full util as well. AK in the hands of Julie. See what these guys will offer in this last round.
A couple of rounds ago, they went in 4-4s with all of them. But let's see, they have decided to split up a little bit, almost an opportunity at hand. But now, on the back of utility being thrown in, they just slow it down a little and then wait for how the response is going to be. There's at least a smoke right now up on the ramp, gives Shower an opportunity to at least peek to the left side, but I don't think anyone is going to be giving her a kill for free. And that means that HSG is forced to explore other options. Go back into ramp as well.
Big early nade onto Shawu and HFFO. Now, normally you've seen HSG going for a split of the B bomb site, but that time they were almost trying to bait a rotation through A. They've actually got before at the back of the B bomb site now. going back and forth as presence has been shown elsewhere. Popping through the smoke though, Poppins with 2. This could be overtime secured. 4v2, there's a minute on the clock. Argent going for that bomb plant, GFI dealing with the flank from Goddess. Now they've got to frag out. Poppins looking for a third one as she loses Younger to her left-hand side in the red now. GFI and Argent holding things down. They've got a crossfire on the side. Argent dancing around the pillar. And now it's GFI 1-for-1. AK versus M4. GFI and Nani. Nani slowly edging forward. She has a diffuse kit as well. Was she seen by GFI there? Round the corner, but no, it's overtime after all somehow. Before have clawed it back for round 31.
Oh my, GFI, yeah, that must sting a little bit. You had it in your hands, but right now we have to wait a little bit longer to see if HSG can still close it out. They had the upper hand here in that second half at such a steamroll after winning the pistol. But right now, each and every single time, the clutch moment, the mid to late rounds coming out of B4 are really, really solid. And they are giving everything they've got to now win this best of 1.
Well, this is quite the aggressive take off the ramp, going straight through all the utility, but falling to the Molotov. Trying to catch somebody off guard. They've been looking for these early frags around the ramp, and that's a hell of a way to do it. Pedal fully to the metal. But still, before, they're not showing. They haven't really been seen just yet.
Oh.
Hazel through the smoke now. That'll be a free one for Goddess. HSG, I think they just took a timeout. They might need another one after this.
Oh, but only 2. You've seen how close it could still get even when B4 was in the lead. They are lining up almost for GFI. So at least she can now finish that kill off. Poppin still is low. But at the end of the day, it is still a 3 against 1. And how all the utility has been used as well. Creeping in. Spots a player. Actually takes them out. Good bait. So she tries to separate all these individuals. And get yourself 1-for-1 duels. It's definitely becoming very tricky. And now with this crossfire setup, the upper almost caught out of position. But still, 15 seconds, a push if it needs to come right now. There's not that much time to work with, and eventually Younger quick on the up to grab that final kill. B4 with the first round here in overtime.
So aggressive from Younger. Thought she was playing a dangerous game there, but she's got the confidence to deliver that frag. Not allow GFI to get into the clutch. She has an idea of what she needs to do. She gets onto that bomb site. Younger will deny her from doing so. Very fast player. I think they were maybe trying to catch before with grenades in their hands, but they just couldn't get through that Molotov, losing their early player. And then before just retracted completely, just got out of there. And now you can see the increased confidence from before as Poppin starts to get more aggressive. She's going to send it through the smoke. She'll be in a sandwich. Almost catching a kill though. Almost, might not be enough, however.
And they're looking to go in aggressive right now, at least do some utility, clear out some positionings, and HFFO trying to come in from middle. But again, CT presence is there. Nani with 2 kills already here on that B-bomb site, and perhaps looking for more. Her last target is right in front of her. And with that, B4 just continue to strike, and relatively clean. The initial pushes might not go quite their way, but they are always in such a good spot to recover.
This increased tempo in overtime really hasn't worked out for HSG. The attempt at chaos and abuse of the numbers gamers seem to go in B4's favor, although they've got more aggressive themselves as well on the CT side. And HSG really can't afford to go into their CT half 0-3. So they'll take their third timeout of the game as they think about their approach for the last round of the first half of overtime here on Vertigo. 29 kills for Xiaowu. Might be the first over the 30 line. GFI behind her on 28. Younger on 26. So many important frags from Younger. She might have more in this round as well. It would be huge if Before could go into the second half with 3 match points. This is their chance to do it, but Xiaowu makes it to 30 in devastating fashion. Massive entry frag in mid.
Yeah, not just the fact that they got an opening, they got Younger out of the way as well. They managed to get a very important part here of the map, so from here on, they can pretty much go anywhere. With A being smoked though, they are looking to go in towards the B side, but not before Poppins again got 2 kills. Goddess now finds another. And sure, there are some trades, but certainly it is HSG in a rough spot. But now HFFO is coming a bit more alive, and a Molotov making it difficult, tagging up Nani, and GFI will find that last frag.
That was a flick and a half on that connector player, and so needed for HSG to get that one round, that one bit of breathing room. So important, so fast from HFFO. That was crazy, but can they build on that? They're 1 round behind now as they move to the CT side. Had somewhat of a cold start at the beginning of this game of Vertigo. We'll see if the same happens now. They're back on the CT side. We've got run boots around the building! Julie, no!
Oh, I hate to see it. I mean, that is, of course, one of the perks here coming out of Vertigo. And with Goddess now falling as well, this is a good start coming out of HSG. So far, sure, you had a freebie. But to deliver with instant pressure right after, that's got to sting a little bit for B4. So they are looking to adapt. Grouping up might be the key here. At least 2 players into middle. But right now, they are certainly lacking a bit of territory here on the map.
You can see that blue laser pointed from CT spawn. Now if they go for the dry peek, it could even be 2 the way they're bunching up like this. Going for the crouch peeks as well. Oh, spots the bag. 1 minute on the clock now, but support is here from HFFO, does not deliver. And maybe Before can thread the needle now as they make their way towards the A bomb site. Xiaowu trying to delay, but the site's been secured. Utility being thrown over now. 40 seconds in this 2 versus 4. Even with 18 HP, I'm not doubting Poppins. Nani covering for now. HSG have to play it safely. They have to use the numbers together. Smoke to create some space. That rotation will certainly be heard. There's 1 smoke for Arjun. There are 4 defuse kits for HSG.
The flashes, there's also still a smoke. Poppins, though, grabs the kill upon Xiaowu. There's even more damage dealt. Arjun being low, who knows what could happen? But they get 2 kills, 1 each. And with that, HSG are creeping up, 17-17. And now one of the 2 teams needs to win 2 rounds in a row, or else it's going to be double overtime.
Yeah. Before going for a risky play, losing their advantage with some misplaced parkour, if you will. The score is tied once again. First team to 19. We'll be taking it, or we head to another overtime. Smoke towards the ramp from HSG. Gifted a 5 versus 4 in the round prior. That will not be the case this time. Younger searching, as well as Hazel. CT's rotating the sniper as well. We saw Hazel covering mid earlier on. This time it's Xiaowu with AWP towards A. Nice counter grenaders before trying to fight for mid.
Ooh, an additional nade will chip away a little bit of damage upon Poppins and Goddess. But it looks to be that they don't want to be stopped. Still looking to contest. GFI hears the noise, but right on the back of it, Xiaowu will contest. First kill going the way of her. A little bit of troubled water there. Will fall back. Don't want to be losing your life right now and make things even up on the board for B4. But look at this. They are creeping in right upon that A site. A lot of control taken, but they also want to make sure that it's completely safe to plant that bomb.
Instant trade by Younger. Hazel hiding behind the smoke on short. 35 the smoke on short. 35 seconds. Another 2 versus 4. This time it's Julian Younger who plants the bomb. Who covers with AWP out? Well, They've thinned the numbers somewhat, but then so have HSG. Back to match point once again. Before on the back foot once more. Is this the round, or can Before fight back once again? GFI has got to be laser focused on this one, rallying the troops. If Before have anything to do with it though, that won't be enough. They're on a full buy as well. No shortages in this round.
Ooh, again, Argent. We've seen this over in the first half. That Argent went for an aggressive peek and a push into B ramp. And so far, oh no, Julie just swings and actually still gets that kill. I thought I was going to be going the way of Argent, but no. That push gone to waste. And with that, an opening here for B4.
She's been so reliable on that B bomb site, Argent, delivering all the frags, but on this occasion, when it really counts to secure the game, Julie just walking through a smoke and snapping her. Perhaps caught her off guard. Might have been looking at the radar. Who knows? Before have a lot of control now. Incendiaries on the site to delay. Burning that CT utility, but there's a fair amount left for HSG. They've got those HE grenades as well, those pesky grenades. So a lot of retake util. Going straight through the smoke. Where's the flash? I think she swung before it popped off.
Well, that means that there are certainly a good amount of chances right now for B4 up on the line to take it to double OT. Xiaowu now taken out as well, and Hazel left to clutch. 1 versus 5. It seems like an almost impossible task, and it will deem to be. And with that, 18-18, James. I am still not sure which way this is going to be bunging.
I don't know what the breaking point was. Again, it was so important. HSG got that third round after losing the first two on their T side. They'll continue on the CT side for now, though. Both these teams are learning more and more as these rounds continue. The edges seem to be small. Money reset once again, of course. Now we've got 2 plays even deeper towards B for HSG. But what of the rest of the team? Hazel's back, sniping mid once again. So where will Before choose to show presence? Remember, on B4 CT side, they did a pop flash through that smoke, but there was already a T on both sides of it. And Poppins was lost. HSG making no such play thus far.
Oh, well, that's HFFO out. A Xiaowu on the back will have to fall back. Now, Argent, again, they decided to go for a B push. Having her there sit a bit more passively, holding the smoke, and it paid off, so at least things are even up on the board again. 4 against 4. Before need to rethink as to where they want to be going yet. They still have that bomb over towards the A ramp. And the rest are looking to chime in here as well. Good amount of damage already dealt, and through the smoke comes Xiaowu. So with that initial good delay, more utility right upon the site, and with the second, it might become even more trickier to get that bomb down. It will now be done, but they've lost a player. Will make it even, but not before an instant trade comes through.
Argent rotating from the B bomb site. Only one on that side of the map. Poppins and Younger in the clutch. No smokes, but there is an incendiary if Argent can find an angle for it. Clearing the sandbags. We can see Poppins swinging Younger on the ramp. They know where they both are now. Down goes Argent. GFI has to clutch it again. 1 versus 2. 2 to find. That HE could be huge. Dodges the AWP. 2 for 1. Bargain basement deal. Has she got time to get the defuse though? The kits are too far away. Surely she's not going to have time to get it.
Oh, it's so painful. Oh, man, that is rough. I'm not even sure why she didn't have a kit in that case.
Oh, man. I think just trying to... Just a bit of a gamble to keep money for all 3 rounds in case they started bad. But that it proved to be very, very costly indeed. Very costly. I think she probably could have bought one, actually.
Yeah, there is
And had
plenty.
money, even now, 3,400. Oh, I don't know.
I'm not sure. Argent
That's
right
rough.
now doesn't have a kit. No head armor. There is money. Perhaps... not
Yeah,
too
depends
sure.
on the loss bonus and so on, but
Yeah.
that is a really rough situation for HSG. And if they lose off of the back of that, then that will be so frustrating. They've lost GFI in mid again, and look at before charging forward. They've got the numbers to continue trading. 2 versus 4 now as they continue to press on, running out of bullets, and that will allow Hazel to be alive. Well, she's going for a 360 there either way. So a second round loss for HSG. Oh man, so many problems.
Well, we have seen this before. All the way in the first round of overtime. B4 won the first 2, and then HSG bounced back and actually managed to win 3 in a row. So we could be having a similar situation. GFI this time around up on the AWP. Perhaps it is a spawn-based thing. Is playing off on the back of B, in fact, together with Argent. Perhaps is feeling a little bit more confident. Hazel has been missing some shots here and there. Is still up on 23 frags, but at the end of the day, you know, GFI almost having 10 more.
It might be about playing positions and just offering something different as well. GFI did start in mid with the AWP there. Now looking over the top, nothing doing just yet. You can see Xiaowu knows her angles. Younger continues to creep around. Minute 10 is before cut noise. Boosting up towards B. This position is often wallbanged at a certain point. We'll see if Argent chooses to do that. Looking for someone to pop their head in for now. That is a lot of grenades coming her way. She knows she's in trouble now. Has to deliver. Taking the fight straight to them. Getting closer to that smoke. The flashes will slow things down as well, but that smoke will soon be gone. She'll need some support flashes from her teammate. Swinging, looking for a second. She's got the info at the very least. Hazel falling back now. More grenades being deployed. 37 seconds on the clock for Before to find the time to strike.
And as there was an opportunity at hand, you know, they got a trade eventually, but Deep Flash made it very difficult to continue, and with that, time is just ticking. There's only 20 seconds left right now. The utility will start to fly, so the commitment will come through. GFI at least good with 1. Poppers is out, but Goddess is back with 2, making it very difficult. But no, Hazel will come in with a double kill instead and keeps HSG in it.
There's that much needed round every half from HSG. They are really doing this the hard way. Before now have the lead, have momentum going into the second half, and definitely will have a better psyche after some of the ways HSG have lost rounds here. Can they take it over the line though? They'll bring a second AWP into their first buy round on the CT side. If HSG learn this in the worst way, then that could be enough. Big exchange of grenades as Before back off once again. And it seems it's been a priority for them to not lose a person early on this A ramp. All of HSG are here though. How fast will they go? The fast rounds in overtime haven't really worked out for them so far. Can this one be different?
Ooh. Bit of presence right from her back. She is feeling it. The Molotov tagging her down to, oh, no, just 5 HP. And with 2 extra kills right on top of it, could be deemed very difficult. Now Goddess will fall. She did grab another kill, but already the damage has been dealt. HSG are now up still 1 player. Well, not anymore. Yongo continues to strike. 34 frags already to her name. And she could save Before here and grab that 21st round.
2 AWPs. If they don't get away from the site cleanly, then I don't see how they get back in. Argent, of course, they will peek into an AWP again and deliver a headshot again, as Argent does. Find some utility on the site. That changes everything. If they lost a player before that bomb was planted, then who knows what happens. Younger's in the clutch now with the AWP looking over the top. Are the jiggles good enough? Yes, they are from GFI. Just in time to tie the score.
It's a repeat of just the first overtime. Before gets 2. But eventually, HSG bounce right back. So with that, 20-20. And we're in a similar scenario where, who knows, triple OT could be on the line. But this is very, very important. HSG, this is sort of where they crumbled. It picked up another round and then fumbled the last, giving space to B4. And they need to prevent that from happening again. Already Bit of early presence. Notice Nani will have to fall back on the back of that and then leave Goddess to deal with the initial pressure. So delayed, and so far so good. But how much do they really want to be contesting? Hazel has already creeped up, and it means a peek will come through. Goddess again with 2. And this is definitely a bit of trouble now. HFFO does strike back, but the trades are on point here for B4.
I don't know if Nani has been seen here at all. That distraction from Goddess may mean they forget to check the sandbags properly. As you can see, Nani hiding, and Poppins will be the bait this time if HSG continue to pursue. 2 versus 4. We know Argent and GFI both good for a multi-frag, but Nani's position may trump all of that if they don't check it. He has fired 5 bullets, but everything is telling me that they have no idea there is a person there. There is a trade immediately, and now GFI versus 3 coming in from a short position. I think they must realize that she got shot from the back now. 38 seconds to find 3. Trying to thin out the crowd, but Younger will deny her, and it's suddenly match point for B4.
Yeah, the first time now. Previously, it was HSG who had all the strings in hand, but now it's going the way of the Brazilians. But, of course, there is still a lifeline, and that lifeline is this round. It needs to happen, or else HSG is going to the lower bracket. Trying to go for a bit of a peek here, perhaps, again, early aggression. The nade certainly pulled them back a little bit, but if you're not going to be going out with flashes, this round is going to be crumbling real soon, even with a pistol in hand. And it's only Argent left with an AK and a Dream, 1 versus 4. And this is one hell of a job. Simply seems too difficult. You can see the happiness right upon the faces of B4 screaming it out. And yes, you may, because this was one hell of a ride.
Highly stressful game for both squads, and you can see what it means to B4 to come out on top. They were up against so many match points. They brought it back in normal time, they brought it back in overtime, and they took it in overtime too as well. There's a big game from them, and I think that one round about the defuse kit will stick in the minds of their opponent, HSG here. That has to be a frustrating situation for them, but sometimes it happens. Very, very close game of Vertigo. But it's all done now, so plenty to review, plenty to think about. Someone's got to lose the game. Definitely 2 evenly matched squads. 2 fan favorites, these teams, but it's Poppins and co. Of course, it's Poppins for a great performance in that last round as well to push her team forward early here at ESL Impact Katowice.
Yeah, HSG certainly can be proud with the performance that they were able to pull off here. It's a shame that they couldn't quite close it out at the opportunities they had in hand. But at the end of the day, you know, this is a lot of information for you to use. This is only the first time that we've really seen them even play Vertigo. So coming out of, you know, you're playing up against a team who's actually really, really solid, having really high win rates up on Vertigo. So coming in with this full blank, I think they did well.
I think everybody did well, but one team's got to win, one team's got to lose. Over to Frankie and the desk.
Thank you very much. Now, what happens when Asian and Brazilian teams clash in Counter-Strike? Well, heads-up aggression. We had GFI giving a trademark heavy-hitting performance. Younger's AWP showing why she's one to watch amongst all the AWPers here in Katowice. And in fact, we can't just talk about those players because every single member of each of these rosters were doing their job and showing up. And that's highly unusual when it comes to an opening best of one at a tournament like this.
Yeah, I think especially with 2 teams that don't have that much experience on the international level, maybe a couple of Impact tournaments behind their belts, to see almost everyone performing. There was like maybe one straggler on both teams. It was kind of impressive to have that beautiful fight on the first game.
It was, this was highlight reel after highlight reel after highlight reel. Just super, super impressed. So many multi-frags from Argent, from GFI, from Younger, from Poppins. These superstars that they were really shining today. And it's difficult to really pinpoint where things went wrong. They were trying so hard, and then in the end, it's those clutches again, isn't it, Stephanie?
Yeah, there was a couple of clutches, unfortunately for HSG, who really, you know, it was kind of a coin toss, and they lost these coin toss. We see one right now. GFI could have closed that game here. Fortunately, she was a little too late. She was still kind of like, oh, it's a bummer at that time, but it happened like twice after that she could have closed the game. And, you know, it's not really her fault. It was, like I said, some coin toss moment. It just really sucks for her that she was in that position so many times, and I'm sure she's feeling the pressure right now, even though she's at the top of the scoreboard for her team.
Well, this is the thing. Some players, when they lose those clutch situations, they don't come back from that. And GFI is so unique in the way that she picks herself up. She looks disappointed for a moment, and then she remembers she is the leader and she's one of the best damn players in the server, and she acts like it, and everyone should be following her example. As you see, 36 kills. Yaoyu, she's regarded as the star rifler of this team. She put in a star performance, but GFI was always there. Can we talk, though, about Argent? Because Argent, we were talking about as being the support player of this team in the winter finals. She really showed how great an anchor she is on that B side.
It was amazing. Honestly, for me, to even get to these clutches that GFI lost, it was all Argent. Because without her, we don't even get there. She was able to turn rounds around where B4 had 2 to 3 members up just by holding that B site. It was phenomenal, the triple frags, double triple frags that she was getting, and it really kept HSG in the first half to be able to go into overtime.
Yeah, and Stephanie was. We were looking at how the score progressed. It was like a sinusoidal wave. It was up and down, and the momentum was constantly shifting back and forth between the teams. Both teams managed to get at least 7 rounds in a row at some point in this match, and to take those rounds and be able to shift that momentum, especially impressed me from before, because they were the one who were, what do you say it? They were stuck up against the fence, like
backs up against the wall.
Backs up against.
I love both.
Backs up against the wall, but they still had the mental fortitude, the stamina to go all the way and to push this to an overtime and to another overtime, right? So just very impressed by what before managed to do.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I'm not going to name any names, but in the green room, because the first 4 rounds went the way of B4, people went, well, HSG, they're not going to be performing this time round. And how wrong we were, but how right we're going to be right now as we head to Heku's Cabana. Can I call it a Cabana? Katowice and Cabana, they don't really go together. Heku, what have you got for us?
I'm not yet sure like of our state of the set. If this is like the representation of Katowice, but we definitely have the representation of B4 because I have Nani here. I'll give you like a bit of time to prepare your questions. First, I'll be the one like in the first one in line, Frankie. Okay, Nani. First of all, congratulations. But we need to address the situation that happened on the server because you were behind, they were leading, and then all of a sudden you started making a comeback. They had a really good start on the T side, and I guess you kind of went into the series fully blind because we never saw Vertigo like from HSG. So were you kind of like learning how they play the T side in the first round?
We kind of find a Vertigo on ESAS, but it's just a one map, so we weren't pretty sure what was going to happen. But I know when we started on Vertigo on T side, we saw that ramp control on A was pretty easy to control, but we still want to make some fake rounds, go back to B, but we saw that it wasn't working anymore, so we come back to A again. We kind of entered the bomb on shift, but it's pretty difficult because we don't have anything to study from them. But we took by surprise because on the T side they are aggressive. They are more aggressive than us. So it's really difficult, but we're glad we can win.
And how is the team like feeling overall? Because I mean, you had to take a long plane ride like to actually get here. Like, is there any kind of jet lag still?
Not from me, but I think one of my colleagues had a little sleep, wants to sleep more than usual, and also the freeze water, the cold water. It's really difficult, but we can handle.
It is actually really cold outside, but this whole situation means that today you'll still play against Nigma Galaxy, and we have not yet seen you play against them.
Yes, it's the first time.
It's the first time. Like, do you see them as maybe a boss, like a raid boss that you need to defeat in a way?
We have to see like this because Nigma Galaxy won the last 3 seasons, so we have to respect it. But it's so finally, it's happy to finally fight against to them. Because it's our first time, we don't know which map is going to be, but I'm sure we are prepared for it.
You're prepared for it?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Is your question prepared?
Yes, thank you very much, Heku. Congratulations, Nani. You went out in the group stage of the Season 2 finals against 9 Pandas Fearless, despite often having the advantage in key rounds. How did you overcome those clutch moments? How did you work on improving those going into Katowice?
Well, really relieved because I did some special rounds for my team, especially because the other team is already with 15. And yes, I was really nervous in the beginning, I'm not gonna lie, because we can feel the energy from the stage, from the people who is watching. And I'm just have the feeling that I can do it, and I will.
Did you have any conversations after the Season 2 finals? What did you take away from that tournament?
Oh, the Season 2 really hurt us because we thought that we kind of broke that first time playing internationally on Dallas. So when we came at Sweden, we thought that would be less difficult than the first one. But it really hurt us because we thought that we was ready, and we don't, definitely. But I think we have this feeling that this time we are ready.
Yeah,
we learned from the last seasons.
you definitely look like it. It's onwards and upwards for B4 Esports, I'm sure. Thank you so much for talking to us. And thank you very much, Heku, as well. We'll see you in a bit. That's exciting. So they're going to be playing in the winners' best of 1 against Nigma Galaxy later. Are you expecting that one to be as close a series as the one we just witnessed?
No, I don't. I am not expecting any of the games in the rest of the tournament to be this close and exciting. It's very rare that you get to see a double overtime on a map like Vertigo. But seeing how their level has improved and how confident they seem to be and how resilient and how they can keep pushing each other and get those kind of nervous moments out of the way, and they're actually winning all these clutches, that can boast a little bit of a tough opponent for even for Nigma Galaxy.
I also really enjoyed Nani in that interview saying, their T-sides were more aggressive than our T-sides. I think that might have taken them a little bit by surprise, I guess, in that second half.
I feel that B4 actually wasn't that aggressive T-side, but they had great map control, great momentum. They read SG really well early in the AF. And so I think that they overestimate their aggression. I felt that they were more like aggressive to gain control, and then they paused and reassessed, which I really like to see.
Yeah, that's a great qualities in a team, and when you're able to do that and not really, you feel like you can do it on your terms, right? And then you can chill and just relax and have that advantage like that, I guess.
Should we take a look back at some of those crazy?
Yeah. There was 2 rounds in a row, I believe. That was a Tech9 rush here from before pop-ins with a beautiful and picks up the AWP, right, and gets a second, and then Goddess, who's been playing from A lobby, comes and takes out HFFO, and then the next following round, then the tables are turning. It's hard against hard, as we would say it in Norway, and this time it's HSG's turn to push aggressively down into A lobby with their pistol first round and take the round back.
I'm really enjoying seeing so much aggression on the server. Next up, we're going to have Na'Vi versus CLG Red. Do you think it's going to be as fierce? It might not be as close, but is it going to be as ferocious?
ferocious for sure, but I do realize that this is probably not going to have the same tempo as we saw in this match.
True.
It's going to be more calm, it's going to be more collected, and
yeah, especially CLG is a way calmer team than what we just saw these two teams. It could be just as close of a game, but I don't really know what to expect because we've heard so many great things about Navi for coming up to this tournament, and CLG is kind of on the like a phoenix trying to be reborn. So are they ready yet to face a team like Navi? Well, we'll see a little bit later.
Well, I am ready for Vico versus Kaode, but are you guys? Stick with us because when we come back, it is going to be Europe versus USA, and I can't wait.
I know that you think it's so important to convince everyone else that you're not boring, but it's making me feel like my skin is crawling. I keep pouring out my empathy to someone I don't even see eye to eye with. I don't mind if you don't have it all together. Yeah, I get it, we're all human, but I give you an inch and you take miles. It's tragic, ruining my sanity with tales of animosity. I'd rather I cry than let you drive me crazy, lose my mind, and I swear I might die if I cared more, but you're not worth the time. You never put me up front 'cause it's your spotlight. I'm in the backseat of my own car. I'd rather I cry than let you drive me crazy one more night. Climbing up somebody else's ladder just to make yourself feel just a little bigger. I don't know if I've seen anything that's sadder. It's so hard to comprehend how you don't even understand. Stepping on me without even trying. Never seen somebody get so good at lying. It's impressive you don't spend all your time crying over all the ways you let me down. So many vanity and sent it up the wall. Typical emotional, it's so unoriginal. I gave you the best and you just took it all. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy, lose my mind, and I swear I might die if I cared more. But you're not worth the time. You never put me up front 'cause it's your spotlight. I'm in the backseat of my own car. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy one more night. Sunsets, high rise, you know you're on the floor, diamonds, good light, walking the golden door. Everybody knows that you wanted more, more. Ice cold to the touch, we're gonna burn it down, bodies so hot until we hit the ground. Everybody knows that you wanted more, more. Change not my we run this town. We running, we running, we running, we run this town. Street lights, east side, all day, all night. We running, we running, we running, we run this town. We running, we running, we running, we run this town. Look twice, act nice, eyes on me, delight. We running, we running, we running, we run this town. We running, we running, we running, we run this town. Everybody, can you feel it? Everybody, let's go. If you want it, gotta show me that you're good enough for it. Gotta show me now, gotta show me now. I'll tell you now, step aside.
ESL Impact has come to the spiritual home of Counter-Strike. It is Katowice, and I must say, I've been looking at the crowd and you all look absolutely fabulous. Thank you so much for joining us in the Spodek Expo Hall. I need to think of a sexier name because I think of the Spodek as the round bit. That's not very sexy, is it? And then there's the hall that's attached to it. There's so many different games and things to see, and you guys have chosen to spend your time with us and these fantastic teams. So thank you for coming. We hope you have a brilliant weekend. We so far are having a brilliant time. We're only 2 blooming maps in, Miss Harvey.
Yeah, last game was so close. It was such an amazing matchup. We kind of predicted it was going to be a good one, and it delivered. It showed up and woke us up. If you're not awake at home, wake up right now because we have amazing games coming up.
Yeah, brilliant games coming up. But these 2 games, it feels like we've been watching Counter-Strike all day already, and we for sure have. So wake up, get your breakfast, get the coffee, and come join us here.
Otherwise, Hedge's going to talk to you angrily in Norwegian, and that's definitely going to put you on one. So Enigma Galaxy, if you've only just tuned in, they're going to be playing B4 Esports in our Best of 1 winners match later today. Meanwhile, Saints and HSG Esports, they're going to be fighting for their survival in a Best of 3 tomorrow morning. Make sure you don't miss that one. But now we're going to kick off Group B. We're going to be seeing Na'Vi play CLG Red first before Group B favourites Furia take on 9 Pandas Fearless. It's interesting, 9 Pandas Fearless, because they're actually previously No Fear 5, but less about them, more about Na'Vi. We talk about this team being the 2nd best in the European region. We didn't see them in Yeonjaping, and they're not going to miss their shot here in Katowice. Meanwhile, CLG Red and NA's #1 team with a dream of making it to the playoffs. The pieces are all there, but can they make them fit on LAN? We've got to talk about Na'Vi Javelins first of all. This is a Polish roster. They are going to have so many people supporting them in the Katowice audience, and surely that's going to give them a bit of a hometown advantage.
Yeah, I think so. I think whenever you can have a crowd cheer for you, no matter what sports you're playing or game you're playing, it does help quite a lot. So I expect their families are there. People showed up to cheer. They might have signs, a little bit like what we saw with CLG Red in Dallas last year. So I would expect a Na'Vi favorite right now.
Well, let's talk about the veto. We're not going to see Nuke because CLG ban it. We're not going to see Overpass because Na'Vi ban it, unless they've changed up the map pool. So,
right out
what
the
are we
window.
expecting?
And, actually, the Nubi's ban coming out first from CLG Red, but you know they have 2 bans in a row now, so I guess Nuke is gone as well, which is interesting. Or it can be interesting, but as long as Mirage is not played, then I'm happy. You know, we can be looking at Ancient, which is my favorite map, so I would love to see that.
I imagine we're going to
between
see
that and
there it is.
It is! Yay!
It is your favorite.
Woohoo! I'm so happy. I couldn't be happier. We have a great start of the show with the Norwegian playing. We have overtime on Vertigo, and now we get to see Ancient. I couldn't be more happy. I could not be more happy.
I'm really happy though, because we do finally get to see Na'Vi Javelins on LAN. We get to see this author I've heard so much about, Viku. Lucy put her as her 4th best player of the year on her top 20, which is really unusual. Well, given that they didn't play any LAN finals last year.
But they did. Not just with the
I apologize. I'm sorry. They didn't play any LAN finals. I'm joking to TOs, but they didn't play any ESL Impact LAN finals.
No,
I
they
know
never
that
made
they went
it.
to Girl Game
Yeah,
Fest.
yeah.
They placed Na'Vi, Enigma Galaxy, I should say there.
Yeah, no, they Viku, regardless of how many LAN finals or not that they made it to in the previous year. Viku, just overall, the numbers that this girl is putting out, it's just amazing. And she's one of those flashy style kind of operas that we just love to watch play because she's just hitting all the nutty shots and making highlight reel upon highlight reel.
Well, before the highlight reels can commence, we've got to get some numbers on the board. So we're going to start it out with Newt. Hello.
Hello. Welcome back to my lab. I've got something quite interesting to bring forward to the table as I'm going to put Kaida and Fiku back into the spotlight, the 2 AWPers, as I've been looking back at their stats all the way from the inception of ESL Impact to present day, and we found ourselves in a bit of a conundrum going forward into this matchup, as both AWPers share a 1.28 rating going into this matchup. So it's all to play for, as there's going to be a bit more bragging rights going into this matchup. So who's going to be taking the win and who's going to be taking the bragging rights between these two AWPers, as both AWPers throughout the seasons have been absolutely sensational. So it's going to be quite a contest going forward. So it will be either the AWPers bringing in the impact, or will it be the team around them that can close out this map and give the team the victory? But anyways, take it back to the desk and let us see what the result we have in store.
Okay, thank you very much, Newt. I know the camera is panning over to me and Stephanie, as that's a very interesting statistics you have there with the 1.28 rating. But I just feel like maybe the numbers are lying a little bit, because think about who in the regular season that Navi Javelins has to face up against. And then not to be Cowday, amazing opera, okay, imported from France. You have to give props to this girl being able to travel across, follow her dream, and the American dream, to put it like that even. But I just feel like she hasn't had the same kind of level of opposition as Viku has been constantly facing. So to have the same rating, maybe it's a little bit of a lie there.
These are two teams that went 6-0 in their regular season of Season 2 of ESL Impact, so it will be interesting to see them clash on the server. But how does Lena from Navi Javelins feel about facing CLG?
So we haven't played versus CLG yet, so that's a new experience for us. But I feel we are feeling confident for this match, and we well prepared. They are playing really aggressive, I must say. But I think we can manage that. We are prepared for that, and if we cut them from the beginning, like that's our match then.
A confident sounding Lena there. She sounds quite chilled out about the whole situation. I would be interested in talking also about the riflers from Navi. We do have this very flashy AWPer in Viku. She can make space, she can shut things down. What about the likes of Hanka, this up and coming player I've heard a few things about?
Hanka is absolutely incredible. She is usually playing towards the extremity of the map, so she's not normally with the like kind of attack squad that you have surrounding your op player, which makes her numbers even more impressive. She's usually entering sites, but entering the site where she is playing, we see a lot of her on Vertigo towards B. She is popping up towards B site there on her own, trying to search for things, trying to create stuff happening, going to create entries and space for her team. And on the side of Angelka, she is running with back. So she is supposed to be that dedicated entry player who gets the job done.
Is there a risk though if Lena's in that, sorry, not Lena, apologies, if Hanka is in that aggressive lurk role, if their demos have been studied and she just sort of pop up like hiya on the B site of Ancient, then CLG Red, they're going to know what's up.
Yeah, I think CLG's really big onto counter-strating, but not necessarily counter-strating, but at least analyzing what their opponents are doing. Their coach is really invested in the scene. He's European too, so he gets to know what's up in Europe, so I'm sure he knows what Navi's game plan is all about on Ancient. There's probably no surprise there. But I think that it's still such a newer map in the circuit. There's not necessarily enough depth for everyone to be able to always see these open spots and take advantage of it. So I'm really, really impressed that this went into a BO1 on Ancient on day one for CLG. And, you know, for me, it's kind of a coin toss who's going to win that map.
Well, we're going to focus on CLG in a moment, but before we talk about them, let's hear from Bibian.
Hello, I'm Bibian. I play for CLG Red. Everything's going really good. We had a boot camp before coming here. It was tough, but we got a lot done. We feel fully prepared, and hopefully things will be better this time around. Goose Burrito to the team, I think she's everything to the team, you know, as a leader. I think she's doing really well. She is the kind of person I think she underestimates herself. She's always worried about a lot of things. She wants to cover everything. As a leader, I think the fact that she trusts us and she can show emotion to us and express her concerns. When I first came onto the team and I sat next to her, I just feel it's just her presence next to me I just felt honored, you know. CLG, they've been supporting us with every step of the way. It's rare that they say no to anything that we request, and that makes it easier for us. Good luck to all the teams here. I think we're going to be different this time around.
Now, the interviewer in me wants to ask you, Miss Harvey, what have you had to say no to? But we'll go past that, and instead we'll focus directly on BBM, because she had to get her visa to be able to move to North America to train with the team. They didn't have that opportunity before the Season 2 finals, but they've had it now. So what have they been up to?
Yeah, both her and Kaude, coming from France and Australia, have had to play either from different countries or in very weird difficulties. So I think this is the first time that we can see a CLG Red that's actually ready for the event they're playing together with this new roster. Now it's just a matter of making sure that they can perform on LAN the way that they do online. They've had a great start on their ESCA season, and they're just overall in a very upward, I would say, trajectory, especially after, I think, the honeymoon for that roster got killed very early on, a lot earlier than most teams, because of their performance in Sweden. It was a little bittersweet for the girls. For me, I didn't expect anything less. It's a brand new roster. You can't expect them to win like that. And it's not only a brand new roster, it's a brand new roster of young players who's never competed at international level. So I think they're putting a lot more pressure on themselves than they should be.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, for us watching them on the Season 2 finals, we were all super impressed by how much they've been able to put together in such little time. And then I'm just expecting to see greatness from them in this tournament, that they've managed to put it together and reach a whole nother level and all that stuff. Seeing them compete in main, amazing. You told me that they're aiming to go even higher than that. And
I mean,
that is something that I think the whole scene is cheering for them to be able to achieve.
ESCA League is really big in North America, and so they are trying to go back into advanced, which is the level that they used to be before all the roster swaps and whatnot. And that's really been their focus outside of Impact. So even when there's no Impact, the grind is there and they're working really hard versus really tough opponents.
The practice is definitely there. We've got to head quickly into our predictions so we can get this match underway. Hedje?
Oh, this is a tough one. But you know, my European heart is beating for the Navi Javelins.
Miss Harvey?
I cannot go against CLG friends. So, I mean, girls, you better show up, because so far I'm 2-0 with my predictions today. So I'm gonna go.
Frankie,
go red. Go red.
Frankie, you're the tiebreaker.
I genuinely have no idea who to go for in this situation. This is the hardest decision of all. I am going to say CLG red because Miss Harvey stood right next to me, and also I think that BBN is the best rifler here. So that's my prediction. James, Bardolph, and Fearless.
Hello.
What are you saying?
I'm still thinking a little bit, because, you know, on one end you have CLG Red, who I feel like have a lot to prove here coming into Katowice, but I feel like Navi and their consistency are going to be key.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be thinking Navi here.
We got a new tiebreaker. Bardolph.
Yeah,
I'm going Navi as well.
Oh.
Because and the reason is because they had some losses that I think really hurt them towards the end of last year. You could see it on their faces when they just didn't make it as far as they were hoping to. And I think that stayed with them a long time. So I think they've come into this one working super hard to turn things around this time. So I feel like the sheer determination, I think the same can be true of both teams, but just like from the body language I saw when they lost late last year, I think the sheer determination will drive them over the line in this series.
Well, I like your predictions. I like you taking sides. I also like you over in Katowice. So please get behind these teams as we open up Group B.
Yes, so now with this best of one on the line, it's going to be Ancient as well. And I was just digging a little bit into the numbers as well, similar like, of course, Newt is doing. Shout out to you. But Ancient is not very much played by CLG at all. I think I've only encountered one time that they've played it, in comparison to 8 times of Navi Javelins and a 75% win rate.
Well, they can't stand in the past, CLG. There's never been a better time to improve your map pool, especially with the insta-bans we've seen from some teams here and there on Anubis. It's time to spread the wings. Otherwise, it might maybe an Icarus situation. Like you've got to get a grasp of these new maps as they come through. So perhaps they've had to pick a new map, and perhaps it was between the likes of Ancient and Anubis. I'm very curious to see what they will be offering us here in Katowice. CLG Red will be on the CT side of Ancient, a map we don't often see, but hopefully we'll see more of it now. Na'Vi Javelins, the aggressors. Let's see what they have in mind. Danu and Viku will be having 2 pairs of smoke grenades. And 2 pairs of smoke grenades, 2 pairs of grenades. Smokes and Molotovs for this T side. They could go absolutely anywhere with those. Goose Breeder has been made a raid boss with the Julies. Kelsey's got the flashes. Both teams have a plan. Only one will prevail, though.
So far, Na'Vi just holding off for any early pushes and immediately going to line up all the util and just go full force into the B-bomb site. And so far, it's uncontested. It's very, very difficult for the CTs to keep a hold of the site with smokes and Molotovs being into play. And now, it's a 5-on-4 retake.
There are still flashes in the hands of Kelsey. First one's being deployed, and the second one, as you can see, is being lined up for the swing. Na'Vi repositioning to try and defend this bomb site as well, but Goose Breeder is just waiting, just inviting Angelka to come through, trying to get her best foot forward, and indeed she will deliver. Lina in a 1 versus 1 now against Goose Breeder, who gets her 3rd kill of the round to secure the pistol. Both teams so hungry for this Ancient, but the first round goes to Goose Breeder and CLG Red.
I got real close for a second with the taps coming through with the Glock. But at the end of the day, CLG taking home the pistol, remaining their calm. Obviously, they have that player advantage going then into the retake. So overall, just make sure you keep your cool and then use your, for example, the flashbangs. The initial one did actually quite a lot, trying to creep into the site. And right now, on the back of that, Na'Vi Javelins will be left empty-handed. Only a single upgrade into a Tech 9 for Lina. And then Danu with a deagle around it as well. And let's see how much the pistols can do. Already the first player is out.
Goose Breeder is still the best gamer tag in esports. I'm going beyond Counter-Strike. Even all the games I don't watch. Best in those as well. Kelsey with the MP9, the unicorn, of course. Get some bonus money. Everybody's still alive, and that's a comfortable-looking CLG. Starting off well on Ancient. And you want to on a CT side. You need that money for those expensive incendiaries to try and hold down that mid position early. I can't wait to see what they have in mind for this round as well. With 4 MP9s on the board versus 5 AKs, you definitely want to have your map control early.
Especially where you're going to be sending that M4 in. Ooh, look at this. That 2-player strong deep into middle. No early aggression, of course, being denied by the Molotov that you were talking about. So right now, Punk is just waiting it out. Is anyone going to be pushing? Just being cautious. At the same time, one actually goes to waste as it lands in a smoke towards the catwalk here. Now flashes come through. Good job, because on the back of that, Lina goes down, but immediately trades are present. But CLG, they keep having answers and immediately back out, so they maintain that player advantage. And then see how Na'Vi will be responding.
A support flash seemed to go too far over the wall. Didn't blind the Na'Vi player, but still a great response, great urgency from CLG, using that distraction from the mid side to push the other side and get an advantage. Kelsey's going back a little curious. Oh, the timing is so perfect. The bomb's just been collected as well by the likes of Danu. Maybe it's been seen now. More MP9 frags coming through. Proactiveness from CLG paying off so far. This is still a very winnable round, though. But perhaps the flank from Mads will make it less so.
So she's taking a peek even into middle. Has the backup of Goose Breeder right behind her. But perhaps if Na'Vi get the speed and take out the cave player that is currently present, who knows? But as we are speaking, the amount of time that they are taking, clearing up the site, CLG is all ready to come right from behind. One in cave, the rest here from main. And the pressure will be on. Flashes up on the side, and you can see, oh, they're a little bit out of position. MP9 struggling for a good second. Mats will now fall because of the Molotov, and actually, Henka is keeping them in it. It's a clutch 1 versus 3, but certainly is doable. Now a smoke right up on the side might make it tricky. Oh, a tiny gap, spots of feet. But at the same time, Goose has been delayed time and time again. And now she's not up on the bomb, will get it. Oh, but it's gonna be really, really close to get that defuse in. But will eventually clutch it out. So with that, CLG continued a round up on the board. And Na'Vi left empty-handed.
Goose Breeder super happy with that one. They retain the clean sheet. Extra money for Na'Vi Javelins with the bomb plant. Got a bit dicey towards the end. I thought she was just going to hold it based on where the rifler was, but she doesn't know if she's made her way closer or not. So playing it safe, getting there just in time, enough baiting to force the push through the smoke. Very content with that one. Good start for CLG Red. Looking to see some improvement from the NA teams here. And we're definitely seeing some promise from them as the Goose Breeder continues now, shutting stuff down. Mads will clean up the rest as far as Donut is concerned. Bomb collected as well. Just one play lost, absolutely fine. They'll take that all day. 4-0 for CLG Red.
Yes, CLG heard all the footsteps coming towards them, so their strategy, instead of going a little bit more aggressive, which was their initial plan, fall back into Donut. And on the back of that, easy cleanup, only a single life lost. Now though, on the flip end, Na'Vi Javelins, they can afford that op right now. So we're really going to be seeing VQ shine, hopefully, because that is really where she's going to be coming into her element.
See some keyboards with wheels on. That's the new trend. Wheels on the keyboards. You can't do much of a keyboard wheel, though. Like, volume is about it, really. There's not a whole lot you can do with those wheels, but, you know, trends come and go. Wheel is the new trend. Got a wheel on your keyboard? Send me some pictures. Small tech pause. Should be resuming shortly. Hanka's had a good start for Javelins. She's got 4 kills on the board thus far. Again, I think they were left wanting after the performance late last year. They had a really tough loss trying to head towards LAN, and you could see it on their faces. I really felt for them. But now they are here in Katowice. They have a great opportunity ahead of them. Still looking for their first round, of course. If Goose Breeder has her way, they're not going to find it soon.
Technically, Na'Vi are the favorites going into this one, especially, you know, being a Polish team. Coming here in Katowice, I mean, this must be feeling very much euphoric being in this spot right here. But of course, you can have that sort of the honeymoon feelings, but you need to also prove yourself. And this round is one of those rounds that could be leading up to getting back into the game. So far, so good. Bibian is out. And with that, a little bit of pressure being put upon that B side, it actually almost causes a reaction. Kelsey is actually looking to peek right there from the B side. Spots a player, and that's great. Makes it even and falls back up on the site.
Still really nervous map control for CLG. For Na'Vi to be in this position, they can aggress the bomb site whenever they want. CLG don't really have the positions to do anything about that for the time being, and that makes things worse now. Hanka lurking in red and taking Goose Breeder down. Now they are denied vision. Now we're talking gambling. We see that Mads has gone for an aggressive position, and she may have to push further to try and flank a potential B play, unbeknownst to her. But she may end up with a 1v1 against the bomb, actually. This could change everything, especially with the clock. The bomb's been left alone to lurk. Well, the timing has to be perfect for VQ, for Danny rather, as we see there may be some attention being shown from Donut towards that A bomb site. But Mads is starting to wonder what's around the corner, and that is the frag that she was looking for. The bomb at the floor. That buys time for the rotation. You can see the cavalry coming through. Mads is turning this around. Unbelievable spray transfer, shut it down completely. The bomb in isolation, and then she turned into a magnet, brought everyone towards her and destroyed their chances of finding their first round. No emotion either, 0.
Just clean, cold, cool as ice is CLG Reds, being able to punish a play like that. And I indeed wonder why was the bomb left by themselves, you know, with like, they were planning to entry the site with about 25 seconds left, so it means that there's big risk involved, and there's still a lot of angles to be checking. So ideally you want to perhaps split 2 on 2, but...
Check the VIP. The bomb is the VIP, the package is the VIP, but it did afford us some beautiful frags from Mads.
Yeah.
CLG super ready. Look how focused she is. No, like she'll, you know, every round you'll fist bump, keep the morale high on the team, whether you're doing good or bad. But outside of that, no emotion whatsoever. Completely cutthroat. Now we see a fast round from Na'Vi into the B bomb site with some flashes as well, but not with some frags just yet. Kelsey running out of bullets now. And Gelko will pick up a rifle. He may still have some problems trying to plant this bomb though, as we see Bibian has a great angle. Kayode wondering what's around the corner. See if Danu's able to plant this now. The fake plant is coming through. Oh, Danu, that timing is so awkward. Just when she thinks it's safe, she watches her teammate fall. That leaves Angelka with the rifle to try and do any damage. Missed opportunities for Na'Vi in this round.
A bit of a shame. But at the end of the day, of course, there was a very limited amount of weaponry going into that round. But already, CLG being 6 rounds up, Na'Vi still yet to win a round. VQ up on the AWP, still yet to frag as well. She does have the AWP back into her hands. The impact, there's not endless rounds, of course, to be waiting. It needs to be happening soon.
You saw a essentially instant smoke from spawn that was thrown by Kelsey, and I think that gives you a clue as to how prepared CLG, how prepared in practice CLG are for Ancient. They are turning things around as far as their map pool is concerned. And this will be a learning process for Na'Vi. That's a great opening frag though in this round. Still looking for their first round on the board. Some support from Hanka. Lena's doing some damage as well. Advantage is still with Na'Vi and gets even better with that third kill. You see Danu rotating the bomb to her teammate Angelko, who wanted to trade that frag, and she'll do exactly that. So the bomb hasn't really been spotted by what remains of CLG here, which is Mads now. Last one to fall, Na'Vi on the board. But yeah, so they're on the board, but CLG, again, we're seeing how much work they've put into this map. It's very, very clear from the fact that they are smoking off the doors to B from CT spawn at the very beginning of the round. So there are lots of interesting things for CLG to show us on this map, that much is for sure.
So now that Na'Vi have their first round up on the board, because of all the loss bonuses, sure, they have economy left to be able to afford a round loss, but up on the board, 6-1, you want to be definitely bridging the gap here. So a round to come after this one. That certainly is a really good opening. Force yourself to go right in front of that Molotov. Viku now also finds one over towards middle, so immediately a lot of the parts of the map are being contested, and that forces CLG to come in with some sort of response, and Lena is ready to pick up Kelsey, who was then pushing from the B-bomb side.
Big opportunity for Na'Vi if they can convert this round. Mad with some sound cues again. They're bunching up for just one though. Transfer would have been instant with VQ and then Gelka solo. Here we are. Kayode will probably try to hold on to this AWP at this point. So the money is looking terrible for CLG. They might be able to muster 2 rifles around this orb if she's able to save it. So we don't know if it's an eco just yet or not, but this is a great opportunity for Na'Vi to storm back into this game of Ancients.
Looks that they are going for a bit of a hunt, not like running about, but least making sure that if perhaps Kaude is lurking around somewhere, they could catch her off guard. Lina is the first point of contestment here, will fall. And I think the rest are just going to be leaving it as is. Na'Vi at least now with a second round, 2 in a row. And that means that the money is definitely kept at a bit of a lower point. Kaude has some money, Kelsey as well. But perhaps not every single one of them can completely fall by.
That was a big frag from Angelka. I love the urgency. That will give CLG Red more cause for concern. It's a high priority area of the map, of course, for both squads. Very important for the CTs to hold on to that. So we'll see how they respond to that when their full buys come through later on. That was a great entry from Angelka and Na'Vi Javelins. We'll be fully focused on this one. Had a tactical timeout. It's come and gone, and indeed, they will, of course, buy around this AWP. Still looking pretty chill. Plenty of utility as well. So, not too concerning a buy here. They've got 2 MP9s, but there's plenty of close quarters environments to fight with those. Some support flashes for that mid position as well. Tanker tries to deter CLG from a full take of mid.
Ooh, immediately look at this. Lina goes for the same play, pushing in front of the Molotov. And at the same time, you can see CLG trying to grasp a little bit, knowing what happened in the previous round. Only this time around, it's again not quite going the way of CLG. Only 1 kill, but immediately trades are up on the board. And whereas CLG took out 1, Na'Vi took out 3.
There's that urgency we were talking about. The priority of the area, really trying to hold on to it at great cost. The re-peeks on the left eye as well, just dry re-peeking into that at such close quarters. Be very hard to come out on top in that situation. I think Mads got caught drawing her gun out there by the donut position, not expecting the T's to be so far up. But the implications of this are great. They are grave for CLG, they are great for Na'Vi as they move to a 3rd round. Again, it's a save situation now. Kaude definitely needs to hold on to the AWP. You can always win a round with just an AWP if you can hold on to it. This is a good confidence boost for Na'Vi as well. See Viku starting to move forward, and maybe Goose Breeder will send them away from the AWP in CT spawn. Chewing gum's good for concentration.
It was actually, yeah, we see a lot of players, I mean, not just here, of course, in the tier 1 scene as well, just using it. And, you know, every player has sort of like their own tools that help them focus, to help them keep themselves calm. Or even some Lucky Charms. We see like a big bunch of plushies coming out here as little mascots. But at least now Na'Vi with 3 up on the board, slowly on the way to get closer to the scoreline of CLG, who are still up on 6. But it's not going to come easy. CLG Red at least have the M4 and the AWP right now to try and contest here in this round. But, of course, Na'Vi have their own buy.
Kaude sending it with the AWP. Situation like this, you want to try and get an early frag. If you can steal a rifle away for one of these pistoleros, then that's even better. And again, that has been a flashpoint between these two teams. And as we can see, Na'Vi are posturing for a straight execute into the bomb site, but the AWP, if it's given enough space, we'll see with the Molotovs, but if it's given space to activate with this AWP, then that could be quite interesting indeed. Bibian somewhat stuck, but hold on a second. Viku is stuck now, running away, trying to save the AWP. That's a great response. And Danu is here to save the day as well. And Kaude once again needs a... It's kind of a save simulator for her at the moment, but I don't think she's really got anywhere to go. She may have to fight for survival here. You can see Na'Vi holding onto the bomb site. I mean, you don't want to chase too much too early. You can turn around. They will be trying to get away, but Angelka will rotate and deny her. AWP will have to be bought again. All the money will have to be spent. Danu's got $13,000 in the bank for Na'Vi Javelins. What a dramatic change in fortune.
She was still yet to buy, but at the end of the day, Danu and Angelka dangling around that 10k mark certainly is good for the bank and to really get yourselves stabilized here up on that T side. So CLG Red can come in with full force again. Kaude up on an AWP, M4s all around it, and they go for a very much a mid-aggression kind of push. Pays somewhat off. They do lose Goose Breeder, but at least Kaude has managed to find one in return. Immediately Na'Vi is looking to apply the pressure right upon this B-bomb site. They are forced to slow things down a little bit. Don't really spot any players anymore. But on the back of a flashbang, Danu in fact goes down.
That is a tough one. Vivian might need a multi-frag, and that's exactly what she will deliver. That one got a little awkward with the damage taken by CLG, but they managed to prevail back to winning ways. Must-win round for them as well. 7-4, trying to extend their lead once again, but as we said, there was money for Na'Vi Javelins. It will be spent. There'll be another test for CLG Red. Of course, both these teams will be learning about each other. CLG Red not playing so much Ancient just yet, looking sharp and so on, but maybe Na'Vi Javelins can identify some habits as they try to tie the score here.
Immediately, same kind of push, 3 players, but not met with much. The Molotov this time around being respected by Na'Vi. And they tend to go then instead for a bit of a later push, having Viku to lurk around with the AWP this time around over towards middle. And now how will CLG respond? A flash upon Donut and that smoke upon top of middle make things very hard for vision, and there's 3 players at the moment sort of like stuck around that territory.
CLG bursting through the mid-smoke. Not sure if they've challenged it like that in rounds prior, and that has a great result for them. They have lost the A bomb site in the meantime. The bomb can safely rotate over, and Gelka's got angles towards Donut as well. So if Danu can stay alive in this position, then Na'Vi are well set up for the moment. With 4 players alive, maybe she gets 1 for free on Goose Breeder. Surely they move into a trade fragging situation now. Still posting up in CT. No AWP on the remainder of the squad. There's plenty of utility for Na'Vi here as well. There's the first piece. Bibian makes her way through. Does she hide in the corner? Or do they press on? Mad's here also. Almost becoming a standoff, but is anybody focused on this? 24 seconds. They've got more mollies to deploy here. The bomb carrier's been dropped now. And that changes things dramatically. Mad's coming back with all the frags, sending CLG to 8.
That smoke was just a tad bit too deep. CLG, when Na'Vi wasn't peeking, they could just push right in front of it, go unnoticed. And then when you're 2 players strong, it's going to be very difficult for Na'Vi to get that bomb down. So, while we were talking about Na'Vi Javelin's economy being stacked up, yes, they can afford a buy right now, but definitely it's been kept at a bit of a lower place as of right now, because CLG have won a few rounds again and already have that lead secured going into the second half. So I think the main worries of Na'Vi getting really back the momentum are maybe out of the window, but not, of course. There are still a few rounds to be played at for here in this first half.
They'll definitely be leading at half-time, CLG Red. The question is by how much? I'm interested in this setup with Lina on the Mac 10. How will they utilize her? Up close, of course, to swing. There's the entry I was looking for with that Mac 10. Quickly upgrades to the AK. Now she can just lurk in this position. No one's holding the other side of B, though. So she has to be aware of that. But she is becoming quite the nuisance in this position. She can force the CTs to burn a lot of utility as well, as we saw. They've got mollies on both sides. They've got 3 players in the B bomb site. They are afraid. They are without information. They're going to go and hunt for that information, CLG. I like the proactivity here.
Unactively spotted, though. But they are going to continue the push. Lina is waiting. Spots the shoulder. but an instant trade will be present. And that is going to mean danger because CLG is going to be making a move fast. But the problem perhaps could be at hand because they are now 2 players down. And well, make it 4 or 3, excuse me. Could perhaps be 4. And there we have it. Na'Vi nearly win it very much cleanly so here and get a round back upon the board. 5 now for them. And that calls a timeout coming out of CLG. They win a couple of rounds in a row, but Na'Vi, at the end of the day, do a good job of shutting down the momentum just right in time so they can have a bit more of a lifeline.
The previous round's paying off there for Na'Vi Javelins. That entry frag again, just forcing CLG Red to defend the B bomb site as much as they can. Dumping utility on both sides, so concerned with... I mean, if Na'Vi are there, that might be the go command. They might just send it if the rest of the team is there. Dumping the utility. Incendiaries on both sides. Smoke up inside, swinging on the outside. Na'Vi just waiting, just punishing them for trying to get back into it after losing the first player. So many people out of position. A-bomb site overwhelmed, and now we have the odd pistol for CLG Red as they hold money for the final round of the half. This should be a shoe-in for Na'Vi Javelins, but rarely is a round for free. 5-7s are out, so is Desert Eagle in the hands of Goose Breeder. This can still be a dangerous round. Kelsey with 14 frags. Might find a few more in this round.
I'll never say never. The CTs are, in fact, really close. Of course, the main problem is all the smokes that are coming into play. It actually forces a couple of them to go around in front of it, hoping that they could perhaps prevent the push from actually going through, but it doesn't seem to be the case. And with that, 8-6, Goose Breeder will go down as well. And Na'Vi looking very much sharp again. But now the last round of the half... It's either going to be 9-6 with a bit more of a gap for CLG to work with, all very close. 8-7.
Early smokes towards mid, support flashes as well. You can line them up such that they don't flash your teammate, but you can see very blind players in mid. Hanka sent out alone, she's got the info. At least 2 plays there, maybe 3. Vika's going to creep around the smoke as well. Goose Breeder getting curious. Vika's kind of stuck for the time being, but she's entertaining as the bomb is walking into the A-bomb site where it will be uncontested. We could even see a flank of Donut from this position. Although Cowday's starting to wonder now. Scoped in. Ooh. That should have been for free. Absolutely, should get there eventually, but she's lost position now. Well, she might force her way through the smoke there. There's still a gap, though, and it could pay off, but she takes some meaty grenades first.
Oh, the pistol! It's doing a lot of damage to Danu, and with that, a 2 versus 4. Sure, the bomb is planted, but it's definitely not going to be an easy task. Vika on the up, though. Here's another player close by, misses the shot and will burn in the barbecue of BBN. And with that, Kaude finds the last frag. And CLG will be up 9-6. It's going to be tough, but will Na'Vi be able to come back? Find out after this.
She's walking down the street, she's turning up the heat, she's moving to the beat and nothing's stopping her. She's walking down the street, all guys they wanna meet, thinking that she's sweet. I'm not so sure about that, 'cause when you think you're getting her attention, it hits you with a bang. She's way above your league, you better understand. It's like that. If she doesn't bother, she isn't humble. Just walking down the street, it's just so bittersweet. You can't compete on nothing, stepping high. Walking down the street, turning up the heat, moving to the beat like no one ever used to. 'Cause when you think you're getting her attention, it hits you with a bang. She's way above your league, you better understand. It's like that. If she doesn't bother, she isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She doesn't bother, all the others follow. She isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She's got the moves, she's got the look. You're totally hooked. You're losing control like she never would. You're down, 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 down. She doesn't bother, but she isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She doesn't bother, all the others follow. She isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She's got attitude, but she's got attitude. She's got attitude.
Welcome back, everybody. Right now, CLG is really on a roll already with 9 rounds up on the board. Na'Vi Javelins still making it very contesting. 6 for them at the moment. Dooley is now up on the board as they are trying to bounce back, get rolling right here in the second half.
I'm super interested in what CLG have to offer on the T side. We've got 3 players with grenades in this pistol round. I'm curious what they'll offer in the buy rounds and how Na'Vi Javelins will deal with that. But first comes this pistol. Sure, there are very deliberate executes and drills, and the headshot is also a nice way to start it. It's going to make things difficult for Angelka as Goose Breeder continues to push forward, but she was led into a trap. Angelka still getting a frag out of it. Hanka here to trade, and Lena is also here. Hanka with one more, and suddenly Kelsey remains. 1 versus 4 made 3, picking up the Julies. Looking for more Na'Vi players. Only 2 can be found very quickly. Very patient with the shots. I love that. The slower you shoot, the more accurate they'll be. Danu, they will pop out and say hello. That's a CT pistol then for Na'Vi Javelins.
Yeah, very crucial for them to be getting. If not, the gap certainly would have been a little bit uncomfortable for them to really bounce back into. Definitely not impossible, but this certainly will help the Polish team. So right now, almost all MP9s up on the board, and Joker with a bit more long-range potential with a FAMAS in hand. And CLG will just respect it. For Eco coming through, just a single flash that could help them pop out into a site perhaps. But right now, they're just spreading out a little bit, looking for any pushes that perhaps could be coming their way. Ooh, the nade thrown, and look at the damage! BBN almost goes down. Yeah, that's really, really tough. And now you have those MP9s on the back of it, just ready for the cleanup.
Like a slab of meat battered with a food mallet. That HE grenade was devastating. I like that they're filling the pocket with the smoke grenade as well. After the Molotov, didn't really see that in the first half. Hanka has no patience for the remainder of CLG, jumping through the smoke with an MP9. And that shows intention as well. It shows a lack of respect, it shows confidence, it shows intention. All things you love to see on a server. AK's coming out for CLG Red on their T side. We saw their pistol execute. Didn't go so well. Sometimes you get domed. Such is the nature of a pistol round. But now comes the buy round. We may see more overt aggression from Na'Vi Javelins with the MP9s. But they may try to take some liberties. But the real game on Ancient is starting now.
Early nade damage. The Molotovs are making it relatively tricky here for CLG. Eventually did make the cross. Lina now, though, is about to be met again with an MP9 in hand, but grabs both kills. And right now, CLG has been shut down very early on in this round. Are looking for a way back in, though. Matt grabs the kill upon Hanker, but immediately smoked out. So whatever control that was to grab, it's not going to be going the way of CLG. But let's see, Bibian is still here lurking around the cave. Has the bomb, so needs to be careful. But at least Matt will now come in with the backup.
That was a lot of sound cues given away without a bait set up, so Bibian gets that control for free. Na'Vi went spearfishing on the B-bomb site, well, around it rather. But it seems they may still potentially lose it as the bomb starts to get planted on B. Let's not forget how low Lina is. Danu has a lot of utility. There's an incendiary as well, which could be useful, but if he could just walk to her doom, and Lina's not far behind, that leaves Danu in the clutch now. HE grenade could certainly help. It might go a bit far, though. Goes the wrong way, in fact. Will it be a bait set up? Swinging out just as Danu looks away. There is the trade. CLG turning that round on its head. They had no right to win that on the B-bomb site the way that started, but here we are.
And again, Mads with multi-kills. 18 already and only 10 deaths. Certainly looking really solid so far over when it comes to the CLG side. And that's rough, you know, Na'Vi having a bit more of a way into the second half, and immediately the economy is going to be in a rough spot. Perhaps a force needs to come out, considering the amount of, for example, Viku, just $1,450. So you might as well just give it your all now that you are in almost reaching distance from the scoreline of CLG.
Mads, always an important player for CLG. Saw some great frags from her last time. Already seeing them in the first game for CLG here in Katowice. We can see the problems that's caused Na'Vi Javelins now. Viku with a Desert Eagle lacking in utility here and there. Does that encourage them to try and get an early frag again? Kaude will be going for control as best she can. This time they come out on top. Hanker's here to trade one. Mid has been so important for Na'Vi as well. Danu will be limited in where she can stand with more assailants around B. Bomb rotating now for a full focus towards this B bomb site. 4v2 situation as we have Hanker and Angelka here. They're starting to creep forward while CLG are bunched up. This could really go either way. You can see them poking and prodding. Oh, Mads has fallen as well. Now Bibian's in a 1 versus 2. They've got to be careful about lining up. Angelka spread wide enough to pull the crosshair away. Hanker here to trade once more. Now Hanker can buy time for that rotation as Kaude is lurking around. They may not know where she is, but that's a great response from Na'Vi.
Sitting right behind the... oh, in front of the flashbang as well. It's a beautiful peek. Now Kaude could definitely still have a way into this round. The bomb is... obviously it's out in the open, but it's not that far away. And oh, perhaps... well, Viku is here, only with a pistol in hand. Oh no! The reload needs to come through, and Kaude is left empty-handed. Definitely a bit of a struggle. But at the end of the day, CLG definitely made it close and contesting. But on the back of that loss, money is gone. And Nico will have to come out next. Oh, well, I see a buy coming up. Or at least Goosebreeder decided to buy into a Galil. So that shows that CLG is going in with full confidence of maintaining the lead here.
Really got to be careful about Na'Vi when they're on the edge, because they get even more aggressive. Try and equalize the situation. Lack of tools with some picks. Execute into the A-bomb site now. It's coming through. Hanker will make some space for herself. Not sure if she can find an angle for a frag, though. Danu trying to do it alone. That won't quite work out for her. This looks very awkward for Na'Vi all of a sudden. Got to be careful about some potential sprays as well. The Molotov is spreading, forcing Hanker forward. Her silencer could concede her position. Stuck in the smoke now. And Kelsey will send her one straight to the brain. Very, very awkward for Na'Vi. Viku could just connect one more bullet on either of these players, and maybe they're on for something. And Gelka's only got 2 HP, rotating through mid very, very carefully. Viku just putting them so close to doom, but not quite close enough.
Yeah, well, it's again the full-on aggression coming out of CLG. And just making sure you're not going to be stopping. Utility obviously helped a ton. So Hanker definitely in troubled water with the Molotov being forced out and eventually sound cues giving away to CLG. So once you lose some early players, that is going to be so incredibly tough to hang on to the site. And man, everyone just delivering. It doesn't matter which weapon they really had in hand. Goose Breeder finding the initial one up on the Galil certainly helped a ton. But even the pistols did well. So CLG keep the lead, make it a tiny bit bigger again. 2 rounds between these two teams. And Na'Vi will have a force buy of their own.
Flashbang to swing, avoided, but Kelsey's isolated from her teammate. Maybe some hesitation there as the second player was smoked off, but Goose Breeder comes in from the side to trade the frag at least. Again, early 4v4 will always favor the T side. Na'Vi have to spread out and defend. The grenades become a lot more vital. Goose Breeder swinging out once again. Viku almost with a third there. Overperformed, really, especially in this situation. Danu up close to the P250. Turns things around now. They may walk past each other. This is a fast-moving situation. Na'Vi don't give anything for free, especially when the chips are down. They get so aggressive. Now, is the call that the A bomb site's clear? The bomb is here, so they know KOD is coming from somewhere, but they surely can't expect her to be on the site already.
They have no real info towards B, so it can become real awkward if that bomb actually goes down and they doubt and they think perhaps it's gonna be B.
Well, she just picks up the bomb now. It was on A.
Oh wait, but this timing, right as Kauda moves into middle, those 2 mid players have moved away, all of them with full focus on A, and perhaps now Kauda could go to B. But there's still 2 options at hand. Either way, she's going to be going through CT spawn.
Danu should see that the bomb has been taken, and they should be rotating over, but this is wild.
Everyone's just looking for one another. Danu's not quite sure. At least they make sure that they leave her up on the A side. But she's low at the end of the day, so who knows. But Danu catches the timing and Kaude goes down. So with that, double ditches as well for Na'Vi Javelins up on the board. But that was just weird. Everyone just sort of like, it was almost a game of hide and seek.
11 to 10. CLG barely in the lead at the moment. Their money is in a very rough spot now. That bomb plant would have helped them somewhat, but they still would have been in a dire situation. They're going for the force buy here.
Yeah, it's because some of the players having simply too little money, around 1,500, to, really... If you can eco, you might not have really a proper buy the next round, so if fours instead, it will have to be. And who knows? We saw CLG actually winning a fours not too long ago. But they never come easy.
Banking on the numbers advantage as Mads finds a way to edge around the corner. Hanker not holding the position though. They'll be dancing around with each other. Mads not ready for the right-hand side. That's a great start. And maybe a warning. There is another lurker though in Goose Breeder, the one rifler lurking in mid at present. You can see Hanker looking for it on the radar. Meanwhile, the team are swinging on the A bomb site. They've got to go back and rescue and pick up the bomb and get that plant going. That's going to buy time for the CTs to rotate, but they're going to be playing it safe for the retake here, so there will be time to plant this bomb. Goose Breeder lost in the meantime, so Kaode and Bibian, who I'm sure will find a rifle. And Gelka's got 7 HP. One of 2 players with kits. Maybe the Deagle will be enough for Bibian, not wanting to risk rotating to pick up a weapon. She needs to do as much damage as she can, while Kaode plays off of her afterwards. Bomb is being defused though, and Viku will defend. The score is tied, 11 apiece.
I think the main struggle was that I believe a weapon was over towards middle, which is obviously really, really hard to get to. So, at the end of the day, a Deagle will have to do, but it didn't quite cut it. At least they got the bomb down, and it made it still contesting. But because there was a force buy and Anika were to come afterwards anyways, that means a limited amount of weaponry and perhaps a chance right now for Na'Vi to get into that lead.
A flash and a Tech 9, both in the hands of Goosebreeder. P250 for Bibian. Gonna use this smoke to run their way through, try and create some space. But by the time Goosebreeder gets there, everybody is gone. Mad's on the rotation. Not much for her to do, really. You can see she's inviting a push with the burst mode on, but nothing doing. Well then, CLG have lost their lead. Of course, they didn't have the money to defend it properly, but now they'll be back on the bye. As we're heading towards the clutch rounds of this best of 1 series.
Let's see. The stakes certainly are going to be high for CLG at the moment. It's only really Matt who's going positive and who's making the most impact here for CLG. And it also shows that Na'Vi is able to do a very good amount of damage even on the rounds that they do lose. Viku immediately finds an opening, applying that pressure up on mid, and it's completely guarded. Even alongside that smoke, they were 2 players strong. And having a player push into cave as well, that means it sort of leaves you with only the outskirts really of the map to deal with. And CLG left empty-handed.
Lina showing presence. This kills time for CLG. Kills utility as well. They have a lot of smokes for an execute of some description. We can see where the bomb is headed. And Mads is seemingly on the way as well. No incendiaries remaining after that one, though. So they are posting up for a bomb site split. There are a lot of players here for Na'Vi. 37 seconds on the clock. Grenade starting to stream in. The util is over towards the A bomb site, so they're going to have to frag out here if they can. Na'Vi catching Kelsey in the open there. Down goes Mads as well. 20 seconds to plant a bomb, and Kaude will get dropped. Didn't seem to be expecting the swing from Na'Vi. CLG on the ramp there. They got one for free. Now they're heading towards a victory, which would be a great confidence boost for Na'Vi. Maybe late last year is behind them. I'm certainly still thinking about it. Really wanted to see them try and have a run at the finals. Didn't materialize, though. But maybe this time here in Katowice they can have a run.
I know there is a timeout being called by CLG to really think of what to do next. This round is certainly not going to come easy considering the amount of money that CLG have. But the gap is only going to become bigger. So it means risks certainly are up ahead. And with that, they are pretty much forced to use their last timeout to keep their head calm and to make sure that they're going to be bouncing back at the time they need to. It's a bit of a half buy with upgraded pistols and here and there some utility. But definitely will be a difficult job ahead to try and find a conversion, and Na'Vi are going to be doing everything they can to prevent that and perhaps even win it cleanly.
This is why I think the map isn't so super popular in a casual setting. It's how oppressive it can be. If someone knows their grenades on the CT side, so like molly and smoke off their mid position, like for the casuals, it's just a bit too oppressive. Oppression will be stopped though in red on this occasion as far as CLG are concerned. They've got a minute on the clock to try and get some more kills. Who knows after that? Maybe the target was a bomb plant here. If Danu's not careful, they could find two frags and a bomb plant, but Help is here already. So it'll just be the one frag from CLG as Na'Vi Javelin is now on 14. On an absolute tear on the CT side. We've only seen 2 rounds from CLG Red in this half. They better find another one soon.
At least they have the money now right beside them to be able to afford a buy. But yeah, in a lot of occasions around they've been winning, they were in isolation, and the money was back to square one. Now, they got 4 4s, 8Ks, and up in the hands of Kaude. Oh, but look at this! Early Molotov damage, and even Bibian and Kelsey are so low. This is almost a disaster going into this, but potential second to last round here. Na'Vi are up still 4 4. The health damage is not quite going to be helping out CLG here.
They have next to no map control around the B-bomb site. I think Kaude may try to find something or show some presence here. Back into T-spawn to smoke the top of mid. Oh, it hasn't landed properly. It won't affect them. Sometimes, if you don't line it up properly, it might hit the top stair and bounce back, as has happened here. See Danu spots some in mid. Will hold from Donuts. CLG moving around mid with 3. Still got Kaude lurking towards B with Diop. Has not been served a frag just yet. And Gelka is playing from the back, a very, very off angle. Might be hard for Kaude to win the best of that duel. 30 seconds remain. Got Lina on the other side. And Gelka could come off her angle to throw a smoke though. If her timing is off, then there might be a chance for CLG. Starting to stream in, and Gelka's focused on the fragging. Kelsey's dropped as well. Bibian not far behind. Running out of success here, CLG, as Na'Vi find themselves at match point.
Yeah, it's incredibly tough. All coming sort of out of the same choke point. Little amount of time left upon the clock to work with. So, at the end of the day, those little things are gonna come down and hunt you. And CLG Red, they can't be affording any more mistakes. It's 11 to 15. And Na'Vi only need one more round, and it's starting out real good. 2 kills through the smoke. A spray down coming out of Hanker. And this is certainly the beginning that Na'Vi were looking for.
Not letting up either. Still showing presence around the map. Again, we spoke about how key this was in the first half. Na'Vi reducing the variance on their CT side in the second. But how does CLG get back into this? Goose Breeder is still only on a Tech 9. Bomb is on the way to join the teammates. But how do they turn this round around? Still up against 5 players from Na'Vi, including an AWP. So one wrong foot could be very costly. Grenades into the B-bomb site. Perhaps inviting a response. There's a lot of util. There's 3 smoke grenades and a bunch of incendiaries, but it won't be needed. The fragging will be plenty, and Gelka running out of bullets though, but she has teammates. Goose Breeder with a Tech 9 versus 4 Na'Vi players now to try and stay alive on Ancient, and she will be denied. Na'Vi Javelins on land with a great start here in Katowice.
Yeah, and you can see the crowd. I see flags, I see jerseys, and, well, of course, playing in front of your home crowd certainly must have a good feeling, and especially now with a win backing it up. They have one hell of a start, and of course this is only the beginning, only day 1, and that means plenty more to come. But so far so good for Na'Vi.
Yeah, they definitely come into this tournament with something to prove. Sorely disappointed about their last outing, not going as far as they would have liked to. But this is a fantastic start for them. Rose to the challenge on Ancient. Controlled it on their second half. But props to CLG as well. Haven't seen too much Ancient from them. They clearly have worked on this, and they've got great data to come away as well. I think both teams had a lot of reason to really want to take this map away. only one team can, and on this occasion it is Na'Vi Javelins. But I think the map pool we've seen from CLG with this outing on Ancient looks promising and is absolutely something they can build on. Definitely some home favourites here in Na'Vi Javelins. Home crowd in Katowice, giving them a boost. Very good showing for them in the crowd as well.
Yeah, and I feel that Na'Vi, every single player really stepped up. Henker did really well, especially in the multi-kills departments. Angelica anchoring too. Vico even up on the AWP did really, really well. I felt like in the beginning she was a little bit quiet. You know, T-side obviously struggling a little bit with money. But at the end of the day, coming alive on CT and everyone stepping up.
Yeah, it's really hard to hold that area around B on the CT side. Big fights for that, especially on the first half. I think there was more variance than we saw in a second with the landslide of rounds that Na'Vi Javelins had. So it's definitely a reflection to look at there for CLG and improve their own game as they look to build on that game of Ancient. So yeah, it's a fantastic start for Na'Vi Javelins. I think they gave the crowd what they wanted in terms of the home team starting with a W as well. Definitely against a notable team like CLG.
Yeah, well, enough of us talking. I'm very curious what the desk can make of this one.
Thank you very much, guys. It was a promising start for CLG, where they already looked so much more confident straight out the gate than when we last saw them playing in Jönköping. But sadly, it wasn't to be, as Na'Vi got their act together and booked themselves a place in a winner's best of one later on today. How did you feel watching CLG going into this one, Miss Harvey?
Yeah, I mean, the score shows it. The first half was very solid for CLG. They seem to have more depth, be more coordinated, and also individual skills was up. You know, Mads was pulling numbers, Kelsey was following along with her, and that spray control here from Mads, we really thought we were in for a close affair, but it kind of fell apart in the second half. It didn't feel like they had that much depth when it came down to knowing how to counter Na'Vi, who was really just executing a regular plan. You know, they were holding their angles, they weren't doing anything special, but CLG couldn't even get on top of it.
Yeah, it was a very aggressive and good start from CLG Red. It looked like they had their plans, they knew what they wanted to do early in the game, but Na'Vi, they were just so good at adjusting to the playstyle of CLG Red and then shutting down those aggressive pushes. And when things switched over and we saw Na'Vi on the defending side, it's just how Na'Vi plays. It's just rock solid. And there was some rounds where we thought CLG could turn things around, but then it was incredible. It's just too difficult to push through that Na'Vi defense, and that's where they really shine, on the defensive side of things.
It's interesting in that second half, looking over towards the A side, there were times when CLG, they were not in the most ideal position loadout-wise, and yet they were still able to get that bomb down. They just couldn't hold it, and I guess that's to be expected when you aren't holding a rifle in your hand.
Yeah, especially they were down numbers and getting retaken really well, but it did feel like there's more, towards these rounds. I also feel like Kaude never really got into that game. She was struggling a little bit, and we could see when the camera was on her, it felt like something was off for her. I don't know if she was sad or disappointed, but we felt the energy was kind of depressing coming from that room. So hopefully she can bounce back and know that, you know, her teammates got her back, because they were doing great as a team. Very early on, it just feels like Na'Vi was able to adapt quicker and be very patient, and overall just a better team today.
Yeah, and the most obvious thing that stood out to me there, touching on a little bit what you were talking about with the entry frags, I believe I counted 19 entry frags in favor for Na'Vi Javelins, while on the side of CLG Red it was maybe 7 or 8. But they did have some really brilliant moments in the mix there, especially that 2 versus 5 round from Mads and Bibian. Mads getting a 4K there is just absolutely incredible. So really big props to them for being able to pull that one off, because that was very impressive.
Yeah, that one, the impressive the coordination there from the two of them, because it felt also slightly like Na'Vi had maybe made a mistake of their own, because they were so busy focused on Bibian in the cave or connector or whatever we're calling call-outs on Ancient these days, that they forgot to check for the flank behind them. And it seemed like maybe CLG got into their heads a little bit more than perhaps the scoreboard shows, but that, again, it's an opening best of one. We need to go to our woman on the ground right now, though, because Heku is there and she's got Lena with her. So I can't wait to hear what you guys are going to discuss.
I mean, first of all, I want to congratulate her because, winning in Poland when you have like a full Polish lineup is probably remarkable. I do want to ask you, Lena, about the video, because I mean, CLG Red, they were left with an Inferno and an Ancient. And if we open HLTV, just HLTV, we're not talking about all other tournaments that are outside of it. You have a 100% win rate on that map, and they decide to kind of pick it into you. Were you surprised by this?
No, actually, we weren't surprised. That was the first thing in our mind, that we will end up an Ancient. We also think about Anubis, but yeah, we were prepared for that map.
You were prepared for the map, but there are some things that you can't really be prepared. For example, playing in front of friends, family, on the LAN on a big stage. Does it put any kind of pressure on you that there's so many people watching that you actually know?
No, actually, I don't feel the pressure. I feel great that so many faces here that I know, and I'm really happy to perform in front of them.
To get all of the support, it gives you the energy, right?
Yeah. I can feel that energy from them.
Yeah, exactly. Well, your next opponent, it will be either Furia or it's going to be 9Pandas, and you kind of have already a history with both of the teams. Furia was the team that denied you the grand finals in Valencia, and 9Pandas first denied you a trip to Jönköping, but you got revenge on them. So, who is the number one on your list? You want to now play against Furia just to get revenge?
Yeah. Of course, we want a revenge versus Furia. I think we are a different team now than we were in Valencia, and we are really better now.
You're better than them. Well, maybe the desk also has a question to Lena, huh?
Yeah, I have a question for you, Lena, because one thing that I think is very nice that you guys are doing is that your roster is just consistent. You are keeping your players. You have never been looked to try to make any roster changes or roster moves. You're just like this one happy family that's just always just playing together, striving to become better. And do you think this is one of your biggest strengths, that you have been able to stay together for this long?
Yes. We've been playing for 1 year or even more, and we are really good friends outside of the game, and yeah, that's giving us a power for sure.
Dzień dobry, Lena. Congratulations on the win. Tell me what it's like to get to play in Katowice, because it is such an iconic home for Counter-Strike, and obviously it's in your home nation as well.
Yeah, that's really amazing feeling. I'm really happy. That was my dream to play in here. There were tournaments there before, and I'm really happy. I can see my friends on the audience, and yeah, that's giving us the strength.
You got any words for your friends in the audience?
Excuse me?
Have you got any friends?
You want to say
words
something to the audience, because right now they see us.
My friends, what?
Your friends are watching right now. You maybe want to say something to them. You can say it in Polish, to the audience.
No dziękuję bardzo, że nam kibicujecie, i mam nadzieję, że następny mecz też będzie nasz.
Amazing. Jinky, thank you so much for chatting to us, and we'll see you later in your winners match. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And thank you to Heku as well, and shout out to everyone supporting Na'Vi Javelins and the rest of our teams here in Katowice. Let's talk more about Mads though, because we were so impressed watching her upstairs in the green room, obviously holding things down on the A side here.
Yeah, I mean, just for her to be able to do these kind of moves, she pushed here, she knew she was getting overwhelmed and she had to control one side of the map, so she decides to get the first kill and then swings and get 3 more. Just overall, she was really pivotal in CLG, winning so many rounds on the CT side. Unfortunately, she couldn't really convert it as well onto T side, she did win that really amazing 2v4 round, 2v5 round that you
2v5,
mentioned
yeah.
earlier, which was just so impressive. So much calm and communication. And just when the camera was on her, she felt so on, so ready. So I'm really happy to see her performing here because I'm sure it's gonna make her whole family proud at home.
Yeah, and when we're looking at the roster of Silver Red, it's not really Mads who is the player who is like popping out. We were talking about Kaude, we're Goose Breeder, we're talking about Bibian, you know. Mads is the quiet little one, so it kind of makes me very excited to see that she's like putting out the numbers and making these crazy plays, and you know, props to you, Mads. Well done.
Yeah, Mads and Kelsey are players that we don't always give their flowers on CLG Red because obviously the other names are so exciting, but so are they. It is the pieces of the puzzle. We're seeing them coming together. There's work obviously to be done, but they're contenders. So I wouldn't be packing your bags anytime soon, CLG Red. We need to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to have our final opening matchup. It is going to be Furia versus 9 Pandas Fearless. So we'll see you in a jiffy.
When the world seems big and I am feeling low, I think of all the good things in my life and dream of all the places we will go. No matter where we end up, we're gonna have a good time. When I promise forever, so together we're gonna shake off the doubts and have a good time. We won't take it all for granted. We're gonna live in the moment and have a good time. It's all we ever wanted. So why don't we just live it up, live it up. We're never gonna give it up, give it up. No, the clock won't stop for anyone, so let's just live it up. When the world seems big and I am feeling low, I'll think of all the good things in my life and dream of all the places we will go. No matter where we end up, we're gonna have a good time. When I promise forever, so together we're gonna shake out the doubts and have a good time. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time. We're gonna live it up. We're gonna live it up. We're never gonna give it up. We're never gonna give it up. So why don't we just live it up, live it up. We're never gonna give it up, give it up. No, the clock won't stop for anyone, so let's just live it up. No matter where we end up, we're gonna have a good time. When I promise forever, so together we're gonna shake off the doubts and have a good time.
say. Drink your coffee from your favorite cup, but you're still not waking up. Oh, what a mess. You know how the story goes. Same as yesterday or so I'm told. Sweep the filthy truth underneath the bed. Cobwebs in the corners inside your head. Oh, what a mess. We've got to clean it up. We trudge right through the mud. We've got to scrub out the trail of lies before another one. The world is a wreck we've built, made of fear and hate, complacence, guilt. We can change it with a simple test. But something's beating in our chest. Oh, what a mess. We've got to clean it up. We trudge right through the mud. We've got to scrub out the trail of lies before another one. We've got to clean it up. We trudge right through the mud. We've got to scrub out the trail of lies before another one. We've got to clean it up. We trudge right through the mud. We've got to scrub out the trail of lies. Oh, what a mess.
Ladies, put 'em up. Put your hands in the sky so I can see 'em. Ladies, put your hands in the sky, raise 'em up. Put your hands in the sky so I can see 'em. Ladies, put your hands in the sky, raise 'em up. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Come on, ladies. Come on, girl. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Come on, ladies. Round 'em up. Hey. We are a unit unstoppable. We are a unit of choice. We are a unit that's powerful. Nothing can stop the force. Put 'em up, raise 'em high. Sing it, girls. All around the world. Put 'em up, raise 'em high. Sing it, girls. Ladies, put 'em up. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Come on, ladies. Come on, girls. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Come on, ladies. Round 'em up. Hey. We are a unit unstoppable. We are a unit of choice. We are a unit that's powerful. Nothing can stop the force. This is for my ladies round the world, all across the globe. All around the world. For my ladies round the world, all across the globe, the globe. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Come on, ladies. Come on, girl. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Come on, ladies. Round 'em up. Put 'em up. Raise 'em high. Sing it, girls. Louder, louder. Put 'em up. Raise 'em high. Sing it, girls. Louder, louder.
together now. We'll make it there, make it there. Don't they know that this is our time? Don't they know that this is our time to rise? Yeah, we will never fall, we will never fall. We'll risk it all. And in the darkest hour, we'll be counting on this miracle. Yeah, we will never fall, we will never fall. We're standing tall. And in the darkest hour, we'll be counting on this miracle. We're gonna make it through, so just believe, just believe. Our hearts are beating true. I want the world to see. Don't they know that this is our time? Don't they know that this is our time to rise? Yeah, we will never fall, we will never fall. We'll risk it all. And in the darkest hour, we'll be counting on this miracle. Yeah, we will never fall, we will never fall. We're standing tall. And in the darkest hour, we'll be counting on this miracle. Never gonna give up, never gonna fall, never gonna give up, never gonna give up. Yeah, we will never fall, we will never fall. We'll risk it all. And in the darkest hour, we'll be counting on this miracle. Yeah, we will never fall, we will never fall. We're standing tall. And in the darkest hour, we'll be counting on this miracle. Tomorrow we will rule. Tomorrow we will
We have 3 opening matches done and 1 more to go here at Katowice before we head into our winning best of ones. And this match has surely been worth waiting for because it's the Dia de Furia as they go up against the 9 Pandas Fearless. My name is Frankie Ward. I've just seen Fearless, the caster, sit down opposite my eyeline, which is why for some reason I've decided that she is representing 9 Pandas Fearless. 9 Pandas Fearless, right? That works. Get this woman a jersey, please, as I introduce our analysts, Miss Harvey and Hedja. Yeah, 9 Pandas Fearless has got a ring to it, surely.
I love it. Yeah, I love it.
That sounds perfect.
Yeah.
I'm sure she's on board.
Brilliant.
Yeah, sorry, I'm blaming Fearless for being terrible at my job. How have you found things so far? Let's take a look at the groups as we discuss the action. Have you been impressed, Miss Harvey, at the quality on offer?
Yeah, actually, I feel that the level across the scene is a little bit higher than what we saw. Close games right from the start in the best of ones. The first game of the Fridays, I think even the Saints versus Nigma Galaxy game wasn't that much one-sided at the beginning. We had some sort of a fight. And obviously that double overtime delivered so much.
Yeah, 100%. This is the most stacked event so far in the ESL Impact Tournament Series, Tournament Universe. The teams that we have, the quality, the level, the way the entire women's scene has been improving throughout this fantastic year that we've had with the women's Counter-Strike. Been a blessing to witness.
Well, most of us were convinced that Na'Vi would make it through to that winners best of one later today in Group B, but who is going to be joining them as we head into Furia versus 9 Pandas Fearless? Olga, voted the second best player in the world by the industry, joined by her ever reliable teammates, although you can't shoot people with a light car. And 9 Pandas Fearless, they've had a rebrand since the No Fear 5 days. We saw them competing against Furia last winter, and we were about to see an epic rematch. It wasn't a close one though last time. It was 16-2 to Furia on Overpass. So you'll be thinking that the Pandas have maybe regrouped after that one.
Yeah, I mean, there's two sides to this story. We either go into a repeat of that 16-2, which would be very disappointed for everyone but Furia fans, or we have a game and we have 9 Panda show up and improve their gameplay, which I think they did. If you take a look at what they did in the European circuit in the last couple of weeks, it seemed like they're a little bit stronger than what they showed us with their Pravis organization. So I'm looking forward to this game because I think they're going to step it up.
Yeah, you know what was very interesting to see? We had 2 European qualifiers, and in those brackets, the amount of 16-14 matches that was there, like close scorelines, 16-13, 16-12, every single game in those brackets were like, it's super, super close. That just means that the overall level in Europe right now is just incredible.
I was about to say, are we going to see Anubis? Because Dust 2 was the signature map of 9 Pandas Fearless, but sadly they have dashed our dreams, taken them away, upset Hedgier, and potentially made Miss Harvey feel happy / ambivalent about the fact that we're going to Mirage.
You know what? Mirage is great.
Dust 3.
Yeah, it is one of Furia's best map, from what I remember. But I'm excited because it's going to be a 4th different map today. And how often do you see that?
That's
Not like
true.
5 Inferno in a row.
Yeah, that's true.
So I think
that's what ESL Impact is all about. It's about diversity. You see it here in the map pool. We don't. It's not only the same maps all around the board, but we get to see a little bit of
Hashtag maps for all.
But interesting though to see that because I know that 9 Pandas have been practicing Anubis, so interesting to see them actually veto it here, leaving then Overpass, which they got absolutely demolished on by Furia in the last matchup, and then Mirage, which is Furia's this absolute best map. So that was a little bit...
Well, maybe they know something that we don't, right? When you have a map that strong, like Furia and Mirage, maybe Furia stopped practicing it. Maybe, you know, even though that's not what it looks like in our notes, maybe they have some insights we're not aware about, because playing Furia on Mirage is a pretty big gamble.
It is. But maybe it's like the devil you know.
Yeah.
Right? Because they have played the Furia on Overpass and they have seen so much of Furia's Mirage, so they've been able to prepare a lot more for that than a potential Anubis.
It's a dangerous trap. Every time I fell into that trap, I lost. I think I can beat them. I know what they're doing. We just have to do that.
It doesn't work like that. No.
I can't wait to see the further vetoes from Furia in this competition, because they used to ban Inferno, but they won it against 7WM in January. And they also have been leaving Anubis open in vetoes too. So I think they've got a 7-map pool prepared, and maybe that's 7th map, that secret map, is that pocket pick that they've got if they get to another final against Enigma Galaxy this year. That is the prediction on Friday. We'll see if I'm accurate. I mean, on Sunday, we might not even have those 2 teams in the final, but obviously it's something that is quite likely going by the last 3 ESL Impact lands. Now, we have got to hear from Olga right now, one of the best players in the world. Is she scared about going up against the 9 Pandas Fearless again?
I feel confident to play against 9 Pandas, and we already played the last tournament. Like I said, it was a bit easy, but we studied them a lot. We knew things they were doing. I don't know if they were too confident to not change a bit. Even when they were losing, they didn't change. And we were expecting that. And I mean, on Overpass, we knew they was used to like to play along, just on aim, no executions, no flashbangs. And we were waiting for that. We could also prepare like seconds before it happens, because we knew that was supposed to happen. I guess we just entered in their minds, you know.
I think they're going to be inside the minds of Nine Pandas Fearless already. Furia, I mean, they're already in everyone's head. They're probably slightly Enigma Galaxy's heads because Enigma Galaxy are probably already thinking we're going to be facing them again.
4D chess. Everyone's in each other's head.
But there's an interesting thing here because we're not seeing the same lineup that we saw in the ESL Impact Season 2 finals because they have made a change.
They have, and you were just mentioning the team W7M female, which women's that we saw compete in the previous season. They swapped a player. Mari went to them, and then they got this fantastic new player in their lineup, Bokor. What a player she is!
Well, you say new, but she's went pro when she was 14. Well, at least she's been competing since she was 14 years old. She's IGL for teams in the past. She won't be IGLing for Furia, but she's got some experience under her belt.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, though, even though she's got some experience, she's still 16. No, she's still 18.
But it's still blooming young.
She's still
playing
18,
around the world.
Exactly. And I mean, she's just trying to figure out who she is. Like, she's a human. Can you we can't put too much pressure on her. But it's still an international level. Still difficult to be challenged at that level. But what's really great about this is she's well surrounded, right? She's surrounded by a player like Gabby, who's been around. I think Gabby's been around for like a decade now in Counter-Strike. So she has veterans around her. Hi, Gabby. and so like she's well supported. I must say.
The funny part about that is, of course, we heard a little bit behind under the table is that about how they've been able to incorporate her into the roster, and these experienced players are enabling her to have her positions and to make her feel as comfortable as possible on potentially every single map.
Yeah, she's in the spots that she's used to playing. Basically, she's mostly an anchor, but she's playing rotated positions on vertical and overpass as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing her make her LAN debut with this team. I do have a question about teams that don't quite hit the heights that they're expecting to, instantly going, right, well, we need to swap out our support player. But that is a debate for another time, because right now we need to hear it from the Nine Pandas Fearless.
I think it was not be like before when we lose against Furia like first game, because we now are more prepared on this tournament and we can win this, I think, against them.
It's good to hear Fatal thinks they can win it, because there were some issues that we saw for Nine Pandas Fearless. They were almost a surprise that they got to the playoffs last time round, and they have some really exciting players. But one of their methods to win, one of their win conditions, seems to be ending up in a clutch, Hedja.
Yeah, they always clutch. You call them the clutch queens, and clutch queens, and it seems to never happen without any drama. Because there's always something, you know. If it's Victoria who has to just hit 3 enemies through 5 boxes while she's flashed and smoked off, because she just pulls off those kinds of shots. She's absolutely nuts. But it may be a little bit of a problem then if you're always ending up in a 1 versus 1, 2 versus 2, or and so forth. And if you think a little bit about towards they are perhaps having a weakness in their game plan, is that incapability of adjusting to what your enemy are doing. So I think from what I've seen from them and in the past as well, they have a very specific game plan. And if that game plan doesn't go how it's supposed to, then it's so easy to read them. And they need to be a little bit more looser in the style of play, and then a little bit more difficult to read. So Furia can't stand there waiting for them 2 seconds before. Oh, look at the time! It's contact long o'clock.
Yeah. Steph, how do you work on a lack of adaptability? Like, is that something that can be improved?
Yeah, obviously. I think that once your fundamentals are set and you have like a base, that's where you start to kind of get more gimmicky, try things, and really also assess, hey, when this is not working, what should we do? But you have to sit down and not just stick to what works. You also have to analyze when things don't work. What should we do? But also sometimes things don't work and it's not because it wasn't executed well. It was because we lost a clutch. So do it again, you know, and sometimes teams are trying to switch it up too fast, too quick. And that's why the in-game leading and the coach position are really probably the most important thing in a growing team. Because when it gets hard, you got to have someone that knows what they're doing to bring the team back up.
Well, bearing in mind the result last time these two teams faced each other in a Group B opening match, what are you thinking is going to happen this time round? Is it going to be another 16-2 situation?
I don't think it's going to be that big of a... I don't think they're going to have that few rounds. It's going to be closer. It's going to be more even. But Furia, I'm thinking, will take it in the end.
So had you saying Furia for her prediction, Ms. Harvey?
Yeah, same. Unfortunately, I think the gap is still a little present, but I think they're getting closer and closer. And I'm looking forward to seeing that team improve.
This one's a bit simpler for me compared to some of the other predictions, so I am going to be saying Vamos Furia. I do believe you're going to take it. We have James Bardolph and the Nine Panda Veerless herself over in Caster Corner. This one surely is a bit easier for you guys to call as well.
Well, I'm still not sure. I feel that Nine Pandas are actually a little bit on a roll towards the end of 2022, having done really well, for example, Guild Gamer Fest. So I think, you know, the changes that the team have had are actually for the better. And Furia maybe were not as looking as sharp. For example, they lost the best of 3 to B4. So I think, well, who knows, maybe Nine Pandas could surprise.
I'm going to pick Furia, but I would love to see an upset. I think on Mirage especially, they should have the tools to stop Olga running up short for free. But if they don't, it's going to be a hard day at the office.
Guys, you're meant to say Brazil is really good for your social media. Fine, I'll give you some more advice in the green room after this match. Enjoy. We will see you on the other side.
Well, no, but talking about Brazil, you know, we simply can't be denying the fact that Furia has an insane win rate up on Mirage. 20 times played when we are looking at the women's tournaments we have had throughout 2022 and the qualifiers and stuff. So those numbers are not lying, and then winning all of them with the exception of one. I think it was then B4 who ended the streak. But yeah, with all those things aligned, those are up on the table. It certainly is a stat to go up against.
One of my favorite things about a Fury game is Gabby's murder face. She's smiling at the moment, but when we get into that, she's going to be nothing but business. We'll see if Furia come in hot on the server as well. Nine Pandas Fearless. What is the ceiling for them in the short term, in the vacuum of this weekend here in Katowice? Maybe we'll see a sneak peek in this game of Mirage. It is just around the corner, and I can't wait to see. Victoria is always fun to watch. As the desk alluded to, she gets the most absurd frags, and it's just normal for her. Things you just don't see from other people, you always see from her. First game, opening game for both these teams. Let's see what they have in store for us.
It's certainly going to be an interesting one, and especially now with Nine Pandas, this almost sort of veteran roster coming back together. The old team Defox, with the exception of one player, has come here to try and conquer. And it's another chance for them up on the board to prove for themselves what they've got. And so for Furia, they don't want to be coming in second for now a potential 4th time in a row. So that means the stakes are high, and winning this opening match certainly is going to be setting yourself up for success.
Just a quick tech before we start. And monitor needs correcting, and then we'll be into it. So Furia will be starting on the CT side. That much we know. We can have a look at the mouse pads. I like looking at what everyone's using when we get an opportunity. Everybody focused up and ready in Katowice. It was nice to be back in Poland again. It's been a while. Some of my favorite cuisine. Man, the catering the last week has been unbelievable there. The pierogi, I'm I'm a huge fan of pierogi. I couldn't find any borscht though, but you know, I'll live without the borscht. I'll take the pierogi all day. And they go up key as well. Right, the unpause is here, so we will begin this game of Mirage, the Stars of Furia versus the Comet, with 9 pandas on it.
Yes.
Let's see what they have to offer on the T side. There's HF in the chat. Have fun. No good luck, though. These teams want all the luck themselves. Victoria will have the grenades for the team. Xu has been made the raid boss. She has a P250 and some Kevlar. Plenty of long ranges with which to try and land the headshot. Gonna see some run boost action.
As soon as that decoy goes down, they just go in full force. No stopping to this at all. And so far, it's very difficult for Furia to keep a hold of this. It's only Gabby right here on the back of the side trying to do anything, but it has been denied. And 9 pandas, they just come victorious in just a matter of a couple of seconds.
That P250 in the hands of Kasu putting in great work. Shot through connector, shot from one end of B to the other, showing its power. Again, if you're not familiar, it has about double the one-shot range of a Glock, the P250 on a pistol round. So when you've got big open map like Mirage, it can really come in handy if you've got an aimer who can deliver the headshots. And Kasu was that person for 9 Fearless Pandas. 9 Fearless Pandas, 9 Pandas Fearless.
I know the name is confusing, especially with me also being in the room. But Tati, okay, taking out here Gabby, the first opportunity at hand. And keep in mind, Furia, they are going for a force buy for this one. So that means that they are hoping to get something going here in this round. But already with the player early lost, not very much of an ideal start. But who knows? Of course, at the end of the day, the bomb needs to come towards them, not the other way around. But the amount of space that they're getting for free, look at how far Victoria has already pushed up. And there we go, Scout is out.
That's great position for the squad. Remainder of Furia staying on the B bomb site for now. They can just basically consider the next round a force buy. They found a scout. No need to throw the good money after the bad. We're gonna have to wait to see Olga on the CT side, on the T side, excuse me. I think it was against HSG. She was running up short constantly and causing a lot of problems. If we see a rematch of that later down the line, I'm sure we're gonna see a very different HSG as well trained as they were on Mirage with the retakes on the A-bomb sites and so on. I think since late last year, since the last LAN that we had, so much room for improvement. If you're really willing to put the work in, then amazing things could happen. Can't wait to see those stories play out. Furia maybe collecting something extra at the end of this round. Indeed, the MAC-10. That's pretty good for them. You can give the Deagle to one of the, like Takara or to Gabby, since they don't really have all the money in the world. Keep the MAC-10 on a player with Kevlar. Spread the wealth.
And there's a good amount of utility around it as well, so they could easily just go for some... I mean, not sure if you really want to be sending that May-10 to scout somewhere, but use it to perhaps peek early and deal with it, for example, with a lurk. But it really depends. Spawn, of course, also playing a big part.
Carl Spawn's not great at all. It's kind of at the back.
Yeah.
Good start from 9 pandas. I'm going with 9 pandas.
Yeah.
That's enough for me. I'm going to go to Chengdu eventually. Sometimes when I need like a random flight somewhere to keep my flight status. Chengdu is normally the option. Like, all right, it's getting to December. Need some extra points. Let's go Chengdu. Full of spicy food, which I can't handle, but also pandas. So, you know,
hey.
Take one for the team. Go see some pandas. maybe later this year. Might need the Chengdu flight. Furia versus 9 Pandas. Best of 1 on Mirage. So what have we seen so far? We've seen Vertigo, Inferno, Ancient, and Mirage. I don't think I'm the only person who's convinced we're going to see some Anubis when the best of 3s come out.
Yes. No, 100%.
There's a few teams who look ready to play some Anubis. I think CLG insta-banned Anubis today.
Yeah.
HSG more or less left it floating. There was someone else. There was another one where it was open kind of late in the veto. There are some other teams who are threatening an Anubis.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi, for example, I mean, obviously CLG just banned it, but Na'Vi have played it, before have played it. I'm not too sure how HSG is looking upon it. They kept it probably just afloat, looking the way, before is going to be responding. And the thing that I'm actually very fascinated by is the fact that 9 Pandas have decided to veto it here. Because I feel that perhaps Fury are not really too much into Anubis as of yet. 9 Pandas have played it. That was in the qualifier actually here for Katowice. They lost it to Na'Vi, but it was relatively close. So I feel like, perhaps they feel confident, but I guess in this case, going up against Furia, maybe not as much, because it is that bit more of a gamble.
9 Pandas looking to charge straight into the A bomb site and stop Furia getting up to any shenanigans. Olga was in the right place with the Mach 10. This is still a workable round for the continuing force buy of Furia. Support flashes for the scout will be dropped. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Iza making things really dangerous now. 2 bullets remain in the magazine. Gonna get a reload in. AK-47 will certainly help. 1 versus 2. I thought maybe 2 kills would be enough, but there's a potential for a lot more. Victoria will stop the bleeding. That one got a little dangerous, but the clean sheet remains.
Yeah, 3 rounds in a row, but now Furia have enough bank to really come into contestment here for the 4th round up on the board. But still, the pistols, they look sharp and clean. Now let's see if Furia are now warmed up enough to get their first round up on the board. We have Ka coming with the big rain gun into her hand. So far, Olga then dealing with middle. Gets smoked off, but spotted a couple of players, but also needs to be careful because she's only 15 HP.
Jump peeking towards B. Gabby is a one-woman fortress as far as B bomb sites are concerned. 9 Pandas will look to offer a good test though. Ooh, they are dropping like flies in round 4, our Furia. Car and Gabby remain. Wonder if Carl will go to join Gabby and maybe and save on the B bomb site if everybody heads towards A. For now, she's still around connector. Xu's lurking on the ramp. Indeed, I do wonder if Carl's going to be heading back towards B. Jungle being smoked off. Sorry, top connector. Yeah, it seems like it will be a save after all. So 9 Pandas will continue the clean sheet for the time being. On the subject of Anubis, like I've spoken to a few different players from a few different teams recently. One team like a month or 2 ago was saying that they wanted to see if Anubis was going to go through any significant changes before picking it up. But I think since then it's become clear that it probably isn't going to have a significant change. So while I think at the time maybe it was they were leaning towards veto, I don't know if that particular team will be leaning towards playing it. But again, we've got plenty of time to find out.
Especially the best of 3s might force you to go for it. And especially for the teams that have an insta-ban of a different map as well. It's not going to be leaving you with many options. So how deep do you want to be going? I know that Furia, I think earlier they were opting to try for a sort of 7 map pool, but right now, it's only time needs to tell. if that is quite the case. How strong are they, for example, going to be on Anubis? But for now, just the best of one. So it won't really be played, but perhaps later on the day.
Furia still looking to get on the boards. Olga not shy to pick the window. It's interesting, it's Olga repeatedly going into the window rather than the AWP, which, like on the CT side, part of your job is to go towards the window, get smoked, and then go somewhere else. Seems they're not really bothering with that. We have seen early incendiaries in the window as well from Furia to keep their options open, to keep their vision open, like the previous round. But it is an expensive job, as we can see. Olga, once again, low on health. She can hear that connector has been taken. Not sure if there's anyone has an angle to really throw a flash for her. Just a dry swing there from Tati and a trade from Elizabeth. That's some good map control for 9 Pandas.
And connector is being compromised, so you could see it forces the rotation to come through. The long ray around through CT. Bokov from Dark still strikes with 1 kill, but not before a trade is up on the board again. But still, numbers advantage for Furia and health as well. As Victoria took quite a hit earlier on already. So with 30 seconds left, they need to get a move on, and looks to be B. There's only 1 player then. If they can deal with the presence of Card, as for example, flashbangs left in the hands of Xu. But they are missing. Car is not blind whatsoever, and now Victoria, with only 15 seconds left, needs to get a move on very, very quick. And Gabi is already rotated over. So with that, Furia get their first round up on the board. Calm, nothing really that much to worry about, just playing the numbers advantage. And with that, a round win.
First one on the board. They've got plenty of building to do on their CT side. I think Victoria was just trying to make it a little more expensive, hunting for a frag. Of course, she had the option to save the AWP, which she had to buy, but they want to keep the CTs as poor as possible. Waiting for that rotation. Not going to take the bait from Car. Got to be real careful about your rotations. That's a warning sign for Car for the rest of the half to come. Let you take a position somewhere and then force you to rotate into the AWP. Can also be a problem. T's crouching, coming out of ramp now, and that's going to drop Bokor. Nasty surprise for Furia. They're in trouble now, 3 on 5.
They're still stuck on Tetris, so they haven't really decided to make a move just yet, but just waiting for all the util to fall down right upon the side. Nothing to really deal with CT apart from their Molotov, so there were still some chances for Furia, but now as Olga has fallen as well, with the second is becoming more and more difficult. They're still going to be trying to go for it. Gabby at least finds one, but only with 1 HP left to a name, and a nade will become her death. So a good bounce back coming out of 9 Pandas, and so far so good. 5 in 1.
Not the reset Furia were looking for, but a great start from 9 Pandas. I love their custom jerseys for the event as well. Make Katowice remember. They've come prepared. They've come to show something on the server as well as on their jerseys. They have come with intent, and they're showing it to Furia at present. You've got to try and figure this out quickly. Their loss bonus is pretty much maximum for Furia, but this is likely to be a half-buy round from them. They've taken the time out to absorb what has happened and try and find a way to turn things around here. You wonder if we'll see more presence in the mid position. It's mainly been Olga early, sometimes with success. Let's have a look at see who's doing what. Elizabeth is leading with 7 kills at the moment. No one with more than 3 for Furia in these early rounds here on Mirage.
Now for now, they've actually decided to stack up a little bit more heavier upon that A side. Obviously, with limited amount of weaponry, you can't really be going for a lot of crazy pushes or perhaps, holding window with a pistol certainly is going to be quite the task. So they leave Olga with a bit more close range potential instead here in Connector. But hearing the reloads on the other side certainly make you a bit more scared. So they back off for now. So does 9 Pandas, grouping up this time around. I mean, it seems like towards that A-bomb site.
Furia playing close quarters. Essentially a bait setup, but that is a perfect way to break it with the Molotov. A smoke straight away though. Now we're talking about variants. Kasu taking a headshot. They're not going to check for another character, are they? Another player. Maybe a latecomer does. They are still edging forward from the ramp, but time is starting to slow down, and that's an important frag onto Olga. But Iza, will she be checked for?
Oh!
Trigger discipline. That's a bomb carrier. There's a second frag. Beautiful from Iza. Her teammates can play off of that from CT's 4 now, but their angle's being held, or were being held by Kasu. This is a big problem for 9 Pandas. Gabby in a 1 versus 2, trying to find some semblance of a wallbang. Elizabeth could be one shot as well with this scout. She can still find a 1v1 if she finds the right angle, Gabby. Wondering where the trade fragger is. Starting to come out eventually. Dangerous round, but they pass the test.
Good double swing there at the end. Making sure that once the presence has been noted on the back of that missed shot, to then go swing together. Widening your chances, and yeah, it's a shame that this was able to happen. Is of course the trigger discipline, so really well done to try and keep Furia in it. Considering that was a minimal investment, Furia definitely did well. But at the end of the day, the gap certainly is present. 5 rounds between these two teams. 9 Pandas are off on a roll. And especially if they're going to be stealing away this buy round of Furia as well.
I wonder if we'll see Gabby push up further with the AWP in the apartments a bit later on. That would allow them to focus more on the A-bomb site. Tati starting to creep forward. Surely she goes straight into the AWP here. Will there be a jiggle? Will there be a spot of elbow? Getting very close to that reticle. A lot of people joining her as well. Oh, she spotted it, but she's completely whiffed.
Oh.
Forced her from her position, eating the flashbangs as well. But maybe she can run distraction for Iza under the window. Posting up, bit of moving and accuracy before firing, but Iza will clean up the mess on the B bomb site.
Luckily Iza is still here. Gabby had to fall back a little bit further, but Okor does now chime in as well. But it looks to be 9 Pandas are hoping to find a way back in, but the numbers are not lying. Furia with 4 players up, making it very difficult for Keisu to find anything else up in that round. So this is the bounce back that Furia need. Sort of their way back in. But the important question is, can they find a conversion, or will it again be a round 1 in isolation?
Double ops will continue. Looks like an intention for a fast one from the Pandas. Bokor hiding in plain sight at present. Lots of flashbangs. Great position. Advantage. Furia trades are here eventually. 3 on 3. Olga forced away. Bomb plant needs to come in soon. Good use of the flashbangs at the very least. CT is a question mark though. So how do they get the bomb planted here? We can see Gabby just holding an angle now. Last round she just started strafing before shooting, which meant firing blanks, but could easily correct it for this round. Not challenged just yet. Short plant's possible with the smoke up. Retake situation for Furia.
Victoria spotted a player. Tati will peek on the back of that. So that is already a player going their way, but Iza at least makes it contesting a 2-on-2, and Gabby now working her way up through CT. Oh, Tati Ooh, okay, well, they hang on. 9 Pandas again steal away the hope of Furia, left empty-handed. Now, because of the loss bonus, Furia can go and buy again if they want to. It's mainly Car being a little bit on the lower end. But this is really, really scary. 9 Pandas already up on 7. And they're stealing away these very, very important rounds.
Even in these best of ones, we are seeing the threat of upsets from a number of different teams, which is great. We're seeing market improvement. This is on paper, this is a bizarre scoreline to see Furia on the receiving end of, especially considering what we saw last LAN, but in that sense, it's fantastic. 9 Pandas are not here to play. They are here to frag. They are here to take the wins by force. So far, so good in that respect. 5-round lead for them, and indeed, Furia will be buying once again. They'll be lacking here and there. Car leaving some money in the hole for an AWP later on. But these half buys have been dangerous as well. Furia, well, this isn't a half buy, but the half buys have been dangerous for Furia. And this round will be dangerous as well, as far as 9 Pandas are concerned. Let's not forget that A push that they almost lost earlier on. Furia are very well equipped to make some plays here, use some counter flashes. Again, focusing with 3 players towards A, sorry. Basically 4 with Olga as well. Doesn't have too much to do in the window, just needs to be more concerned of connector where Elizabeth is.
I thought perhaps Olga is going to be taking a bit more of a peek in towards window. Sure, there's a smoke, but you want to make sure no one is going to be boosting up in the window. Goes towards B instead. Might be the right guess. Gabby, though, is about to be tested, completely unaware of how close players already are. So that means the pressure's on up for Olga. Only good for 1, and the trades are back up on the board. So with that means it's a pretty empty B bomb site right now. The CTs are still rotating in. They managed to catch at least the lurker. But that definitely was risky. Car going for a bit of a solo play, hoping to catch anyone on the back of the bomb plant, but not really met with an opening. So with that, Molotov up on short, more delays happening. But they are still going to be trying it.
There's me thinking that was an awkward angle for Victoria. There is no awkward angle for Victoria. Vocal will fall back and save the M4A4, and 9 Pandas are looking for an 8th round. M4 denied, so Car's only got a deagle to show for their woes in this round. She might just steal an AWP away. Absolutely she will. Thank you and goodbye. That is quite the pickup from them. If they can get something done with it in the next round is another question. A huge tear of rounds from 9 Pandas on this T side. Just surging into the B bomb site, playing contact, sending it then with the AKs. Victoria, the can opener, of course, once she's in position, very hard to dislodge her.
No, from how these rounds have been going so far, I wouldn't almost say that this is Furia's best map. Out of all, they played it so much. Even looked really solid, you know, take Nick McGalaxy for example. But right now, they are almost hanging on for dear life. Again, this round, it's a bit more of a half bite, making sure to have enough cash in the next round. So definitely is not an easy round, and there definitely are already 3 players down. Hoping to catch anything, but it will only be Tati. So that means the money is back up on a very stable spot for 9 Pandas. And as we are slowly creeping in towards the latter stages of this first half, it's like almost like all the pressure has been lifted up from their shoulders, and it's right now up on Furia's.
6th round still possible for Furia. Double AWPs again. Love to see them get that AWP on B a little bit further in. Olga trying to hold down short. Bokoro will at least trade the frag, and indeed, Gabby has gone deeper on the ramp, and Car just needed a little more from that. Even with 3 HP, Victoria will be very, very dangerous. So we have seen a response. Of course, Furia have lost a player early in this particular round, but they have sent Gabby deeper into the apps to allow more players to focus elsewhere, which they were doing already, I feel like, and it still wasn't really working out for them.
No, right now, 9 Pandas looking to group up. And this is interesting. Going to be switching around some players on the side of Furia. Making sure to have that up of Car over towards the A side instead of B. But now, Iza finds the first point here of contact, making a double kill. And so far, this hold seems to be good. That's 3 for her up on the board. Keisu now hanging on all by herself. Will throw in a Molotov. Ooh, that almost could have been an opportunity, but Boko will find the final blow. And Furia bounce back. That's at least now a 3rd round up on the board. But honestly, they probably need to be winning these like 3 rounds in a row right now to really get back into the game.
Definitely possible if they win the next one. 9 Pandas might be somewhat broke, so that would certainly help. I was wondering about Furia there. We had Gabby in that very forward position in the apps, as we mentioned, and then they instantly went to, well, Gabby had to hold connector from the short area, and the rest of the team kind of fell back to play very, very passive indeed, reactive CS, but it worked out for them. The deficit now reduced to 6, which is still quite a lot for the first half of Mirage. Best of 1 territory still. This would be a huge W for 9 Pandas if they can keep this up. Starting to run low. This is almost all of their money invested. Elizabeth has a little, but the rest of them have basically nothing. So they'll start to come up short on grenades. Tati having to go for the Galil. Very important round for Furia to win if they want to keep it close at half-time.
So Olga immediately spots that there are players towards top or middle, goes for a bit of more of an aggressive position, but honestly it is very, very risky to try and commit to that. So have Car then sitting on the back, and so far they all go unnoticed. Creeping through the lower end. Olga now here in connector, waiting them up. Spots a player right on the top of the smoke. Oh, and finds the AK. Did she miss the player creeping through though?
Possibly. Maybe the work has been done. Olga will be lost. That's a bomb carrier as well. Heading towards the B bomb site. She keeps running, and Car should at least hear her from the short area. Needs to start walking eventually. Okay, so Tati's conceded her position now, but let's see if she makes it out of the window. She will be denied. Too much information for the Furious side, and they'll get an easy finish to a 4th round on the board. 2 rounds remain now, and indeed they have broken the money of 9 Pandas. So this is a chance that they have made for themselves, Furia. They've broken the cash sorry, this is the chance that 9 Pandas have made for themselves. They've broken Furia's money. Okay, my brain's gone completely backwards. Furia have broken 9 Pandas money, and now they can make it to 6. I got up too early today.
Well, let's see. It's bag locks and a waterfall. It will seem to be good damage upon Iza. Iza will fall after getting 1 kill herself. But yeah, we can't deny, of course, the firepower that these AKs have and the nade. Oh, we love to see it. Olga will finish that one off. So with that, we are going with a 5-9 here into the last round of the half. Plenty of money for Furia now to work with, and another reinvestment coming through from 9 Pandas. No up from the looks of things. Simply can't quite afford it. But they will have AKs, they will have U2 around it. So should be enough to contest again against Furia. So it's going to be a question. Are they going to be making double digits? Or will the last round go the way of Furia?
Tech pause at the moment. For 9 Pandas. See them motioning to the issue that needs to be solved. So a rough start for Furia at the beginning. We saw 6 rounds from 7 for 9 Pandas, but there's a second win towards the end of the half from Furia, who now have a chance to finish on 6th. 14 kills for Izza, 13 for Tati. Those are the leaders at the moment. Vocals in the middle for Furia, so everybody turning up. Just got some outliers going a little further.
So, of course, Furia have now slowly started to get their momentum back up on the board.
Enjoying the cameras.
Oh, yes. Love to see
Still a novelty.
I mean, Olga certainly is one of those fan favorites as well. Everyone seems to love her. Like, yeah, there's no way you can't love her.
There's so much personality on the server.
Yes.
And out of the server from her. Definitely a favorite to watch. Always one to look forward to. That's a really nice tattoo. I think Gabby's my favorite Furia player, though. Holding down the B-bomb site, she tends to defend them well. And she's so focused in the middle of the match as well. It's great to see. Good example. Isn't that nice? Love a bit of floral pattern.
It looks nice. It almost looks like a knife. We can't see the bottom.
It could be a knife.
It could be like, yeah.
It could be a giant round, like a 308 round or something.
Yeah. Either way, it looks cool.
Lovely stuff.
Badass. That's what we call that. Oh, look at that.
Turtleneck.
I see a wild
Lovely.
Anna in the crowd.
Steve Jobs hype. Shout outs to Anna.
Thumbs up.
I was telling the internet how proud I was to drop you an AWP a few weeks ago, Anna. I won't drop an AWP to Kenny S, but to Anna, no questions asked.
If you want to win, you better do that.
Yeah, especially taking orders from Vilga. Don't want to get in trouble. Quick round restore, and hopefully we'll be back into the action. Shaking her head. She's clearly looking at the new skins in the game like, oh, not impressed with this. This is not the AWP I wanted. But the anime M4, absolutely. Give me one of those.
Yes.
Waiting for the prices to go down.
Yeah.
Then we'll take the anime M4. B-Dog wants one as well.
Slap some salty stickers up on it. Will look dope as hell. But now we are going to be going back into the action. Furia desperately want to be getting that 6th round up on the board. And already, oh, look at the amount of flashbangs. Car was in a bit of trouble for a second, but she does manage to escape. Having Olga as a bit of a safety net around here, working from window and connector. So they can escape for now. And all 5 of them remain.
They'll hear the connection. I'm tongue-tied today. Tati will hear the connection of the smoke with Olga in connector, but that's no surprise. If Olga's alive, she's looking for jewels around that position on the CT side. That has been the story of the half. Victoria now carrying the bomb towards A. The split might be on, but first they need to deal with Olga and connector. Got 2 players moving around this mid position, and Olga is hungry for a frag. 11 on the board so far, could be 13 if she plays her cards right. Still has support from short as well that needs to be dealt with. In the meantime, Car is waiting for the swing wide. That'll soon be the bomb on the radar. Olga has been dropped in connector. That's going to be a problem. Boko will have to hold things down now, but we've got another lurker coming through in Fatal. Takes one in the face. That's a huge frag. Running out of bullets, though. She'll go down eventually.
And especially now with Gabby making it even up on the board. Furia are not out of this yet, especially with the bomb that is still yet to go down and now gets dropped by Carl on the op. Keisu now only 20 seconds left. And they know where one player is. But does she know where the second one is going to be coming from? And with that shot as well, so low on health, so much time chipped away, and she's going to be planting full CT, walking straight into the hands of her opponent, and with that, a 9-6 half. Now, Furia still have a lot of rounds to make up for, and can they do it? We will see after a short break. would have thought Furia being down up on their potential best maps that is up for them up on the board. So Fearless, 9 Pandas. They are looking phenomenal so far up in their CT, or excuse me, that T side. But now on CT, they got to deliver as well. 3 rounds up, potential for a 10th up here with this pistol. And that means the stakes for Furia are especially high.
A with smokes, the classic. Very curious to see where Iz's HE will go towards CT, but there is no one CT. They can flash their way in. There is the swing. They'll find out the best way. So, smoke, jungle connector, take CT. Time to plant the bomb. Bomb's been planted. Retake territory for 9 Pandas. Lots of headshots to come from Kara and Olga. That much is for sure. Look how patient Olga is with the Glock there. Massive work done, and Fatal's got so much to do. 1v3 now. She needs to find an ace to bring this one back. She has a defuse kit and some Kevlar. She can take the odd bullet, but not to the face, of course. Being denied now, they will not engage. Just dancing around, wasting as much time as possible, inviting Gabby to finish off the job there. Furia take the T-side pistol. So both teams will split the pistols there, putting them both on their T-side. We'll see what 9 Pandas choose to do from here.
It's going to be difficult knowing that Furia have not only just won it, have the bomb planned around it. That means that cash is going to be through the roof. They will call a timeout though, just to make sure that they have a plan ahead. And I see a scout being bought in the hands of Victoria and pistols and MP9s around it. That means a force will be here. And let's see what 9 Pandas are going to be pulling out of their strat book to deal with the pushes that are going to be coming out of Furia right now.
I love the overwhelming utility that Furia have prioritized here. Not taking any chances in a best of one. Galil and Util over AKs. And the lack of Molotovs especially would be less than ideal. Some initial offerings, but it doesn't look like they're going to commit behind this. They still have 2 more Molotovs in the hole. Bomb being collected now. Potential split of the B bomb site, perhaps.
We're just waiting a little bit. See if anyone is going to be pushing, peeking, who knows what. But all of 9 Pandas are sitting tight. There are 3 players here present. Tati, perhaps with the MP9 close range. Well, it is good for 1. Not quite good for 2. And Victoria also will fall. Elizabeth leaves with 1 more back. But at the end of the day, it is 2 Galils and an AK up against twice a pistol and an MP9. No utility left. Will make things very, very difficult. Now, all 3 of the CTs are gathered up here. And that means that Furia might be actually walking into the stack. Uh-oh. That could mean trouble. Keisu finds a kill. That's Olga down. And of course, looks that they want to be sending the bomb right the other way. But only 20 seconds left. So who knows what could still happen. At least Car will find 1. Will Molotov as well to delay any further pushes. So that means Elizabeth will have to go the long way around. And Keisu is the only point of contact.
Oh boy, that is quite the change. Gabby now with 33 HP. Elizabeth has an idea of where she is. Gabby disengaging. She can play for the beeps now. Lovely jump peek from her. Has all the information she needs. Deploying the flashbang as well. Elizabeth has a kit. Now, it's basically a coin flip. Does she go for the dry defuse? Oh, Gabby gets around the corner and just invites her all the way to spawn. But she might have time to defuse this bomb. Let's find out. She's going to head towards it and try and get the defuse in.
It's going to be so incredibly close. Just a single second left. But yes, 9 Pandas, they got it. And with that, double digits now for them up on the board. And man, that was incredibly close, because the fact that the flashbang that was being thrown out of Furia definitely revealed as to where they went to hide. So the only real way to get yourself a shot is to try and rush right after it. Makes it difficult, but still, just enough time to get that defuse in.
She really dragged her all the way to T-spawn, and she was still able to make it back to defuse the bomb. That's pretty awesome. Early trouble then for Furia. I did think to myself, if Stu lands a eagle shot on B, the percentages will change dramatically. But now it's a chance for Furia to try and turn things around. 9 Pandas losing players very, very early. Furia love a bit of aggression on their T side. Two of the 3 players have Kevlar for Furia. They've done a lot of damage already, if you think about it. This double peak could be very dangerous indeed as well. There are flashes in the hands of Victoria though, but they've got to get their skates on. Only Fatal has a defuse kit. Oh, running out of bullets just at the end. They're down to the USB. Now it's ring around the Rosie time. Fatal's got the kit. She's the one who has to get on the bomb. Oh, she's got the only kit. They've got to go and rescue the kit. Get on the kit. Get on the bomb.
Oh, yeah, I don't think they have this. Surely not a second time around.
Oh, no.
Oh.
She swung to face the last player, but she was the only one with the kit. Time was low. Someone who's been fragged already needs to look at that. Who's got the kit? Who needs to swing? Keep them focused. Keep them close to that bomb.
It's a shame, again, coming down to the wire in these rounds. Definitely shows that Furia are going to be making this close, and so is the gap between these two teams. Only 2 rounds separate these two. And the money is a bit more on the low end. They have an AWP back in the hands of Victoria. And a FAMAS, MP9s, and a Deagle. And the MP9s looking for some close-range battles, but will fall to the Galil of Izzet. At least that is information gathered, and you can see how fast forward Tati is positioned, looking for an opportunity, and wheel strike. That's one. And at least makes things even up on the board again.
I would be shocked if 9 Pandas don't push this again later on. You can see Victoria doesn't know the status of jungle at the moment, currently in CT. But Tati just staying in this position is really strong for the time being. And Victoria, if she stays where she is, then we could see some more rotation coming through. Perfect for Tati. Finds the 3rd player. That's the bomb on the radar as well. Elizabeth's already on the way with a Desert Eagle. She can post up somewhere. If Victoria makes it to the window and Elizabeth hides, then we could see a catastrophe on this B bomb site from Furia's point of view. Car heading into the site now, not checking the bench. Victoria by the door. There's a boost on default as well, but Elizabeth's going for the short player. The 1D is here though. Victoria's been dropped to the AWP. Maybe the chance has gone down to the 1v1. Stu's got all the information. Threatening to win a force by back again. Olga dancing by the bench. Gets that final kill. Man, these rounds are scary.
And again, just when you think, all right, one team has it in the bag, sometimes some kills come through and you're all like, well, it might just happen. Who knows? But right now, even though Furia have been winning now a couple of rounds in a row, it feels like it is anyone's game still. Now though, 9 Pandas forced to go for an ego. No money left in the bank, and a stacker will have to be in the hopes that the almost bad pistols can still deliver. It's a gamble. Might pay off. But let's see what the plan of Furia is.
Yeah, it's the most you can really do. Try and concentrate the efforts together. Find some crossfires, some bait setups. Allow someone to be the attraction and play off of that. You've also got to hope they go the right way though. Pop flash for connector being lined up. Even if no one's there to swing, well, someone is there to swing, but that can also just invite a response in terms of people shooting if they're blind. So you can see Olga is trying to find out where are these guys. No one showing to the short position. Bangs and no response. At the same time, Izza's poking her way towards A. Not seeing anything on either side. What do they make of this? Obviously, they can see a lot more of the A bomb site than they can of B. So they've made the right read.
Oh, now
And start moving. And Olga might need some help from Connector.
Could become tricky. Who knows what these pistols can do. So far, so good, though. Olga finds free. Car the rest. Or, excuse me, 2, and Car will find free. So, with that, double digits now for Furia as well. They have aligned themselves with the same scoreline as 9 Pandas. And 9 Pandas definitely need to be waking up a little bit here up on the CT side. Only one round won so far. And that means that this Baron certainly is going to be playing an important role for them to break the momentum that Furia is having right now. Slowly building up Bank 2. So you want to be preventing that from going overboard. And get yourself back into the game.
Molly for the back boxes with a swing. But Olga has a better angle. And they're not expecting this? Ooh. Don't play with your food. 15 HP in a dream. She's going to get a wallbang if she's not careful. While this is happening, there is no one on the B bomb site anymore for 9 Pandas. They're focusing over towards A and mid. Seems that is where the fight will take place. So Tati's moving up mid. The bomb's just around the corner in the hands of Car and only Car, but Car's won her duel. Look at all these frags in mid. This is very expensive for 9 Pandas. Ksu moving over towards B now. Maybe Sound Q's there for Boko. I don't know if she's close enough. Perhaps not. Many fights lost in mid for 9 Pandas. Mid's always going to be a problem versus the likes of Furia. The bomb continues towards A, despite that frag. See if she's got the wallbang line up. A bit too far to the right on this occasion. In the clutch now, Ksu, no defuse kit, 1v3. Very difficult round. See her quietly backing away. I don't know if she makes it, though. We can see the position towards jungle already. She might just be boxed in. We'll see if Boko takes an angle. Furia are about to take the lead. They have had all but one round in this second half. That does not bode well for 9 Pandas.
Yeah, right now, struggles with economy. So, after again another loss taken, nothing left in the bank but a couple of pistols. And that means that you're most likely going to be playing the long run here. Furia looking to get themselves a 12 round, widening the gap. And just being more and more comfortable. And look at this, a push coming through. 9 Pandas hoping to overwhelm perhaps with the pistols in hand. Will find one upon Gabby, but of course the bomb instantly is going to be making their way right to the other bomb site. There's one player here, which has in fact, there's an AK now picked up. Oh, well, okay.
Style points.
For sure.
I love that.
Furia, yeah, well, this is, again, only a single player loss. Ideally, you want to perhaps see if you can take that AK back. Because if that's transferred over to the CT side, might come and hunt you later on. If you're 9 Pandas, ideally you want to hang on to it. Because any little bit of help you can have towards your economy is a win. Now, exits here. Potential for Tati up on the line, almost a second. KSO can actually trade that one, so they make it relatively expensive, so keep the lid on as far as Furia's economy goes, but at the end of the day, there is 2 players with more than 10k in the bank, so it's not even going to be hurting Furia that much, which is real scary.
Beautiful. You just can't beat the movement in this game. You can bunny hop straight onto those shelves. Just a 180 to deliver a headshot. Love the confidence from New to the team, Bokor. It's one way to look like you've been there forever. This is a huge round for 9 Pandas. They need to find a way into this CT half as they have been struggling. The back and forth of the trades of 4 spies early was interesting, but they came up short in that regard. And now Furia are starting to pull away. Look at the patience here. Got to be real careful about those strafing because Olga is already at the chair position. Smoke up in the window, smoke up top connector for the T side. Victoria down to 15 HP. Escape may be difficult now. This could be a bait setup as long as they don't get caught. Bokor going to send it into the balcony. Elizabeth will deliver. Gabby's here as well. Just about dropped. Bomb lost in mid as well. Things turning around for 9 Pandas, but Olga's found her way into the back of the B bomb site. But as I say that, she'll be laid to rest on the sofa.
Yeah, the initial push on mid actually looked really scary. Olga in her perhaps favorite spot up on the map in towards chair. And when I just recall of how she was constantly being able to abuse that, take for example, the game against HSG during the Season 2 finals. It's very hard to get rid of her. But right now, that B-side push with then 2 players being present out of 9 Pandas was a really good hold. The initial balcony player not being spotted. And because of that, another round win. Ooh, well, Ka hoping that her spawn was good enough for a peek against Fatal, but the answer seems to be no. And that means Victoria will, or excuse me, Fatal will come victorious as they have 2 ops now right in the hands of 9 Pandas. And that could become real scary as to, you know, Furia is still yet to really get a lot of control going. At least they have window. And this is just holding it off for now, hoping that perhaps one of those ops is going to be walking right into her hands.
Elizabeth going to start watching CT now. As window and jungle have been abandoned in this round by 9 Pandas. Furia in a position to split the A bomb site. Xu's going to be very important here. She'll need help from Victoria if she can find it. That's an alarm raised now, and Elizabeth will have to try and slink her way over. We can see Izza's made her way into the window. So there'll be a duel in CT spawn. I don't think Elizabeth saw her, but Xu certainly has. From the other side of the A-bomb site, and there's Victoria to cover Xu. This setup has worked very, very well for 9 Pandas. Olga and Bokor in the clutch now. Leaving Bokor 1 versus 5, 28 seconds on the clock. Moving over for 1 kill. See if she can get a second. There is essentially a crossfire now. More flashes coming through as well. So 9 Pandas able to stabilize and get another round on the board. That was an important one for them.
Yeah, curious as to why Furia, when they wanted to commit to that A-bomb site, there was not that much U2 in play. They knew from that warning shot of Victoria that the AWP was in play towards CT, and they did really absolutely nothing to deal with that. So it was just a dry peek coming out of Palace. Very easy for 9 Pandas to deal with the push. So with that, 12-12, an evened out scoreboard. But Furia's money is a bit more on the low end. Perhaps 2 could sort of half buy, but the rest probably need to hold on to their cash in order to have reserves for the next round. So on paper, that could mean the 9 Pandas are going to be grabbing back the lead.
Tati and Olga both on 21 frags. Bokor with all the utility in this round. Looks like, well, let's see, the bomb's in Palace alone. 9 Pandas, do they hear this play towards connector? That's a big shot from Fatal. Already into the window is Izza. Furia becoming a nuisance in this round, but quickly dealt with. Now Bokor's left to throw some utility on the ramp. But there's no one left to throw it for. A Desert Eagle will have to do. Victoria's had quite enough of that. 500 HP round for 9 Pandas as they take the lead once more. 13-12 now. Furia coming back on the bye.
This round is going to be crucial. Money is on the low end for Furia, so if they're going to be losing it again, they are going to be in troubled water. That means 9 Pandas up on 14 within reaching distance of a victory. And Furia desperately want to try and deny that. Go with a 4-man push, perhaps here in towards apartments. Just at least some very fast-paced aggression early on. Oh, Victoria missing a shot. Is able to escape. But that could have become real dicey for a second.
Very lucky to get away with that. Still forcing Furia back. Fatal's there. Oh, they're both whiffing at a crucial time as well. This is where you seize control of the game. Can't afford to be missing the shots in a round such as this. Tati posted up now, as is Victoria. Look how committed 9 Pandas are towards A on the ramp under the palace. They need a rotation fast. Tati is almost flanking as fast as Furia heading towards the A bomb site. Going in the underpass. Victoria needs to get her skates on. They don't have vision of short, but they've got to take a gamble here. 52 seconds on the clock. Sue quietly moving to the right-hand side. Is she good for a second one? So close. Maybe she's done enough damage if the team can capitalize. Full rotation is here for 9 Pandas now.
Lining up some counter util. At least a flash, but Molotov upon CT certainly will hurt, but okay, Elizabeth at least with a double kill before she will fall. Now Victoria and Tati trying to hang on. It's only Tati left now. She did find Gabby, but is now up against the AK of Car. She will be able to get that bomb planted, but it's going to be tricky. Boost upcoming from the window instead. Car was holding that for a second, but most likely he's going to be playing the long game. And this is scary. If a cross can happen, who knows? But this off angle, it doesn't get predicted as to where the bomb is planted. And with that, Furia strike back with a 13th round now up on the board.
Not easily done by Furia either. 9 Pandas got the information, rotated in time, but still couldn't win the round despite Elizabeth's multi-frag on the site. This is going to be a big round now. Someone's going to be in trouble after this one. 13 apiece. Furia need this one a little bit more in terms of the money. They've got to get a consecutive round here. Very experienced at winning rounds on Mirage. Victoria looking to get aggressive. Olga flying through. Victoria trying to get out of there. How does she send it all the way, Olga? Looking over the smoke and down goes Victoria. Great time for Olga to come alive in a must-win round. And there's no vision of mid. That's pulled Tati away from the B bomb site, but she's heading back in there just at the right time because Elizabeth is certainly going to need the help.
We'll say goodbye to Elizabeth. Now at Tati as well. Bones alive in the fire. And Keisu and Fatal, an open M4. It's almost too crucial perhaps to not try and save, especially going up against a full stack. All 5 of Fury are still alive. It's going to be an almost impossible task. So exit, it will have to be, and then try again the next. The 9 Pandas who have had chances up on the board certainly are going to be feeling the heat now that Furia are going to be having 14.
Olga, the difference maker. Great timing on the flashes. No fear whatsoever. Creeping around the smoke to pick Victoria. And then the rest of the team, great flashes into B as well. 9 Pandas utterly blind, Molotovs everywhere. There'll be a timeout from 9 Pandas. They saved 2 ops in that round prior, so they can go for that balcony play once again. If they're lucky with the spawns, they might get the fast boost. See where Car is. Okay, she doesn't have a spawn towards the B bomb site. Could head towards A and have a go over there. If she has an... Actually, they don't have an AWP in this round at all. Well then, pressure is rising. 9 Pandas have looked to be in good shape. They're taking Furia to the limit in Mirage. The question is, can they take it over the line? Can they score that upset? Or are Furia coming to full strength now? That send from Olga in mid, in connector. Looking to do the same again, perhaps. Ignoring the flashes, straight through short, just like she always does. Oh. And there is the entry. Not, almost 2, so close. Elizabeth 7 HP. And again, it pulls people towards that mid position. Very important smoke to get down. Fatal got the information, but she needs to find the frags as well. Not a time for nerves. There we go. Izza is delivered. Tati has one by the bench. Very awkward. Not using all the bullets. That's a really big frag for her to find, leaving Bokor in a 1 versus 3 now. Both teams fighting tooth and nail. Bokor in the clutch, looking for a second one. Running low on bullets. 14 apiece. All the rounds coming here on Mirage.
No, it's only going to be a question. Which way is it going to be swinging? Perhaps even an OT on the line. It definitely is going to be asking a lot from both of these teams. A lot of mental capacity to keep your cool in order to come up top here in this opening matchup. Seems to be now a T timeout being called. Coming out of Furia. Their last one. But both teams definitely need a bit of a moment to breathe. Think of what the plan is, where to go next, and how to deal with any pushes that are going to be coming your way.
Single sniper for 9 Pandas now. Kara is back on the AWP as well. Victoria will start on the A-bomb site. Fatal up to some shenanigans with Ksu behind that short position. Does Izza have a read of what this means? Lovely from Ksu. Izza could try to punish, and they could lose a second play here. Instant trades. 3 remaining, but Olga's in mid as well. And that means 9 Pandas don't leave with an advantage. Tati sees 2 players making their way in towards B now. Creeping, hasn't been heard making her way back to the side, but Car starting to wonder. That's the bomb dropped. Bokor, they know she was there, but they can't deal with her just yet. Huge frags from Bokor, turning things around now as Victoria starts creeping forward. She's got to know that the bomb was in the apartments. Won't be able to see it. Almost had an angle on Bokor. And where is Olga? Of course, Olga's coming in from the back. Distractions being run in the meantime. And there's match point for Furia. Big plays from Bokor on that bomb site, clutching, keeping her team in the game, and Olga to clean up from the back.
Now 9 Pandas will be using their own timeout here as well. Their last remaining. And they need to be giving it everything they've got here. And it's not going to come easy. Because they had won a round prior, that means that there is no loss bonus. And the money is a little bit down the drain. It's going to be incredibly difficult. And P9s and FAMAs and some upgraded pistols it will have to be. Now, of course, it was also still relatively costly on the side of Furia, so no op. Is there with a Mech 10? But at the end of the day, a lot of a better buy.
Olga's so hard to beat on mid. But again, Bokor stepping up early. Some people think, you know, so young you'll be nervous. Another school of thought is you're so young you don't care. You're just sitting there fragging. Off you go. No bother at all. That seems to be true for Bokor. 9 Pandas must prevail. Classic setup here. This pot flash though, that's going to be a meaty one. They know exactly the setup, but can they deal with it? Ksu almost with 2, almost, but not quite. That means a surge into the bomb site. No one else is here for 9 Pandas.
All of them seem to be wanting to rotate in through the long way around. Window room is in control. Smokes, mollies, you name it, it is there. And 9 Pandas are left to come out of this same choke point. No flashes, only 1 smoke. They are trying to perhaps line it up. But it's going to become difficult. Okay, perhaps not. There are some kills present. But keep in mind that there are still... Oh, hold on a second! We had someone already being sitting up on the defuse, and Furia thinking they still have enough time.
Straight robbery from 9 Pandas. No messing about. Furia, like, okay, let's just reposition here, and the bomb's just getting straight defused. Elizabeth had the kit. The rest had the cover. And off we go to the races once again. Timeout I think all of us were resigned to Furia winning that map, but that's simply not the case. Robbery. That's a hell of a round from 9 Pandas, but we're straight back into it. Furia looking for something on the ramp, not being given much of anything. Then falling back, very hungry for an early frag there, but not chasing it too far. Completely disengaging from the A ramp.
Let's see, we have seen, of course, Furia being absolutely painful to 9 Pandas when it comes to mid. And now, flash coming through. Victoria wasn't necessarily blinded, but didn't quite get the kill either. But the presence has been noticed, so immediately some utility being thrown to, if a push were to come through, to delay them, or at least keep them at bay for now. But that means that Furia certainly is looking to get back into their favorite spot, which is middle. Top of con smoked, and that means there is free range of short right now.
Maybe a change in approach. Let Olga have the mid position. Can't plant the bomb there, as long as we're alive. So that's some information for Furia. Still looking for their opening frag versus 2 snipers, and there it is. Fatal to be dropped, and Kasu's not far behind. Elizabeth will be denied as well. A bomb site completely wiped out here. 2v5 now. Victoria might have to think about saving here, honestly. Tati's going for it, though. Hold on. Okay, well, they're getting the kills, and now they're definitely going to commit everything to this. Tati's the only one with a defuse kit, but there are some on the floor, as we can see on the X-ray. Car has a great angle. There are no flashes. Oh, opportunity missed, though. Now they can post up the grenade. Look at the swing from Tati. Victoria's found a kit. Someone needs to get on this bomb, starting to defuse now. Unbelievable retake. A team kill towards the end as well. What happened in that round?
I am not sure what happened. I am not sure what happened to Iza as well, killing her teammate in such a crucial moment. And that's going to be devastating coming out of Furia, being so many players up. And then it's
2v5.
It's slipping out of your hands, and this needs to be your round. You need to be able to punish, and it's not coming out of Furia.
Oh, that's got to be hard to refocus into the game. 2v5 with a team kill as well. That's bananas. Double AWPs continue for 9 Pandas. If you have to buy an AWP every round, you might run out of money if you're not winning in overtime. But Victoria is Victoria. Who am I to ever doubt her?
Well, on the flip end, though, Fatal will go down. So that means 1 out. 4 more to go for Furia. But immediately, look at this. 9 Pandas trying to apply a bit more pressure up on middle. But it is definitely going to be contested. A lot of util flying back and forth over towards ladder, over towards window. So on both ends, control has been denied. But Furia are not looking to stop. Have actually players up in window. So who knows what they could do. But as you were saying, you know, you can have middle, but you still need to get upon a bomb site. Oh, well, hello. That was a freebie for Ksu to pick up. So with Boker out, numbers are even up on the board, and time certainly is ticking now. At least Gabi. Oh, gun barrel spotted, will force out. Oh, Elizabeth almost remained alive for a second. And now with Olga finding another one on top of things, it is getting tricky. Victoria honestly needed that shot in order to prevent the bomb from going down. It definitely won't come easy. There we go, last kill found. Furia find themselves a way back in.
9 Pandas always proactive when they are 4 versus 5 early. Trying to poke from the balcony, then using that as bait, but just hanging out too much in that sandwich position. Silence the barrel, compromising the position, and then Furia get one back just as they lost one. Who leads at halftime then? Fatal's taken the bullet early in a few of these rounds. It's going to be Victoria who is sending it in the underpass, and Boko could be in for a nasty surprise if they hold the angles. There's an AWP here and rifle support. Ksu creeping up. Now Victoria has to trade this. Suddenly an awkward situation for her, but there's a push from the balcony as well. Are they ready for this? Tati's swinging, but Izza's just going to drive-by with the AK.
Oh. Every single time they deal so much damage, but not quite a kill comes through. And the duel seemed to be won by Furia here. So even though 3 players are tagged relatively low, there are still 4 players alive on the side of Furia. Now the bomb being planted, Fatal certainly will hear that. Spots 1 player, will throw a nade. Ooh, that could become the end. Oh, 1 HP!
Wow.
Well, that's rough. Could have been a way back in, but it certainly won't come easy. I mean, it is the last round, of course, here, before we are going to be switching sides, so you need to be giving it everything you've got. But it definitely is a tough one. Boko will find the last 2, and Furia will lead by 1 round.
Narrow margins in a number of these rounds. Could easily be one... It could easily be 9 Pandas one to the good here. But it isn't. It's Furia. Very hard to deal with their T side. Now they move to the CT once again. And Furia will be inspired by these double ops and do them as well. Cast sending it. Olga looking to entertain in the mid position. Victoria trying to emulate her better Olga. Looking towards Connector, but Olga's ready for it. Boko lost on the run. That's a big frag. She's been a huge problem, but have a look at that. Car with 2. Hopping all over the place. Parkour on the A bomb site to give Furia a 2-person advantage. Made 1 now as Tati eventually trades. Smokes towards jungle Connector. Is going to be a jungle smoke there, but maybe to no avail. Fatal 1 versus 3. Been difficult for her in recent rounds. 12 HP to try and clutch versus 2 players now. Carrying the bomb as well. Minute 10 on the clock. See where she chooses to go. Furia still focused on the A bomb site. If the timing is in her favor, she may get past Connector while they're not looking. Starting to head away from the A bomb site now. Both heading towards B. Not seeing anything towards Connector. Does she wonder about the B bomb site? 29 seconds on the clock. Furia playing together. Playing for a fast rotation.
This is the timing. At least there is a smoke and a Molotov for her to use. Oh, but she can't quite cross just in time enough. And with that, Furia are going to be up on match point again. And it's a task of 9 Pandas to crawl back, similar like we saw a couple of rounds ago. We know they are capable of doing it. But Furia are again within reaching distance.
Just the AKs for 9 Pandas on this T side. Single AWP for Furia. Olga again to deal with mid and Connector. Got 3 players for 9 Pandas swinging on top mid. Bomb just falling back as Victoria's made her way in deep to this A bomb site. They're not done with this one just yet. Have a look at these frags coming through now. Kara and Gabby trying to do what they can. Gabby needs the multi-frag. Gabby with 3. She makes it doable for Kara. Drops a bomb as well. Kara's got so much info. Picking up the M4. Starts to rotate. She goes straight through in silence. Indeed she does. Hasn't got any sound cues though. But surely the bomb planter is around the site somewhere. Bit of pre-fight and know where she is now. And Kasu will win that round, but Gabby really made that one scary. Lightning strike from Gabby on the A bomb site. But still too difficult in the 1 versus 2. One more test for 9 Pandas to make it to a second overtime.
So now, 9 Pandas have found a lifeline. But they need another round up on the board for another overtime to be up ahead. Oh, look at this. Car going for an aggressive push. That scope certainly had to be heard by Keisuye. She's just holding it off. That at least is information as to where the ARPA is positioned. And Nine Pandas immediately go for a bit more of a middle push. Immediately try to apply the pressure, so the long-range battles are perhaps in their favor. And now Olga is out as well.
It's a big pickup. Olga with 31 kills. Always a problem. What's the next step now for Nine Pandas? Still over a minute on the clock. They've got tons of util. In position for an A split. Smoke in the mid window. Quite far to one side, actually, which was a bit strange. That will mean a trade, though. They start to speed up. Car trying to reposition. Bokor's going to be key now. 2 versus 4. 38 seconds. Isla's miles away, looking for 2. How much more has she got left? The M4A4 certainly helped, trying to do more. But maybe the 1 versus 2 for Isla is enough. Does she catch one crossing? But it's fate to stay on the site. Grenades towards jungle. Victoria has an incendiary. Isla's already deep, walking into a crossfire. And now she's got the info roughly. Where did Fatal go? On the site or in CT? Needs the 1v2. They can both play for the beeps here. They'll both have the angle. Victoria will deny, though. We're not done with this one just yet. Overtime, number 2. A sigh of relief from Victoria. And they can smile for a few seconds before the carnage continues.
Furia are struggling to close it out. Now for the second time. And that means Nine Pandas got another shot up ahead to try and come victorious, to try and steal this map away. I mean, on paper, you know, this is just the best of 1, but it almost feels like this should perhaps be the map for Furio. Everyone was sort of predicting it to be going this way, but instantly Nine Pandas are just going in 4-4, steamrolling up on the A side, kill after kill. And it's so incredibly tough now. Furia met with smokes up ahead. Nothing they could really do, nothing they could try and stop this bomb plant. And a retake will have to be.
What an absolute send from Nine Pandas. Izza and Car remain. Let's not forget, we've seen a 2v5 already. Maybe this can be done as well. 1v2 for Car. If she loses this top, she'll have $6,000. If they lose 2 in a row, then there might be issues here. Still going for it, though. Doesn't have a kit. They all seem to be in CT, so I think that is an issue here as well. We've already seen kit problems today. Indeed, Carl will be backing out there, so the first round conceded to Nine Pandas. Do they go for another fast round? Do they keep the pace fast? Surely they wouldn't do the same thing twice, surely.
Oh, who knows? There's no timeouts left. So you gotta think quick. And Furia need to be looking to adapt. They, of course, still have that saved AWP in the hands of Car, hoping to try and bounce back. Well, let's see, Nine Pandas with the majority on the way in towards apartments. Not quite gonna be perhaps the fast-paced push that you were hoping for, but seems like they have an idea in mind.
Perfectly placed. Make them all a bit softer. Olga wondering why no one's coming to her party in Connector. Oh, there's a guest. In the meantime, Nine Pandas making their way into the B bomb site. Fatal's lurking on B, but he needs to pick Gabby, and that's easier said than done for sure. Even Victoria's not getting much with the AWP. Gabby just dancing around with the bursts and the sprays. Buying time for rotation. Victoria needs to keep trading, but Izzo will deny. And the score is tied again.
So back and forth. And it's so hard to predict which way it's going to be going as well. The money is present on both ends. Both can afford a single AWP alongside the rifles. So Could be anyone's game. But certainly, being 1 round up, going into the second half of this second OT, could be making a difference because there is not that many rounds to work with, so every single one is going to be crucial. Now, they being thrown into the top and middle didn't quite do that much, but Olga is eager to try and contest again, her favorite spot, working on the back of that smoke, misses the initial shot, but at least information gained.
So hard to get Olga out of connector. So difficult. Always a problem is Olga. Massive game changer for Furia on Mirage especially. There's an early 5v4. Spots players trying to make their way into the window. Furia being very active as they move around. A lot of players in CT. Might be heard by Elizabeth, but is she expecting, well, she knows Olga's still alive. That means she's likely to be in this area somewhere. Fatal did manage to get boosted up. It's waiting for the right time. Denying Fatal now. The flash from Gabby. Stu is lurking elsewhere. Where is the bomb, I think, is a question. Oh, well, they just saw it in the hands of Elizabeth. That could go either way. I think Stu's going to go and ask questions of the B bomb site. Going to split B. They need to do it fast, though, because Bokor is just around the corner. Smoke's going to be posted up. Gabby's got a great angle. It's a free kill for her. Victoria's in an awkward position now in the red. Now she's dead, which leaves Kasu coming in from B. 10 seconds to rescue that bomb. Gabby will deny her as well. Gabzilla, the fortress of the B bomb site, denies left, right, and center. Furia take 1 round lead as the sides change again.
Yeah, not sure why they didn't decide to double swing there. You know, they had their back covered. There was a smoke into place. So the best thing you could do is, you know, clear out these angles. You know, mark it as a common CT position to be holding from. So giving them individual duels is not quite the thing to be going for. So with that, Furia can easily pick up the win. But 9 Pandas are not out of it yet. They managed to come into clutch into the last overtime. Perhaps maybe not setting up the pace fully here. Just playing a bit more passively. Middle is definitely a bit tricky. A Fatal, it's left to deal with Bokor, who was shown some presence over towards Apps, so that player is out.
I think 9 Pandas made a sound cue on the ramp, which Gabby heard, but they're moving into a different configuration now. Great fight for Mirage versus Furia. Fearsome team on this map. 9 Pandas are meeting them blow for blow. The timing for Elizabeth is utterly brutal. Open sesame for Furia. They try to find more on the A side. You can see Izza showing so much presence, and now they find out where Victoria is in all the wrong ways. Bomb being dropped by Victoria. Buying some time for herself. She's got Xu in the palace as well. Looking to help out. Gabby's creeping on the ramp in the meantime. 40 seconds on the clock. Fatal's got to stay towards B in case they try and make their way through jungle, but Tati's rotating on CT. Gabby from the ramp now looking for 2. And everything collapses for 9 Pandas.
It looks so good for a second, but as Furia gain more and more time, they're already going to be positioned to deal with the rotations coming through, leaving only Fatal now left. It's going to be very difficult. There is a kit, there is a smoke. The smoke not quite lined up for the bomb. In fact, perhaps making it quite difficult. It will separate themselves from the initial ramp player, but not from the other 2 that were still left. And now Furia again up on match point, and they have 2 chances now of doing so.
Pressure only rises for 9 Pandas. I think Olga's got a pretty reasonable spawn for mid, but she's heading towards A, in fact. The whole team's heading towards A, so they might go for a fast one here. Let's try and shut them out with a surprise attack. Fast towards A, waiting for the Molotov. Ooh, don't want to be in the late part of that Molotov. Victoria sees everybody alive with 2 HP. Kasu may need some help. Stuck on Tetris for now, Furia. Counter grenades coming out from 9 Pandas as Kasu swings and sees nothing. Now, Fatal's made her way towards top mid, so if there's a rotation, she's going to hear it if they run. But they know they have no map control, so they'll take their time. 1:20 on the clock here. People don't always check for the angle that Fatal is currently holding. Both are going to try and find out what might be happening elsewhere. So what intel is Fatal sending back to the rest of the squad?
Just some more delays. More U2 flash to peek into apartments. There is a Boko waiting. Tags up Tati. Not a kill just yet. Need to be falling back because you can't be affording to lose your life. At least Furia...
Oh, they're all rotating.
Oh, the presence has been noted. But it certainly is quite the gamble stake. Now Fatal will go down as well, and that might just sell it.
Oh, Victoria's got 2 HP, and she's the only person on A. Completely compromised. They didn't get the sound cues. Furia walking in T-spawn did enough of a job to bait the rotation. And have a look at these post-plant positions now. Car in the palace, 2 in jungle. They can even play a bait set up there. How on earth do 9 Pandas take this? They have their fuse kits. They've got 1 smoke grenade. Car's continuing to just throw junk out the window, essentially. And they've got a woman advantage. Once that a good Car with the flicks. It's all falling to pieces now. Sue's got to hope for the best here. Surely she's going to get sprayed into high heaven. Indeed she will. Furia will retain. They'll defend Mirage over 9 Pandas. A great effort from them, but still pipped to the post eventually.
Yeah, but what a close one it was. It's almost a question, you know, what is this telling about Fury as well? That they're struggling up against 9 Pandas. Whereas the last time these two teams met, it was a 16-3. Sure, it was a different map, but on paper, Furia perhaps should be having a bit more of an easy task ahead. But yeah, it also shows 9 Pandas definitely have improved over time, especially since the last time when they were on LAN, and they are coming here to play.
Yeah, that's just the opening game for both of these teams, but 9 Pandas definitely brought their A game, looking much improved to hold Furia to a double overtime. Not something many teams can say they can do, but 9 Pandas definitely raised their game. Any marginal rounds that just about went the way of Furia, allowing them to pip them to the post. Thoughts of the desk with Frankie?
Thank you very much, guys. Going into this weekend, we predicted this would be the most competitive ESL Impact event so far. And I have to say, we were not wrong, ladies. The Pandas show that they've learned from their mistakes that we saw in Yeonjaping. And they've stated their intention to show what they can do against 3-time finalist Furia. We can see the fist bumps, the smiles there, because Pandas know that they've shown something really, really impressive. So although they're going to go into an elimination best of 3 later today against CLG Red, they've shown their cards here, and I think CLG Red are hopefully going to have seen that and gone, we can't underestimate them.
Yeah, I think that CLG Red in this tournament is never going to underestimate anyone just because of their performance last time. But in this matchup, Furia versus 9 Pandas Fearless, we really got proved wrong, right? We didn't really expect them to be that strong on Mirage versus Furia, and they started so strong. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was a totally different team than the last time we saw them compete internationally.
Yeah, it was a much more refined approach, I would say. It looked like they have been putting in a lot of hours, just fixing small mistakes, and really came prepared here on Mirage. And I think they might have suspected that this Mirage, if they left it out there, floated it for Furia, that was the map that they were going to end up on. So it absolutely looked like they were really ready for Furia's place. And what a phenomenal start on their T side.
They cracked open the defense from Fury. That A side was constantly there. I know. And those post bots, they didn't need to clutch. They kept their advantages. They held on, and that's what we wanted to see. It became a little bit more clutch once we got to overtime, but we never expected to get there in the first place. The last time these two teams faced each other, it was 16-2. And let's take a look at the scoreboard as well, because I want to talk about Bokal. What a fantastic debut from this performer. She's only 18 years old. We've never seen her play on an international LAN before, and she's definitely put any worries we had about the switch with Mari, any worries, they've gone to bed.
Yeah, the only word that I really saw on Furia was Gabby was a little quiet. She woke up in overtime and she really saved her team at that point. I think she got like 10 or 15 kills in overtime. I think she was at 14 right before we went into it. So the rounds that she had, even the rounds that she didn't win, it felt like she kept Furia in because it was a rough beginning of an overtime for them, killing each other, losing a 2 versus 5 retake, bomb planted.
It was messy.
It was
really messy.
very messy.
And we don't expect to see messy from Furia.
Yeah, exactly.
Pandemonium.
Great one. Great one.
I thought you'd appreciate that one, had you?
One player that was that I missed a little bit from Nine Pandas was Victoria. We're so used to seeing her with that up and on Mirage especially. You know, that's where we want to see her highlight reel. But she was having a very quiet start today.
She is a walking frag movie creation. Usually it's all about Victoria and those flashy plays. I don't know if it was because we're on Mirage, even though that is a very AWP-friendly map. It just was all about the riflers from the side of Nine Pandas Fearless. And I think it shows development on their side as well, because it used to be if Victoria didn't show up, they would go home. And this time round, she did her job as opposed to being the star, because Fatal instead was stepping up. All of the riflers were stepping up. I'm hoping that we might get to see some highlights, in fact. I know we want to talk about Izza and Albert, but can we, production, we able to talk about Tati as well? Because usually we have these Victoria replay packages, but today we're talking about this rifler.
Yeah, first is, of course, I think Issa and Olga coming up, a little package from what they were bringing on the, especially on the CT side. And Issa's B hole here, absolutely brilliant. Like, this is the very end of the normal time, the standard time, and she brings out this amazing hold on B. And then Olga, of course. How can we have a Furia match and not talk about Olga on top of these highlight reels that we have here? Pistol round as well. She can do it with everything. And she is so smart when she is playing too. You can see she wants to go in first, take that space, and create the openings for her team.
It's funny because I feel she's the fearless one. She's so smart, but she's also fearless. She will swing by herself, get the kills. She takes a lot of risks. And in this game, some of them and most of them paid off. It's like no one can counter Olga right now in the circuit.
There's a reason why last year she was considered the best rifler in the scene. Right now we're going to head to one of the best interviewers in the scene. It is Heko. Who have you got with you right now? Oh, hello.
I have the new lady. I have Boker.
Hello.
Yes.
Welcome.
I already got to chit chat like while you were talking, but like you can prepare now the questions. I'll do like the stuff here in between. For now, like it's really a pleasure to see you here on the land because we have not seen you in Impact yet, if I'm not mistaken. And I did like all of the Impacts. Like, how much of LAN experience do you actually have?
Actually, I don't have too much experience. I played some LANs in Brazil, but it's my first time playing Impact, of course. But I played the Impact circuit for 7M, but we didn't get to playoffs. So, yeah, unfortunately, I wasn't able to go to the Worlds.
Well, your team already played like last time against Nine Pandas, and it was a 16-3. This time it was way closer. It went to OTs, and I want to talk about about the round, like which forced all this stuff like to go to OT, because it kind of looked as if maybe like you guys didn't hear like diffuse like what was happening.
Seriously, I don't know. Like I felt we entered the game like sleepy a little. We weren't too awake, so I guess it was really hard to really get into the game. But after we did, I guess we got good rounds, like in the end of the city. But like the T side was really rough, I guess. Like the rounds that got to overtime were really, really difficult. But I guess we were nervous. Like we we were losing a lot of like 5v3s or like glitches and that kind of stuff. We were like, we need to calm down. We need to play better. We need to play together. We can't lose this, guys. It's ours. We know what they were doing, and we just need to focus. Like we weren't focused at all. So it was a little of a bad game for us.
Yeah, but as you said, like you needed to warm up, and that means maybe you're now will be ready for the second series, because if you win the second series, you get yourself like a direct invite to the semifinals.
Yeah.
The team that you're gonna play against is actually Navi Javelins. Do you think like that's like the second strongest team in your group?
Yeah, I guess so. Like we, before the tournaments, we always study every team. So I individually took a look on Navi, and I think they play really, really well, especially Ancient. I don't know how. Yeah. And like, it was a good game from them against CLG, and I'm really hoping that we can make a good game against them.
I believe our desk already has a question for you. So, Frankie or Hedge or...
Yeah, hello, Bukur. How are you doing today? Welcome to Europe and to Poland. I have been talking a little bit with some of the Brazilian pro players that are in Brazil, and they have talked great things about you. They say that you guys are often playing like pugs together or just hanging out on the server. Is this something that you feel have helped you as a player to be able to have this kind of space where everyone kind of plays with each other? It doesn't matter if you're a woman or if you are a man.
Yeah, I think. Sorry, that was the question.
Well, she's asking to repeat the question one more time.
Yeah, when you have this community in Brazil where everyone, if you're a pro player, it doesn't matter your gender, you all seem to be playing together and learning from each other.
Yeah.
How has that helped you become the player that you are today?
Here in Furia, I guess our focus is not like the female scene at all. We want to like play with the best, and by that we mean like against any gender. So we always have like some Brazilian pros that help us. Actually, my boyfriend plays in the team with KNG, so like he helps me a lot with this. And like everyone knows everyone in Brazil, everyone helps everyone. Like it's a big community, and I think that really helps to evolve. Like South America was like a really closed scene before ESL Impact. We always had like a lot of tournaments, but we were like bad. Like in 2019, like we didn't play good at all in the world. So after the pandemic, I think things started to get a lot better, because like we made a community. We started talking to each other and making like people evolve, like helping each other, and I think that really helped us.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Boko. You were IGLing it in a previous team of yours, if I'm not mistaken. How do you get involved with the game plans in Furia? Do you assist in mid games? In mid rounds, I should say. Sorry.
Yeah, like the IGL is Isa, but when I joined the team, I talked to the girls like, see, I have this vision of CS, like I see CS that way, they see some other way, and then we like talked to like learn with each other. So like Isa liked a lot of the things that I had to show them, and I also liked a lot the way the Furia played. So like we just added to each other and like completed each other. Like Furia has become a team with people, like 5 people who really want to win, people with different mindsets who add to each other. So I guess like it might not be now, but I think we are evolving like more than ever.
Yeah, the conclusion I can make is like that you kind of took the best of both worlds.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's fantastic to hear. Thank you ever so much. Obrigada, Boca. We will see you playing in your winners match later on. And thank you very much, Eke. That's so impressive to hear. So she's been pro since she was 14. She's 18. She's gone into the biggest women's team in Brazil, and she's gone, hey guys, by the way, I've got some ideas.
Yeah, but that's kind of how you get into it, right? If you have your vision, you can't let go of that vision only to throw that out the window and say, well, you know what you guys are doing are perfect. It doesn't work like that. Not in an ideal world.
It kind of feels like the Brazilian way to do things, right?
Yeah.
You know, they seem to be very confident women, and it shows in the server, but also outside of the server.
Yeah, they're an amazing team for supporting each other as well. Me and Lucy did an event last year. It was the week before Impact, and the whole team turned out to cheer Gabby, who was playing with Drop from the all-male Fury roster. And you can tell that tight-knit feel comes into play on the server as well, because when they're down and out against Pandas, obviously they're able to come back each time. We did see them in the last ESL Impact finals kind of lose that spirit. So I'm really hoping that they've learned from that, and we're going to see the Fury that we saw today, the Fury that can come back from behind. If they're in that situation again, I hope we get to see that spirit going forward. Now, we are going to take a short break, because when we come back, we're going to be going into our Group A winners match. Nigma Galaxy will return, and they'll be playing for their spot against B4.
Yeah, I'm ready for a new deal right
chick. Yeah, you heard right. Take a peek at this body and my game tight. Always feeling pretty. Yeah, I'm never shy. Stay on top of the world and my money right. I'm a boss chick. Yeah, you heard right. Take a peek at this body on my game tight. Always feeling pretty and I'm never shy. Stay on top of the world and my money right. With my red suit cooler lips, I hold the power in my fingertips. Like I said, yeah, I got this. You like that? I'm a boss chick. With my red suit cooler lips, I hold the power in my fingertips. Like I said, yeah, I got this. Let me make this clear. I'm the baddest, so you understand. You can't have this, 'cause I'm a boss chick. Baby, 'cause we rule the planet. I'm lying, just check out my status. And you can't do nothing about it.
that you're a little scared about what you heard about me. A little edge veggie, I eat my veggies, I only focus on green. I'm what they call a bad bitch. I still do with a sales bitch. Little booty and lots of moody, just so you know about me. If I want it, get it started. Ring around the wrist like I'm Jordan. Throwing my fists, get it poppin'. I don't even care what you would say. I'ma get crazy, I'ma go dumb. I'ma get rowdy, I'ma get loud. I'ma get crazy, I'ma go dumb. I'ma get rowdy, I'ma get loud. Just like 2020, we came to party and burn the whole world down. Just like 2020, we came to party and burn the whole world down. Yeah, they got me pee, cause I am on my petty shit, not your cup of tea. My coffee is Arabian, residing in one seat. But I'm from the 419. If we ever had a problem, get in line. Yeah, if we ever had a problem, then you're not the only one. I'm spicy, I'm sweet, but I get what I want. When I'm bossy, I'm moody, I come out on top. I hustle by day, sipping rosé by dawn, yeah. If I want it, get it started. Ring around the wrist like I'm Jordan. Throwing my fists, get it poppin'. I don't even care what you would say. I'ma get crazy, I'ma go dumb. I'ma get rowdy, I'ma get loud. I'ma get crazy, I'ma go dumb. I'ma get rowdy, I'ma get loud. Just like 2020, we came to party and burn the whole world down. Just like 2020, we came to party and burn the whole world down. I don't mean to scare ya, but I'm calling shots, don't mess with me. We fight with fire, cause I come from Generation Z. We going crazy, we about to blow. You talking about me, but got nothing to show. Lo siento, solo hablo dinero. Si no me pegas, porque estamos hablando. If I want it, get it started. Ring around the wrist like I'm Jordan. Throwing my fists, get it poppin'. I don't even care what you would say. I'ma get crazy, I'ma go dumb. I'ma get rowdy, I'ma get loud. I'ma get crazy, I'ma go dumb. I'ma get rowdy, I'ma get loud. Just like 2020, we came to party and burn the whole world down. Just like 2020, we came to party and burn the whole world down. I'ma get crazy, I'ma go dumb. I'ma get rowdy, I'ma get loud. I'ma get crazy, I'ma go dumb. I'ma get rowdy, I'ma get loud. Just like 2020, we came to party and burn the whole world down. Just like 2020, we came to party and burn the whole world down.
They say time's a healer, only time can tell. They say what doesn't kill ya makes you stronger. I know it well. Take your pulse and lie it down. It's all about now, and you're alive. Light is pulling you in. It's time to begin a new life. I feel enough to last. Forget my broken bed.
Welcome back to glorious Katowice. We are coming to you live with the ESL Impact Finals. This is a special event our teams were invited to or qualified for in December, and they've been working hard ever since to get ready, and it really shows. This has been such a day of fierce competition. Yes, we started with a 16-5 Nigma Galaxy over Saints, but Saints are the only August team here. Since then, we've had so many overtimes, so many ridiculous clutch moments, some near misses with diffusers, and a lot of handshakes, a lot of fist bumps. No tears yet.
No tears yet.
But there's still time.
Because everyone's still in the tournament.
Exactly. But that will soon change.
Yeah, this is the only show that I've cried on camera. That was last year when we were talking about GFI and HSG. I imagine it's probably going to happen again at some point. You've been forewarned, but please don't let that put you off watching, because we're about to go into our Group A winners matchup. And this is something we were expecting. Enigma Galaxy, of course, coming straight out the gate, laying their claim. I mean, they did win all 3 LANs last year, and they're up against B4 Esports, who are considered, I guess, in the shadow of Furia in their local region of South America. But that doesn't mean that they're going to play second fiddle now they're here in Katowice.
No, absolutely not. They are, maybe they were the second best team in the Americas. Sorry, here's me throwing Steel the Red completely under the bus. No, but they have had an upward trajectory. They got Poppins back, and they beat Furia in a best of 3 final just before Christmas. So that first spot in the Americas is one up for contention now, and for what we saw from Furia just now, doesn't look like the best team in the Americas quite yet.
Yeah. And also, you know, the region is so close. They know each other so well. I wouldn't be surprised if it's always harder to play your local opponents than internationally. So B4 is doing great. Brazilian region overall is doing great.
Well, let's set up for this matchup. Europe versus South America, your reigning champions, Nigma Galaxy. They don't think any team is on their level yet. Vilga said as much in the interview earlier, but will they be surprised by their opponents, B4 Esports? They have got some serious hard hitters on their side, including Poppins, their AWPer, Younger. And Nani said earlier they do not underestimate any of their opponents. And of course, they can't underestimate Enigma Galaxy. No one would. That would be absolutely ludicrous. But this is a best of 1. Anything can happen. And whoever wins this will be going through to Sunday, Championship Sunday. They're going to be booking their spot. So what map are we going to see this played out on? That is the question. We know that Nigma are going to ban you because they're boring. And B4 Esports, they're going to ban Mirage because we love them.
Yeah.
So,
There it is.
There we go. So, yeah, where's this going?
Quite a similar map pool, these 2 teams. So there's a lot of maps that are up for grabs here in the veto. Inferno, Ancient, and Overpass is the 3 that I think is going to boil down to in the end, but I'm not actually 100% sure. And what are you oohing and ahhing about here?
Yeah, for some reason, I know we were in the best of 1, but for some reason my brain assessed that we were in a best of 3, and they banned Anubis, and I was like,
what?
Go B4, pick Nuke. So I was a little bit sleeping there, so that's why I hooed.
Oh yeah, but I also
nothing special is going on right now.
Everything saw the Anubis, and I was like, wait a minute, that's
everything
the first one.
That's Vilga baiting you.
Yeah.
You know it's Vilga baiting you.
We got she baited Hookline and Sinker. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's now Asian is going to be gone. Oh, Vertigo.
Yeah. Okay, but that's a good map for both teams.
Yeah.
I think, Nigma Galaxy, they just saw a lot of Vertigo from before, so they have had ample opportunity here to prepare for the matchup. Imagine that. They just got to see 42 rounds of B4's plans and holds and everything on the map. And we know this is a map where Nigma Galaxy are very, very comfortable on as well.
Yeah, but it was also a matchup that B4 was getting ready for, so it's going to be interesting to see if they're going to push, if they worked into their opponent's weaknesses in the earlier game and they have another game plan versus Nigma, or if they're just going to show up with the same things.
So you're not thinking that B4 have played into Nigma's hands in that veto then? You actually think that there was some thought behind B4 and they wanted to go to Vertigo?
I think so.
Interesting.
I think so.
Interesting. These are two teams with AWPers to talk about, so let's put them head to head right now. Anna, considered the best player in the world, up against Younger, who we talked about earlier being a star that her team plays around. Quite unusual for the South American scene to adopt that game style. We certainly don't see it with Furia and with Car. Why, though, are these players going to be thrilled to be playing on Vertigo today?
Oh, because if any of them get that sweet spawn towards anywhere, really, they're not afraid of taking that and playing it as good as they can. But if you want to go for that aggressive peek down A ramp or towards B or in middle, these two AWPers can both do that on the CT side and on T side. You know, they are unafraid. They're both amazing at what they're doing.
Yeah, I feel like Younger was warming up at the end of this first matchup too. Anna seems to always be on fire, so she doesn't need to warm up. But if Younger can be just as dominant as she was versus HSG this morning, we're going to have a really good fight.
It's interesting to get to see these two as well, because that's like clash of styles. Like Anna, she's handy with a wallbang. She can be flashy, but she lets the opportunities come to her, whereas with Younger, it feels like she goes hunting for them.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, I think you're right.
That's a great way of putting it.
Thank you very much. Let's swap headsets. Right, we're going to go over to Newt in South Africa. He's in his little room and he's ready to stat it out. What have you got for us, Newt?
Well, I'm back after such an electrifying start to the series so far. Yeah, after doing some experimenting, my breaker overloaded and just went poof. So finally it came in clutch and we're back in action. But you know what's also clutch? It's Nani for B4. Nani, out of every single player this tournament, has the highest clutch percentage. So in a 1vx situation, she wins 42.5% of the time. In a 1vx, that is ludicrous. Everybody else is about 20% going on. So there's going to be a lot riding on Nani in this case. And right here, I've got a coin. So 42.5% is practically like 50%. You can't actually see the coin because it's a magic coin. But anyways, I'm going to flip this coin. You guys at home, wherever you are, pick heads or tails. So you're in a 1vx situation against Nani. And depending on which side this lands, you either win or you're going to lose the 1vx clutch. So let's go. So call heads or tails. I'm going to call heads. And it's tails. So I survived, but did you guys survive? And did Nigma Galaxy survive this great contest that we have in front of us today with B4? Anyways, take it to the desk and let's see what we have in store.
He's feeling more comfortable.
Thank you, Nate. I'm so proud of my bow tie wearing son, even though I don't understand the coin flip.
I pick heads. It's because 42.5% is very close to 50%, which is the statistical probability of flipping a coin. I pick heads, I lost.
I haven't done math since I was 16 years old, and that was
that's
half
why
my life.
That's why we can just head into our math notebook.
Yeah,
and get
let's do that. Okay, let's listen. Let's hear from Anna right now. Oh my.
In general, I see B4 and the other teams as the same way. I don't try to underestimate anyone. I think everyone is capable of doing their best and show to the people that they can lift that trophy. So I'm gonna stay focused, gonna stay sharp, and I cannot wait to see their match before against ESG.
Yeah. I thought that video from Anna was last year. I swear she said exactly the same thing.
Are we recycling? That's very good for the environment.
We were not. Anna was recycling her words. She chooses them very carefully. She's very proud of them and she's happy to repeat them. This is interesting seeing Kat on screen though. She was definitely a highlight of Inferno. I mean, all the individuals were showing up by the end of that map on Inferno. But I wondered if we could talk actually about another clutch queen. Newt mentioned Nani, but this lady, Tori, doesn't she have an insane clutch rate?
Yeah, if Nani has 42.5%, Tori actually has 40%, which is very, very close up to the likes of Nani. So these two girls heading into a 1-versus-1 situation. Oh me, oh my, that's gonna be very exciting to watch.
I mean, if they even need to get there, right? That's the thing with Nigma Galaxy. To be even in clutch situations is already a feat by itself if you get your team there against that team. We saw it this morning. They, outside of the first couple of rounds where they took a little bit to start their machine, they were not that close, the rounds, right? And usually that's kind of a one-sided affair for Nigma Galaxy throughout the last 3 Impact tournaments. So, I mean, to get them to clutch situation is already a big feat by itself.
Well, we're going to switch things over, change our focus now to B4 Esports. We're talking about them earlier. They're like family.
Lara, she's our captain, so she's our mother, and Nani, for me, it's my big sister. Some people always text me saying like, you're similar, you know, like she seems like your big sister. And I think most Lara, she's our mom.
We often hear in the ESL Impact teams, we often hear them talking about family. There's something, I guess, about this being such a new circuit and players finding each other, I guess, who've been waiting and hoping for this moment for so long. I feel like it must be such a bonding experience.
You also spend so much time with your teammates. You spend more time with your teammates than anybody else in the world. Even if you have a boyfriend, girlfriend, you spend more time with your teammates. So when people are talking about family, especially at a young age like Poppins is, she is learning from her quote-unquote siblings what life is about, you know? She's probably traveling for the first time with these ladies, learning about how to get into an airplane and whatnot. So it really does feel like family for a lot of them.
Hadja, were you the mother when you were AWPing?
When I was AWPing?
Yeah, you were the AWPer, weren't you, in your team?
When I started, I was the child. I was because I also played when Harvey was playing back in 1.6, and then I was just a little baby, like Poppins. And then when CS:GO, I think I grew more into that motherly role. You know, I'm old and ancient, and that's why it's my favorite map. But,
I want to know if you're still in touch with your original 1.6 mum.
Yeah, I actually am. Yeah, we're friends on Facebook. Chats occasionally. Yeah, we do.
Yeah. I never even go on Facebook anymore. You have to tell me how it works. Talent predictions. What do we think?
Ooh, this one is a rough one.
Do we have to? Can we just leave?
We do.
Come, Harvey.
Okay.
You're just
Tess and family in the park. Come on.
Well, I'm going to go with Nigma just because I have to. If we take the nude stats, you know, we kind of have to go with this. But I would love for B14 to pull up a fight. B14. I'm playing bingo here. B4 to pull up a fight. Just because, like, just listening to Poppin, she's so cute. Like, they're so good. I just want them to do good in the server.
Yeah, I think we are heading over to the moon again. I think Nigma Galaxy, they've come prepared. They come hungry. And they don't want to lose any match today.
They definitely don't want to. They don't want to drop a map regardless of how many maps there are in that series. I'm also going to be saying Nigma Galaxy. And I'm also going to be saying hello to our new casting pairs. We have got Lucy and we've got Brian Dog.
Brian Dog.
Nearly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, it's great to be here. I've watched so much Counter-Strike today. It's kind of unbelievable. There's still so much more exciting Counter-Strike to come, but couldn't be more excited for this particular matchup. I think it's a very spicy one.
Are you furry?
Am I a
are you furry?
Yes,
There was no A.
This is very furry.
She's also a furry.
jacket.
Yeah, because I really like that the two of you are both you've had a conversation about repping the non-animal looks today.
Yeah, well, he is B-Dog.
Exactly.
I guess, and I'm furry.
Yeah. Brilliant. And clearly I need to have a lie down. It's been a long day. So we're going to let you guys kick off the Group A winners match. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for that introduction. Gets me really right in the mood to jump into this exciting CS game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that is one way to start off the broadcast for us. But look, Nigma Galaxy B4, the winners match, and we saw a lot of B4 already on Vertigo when it comes to HSG, and what I was really enjoying especially is just kind of the T side and how well they were just exploiting middle. You're not going to get a lot of room on that defense when you're up against Nigma Galaxy, so maybe it's a change of pace, maybe it's a change of direction for B4. I'm excited to see what they can bring to the table.
Yeah, I think there's a lot we can take away from that game earlier. I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure if I was hugely impressed by B4 initially, but they definitely warmed into things. And, well, they don't really have the opportunity to do that against a team like Nigma Galaxy. That's not a squad that'll give you that space to get rolling. So you really have to come in hard. And, well, hopefully the a million rounds they played earlier will have them warmed up for Vertigo specifically.
Yeah, exactly that. And look, we heard it in the first video interview with Poppins, right, where she said, when we came into the Season 2 finals, I was a little bit nervous, a little bit worried. You're always going to get these first round jitters, first game best of ones, where you're not going to be feeling as confident. It's going to take a little bit to settle in. But as you're right, they've got a double overtime under their belt. They've already played this map today. You're going up against the best undisputed women's team in the division. Let's get it underway.
Nigma Galaxy taking on B4 Esports, your Group A winners match taking place on Vertigo. We jump straight into the action. Nigma Galaxy winning the knife round and starting on CT.
Yeah, a little bit of utility as well. You can see that Tori has got a smoke as well as a couple of grenades. And for B4, it's a very patient approach. 23 can take the first contact and then immediately fall back for her team.
Yeah, very aggressive setup in mid. And while 23 is going to get this info, and I expect we'll see that dismantled shortly. A few shots fired on down, but hasn't seen that many players. So no flags thrown out yet for support. Just peering on through. B4 are taking it slow. They're not committing off that initial contact.
Just so confident from 23. She stands in the ground up above this one way, and no player from Nigma Galaxy has rotated just yet. And where it's a slowdown, they can afford to do this. B4, the pressure, it's really on them.
And negates that one way as well, just not committing immediately, waiting for it to fade, and then suddenly 23, she's very isolated there, and well, they're waiting for Julie to get this information. A bit of a play in towards B. Draws the attention, but that's when 23 strikes, gets the opener onto Goddess. She now falls on back in towards the sandbags, and the rotations come on through. In this sort of round, there is actually a Molotov on Youngher to flush her out if they do want to use it, and they're going to do just that. 23 swings on out. Nani punishes with a double. 2 huge frags, gives them the advantage.
That's huge. And then you look at Julie, she's trying to anchor in the rotation of Cat, keep her there. And if she does find the kill, then B4 can always rotate back.
So much patience from B4. It's a complete change-up from the map we saw earlier against HSG, which felt non-stop. You could barely get a breath in, but they're certainly taking their time here. 20 seconds on the clock. The A commit comes through, smoke in towards short, just Filga here. She's got a kid on her back, and she's not going to want to be too exposed here. Fire off a few shots through the smoke, but does mean that bomb should get planted.
Good timing on the HE. Softens them up a little bit. Vilga's just going so aggressive. That's where Poppin swings on in. 4 versus 2. This looks good for B4 and gets even better with Poppins popping another.
Yeah, we love to see Poppins pop off. Words that you'll hear a lot if she is in the form that she is showing right now. Cat, an unwinnable clutch. 4 players facing her, and it's Julie that gets the frag. B4 with the pistol.
What a patient round, not just from B4, but also from Nigma Galaxy. It's very well respected. They're waiting to see if they can take any millimeter, any advantage possible. And the key engagement for me is the fact that Julie's getting aggressive over towards B with 30 seconds left. And B4, they wait. They wait for the contact to come in. The rotations then go back over to the other site, and they're able to get the bomb down.
I think the slowest pistol round we've seen this tournament so far. Just
easily.
Huge patience from both these teams. And it rewards B4, not normally the team that you would expect to come out ahead in those sort of situations. And that was a 23 finding the opener as well. So now for Nigma Galaxy, they've got a flash pop play set up on A. Single flash on Vilga to set up her team. And B4, all they need to do here is just not walk into that stack with all their players. And they're playing it very patiently, spread out across the map. Julie's already got a very advanced position on B, so she can slowly clear that and find it empty. Whereas Nani, she's in for a bit of an unpleasant time here. This Galil is not going to be hers for very long. Gets 1 kill, which is maybe a little less than what she hoped for, but it is information gained. And B4 will get the plant, and consequently, should get the round very shortly. Julie can maybe farm up with the MAC-10.
Yeah. Very nicely done by B4. Just handling the eco. You just suss out the stack, you realize where it is, and you just go to the other end of the map. Youngher transitioning in towards middle as well. It's a nice little bit of pressure. It kind of closes the vice a little bit on Nigma Galaxy. You try and prevent the SMG from being brought forward. But look, this is just the eco. This is always as how it's expected to go on paper. The fact that B4 are transitioning and getting an early advantage, it was that T side that we were worried about coming out. You said you were a little bit not really overly impressed with with them against HSG. So the fact that they're already starting good here against Enigma Galaxy is, you know, a success story in itself.
There you go, Enigma Galaxy actually doing a lot of damage there, considering it was just a single flash. They get that last kill with just pure virtue of Ana doing that damage with the MAC-10. Young is like, okay, I don't really want to face them through CT to escape. I'm going to try and run back through the bomb site, but it had ticked far too long down there. Vertigo with one of the smallest blast radiuses, but it's also a very small map, so it's going to catch up with Yellow. Now the guns do come out for Enigma Galaxy B4. True test awaits.
It'll be interesting to see this battle for a ramp. It's going to be a frequent one. And currently the quest for B4 and Goddess is trying to take Ana down towards this short tarpaulin. A lot of space has actually been gathered. Again, we're talking about respect. Enigma Galaxy, well, with this push from Ana, it could be a little bit dangerous for Goddess. Flashbang is perfect, though. She finds the opener.
Yeah, she might even be able to find more here, able to adjust onto 23 as well. Goddess was fantastic in these sort of positions against HSG, and she's showing not a one-trick pony. 2 opening kills go her way. Now Vilga, only one left on the side. Rotation coming on through. B4 have a strong position here. Just going to play this one with good trades, and they will be able to come out ahead, but there's no trade found there against Tori. What a rotations from Enigma Galaxy. Everyone's gone to A. B4 have read this correctly, but there's a timer on this before Enigma Galaxy get the information. This might be the info right there. Nice kill from Nani.
Yeah, now you can see the rotations and just the utility flooding in. If you're the CT side, there's a cause for concern. There's a conversation piece. Do you even want to go for this? It's a 4 versus 2. You haven't got any skin at the game towards the B bomb site. And B4, the way that they're playing this, it's really methodical. It's really patient. You can see that kill with Nani over towards the A ramp, waiting for aggression. Because at the end of the day, Enigma Galaxy, where they've rotated everyone over, they're going to need information. They're going to push to try and put themselves in the best position possible. And if you've got B4 so early on, waiting for this exact eventuality, I mean, this has been a perfectly played T-side so far.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't want to get too excited because
of course.
This morning I got quite excited when Saints won the first couple of rounds. I was like, well, Enigma Galaxy era over, Saints era begins. And I was very quickly proven wrong, so I'm not going to try and jinx anything here. But it's a fantastic start from B4, and Enigma Galaxy, Vertigo is one of their best maps. They were so happy with this veto. They had to choose between Ancient and Vertigo, and Vilga's rubbing her hands there with glee, right? Two maps that they are incredibly proficient on, but, well, B4 just does.
I think what's really interesting, though, is the way that Enigma Galaxy have started the game against Saints versus the way that they started against B4. Saints, it was high octane, it was pushing, it was trying to demand the respect, but more importantly, it was tempo setting. It was always an argument to try and make Saints uncomfortable in the early advantages. This time, it's a lot more reserved. You're going for discipline peaks with utility, but where B4 are being so passive, now the conversation piece is going to come in. How do you adapt to this? Because you're going to need to start being proactive to try and disrupt.
Yeah, and speaking of reserve, B4, they use their first time out here off that 3-0 start, just not wanting to get ahead of themselves, make sure they keep this advantage. They know that 2 weapons were saved across. Enigma Galaxy, they are actually going to force around that. Tori's got a Fan Mass 23 with the Desert Eagle, so it's not ideal. Ana and Vilga yet to get on the board as well.
Yep. And it's not a cause for concern now, but obviously that's very uncharacteristic. With the loss bonus, it does make sense to invest in, especially with the save weapons. And here's this mid play that we've been talking about. And Goddess, it's perfect. She's leading the charge, but Tori on the off angle lines them up. It's 2 quick kills. The bomb's been dropped in isolation as well. Youngho will fall, and suddenly it's a 5 versus 2.
Triple from Tori. Too easy for her. Really trying to recover something here. The long-range spray does not connect. A 4th added to the tally. Nani on the other side of the map, walking around. You can find a few more frags here just to make it expensive. Enigma Galaxy looking like they're going to strike back immediately. B4 were very loud about that mid play. They had a lot of success doing that against HSG, just putting the pace on it, and they tried to go for something a bit pacey there, but weren't really accounting for the potential off angles and just got completely felled at the swoop.
Yeah, look, you can understand the consideration, and especially after the timeout being called, you know roughly that given the loss bonus, Enigma Galaxy are more than likely to invest back in. And I appreciate the change of pace, but you need to combine it with utility. It's not just enough for this contact play because you're always going to get found out.
Tori barely had to break a sweat here, making the Famous look good.
Yeah, which is quite hard to do, right?
Yeah, that's how you know that she's a top quality player. One of the best in the world, as all of that squad are. One thing I'm interested in watching is the A ramp. One of the things Nani said in the interview after their win against HSG was just how they were getting ramp basically for free. They didn't really have to contest it too much. And so with that space, they were able to really capitalize on. So we'll see how much Nigma Galaxy fight it. They didn't early on, but they may be feeling a little bit more confident. 23, spamming on through the smoke, connects a few bullets, but no kill found.
Yeah, it's going to be that leverage in towards middle that was allowing those rotations for B4 to take ramp in the first place. It's not going to be the same. It's a completely different beast. That smoke does miss for the CTs, but Vilga is there, ready and waiting. Goddess goes for a grey screen, and it costs her life.
Yeah, I think that was an attempt at a flash setup then. I definitely heard one pop, but it did not catch either of the Nigma Galaxy players. And the flashes were something we were keeping an eye on in this matchup earlier for B4 and HSG. It seemed like a few of B4's flashes were mistimed. There were team flashes coming through, ones that were catching off people on the plate. And you can't afford those sort of slip-ups against Nigma Galaxy. It almost cost them against HSG.
Really good utility and discipline being shown by Kat right now. As soon as she sees contact, spots a shoulder, can fall back, call for a rotation. She's got one in close proximity with Tori.
Yeah, Tori's already going to come over off that Molotov. 25 seconds left. Kat falls back. Tori can now hold on through. Kat strikes first. Poppins is dropped. There's no way to cross past her without taking her down. But Tori is here for a double. They don't even get the bomb close to the site. B on lockdown. Nigma Galaxy 2 consecutive.
Yeah, that's well played. With that force investment coming in from B4, they lacked a number of grenades. And as a result, when you go in, when you slow things down with 25 seconds left, you're going to want to at least hold on to one smoke. Maybe one flash being thrown forward, but instead, it's just the $200. It's not a angle isolation attempt with the smoke either. And as a result, Nigma Galaxy, their protocols are in place. Kat knows exactly what's happening, and it's an easy clean.
Pace on this. And a lot of flame. Should be a cleanup on ILB. Kat flying on over the top. Runs out of bullets in that A1S and is taken on down by the Glocks. Now the rest of the team is here. Literally, everybody has arrived. Try and hold off these pistols. Yeah, they'll be cleaned up shortly. I saw on the camera, we just saw one of those little plushies that inverts. It was on the smiley at the moment. So I'm going to keep an eye on that as well throughout this game to see if it turns to the frown at any stage. I think that's going to be a good indication of the B4 mental game when they update that one. Ooh, okay. No head armor on Vilga, and no head either.
Yeah. Oh.
No AK.
That's nice. Caretaker of Goddess, just throwing out all the weaponry, making sure that nothing can be saved through. There are already 2 AKs though, so it's not ideal, but like, again, it's the thought that counts. And I don't know, maybe with the invert one, when they change it to the angry face, that means rush. And maybe when it's happy, it's a bit more, okay, let's just be passive, let's chill, let's see what's happening. I don't know. It could be layers within layers, much like the octopus.
Octopus. Layers. Indeed. Well, we're going to need to see a few more layers this B4 game, as it's been a bit of a slower couple of rounds after they got that initial run. Nigma Galaxy, with all the guns, utility they want, of finding all the openers, and that slow-paced style that B4 are trying to play against them, not quite working out like it did initially. This is without Anna needing to strike yet either.
It's interesting watching. It looks like, and again, you're talking about on the desk about the proactiveness of Youngher compared to Anna, who's more willing to just let B4 come into her crosshairs. They're leading with utility to take the control of A-ramp, and it has worked. It's reset B4 straight in towards middle, but Tori's on the case.
Yeah, Tori's been fantastic in these positions. Just has the right read. She's about to be under pressure. Kat dropping a smoke to actually come and support. They're going to focus on mid, letting the site be open. Good flashbangs come on over, but Kat and Tori combine. The crossfire is solid, and the bomb is delivered. Now the attack comes through from B, but, well, there's not much they can do here without that bomb. They have to fight their way through Nigma Galaxy to get to it, and there's so many players, they get overwhelmed.
That's such an impressive smoke being thrown down as well to make sure that you've got a 2 versus 1 as they come over the top of middle. It's just really well worked. It's the small micro details, but it creates so much opportunity for Enigma Galaxy. Ever since they've kind of reinvested that buy, in fact, ever since B4 took the tactical timeout, Enigma Galaxy have just been on top every step of the way.
The upgraded pistols in this one for B4, and again, mid. Well, they want to put their attention. This HE could be nice. We saw Vilga throw one of the nastiest HEs. That one doesn't quite rival the one earlier, but I think it certainly adds a lot to her tally. By far the highest utility damage player at this event so far. Tori looking to get a couple of kills here. Good flashbangs do blind them, but well, Vilga still takes down 2. They line on up, and Anna gets on the board with an easy shot onto Goddess.
Yeah, game plan needs to kind of reset in, and a good time to call the timeout as well for B4, because look, you're going to be reinvesting all your rifles. Youngher can afford an AWP now, but what's the game plan? Because you're being shown resistance towards A ramp. When you've tried these fast mid plays, you've been cut in half every which way you go. It was Youngher that was performing incredibly well against HSG, and it was her AWP that was creating a number of openings. For me, you put her on the AWP, you try and get her these opening kills to try and snowball it into more of a control.
Yeah, it's interesting because it feels like this is a very different game to what we saw earlier. It's already very clear from the patterns, the way these rounds are playing out, that it's very different. And so it makes sense that both teams have these AWPs out early because of that slower style. It's not this brawly, rifling people in your spawn in 15 seconds kind of situation. So Youngher can afford to bring that AWP out. You don't always see it on the T side. She might want to contest Anna over towards ramp, and that is indeed where she is heading. That's a head-to-head I want to keep an eye on.
Yeah, she was really good at, once B4 established ramp control, her picks up towards the bomb site was really where she was thriving. But B4 need to try and get the pressure there, put it on Enigma Galaxy, but 23 will strike. There is a trade from Youngher.
Yeah, that's the shot you're looking for. Getting the correct read through the smoke as she tries to escape through her little one-way that netted her that kill. So now you've weakened A a little bit, and you've taken the control as well, although there is that player in towards Gap. Anna tucked in there with the AWP, ready for someone to peek into her. B4 are very spread at the moment. They're holding for pushes anywhere. Young is actually repositioned in mid with Poppins and has the bomb on her back.
It looks like it's gearing up to be another mid to B split. The difficulty with this for me is the fact that the bomb is with Youngher as well. That's got potential to be really caught off guard here.
Cat, if she picks into this and the quickscope comes through, there it is. Youngher finds the kill. B is completely undefended. Nobody is nearby. Elevator is smoked off. Tori can't make her way through. No heroics in mid this time around. That bomb can get planted default, and it's a strong post plant. At the moment, CTs aren't even budging. Anna takes ages to move off of A. And you've got plenty of money here. They might want to give it a look in, knowing if they can find at least one kill here, it might entice them to go for the retake. Flash comes over, doesn't catch anyone. Youngher's just holding on the site with the AWP. A powerful position in tandem with Poppins, tucked in behind the generators. Youngher peering on round. Good flashbang, but there's Poppins. Youngher goes down. Poppins is looking for more, though. The transfer doesn't quite connect. But it's still 2 falling, and it's still 2 for Vilga to find, running out onto the site. The flames at her feet. She has no hope here as Nani removes her.
Yeah, so this is really interesting, right? Because Enigma Galaxy, the way they set themselves up, the way they take 10 seconds before attempting that retake, they're actually going for damage limitation. They know that despite the bomb plant, B4's economy has been quite weak because the nature of these rounds, firstly, Enigma Galaxy have been winning consecutive, but also they've been quite close when they have been going B4's way. So they go for the retake. They know that the primary objective genuinely isn't to win the round. It's to do as much economic damage as they can. And take a look at the left-hand side of your screen, right? Julie left with nothing. Poppins only on 100.
Yeah, AWP gone as well. 23, once again striking. Goddess, for all the work she did against HSG, removed early here. Yeah, that AWP, losing the AWP is actually quite costly. I mean, Youngher got two kills in that round with it, right? 2 of her 3. She's going to be a little sad that she's lost that early on. They're going to be sad they lost a player already.
Look at this. Contact walk. Is a flash going to be lined up? No, because Vilga's going to peek gap instead. Nani just slides on over, back in towards the top, holding straight into the nade, but actually, it just lands below her. Doesn't do any damage, absorbed by the grating. And suddenly she's in a little bit of a predicament.
Somehow she dodged all of that. HE and then like an entire clip through the wall. Bending around the bullets. Tori peering on over this smoke. Looking for something. Nothing at the moment. Vilga's got a powerful position here. On default, peering on over. It's not very often played, and she strikes first for that kill, looking for the spray into the second. Younger falls. Julie in the back lines has nothing to say.
That setup's really cool by Enigma Galaxy, because the reason why Vilga can stay on top of the default boxes the entire time is because Tori's sat in a one-way. You also got 23 supporting her over at the sandbags. There's layers to the defense. It's elevated peaks as well. It's just really good, well orchestrated. You can tell it's rehearsed in the server. Enigma Galaxy, they're not messing about.
And who would expect them to? 3 times champions, undefeated on LAN. No surprises. Now, it was a pretty close game on Vertigo, as we know, when they played earlier. But it was really these T sides that were the strongest for both teams, it felt. So, not being able to get, I'd say maybe 6 at the minimum, right? Against a team like Enigma Galaxy going into that CT side. This one's going to be a tricky one to add to the tally. Once again, it's the pistols. I wonder if they'll go for that mid play again. A lot of presence towards A ramp, and this time Anna going for the aggressive peek. Doesn't hit any of them. Straight through all 3. He falls on back, doesn't want to get overwhelmed by those pistols.
There's a lot of flashes here. Smoke's being lined on in. Anna's playing ahead of them. Molotov down allows Vilga to rotate through as well. There's so many defenders here for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, this one's tricky. Your best shot is overwhelming Anna. Catching her off guard. Good flashbang, but Anna hits the shot, falls back through the smoke, can play more defensively, has Vilga out here as well. Anna strikes again and again. Everybody falling. Younger the only one remaining, and of course, it is Anna to finish her off.
There's so many one-ways being deployed just on the CT side alone. We've just seen another example of it thrown on towards the crane this time. Means that the T side needs to swing really wide to not only just dodge Anna in her crosshairs, but just get past that to make sure they don't get caught out by Vilga up and over on the headshot box. It's really nice, and what it does, it funnels B4 straight into all of these crossfires. They were actually doing really well on the defense.
Yeah, every player positive. Positive sign for Enigma Galaxy. Anna now falling back in towards Henny. Trying to peer around all of the utility here. Younger does have that AWP out again, and she is just holding this tiny gap, but she's about to walk into Anna, and Anna's definitely spotted her now. The shoulder jiggle, I think Younger got the info. She's not going to repeat that. A flash through instead, misses the mark, and it's a leg each way. Both of them limping.
Keep your eye on 2 players here. Cat, who's pushed all the way down B, but also in mid, Poppins. There's a little bit of breathing room here. There's a massive gap to try and exploit with Goddess.
And we know they love to do it. These mid pushes, time and time again. And indeed, Younger is with them. 3 players in mid, but Tori is still here, and she's definitely wary to it, jiggling to see if that elevator wrap's coming through. And then she can play that same position we saw with that triple of the FAMAS. Mollied off, though, and no smoke to do anything about it. Cat's rotated over, though. Gets the kill into Poppins, brought down low. The trade spacing not quite there for B4, though. Goddess drops on through and gets her, but that's when Tori strikes. And now Younger, a difficult shot with the AWP, and she does not land it. So even though the B side has been taken, the bomb is delivered, but Nani, another kill back, puts it into the 2-on-3. Julie's taking the ground, pushing up, collecting the bomb, and she can fall back to the side. But not for long. There's 23 striking at the perfect time. Puts Nani into the clutch.
Yeah, difficult one. 1 versus 3. Vilga just up towards the stairs. Step 1 complete. Bomb acquired. Step 2. Try and isolate these targets. Creeping on. Round 23 is there. Enigma Galaxy get another.
At 42.5%, not going to be going up today. 1v3 denied. Enigma Galaxy 8.5 already. Another timeout coming through for B4. That's 3 timeouts used by the T side already.
You can see what they're angling for. Again, it's similar to the strategy we saw from HSG. Acquire middle on the T side, try and go for these splits. This time it's more B-centric focused. But again, the inherent problem is I feel like the bomb is going through mid when it really shouldn't, because as demonstrated time and time again, as soon as it's dropped in isolation, not only did B4 crumble, but the round's basically done. You can't really recover it.
yeah, we see that exact round, like 4 rounds prior, right? Where 3 players went through mid, the bomb got dropped, the 2 players coming upstairs found an empty site. If they'd had the bomb, like they can plant that, it's a 2v3, you can play that with much more defensible positions. Instead, they have to fight their way to it again.
I think it's because of Cat's positioning, right? So deep down in towards B stairs, you don't really feel comfortable. So instead, you just want to prioritize protecting the explosive with your players.
Makes sense. Unfortunately, it does make the rounds a lot more difficult. Cat has 4 Ts on the other side of this smoke. Tori has 1 in mid. Cat standing a bit out in the open here. Potential to be overwhelmed, but she's going to fall back as the smoke starts to fade. And for A1S, the long range can start to pick some of these players off. Yeah, they're going to come on through. Gets the first, but a nice dig comes through from Julie. Goddess in mid, not activating yet. That bomb this time is coming up with the players on B. Tori flashed off as well, has to fall back.
Yeah, but Julie, look, you need to get back on the bomb site. That's okay. That's fine. You've got a Molotov to kind of isolate, but no, Vilga just swings. Vilga does not care. And now the rest of Enigma Galaxy are completely compounding the problem. Youngher with 1, runs out of bullets to the M4, but look at the flank from Goddess. Anna's considered it as well. We're in a 1 versus 1.
Younger's found 2, AWP head-to-head, but Tech9 in the hands of Younger. Playing around Anna, another incredible clutcher, and she's gonna no-scope her because of course she does. It's Anna, a double kill, and Enigma Galaxy deny B4 once again.
Oh, that happened in a matter of moments. A flurry of kills coming back and forth. But in the end, there's only one outcome. It's that AWP head-to-head, and it ends with a no-scope.
One of the most critical kills there was Anna finding Goddess coming over through mid. Goddess had an incredible flank timing. It was to perfection. 3 players back turn, but Anna swings.
Yeah, they were incredibly low. She could have won the round in its entirety, but no, instead, Anna, she's inevitable. Enigma Galaxy up to 9.
AWP out again for Younger. Poppins brought down low very early. Whether that was a nade she copped or... Yeah, she's in mid, so she must have taken maybe a double HE straight up.
Much more of a slower round. We get a chance to catch our breath. 3 players start strong for the CT side towards A, and they're being a little bit more respectful about it. They're going for the one-ways and the spams. Goddess has been brought down incredibly low, and Vilga has just shifted in towards the sandbags.
Yeah, that damage is purely just from spamming through the wall with the M4. Vilga gets out of the way as the HEs come over, dodging everything. That's a forward setup once again. 23 peering over the smoke this time. Vilga ready to support, and then they have Anna in towards Gap as well. 3 advanced positions. As the smoke fades, one of these teams will strike. 23 Pierce on over, doesn't spot anybody, and now they've spotted her. She finds one, Poppins, an immediate trade, and now Vilga is under pressure. The Molotov comes over the top, but the shot is missed by Younger, and she can't adjust for a second. Anna getting overwhelmed, but stays alive and strikes again with the AWP. Pushing up forward, she is not afraid. 20 HP to her name, and 2 more kills that she wants to add to her tally.
This is so clever. She's taken the space. She's taken Nani. Now Younger's in a 1 versus 3. Tucks herself into the smoke, but the audio gives her up. Tori with another. That's so clever from Anna. That's the last thing you expect her to do. She's caught between a rock and a hard place. She's on low HP, and she just pushes the issue.
Chooses the hard place and makes it look easy. Well-handled situations, and this is where Enigma Galaxy really shines. Maybe for B4, you can see not quite as easy as HSG in these situations where they might overreact or you know, rotate in these sort of situations. Enigma Galaxy play it calm, play it well, and a good flashbang comes through. Tori, it's a little uncomfortable, but she gets it done, and Kat is there to support with the trade. Always an extra player up their sleeve, ready for the kill.
Yeah, support network strong in the defense. It's the fact that the trade is so snappy, it's so quick. B4 still looking to test the waters over towards the B stairs, despite losing 2 players. They're quite keen to investigate the issue, because early utility has been deployed. Cat still holding onto an incendiary. I think she's actually spotted the players coming up the stairs, going to force them straight into her crosshair. Nani with the trade. Vilga, she's already here at Jens.
There's a fast rotate from Anna as well, and well, it's going to be needed, and it strikes. The slither gap is all that she needs. Nani again, we get to see whether she can clutch this one out. Newt hyped up her clutch percentage. Needs to come through now. Punching in the digits, low HP. Anna, Crosshair just trained on her. A good Molotov through the back is going to slow them down a little bit, but she cannot escape here. You cannot jiggle Anna, and she's going to take her down. That defuse can come through. Enigma Galaxy will get 11 rounds on their CT side.
Yeah, so impressive, just the way they've been setting themselves up, the way that they've been proactive in the defense, and they've responded firmly. 11, that's what Enigma Galaxy achieve on the defensive side.
Put some pressure on it, yeah, make it glitter. For worse or better. Dress up in gold, go once then it's sold. The highest bidder brings it home. A cold masquerade, there's no escaping it. A sin's a sin, nobody wins. Nobody wins. There's a man on the moon, seeing all that we do. And say the time goes fast, but a few things last. Life short, diamonds forever. So put some pressure on it, yeah, make it glitter. For worse or better. Life short, diamonds forever.
A strong start from B4 is squandered as Enigma Galaxy take a dominant lead on Vertigo, 11-4 up as they swap to the T side.
Important to look at that AWP head-to-head as well. We had a graphic coming into the series, and Youngo has not really been given the room to work, and as a result, Anna has just been getting the best of B4. This round starts off nearly chaotic, but Enigma Galaxy dodged the early utility. Look at how aggressive Younger's getting in towards ramp, but Cat, well, she's holding.
Yeah, she's sitting here with the bomb though, so that can be a little scary, but not when there are, well, 4 more teammates behind her. So the APOP getting ready. Younger gets a bit of info. She peeks on through. What's enough players to send her scurrying. Couple of B4 players rotating over now. 4 on the site. Decoy thrown in. Check out if anyone is in towards the sandbags, but no one there at the moment. Defensive setup from B4. No HEs on mollies to deny plants. They do have utility to fight with, and Younger strikes on first. Anna falls. Vilga trying to get the trade back against one, looking for the second, and well, Younger gets one before her, but once again, those trades are phenomenal. Goddess and Julie now in the 2v3. Smoke and Kit to hand.
Try and work it forward, creeping their way on towards the bomb site. Julie Goddess going to swing short together. I like this idea. You're trying to isolate one of the attackers, but Cat is standing so strong, and she's slightly down in a divot. The timer, it's their worst enemy. Julie Goddess needs to get on the bomb, need to start defusing. There's chaos. Tori with her knife out. There's so much noise going on, but Tori will strike. It's a backstab and a stab to the heart of B4. Enigma Galaxy take the pistol.
Tori, like a silent assassin, sitting in the smoke, patient, ready, listening for that little sound cue to come through. As soon as Goddess taps it, Tori strikes. Blade straight to the gut and around straight to Enigma Galaxy's tally. B4 going to do same as Enigma Galaxy did in their second round on the CT side. USPs only. No flash for them, though. Once again, it is going to be an A stack. Should be by the book. Galaxy known for their patience. So I suspect... Okay, triple boost coming through, but it's okay. They give up. Couldn't get that one working. Everyone in the wrong position. Call it off.
Yeah, happens. Look, you're just on USPs. Very slow and patient. The worst case scenario is that Vilga finds everyone, and well, she might be given that opportunity. 2 kills already. Poppins will trade, and at least that's an SMG that can be scavenged, but as soon as that contact comes through, Enigma Galaxy, they're straight on B.
Yeah, this is exactly how to play these second rounds. You send your Mac 10 in first just to get the information on the stack. Works out. And it's exactly the same round as what we saw earlier, essentially.
Yeah.
What Enigma Galaxy need to do is maybe a little bit better than B4 and keep a few players alive. That's a good way of doing it. That's an even better way of doing it. Cat, nice couple of kills at the end. 4 alive. No big deal. 13-4. Can they be stopped, Brandon?
I'll be honest, at the moment, it doesn't really look like it. However, you have got the guns in play, and more importantly, you've got the utility to hold the attack back. But that's going to be the cause for concern, and that needs to be an immediate solution seeked out by B4. Enigma Galaxy were doing it by holding in their one-ways, being a little bit more proactive, peeking together. What's the circumstances going to be like for this CT side? Well, it looks to be aggressive. Flashbang's thrown forward, and that's exactly why an incendiary's been dropped. Vilga isolates Nani.
Yeah, that one feels bad for her. Jumps straight out into the flames. No support, blinded as well. And she just crumbles at the pressure from Ramp. Goddess in the sidelines, smoked off as well. Couldn't do anything. Now Enigma Galaxy can play that typical patient game. They've got the player advantage. Just take their time here. Wait for B4 to slip up.
Util's just creeping forward. Here's a familiar one-way that Enigma Galaxy will have a complete idea on what's going on, but this double push, being supported by Goddess, could be quite strong. As they inch their way around the corner, though. Oh, Poppins, it's perfect. Doubles up and even escapes. That's A-ramp compromised.
Exactly what she needed to do. Now the chest is going to be on Julie, Famas, and nothing else over towards the B bomb site. Goddess is making her way over there. If she arrives at the right time, they can maybe delay this, but at the moment, just this sole defender tucked on in a slither angle. This is good. Nothing yet to flush her out, but there is a Molotov in Tori's hands. The smokes come on over. And Goddess, she's here. Perfect defensive setup. Poppin's not that far away either. There's that Molotov. Forces Julie into the open. The flashbang is perfect. She's fully blind. And Goddess only able to get 1. Poppin's 2 already in the round, but has to make it 2 more if she wants to keep B4 in this. Bomb planted. They know exactly where she is. At the very least has a kit, but no utility to support. And very few avenues into this site.
Creeping forward, looking at default. It's so dangerous because Anna can just take contact. Poppin swings on him, but that's where Tori will strike her down. Really nice discipline by Enigma Galaxy.
On another day, she gets both those kills. Had the exact read on their positions, where they were going to be, when they were going to swing, but couldn't quite connect the headshots. A very nice try for Poppins. But it does mean now a 10-round lead. The last timeout called for B4 Esports, and honestly, they need something magic at this point. I mean, this round, they're not even going to be able to buy into it, so they're facing 15, and they're having that conversation now.
Yeah, from what we can see, it looks like it's just going to be HE's invested, so it's going to be more of a set play, try and isolate one of these weapons by going for a nade stack somewhere. That's so unfortunate, though, because B4 had all the inherent advantages in that round. They pushed together, they took the control back off A ramp, they knew that Nigma Galaxy had to go in towards B. The biggest downfall is the lack of utility right towards the end of the round. By not holding on to a single flashbang, a single smoke, you can't delay the push, you can't help your teammates that are fighting forward in towards the site, and as a result, they just get churned up.
Yeah, let's see where this nade stack goes. Looks like A. A lot of players over here. Vilga's the only T here at the moment. She's going to throw her own nade back. She's the nade maestro. She's been doing some serious work with them. You know what? It's funny. This is the first time we've seen these two teams play, right? That was they've played at LAN 3 times now. Never played against each other until now. And I feel like maybe that excitement, looking forward to this matchup for B4, maybe not feeling quite so excited about it. Dismantled the stack. That time they were able to assemble it as well. 3 players on it, but not able to spot anything. And Anna, well, she spots something. Julie falls in mid. HE's is still in hand, though. Still do something fun with them.
Yeah, hold on to them. Get an audio cue when the bomb starts to be punched in on a bomb site. Try and steal the round away late on. Poppins caught in 2 minds, jiggling between 2 angles. It's such a slowdown. And B4, they're not overcommitting their forces anywhere. Just going to make this T-side reset back in towards A ramp. 40 seconds left. That looks to be the final destination. And I tell you what, if there's one place where the grenades can steal away around, get a kill, it's right here, right now.
Spam's coming through, announcing their presence. Now the players start to make their way up. These HEs are prime with 20 seconds left. This could be incredibly disrupting. If they don't get onto that bomb plant until the last few seconds, it could get completely denied. The smokes are coming through. The clock is ticking on down. They need to make this ground. Goddess has even found 23 in the sidelines. Picks up an AK, and she finds 2 more. Goddess, that is unbelievable. The bomb is in the open, and there is no chance now for Vilga outside of damage. Somehow, with nothing but HEs and pistols, they make it work.
How on earth has Goddess been allowed that much by pushing in towards Gap? She was never expected to get that many kills. It was, again, another layer to B4. It was to try and cause a little bit more disruption, burn a few seconds off the clock, wait until the last possible moment to release the barrage of grenades. And the best bit, they don't even win the round. It's just Goddess.
What an unbelievable round. And now Younger gets to have a chance. It's missed. But Poppins is here, ready to fight with them. The flashbang is good, but she still gets one, as does Younger. The 23 with 1 back is all they get at the moment. There's another player here as well. Nanny going to spot up, flicks onto Tori, and the trade is not possible. Nigma Galaxy forced into this. And now they're getting forced into the gutter. 2 versus 4. Vilga's gotten some space, but Goddess has come looking for it. Spots her on the jiggle, gets the information. Flash over the top to peek on in, and a little bit of blinding on herself, but is able to move forward. Has Younger in support. She's getting a little uncomfortably close here. Going to walk on round, but Goddess is ready for her. 23. 1v4. Feels a little impossible. Would be an ace clutch if she does it, though.
What a story that would be. Feels very improbable.
I don't think anything's improbable for this team.
That's true.
Being undefeated on LAN is improbable. And yet.
They keep it going. 35 seconds left. Again, B4 reserved, tucked into their crossfires. Know that they've got trades and a support network around them. Over the top goes 23 in towards middle with 20 seconds left. There's too many angles to think about. Nani with the killing blow. And the B4 mid-hold stays alive, and it enables them to stay operating in another round here.
You do have to remember, there was a similar situation. I think it was 14-8. The HSG found themselves up on Vertigo this morning against this team. That went to double OT, and B4 closed it out. Now, it's a bit of a more intimidating scoreline here for B4 to be facing, and it's certainly definitely a more intimidating team to be facing. I just want you to keep that in your mind. That bit of hope, because that's what they're holding on to here. And Nani, she's holding mid. The spray comes through. 23 removes her. Younger trying to support. Good kill. Cat dropped with the bomb. And Younger strikes again. The Glocks attempting to overwhelm. Only getting the one. And any more from Anna and Tori would be a win.
Yeah, there's no way they get any more kills, surely. Run boost potentially for Anna. Off she goes. Up and over. AK retrieve, spam. Could be quite good, but no, Goddess does step up. And here comes the rest of B4. Easily handled. 1 kill on the Glocks, that's completely fine.
Yeah, getting warmed into things now. Younger hitting her shots. Obviously had a little bit of a quiet half on that T side, which is very tricky for an AWPer, so very forgivable. But she was that key part of their success, as we mentioned earlier. So her getting fired up, hitting those shots with the AWP, that's huge.
What's interesting as well is how she's playing, because she's been a little bit more proactive, more in towards middle. When we saw B4 against HSG, it was Poppins doing most of the heavy lifting towards that part of the map, going for these quicker flanks. Younger, she's calling for her team. She's saying, okay, I want to go here. I want to take these peaks. I want to take the initiative to this attack.
Yeah, I love what we've seen from Poppins so far. Struggled in her first international LAN, but she is stepping up here when it matters most. That one way thrown out by the CTs. Both these teams throw this exact smoke, so I think they're very wary to each other's antics on this, but at the very least it slows Enigma Galaxy down, and slowing them down ended up being to their detriment. Look at the utility they still have left on the CT side.
Yeah, but that's the key consideration. That's what's bitten B4 before. They just need to hold on to all of these pieces of utility, because they could be the difference between winning and losing a round. Flashbang up, Poppins and Nani will strike. It's a double setup that reaps the rewards.
And now they can just fall on back. They don't need to overcommit here. They've found 2 openers, done huge amounts of damage. And look what Enigma Galaxy are working with. 2 smokes and a flash, all they have. It's enough for an execute, but it's a limp one. 2 Molotovs and a HE to deny the plant as well. So B4, this round is in their hands. Just need to not let it slip.
Here comes that smoke wall being set up. It's the linear one to allow progression towards default. But you've got to be so wary of the players in towards gap. And Goddess has stricken before.
Yeah, don't want to jump up there, reveals herself. Now Goddess has to do it all, and she does. Anna falls, the bomb yet to be planted. She tries to come out and swing, and Nani's caught one through the smoke as well. Tori now, 1 versus 3, 10 seconds left. Tries to fake out the bomb, but that's costing her time, and it costs her her life. 8 on the board for B4.
Yeah, I really like this from B4. Again, holding on to the incendiaries. As you mentioned, they deployed them with only about 15 seconds left. It makes it really difficult for Enigma Galaxy to provide openings, provide space on the bomb site. They get funneled into Goddess's path and they shut her down immediately. Really well played. And I don't want to put this fear and this hope into our minds, but you are right, and they are building. Pause is even being called out. Enigma Galaxy maybe starting to feel a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, JTR getting very vocal on the mic here. Relaying commands to Vilga and co. Goddess doing the same to the B4 demons. Anna stoic as ever. She's got some ideas. Kill them all. That's her idea. Vilga looks down at her notebook. What happens when you're behind? Ah, Anna, go kill.
And underneath it, Anna needs AWP. That's why we've got to save. See if the pistols can accomplish anything, try and whittle down the economy, but it has been well established so far by the defense. Julie looking up and over, a kill to her name already in this round, looking to add some more to the tally. It's getting hot under the collar for 23, but in actual fact, she adjusts with the deagle.
Yeah, and the heat is where she thrives. Julie, on the other hand, has to watch on. Poppins is here, though. Nani close by. These are just pistols. In fact, 2 of these players don't even have armor. This shouldn't be a round that Enigma Galaxy can find a way through.
Shouldn't.
Shouldn't.
Probably couldn't. You've even got the anti-flash being set up as well. But Tori does strike. Poppins decapitated, removed. Forced from the sidelines. Nani steps in. That's a kill back on towards Anna at least.
Tori very scary with this armor AK. They're going to rotate. They're being very loud about it. This is going to give a lot of information, but actually they slow down now. Taking a pause. Mid. A leaf out of B4's own book, and that's what the gap is.
Still got utility. Couple of nades, incendiary, to try and disrupt potential for Enigma Galaxy.
Now he's in a good position here, playing what Tori was on the CT side. Jiggling between elevator and holding the 7th position. She's going to fall onto the site now. Worried about this push coming through, and in fact, they're wrapping on towards A. Not going to spot anything yet. Tori taking the charge with the AK. Nobody at the moment watching. Goddess is watching from short onto site. So she'll be the first contact here, but if Vilga clears this, and she does, the 1 hits, and now that bomb can be planted. Younger in the sidelines, not able to strike back, but a quick shot with the AWP does. And now a 2v2, Nani coming on through, not ready for Tori, catches her off guard. And now Younger has to do everything. It was just pistols, but now it's the AWP, a no-scope goes through and does not connect. Deagle comes out, and it doesn't either. Tori tucked on in, not giving up anything until she strikes. 15, map point for Enigma Galaxy.
Decision-making impeccable for Enigma Galaxy. They thread the needle. They work their way through middle, find the gap. And from there, it's just so clinical. The way they set up in the afterplants as well, they do not give over any opportunity for a potential of a retake. You get the kill out towards gap, you fall back in towards elevator, you double up, you ensure that this goes to map point.
Yeah, maybe it's a little bit of inexperience there, some jitters. Like Poppin's in that advanced position against pistols. You don't need to be there when you're in a position that can't be traded. And then additionally, Nani moving onto the side of that last minute, just hold mid. You can play the 3v3 retake. I feel like that's a more comfortable position to be in. So a few small things that could have determined an outcome of that game. This time around though, Younger, well, walking on through, no chance for the quick scope. Tori with 1 point. 2 kills. Doesn't quite drop Poppins. Poppins picks up the AWP, that low HP. She's the one that has to wield it. 23 boosts on over. Good flashbang, forces her off. Julie creeps on forward. Utility being thrown. She falls back off it.
Good reposition from Poppins as well. There is a little bit of a one-way, and she recognizes the potential threat, so just tries to sit back in. I'm looking at Vilga, and so is the Observer. Found the gap in towards middle, but Julie is accounting for it.
Another nice HE. Anna brought down very low. v4. Similar on both sides here. I think Galaxy a little bit more healthy, but not in terms of utility. Anna the only one that can execute here. And look at the stack. 3 players gambling on the B bomb side. It's the perfect read.
Flashing forward as well. Julie, you need to be a little bit careful here. Poppins caught with a nade in her hand. Potentially no. Not quite. Gets on the angle, but 23 is a little bit faster. Julie not arising to the occasion. And now Nani trying to save B4's dreams. And in fact, it all leads on to Goddess. 1 versus 4.
Feels simply impossible. Coming through on the flank is going to be faced with the low HP of Anna, but she has that AWP in hand. She's ready for it, but Goddess hits the shot first. But now you can see immediately on the X-ray, every Enigma Galaxy player ready and waiting for Goddess to come around that corner. Flash over the top, and she has to get past all 3, the clock ticking. No kit on her back, but there are some on the sides. She has to find all these kills. Gets 1, but that's all it's going to be. Enigma Galaxy taking the series against B4, and they go straight through the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, wow. Let's put some more respect on Enigma Galaxy's name. B4, they came into that one quite strong in both halves, right? They worked their way back in towards the second, but the first half really impressed me. They weren't afraid to take the fight to Enigma Galaxy, but as soon as they settled in, they adjusted, they realized what was going on. The patience pays off, and from there, it's complete dominance once again from the best women's team in the world.
Yep, best women's team in the world for a reason. We saw it on display here. Once again, a flawless start on land, but B4 certainly showed that they had what it took to take it to them. Poppins in particular, doing what we hoped that she would do here on this land. She was quiet back in the Season 2 finals, but was loud on the server today with Younger alongside her. So they'll be going into that rematch potentially, depending on how that game goes between HSG and Saints. I think the winner of that will verse B4 for that second spot in the semis.
And we talk about Anna doing well. We talk about Vilga normally performing. But I tell you what, Tori had a miraculous game. And we're going to throw it to the desk so they can break this one down a little bit further.
Thank you very much, guys. That was a totally different Vertigo to the one we saw this morning when B4 took HSG to a double OT and claimed the victory. This time, it was Nigma Galaxy setting a much slower pace. They are the ESL Impact Puppet Masters, and time again, B4 played right into their hands, Miss Harvey.
Yeah, it did feel like there was a little bit of a team gap at some point in this game. Nigma Galaxy was solid, executing their plan A this whole time, while B4 kind of felt out of places, always getting flashed. I'm not sure if it was the nerves or if it was just they were not as good as Nigma Galaxy, like just as simple as that. But they did feel like a totally different team than what we saw this morning.
Yeah, it was a different opponent as well.
Yeah.
Of course, we have to consider that and put that into the equation. But overall, it's just the amount of things that Nigma Galaxy are doing right, I think. They're not making many mistakes, and altogether, it's just such a well-rounded team. So it's not really much you can do, right?
Yeah,
You're not gonna do everything perfectly.
The scoreline is 16-8 though, so they were able to win 8 rounds, which when we looked at the pacing of this game, it was kind of surprising because it did feel like they were getting a little bit steamrolled.
Yeah. It seemed like every time in that first half that B4 were able to pick up a round or even just get the bomb down, Nigma Galaxy instantly regrouped in that buy moment and went, okay, right, this is how we're going to stop that from happening again, because there were some exploitations in those kind of fast mid to B rushes, and then it got shut down. The A site shut down. They just managed to plug those gaps.
It was in the beginning of the game, in the beginning of the match. That's where B4 found most of their rounds. And immediately, as soon as Nigma Galaxy figured out what B4 was all about, like, okay, they're gonna keep doing this. They're gonna keep running through mid. We're gonna shut it down, lock it down. We're gonna put our strongest players there, and we're gonna counter it.
Yeah, a little bit like Saints this morning against Nigma. Nigma lost pistols. And we thought, oh my God, maybe we have a game. You know, a couple of rounds are being exchanged, and it's kind of a 4v4 situation on the scoreline. But then after that, Nigma just has more experience, more depth, and adapts quicker than any of the other opponents in these tournaments so far.
It doesn't necessarily show on the scoreboard, but it's quite satisfying to see Poppins again anchoring on that B site and showing that it wasn't just a fluke against HSG. She can actually hold her nerve against the likes of Nigma Galaxy. Again, we shouldn't be talking about age constantly, but the fact that she's just 16 years old and playing on quite a complex map of Vertigo, the fact that she's able to do that.
To anchor B site on Vertigo as well, it's probably the hardest job that you have in the game. And she does it confidently, and she does it well.
Yeah, I mean, there is potential for this team to make it to the playoffs still, even though they weren't able to book their spot on Sunday already. We are going to have an interview with Nigma Galaxy shortly, given that we're not going to be seeing them tomorrow. They're going to be doing their thing around Katowice. But in terms of Nigma Galaxy, do you think that they are still looking as strong as they were last time we saw them, or even better?
I think they're looking a little bit stronger, to be honest. Like they said it earlier in one of the interviews. Don't forget, we are also grinding. Our grind never stops. And I think we have to give a little bit of credit to their coach as well, because you could see in one of the tactical timeouts how he was lifting them up. He's discussing. He has so many brilliant ideas that he's able to convey to the team.
Well, we're going to head over to Heku right now to find out who she's got in her interview spot. Oh, hello, Tori. How's it going? Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You were asking how's it going. It's going great. Have you seen her ADR?
No, it's a fluffy question because you asked the hard-hitting ones. Heku, go for it.
I mean, my first hard-hitting question is, what happened between the first best of one and this one that like all of a sudden you're just like just unstoppable?
I mean, just came to this tournament very confident and had 3 weeks of boot camp in the Warsaw. Yeah, and I had a good mood with the team, and always nice to play like this. Yeah.
Well, as always, you managed to secure yourself a spot in the semifinals, which means that you're going to play against a team that will finish second in the B group. In the B group right now, we have Navi, Furia, 9 Pandas, and CLG Red. Which team do you think will play second and you'll meet them in the semifinals?
I think it can be Navi. Yeah. And I saw the Furia game against Nine Pandas. They actually Nine Pandas also showed really good game. I was actually impressed. And it can be anyone, to be honest. But I would say Furia and Navi.
It's Furia and Navi that will go into the semifinals.
I think it can be Navi or Furia, yeah.
All right. Then the last thing is, the classical question is, once again, you have a day off. What are the plans this time?
Of course, we're gonna prepare for the games. We're gonna watch demos, of course, yeah, and take a day off, chill a bit, and yeah, after this hard work, we just need some day off. We actually didn't have day off for so long.
So you're practicing, training?
Yeah, we are practicing a lot, training, preparing for the games, for this tournament. Yeah.
I see. Well, I'm sure that the desk also has at least one or maybe a few questions. What do you want to know?
I have a question, because I was just in the middle of the sentence talking about your coach JTR and how he is clearly very involved when you're doing your tactical timeouts. What's he saying to you? How is he figuring out what you're going to do moving forward in a match after such a tactical timeout?
I mean, he's really great coach. He's watching every game, our opponents. He's always saying he knows how to play, he knows how to adapt, so he really helps us with it. When we have tactical pause, he's really helping us with it.
Brilliant. Well, thank you ever so much for hanging out with Heku and with us, Tori. Congratulations again on making it through to
Thank
Sunday.
you.
Have an amazing time in Katowice. Maybe pop into the Spodek Arena. I believe there's some games going on. Obviously
Yeah,
not
of
as
course.
important as these ones. So
Yeah.
we'll see you on Sunday. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, we're the only thing that matters. Now, let's talk in more detail about some of the players on the side of Enigma Galaxy. In fact, we've just been hearing from Tori. Why don't we chat about Tori? She's our player of the match.
Yeah, I wanted to keep the surprise for
Oh, I'm sorry.
Tori is our player of the game, and we're going to take a look at some of her best plays. As Eku mentioned in the interview, she had a crazy ADR, 109. She's the only one that topped the 100 ADR in this game. And remember, it's 16-8. So to have 27 kills in that a lot of rounds, excuse my confusion, but it's just crazy. She played amazing, and to be playing that great with players like Vilga, Kat, Anna, and 20 is just.
She had 19.
Crazy.
She had 19 frags after the first half. Her impact in holding that mid defense and the B defense, incredible. She was
Absolutely
unstoppable.
Do you think B4 were letting her farm a bit though? Play devil's advocate here.
No, I don't think so. But maybe they were avoiding someone else.
Yeah, maybe we were avoiding someone else. Maybe.
Yes.
Anna.
Yeah, because we saw, suddenly we were looking at the score and Anna has only one frag and we look, what is happening? It's been 10 rounds, but then she does this and we, now it's all of a sudden 5 and just like that when she's needed, she hits hard and she hits without scope either. And then the last half of the CT side, she just got so many frags. She just went from
She
one.
heard us.
Yeah.
She heard us in the green room, and she was like,
could feel us thinking it.
"Let me prove you guys wrong once again. You doubting us?
Are you doubting? What are you saying?" But I think also it could have something to do with B4 trying to simply avoid her, try to not play into her crosshair, because we know how bad that can go.
Next up, ladies, we've got another winners match. This is our Group B winners match. And when I looked at the run of show just now to remind ourselves of who's playing, it sounded like an iconic matchup, and I think it's going to be. It's going to be Na'Vi Javelins versus Furia. So we'll be back shortly to find out who is booking their spot in Sunday's matches.
Silent windows of a house made of glass. Too many walls to shatter, stuck in the past. Oh yeah, until I had no choice. find my voice. I was a sea without a boat to the shore. No one around me who could throw me an oar. Ooh, yeah, until I learned to fly and made it to the sky. You got to open up, hold your head up. You've got to open up, hold your head up. You've got to open up, hold your head up. You've got to open up. Open up and be free of the shackles pulling you. Only then can you be everything they won't do. Open up and be free of the shackles pulling you. Only then can you be everything they won't do. Hiding in the shadows never did nothing good, nothing good. I was at sea without a boat to the shore. No one around me who could throw me an oar. Ooh, yeah, until I learned to fly and made it to the sky. You got to open up, hold your head up. You've got to open up, hold your head up. You've got to open up, hold your head up. You've got to open up. Open up and be free of the shackles pulling you. Only then can you be everything they won't do. Open up and be free of the shackles pulling you. Only then can you be everything they won't do. Hiding in the shadows never did nothing good, nothing good. Open up and be free. Only then can you be. Hold
to me. R.I.P. buried. 무리들이 몰려온다 사죄해라 미리. Dead to me. R.I.P. buried. 무릎 꿇고 고개 숙여 반성해라 피리. 왜 이래요? 잘못 오셨네요. 상관없는 자에게는 묻지 마세요. 성격 끝이 씻고 and I live to tell the tale. 못이 박히기 했지만 coffin and a nail. Bury so deep in your excrete. 누굴 탓해? 다 네가 한 짓. I've been mute, I've been discreet. 알만한 사람 다 알아 나 in these streets. 시끌벅적 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 동네 시끄럽네요. 시끌벅적 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 화난 사람 많네요. Come hit you and run. They coming for your ransom. 나 어째 call you lawyer. 뭐 막아 can't do nothing for ya. I say come hit you and run. They coming for your ransom. 나 어째 call you lawyer. 뭐 막아 can't do nothing for ya. Dead to me, R.I.P. buried. Angry mouth coming for your pitchforks ready. Dead to me with no Hail Marys. 이미 뜯겨버린 몸 no casket necessary. 무리들이 몰려온다 사죄해라 미리. 무릎 꿇고 고개 숙여 파상해라 피리. 거짓말에 말려버린 왜곡된 사실이 고삐 풀린 말이 되면 너는 내게 시신. 어떡해요 다 걸려버렸네요. 요즘이 어떤 시대인데 그런 짓을 해요. 망나니처럼 막 나갈 때 언제 꼭 글쎄요. 이제와 후회해봐도 달라질 건 없네요. Bury so deep in your excrete. 누굴 탓해 다 네가 한 짓. I've been mute, I've been discreet. 알만한 사람 다 알아 나 in these streets. 시끌벅적 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 동네 시끄럽네요. 시끌벅적 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 화난 사람 많네요. Come hit you and run. They coming for your ransom. 나 어째 call you lawyer. 뭐 막아 can't do nothing for ya. I say come hit you and run. They coming for your ransom. 나 어째 call you lawyer. 뭐 막아 can't do nothing for ya. Dead to me, R.I.P. buried. 무리들이 몰려온다 사죄해라 미리. Dead to me, R.I.P. buried. 무릎 꿇고 고개 숙여 반성해라 피리.
If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no raise a toast to the goat, yeah. Body be dripping in Fendi, part of my nose with that Fenty. Money on me, I got plenty. Hundreds, 50s, and 20s. Stay fat, lot of them. Rag, house by the lake, bought that. Opposite the brakes, draw back. Paddock on my wrist, I'ma hit them with a drip. They gon' pay the VIP to get a pic with me. I'm a star, brand new keys to the car. I'm the boss and the king and the czar. Got them so high, so addicted, telling me I'm the only queen of his heart. Guess I let you co-star. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no raise a toast to the goat, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no raise a toast to the goat, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma be the best. You can bet I got the recipe. Mastermind, creator of this high vibe energy. Only thing I'm loyal to is building a legacy. So quit testing me. Lot of commas in the bank, I'm a provider. Tell the amateurs stay in they lane, ain't no outsider. Bought a mansion in LA, right next to Mariah. Write a song, get filthy paid, price going high, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no raise a toast to the goat, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no raise a toast to the goat, yeah. Yeah. It takes a lot to be the best. times when I dream, at times when I just close my eyes, I see the place we used to live. Gaze up at the sky and I look for a familiar face. I try to find my way back home. Could have sworn it was real, but with time started doubting myself. I play it on repeat, I would do anything just to turn back time. Memories are faded in the sun. I just wanna feel like when we were young, when we didn't need.
I have Carp from Fury here by my side. You've already played so many lands with the Impact, but we know you, like as an AWPer. But how exactly did you get to this role?
Well, my team was needing an AWPer, and I wasn't, so I took the responsibility. I was second AWP, and I say, well, I can go first. I can go primary. So it works.
So if you were like not an AWP originally, how did you like work on yourself? How did you improve to become like a really good AWP?
Well, actually, I watched everyone. Fallen was my biggest inspiration, and Device, Zaiwu, Simple. I watched everyone and started to learn.
You started to learn that
yes.
way. You kind of, you learn from the best.
Yes, I learned from the best. And I improved myself with the things I like to do. So.
Well, I do also want to find out what is like the relationship like in the team, like you with your teammates. So I'm gonna ask you like 5 questions real quick.
Okay.
Just give me the names.
Okay.
Who is the most skilled in your team?
The most skilled is Olga.
Who is the smartest one in the team?
I think it's Gabi.
Gabi, all right. Who is the funniest one?
It's Olga too.
It's Olga too?
Yes,
all right, okay. Who is the least punctual one? Who's like usually late?
Olga.
Olga.
Everything's Olga, oh my God.
Okay. And who is your closest friend?
Olga too.
She is like the best friend. She's late, she's funny.
Yes, she's everything.
She's everything.
She annoys me with the late thing. She's always late.
All right. I mean, hopefully she's not gonna be late for like on the server, correct?
No, on the server she's really on point, so no problem with this.
All right. Then good luck in the tournament.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back to ESL Impact. We are bringing you all the action from Katowice. And the day is nowhere near being finished because we're going to have one more winner's best of one and we'll be following up with a goodbye match. We'll be eliminating one of the teams from Group B in a best of 3. But right now, let's talk about who we potentially are going to be crowning as a semi-finalist. Is it going to be Furia? Is it going to be Na'Vi Javelins? This is going to be an interesting clash of stars, Miss Hardy.
Yeah, at the moment, I still haven't decided who I think is going to win. So
this conversation is quite important.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It could change my mind. Incredible matchup. A Na'Vi that is stronger than ever. A Furia that seems to be a little bit shakier than what we saw in the last couple of events. Is it because they faced tougher opponents? Is it because Na'Vi had weaker opponents? I think this is where we're going to really see at what level these two teams are.
Yeah, we all were kind of agreeing that Group B is the group of death, and what a stacked group it was. So I think any of these teams that we saw today, Fury, 9 Pandas, Na'Vi, and CLG Red, it was kind of up in the air which of these teams were going to move on and who was facing elimination.
It's interesting because looking at Group B at the start of today, I was like, 9 Pandas, they're the one I'm not sure about. Obviously, Furia, really strong. Na'Vi as well, we've heard such great things about them. We saw them earlier today. But 9 Pandas have now really impressed me. I've seen so much progress from them, and it's been 2 months since Jönköping, it's mad.
It's the new name.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
I mean, they're 9 now too.
Yeah.
You know, instead of being 5. They're working hard.
The 4 pandas make all the difference.
Yeah, exactly. No, you're totally right. And if you look at this, like just for this, from this scoreboard right now, this bracket, it does kind of feel like CLG Red is actually the weakest team of this game, of this group, which is crazy.
Yeah, who would
to
have
think
thought?
about, right? It's
Yeah.
just, you know, 2 best of 1, so it means absolutely nothing in the bigger scheme of things. But it's still, like you mentioned, the group of death.
All right, well, let's conclude the group of death action for today by kicking off, first of all, with this winners matchup. It is Furia ready to fight and meet up with Na'Vi Javelins. This is a team we've been talking about for so long. They missed out in Yeonjping, but they are here to bring a reckoning to Furia today. I am so excited for this one. I'm excited to see the veto as well. Any wishes, anything you want to see these 2 teams compete on?
Anubis! Just said it. Please!
Anubis, is that what you said?
Yeah, I would love some new map in
You're
there.
manifesting, right?
Yeah.
Manifesting it. You don't want to see a Mirage. We already seen it. We've saw Vertigo twice today. I want us to shake things up. But unfortunately, so far no nuke ban. Maybe we're gonna get a nuke. I would love some
That
nuke
would
in
be
there.
so fun, actually. I agree with that.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Mirage ban. All right, so we have
I'm
Ancient,
all
Anubis,
for
and
a
nuke.
nuke, or-
3 cool maps.
Yeah.
We're going to see Ancient. Guys, we're
We're happy.
A European team playing
happy.
Nuke.
Yeah, Na'Vi
freaking
are
go.
actually quite strong on Nuke. That is probably the map that they are picking most of the times if they have the option to do so. So this can bode some this can bode interesting for Furia. But regardless, this is a map that we should be very, very excited to see.
I definitely associate Brazilian derbies with Nuke, but this is the first LAN I've been to where Na'Vi Javelins have been playing, so I'm really excited to see the European take on that map. Let's put, though, right now, 2 players head-to-head. We're going to talk about Angelica and Olga. I mean, Olga doesn't need any introduction, so instead, it'll be interesting to hear how the team plays around Olga to set her up for all this success we're seeing on the server.
Yeah, because when you're looking at a player like Olga, she requires to have a lot of freedom, especially on both CT side and on T side. She needs to have freedom, and she needs to have the team has to have confidence in her, so she can have confidence in herself to be able to go and make plays. And what player is it that usually have that kind of freedom and responsibility? It's the upper in the team, and I think that is one of the reasons that we can see that Ka is kind of leaning back a little bit, but more being that more of like a safety net for her team, and letting Olga be the one to be hyper aggressive and roaming around a lot.
And Angelica, she's almost neck and neck in the stats with Hunker as well. So it's not just Angelica who's putting up the numbers. I guess because Viku is the star, they are playing around this AWPA. The Riflers, they don't necessarily have as much of focus, as much pressure on their shoulders.
Yeah, I would say so. But I feel that Na'Vi right now, at least in the game that we saw earlier, as I'm talking, I'm going to take out my stats, but I feel that they were a little more even than what Furia saw. Like, Furia needed to have some of their players show up big time to be able to close that game this morning. While Na'Vi, it felt like a smoother ride, especially on the second half of Ancient, if you can remember. If I take a look at the stats, like, it was a way more even and fair. So I feel that in the long run, those kind of teams have more success, where you don't depend on one player to do kind of everything, and if she fails, then you have like plan B, plan C, plan E. So I think Na'Vi, if Olga doesn't perform here, has a good shot.
Ladies, do you have any spare change?
You want to flip a coin?
I'm wondering if you've got a coin to flip, because it's time for Stat It Out with Newt. Ooh. And his magic coin. Hello.
Hello. Well, my coin is practically worth like 2 cents to you guys, so thank you, South African economy. But anyways, this is the final best of 1 of the day. And also, let's just talk again about Olga. Olga is the only one in the entire ESL Impact League to break the 1,000 kill barrier. It's absolutely nuts, but it's all attested to this number right next to me, 0.9. That is a 0.9 KPR across the entire league of last year, this year, every single game. So that's like practically a kill a round. So there's not a round that goes by without Olga being on the scoreboard. But there is one player that's close on her heels, and it is from Na'Vi Javelins. That's Fiku with a 0.85, and also coming close with the kill difference here. So I'm very excited to see this matchup between these two absolute frag monsters. So I want to see which one is actually the most terrifying of the two and will be topping the charts in this matchup. So I'm very excited to see this match. And yeah, take it away and take us to the map.
Very much. What a stats beast we have in Newt. It's lovely to have him joining us for the first time on camera at Impact League. He's been contributing so much to the scene for quite a while now. We should talk about another new addition because her name is Boker and she's joined Furia.
We have a new player, Boker, and another Gabriela. And she's really a young player, but just about her age because he plays since she was 13. And I know her since that age. I play with her and some books. I never played in a team, and I know she's a experienced player, you know.
She certainly showed that experience on the server, but also in her interview as well, Ms. Harvey. It was great to hear her confidence, the fact that she's bringing so many new ideas to Furia, and also her numbers on the server were so impressive for her international land debut.
To be honest, when you come into a roster that's already established at the top of the world as the 5th, as the new player, especially when you're 18, things can go really dicey really quick. You can lose your place. You can even lose your play style. And it's interesting how they were able to incorporate her in a way that she feels comfortable enough to have that interview. That interview was amazing from this young woman. Not only was her English so good, but it's like she transpired confidence. And it's all because of her teammates, right? Yes, it's herself as well, but it's because they're giving her the room to really blossom.
Yeah, they are giving her the room, giving her most of the positions that she's feeling comfortable in, and I think she was a great fit into the original plans and the roster.
Yeah, so
all
far
the positioning that Furia already had. Often when you come into the team as the latest addition new player, you will be like sacrificing a lot just to get a spot in the team and say I can play whatever as long as it's whatever is best for the team, and then you kind of lose yourself a little bit like we were touching on.
Yeah, so one map so far, she killed it, the team killed it, so let's see if they can keep up.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they can keep up with the Na'Vi Javelins. But if you're not familiar with this all-star lineup from Poland, we've got a video to help you out.
Hi, I'm Lena and I'm playing for Na'Vi Javelins. Bali was a great tournament. The atmosphere was really cool. Like, that was so hot in here. Like, there's winter in Poland. That was really good, environment. And about winning, we feel really confident when we qualified from the qualification, and we're really happy that we managed to win this one. That really gave us confidence and we can manage to win a tournament, and we are looking forward for the Katowice now. We have some losses and we have some winning situation in this team. I think we are a different team than we were in Valencia. We did much progress. There was a few days of crying, I must say, after losing, but we talked about this, we watched demos, we know what we did wrong. That was a lot of stress during this match, and now we are a different team, I must say. We gained that experience and we are ready to win. 2023 is Na'Vi Javelins year. Podajcie kibicować nam i zrobimy wszystko, co w naszej mocy, by wygrać ten turniej. Polska górą.
Hadji, how important is it for a team like Na'Vi Javelins to know that they are in it for the long run as a 5-piece? Because I imagine it must be so stressful going to a match as a pro player going, if I don't perform, I might not get to be here again.
Yeah, it's very stressful. And I think for Na'Vi, they've shown it that the consistency is key. And to keep this lineup, keep these 5 players together, and give them kind of a safety net. It's okay if you mess up a round. We are not gonna. You're part of the family. You're part of this team, and we are winning together, and we're losing together. We are working together, and we're learning together. And then if you have those kind of values, it's so beautiful, because then you know that you can always improve. You can always do better, and you do better, and you do it as a team, as a group, as a unit.
Yeah, I love this team. The fact that they didn't qualify for the last event and still kept their 5 speaks wonders. It speaks how much they love each other and they want to pursue this journey together. And I love their interviews and even just watching them compete, because they're the most emotional players ever. You know, when they speak, they have so much emotion in the way that they talk about how they were crying and they were like stuck together and they were happy and whatnot, but they say it in such the most emotionless speech ever. And I just really, really enjoy players like Danu, as you can see on screen, just being so grateful to be in the scene.
They're hyper-focused, and I think this is going to be yet another close match. Will we see our third double overtime of the day? I'm not sure, and I'm not sure who is going to win this one either. So I guess we'll do our predictions all at the same time. Hedget?
Furia.
Okay, Miss Harvey?
I want to go with Navi. Let's go with Navi.
Yeah, okay. What about Bardog?
Bardog?
Yeah, look, he's wearing a sheet. Bardog.
Oh, okay. I
Love
thought
it.
you confused me, and I was like, that's a very strong reach. But yeah,
you're a Lucy Poo, and he's a Bardog.
Yeah, all right. You know what? I'm going to say it. Na'Vi Javelins. I just think they got it.
Yeah, no, Na'Vi Javelins come in so hot. I'm so excited to see them in the server again. They missed out on the Season 1 and Season 2 finals despite these dominant online runs. They're one of the best teams in Europe, and we only got to see them that once in Valencia. So really excited to see them going up against Furia, who, you know, they're the number 2 team in the world. So this is a real test for them.
Well, you're some of the best casters, and I can't wait to hear you at it. So have fun.
All right, we are going to have fun because this is 2 of the best teams in the world about to battle it out for that second spot in the semi-finals. Niga Galaxy obviously just securing that one before. So, yeah, it's a lot on the line here. Potential for a second European team to take it.
And when me and you have these conversations, when we commentate Impact Online, we often kind of refer Na'Vi Javelins as the best women's team in the world on Nuke. So I feel like there's a lot that kind of needs to be backed up and proven here. Furia are very competent on this map. Really like picking it, but I tell you what, 9 Pandas looked incredibly good in that opening best of 1 on Mirage. And Furia, it took them a while to warm up here. It's a completely different beast against the Javelins. You can't make any mistakes early.
Yeah, and I think Furia winning that map on Mirage, it's a bit of a misleading kind of thing, right? Because it took double OT, and Furia, Mirage is their playground. They mentioned during that entire matchup how everyone was so surprised that it went to Mirage. Because Furia, you just expect to win on that, but 9 Pandas, small margins, they could have taken that map. So I think they look a little bit shaky. Boko had a good performance, but will that translate onto Nuke, which doesn't have that kind of standard, everyone knows Mirage, all the fragging. It's very, out in the open, taking these duels. So much more tactical here.
And we've been talking, the desk has been alluding to Na'Vi Javelins keeping their core 5 together the entire time. Furia obviously making roster changes. You're now entering probably the best map in terms of CT rotations. It's going to take a lot of communication, a lot of practice, a lot of rehearsal. If you aren't on point here, if Boca isn't kind of reading from the same script as Furia, then it's going to be very difficult to kind of read and transmit all this energy together and stop the Na'Vi Javelins attack.
And it is going to be a Na'Vi Javelins attack as we're going to be jumping into Nuke. Best of 1 here between these 2 teams. Na'Vi starting on the T side. Furia on the defense. Who will take it and knock in that spot in the playoffs?
Lots of utility from Na'Vi Javelins. 2 Molotovs already, setting themselves up towards the lobby position. 3 players on A for Furia. This could be quick.
Is that ready above hut? Holding. Car also tucked up on the rafters. Could have been quick. Now it comes through. The utility rains them through. Angelica gets the first kill. A second comes through for Hanker as well. Already the A side open for business. Lena with another. Gabby falls. And suddenly it's all onto Olga and onto Boko to pull off this 2v5.
Yeah, really difficult for Furia to try and get their way back in. Got a flashbang on Boko though if you do want to give this a go, but look, you're against the entire roster of Na'Vi Javelins, and Lena makes this one really impossible. Boko, last player standing. Very difficult from Heaven as well. It has to be, and it will be, a Na'Vi Javelins round.
Yeah, Viku already on the flank to try and cut her off, and deny anything, and well, at least she will get away potentially with her life, and it takes two to the grave with her, but regardless, okay, she does fall eventually. Angelica does find that kill. And Na'Vi Javelins, they start fast, furious, and take down the pistol. Domination on the A side.
Maybe taking a page or two out of 9 Pandas, right? What were they doing so well on that T side in that opening game against Fura? Being direct, getting right in the face, disrupting the defense. Na'Vi Javelins, there's a clear game plan in mind. You've got to be so careful, Fura. You're already on the back foot.
And we saw Na'Vi, such a resilient team against the OG earlier. And that was with them taking time to warm up into the server. It was a strong start. And Na'Vi, particularly on that CT side, looked hugely dominant. If they start getting off to a good start here, that spells disaster for the South Americans. Smoke wall early as well. Good conditioning. Keep throwing that one out. Keep Furia guessing.
This is interesting as well. You've got the Na'Vi Javelins Classic. Hanka is always going to be lurking around these smokes. There's always going to be presence here. The issue is for Furia, they're never going to know how many players are truly there. This time it's a group up in towards lobby. Normally the reaction for a CT side is to push, take control of that lobby space once you lose Secret, but instead it's going to be ramp. Bokor tested, MP9 up high, and it doesn't find a thing.
Hanka found the kill also lowers, took down Olga, and that means there's an avenue now towards B. She can hold the rotations towards Vent and Secret. Or maybe not, Izza actually finds her way through. So that gap was exploited, but Hanka is still there on the lurk, can come through late and catch them both off. No kit at the moment, smokes as well, but the bomb yet to be planted. And well, might not even be needed to be planted as everybody is falling. Car makes a little hop outside, so her presence is noted. And Na'Vi up against the Force, do not falter. Car, if she can find Hanka here, can maybe get away with an AK, but isn't even going to be clearing the corner. Oh, and it's the knife coming out early. Disrespect. Car falls, and it's a second for Na'Vi.
Statement of intent for Na'Vi Javelins. And again, it's another round which has got a clear game plan. Hanka takes control down towards Secret. Rest of the players wait in towards lobby, but because Hanka doesn't hear a thing, doesn't really receive any contestment, instead, Na'Vi hedge their bets. They gamble more over towards ramp. They move as a unit. The trade spacing, they don't even need it. Bokor cleared, dealt with.
And now, knowing that that was the Force, they have a clear path to their third here. The scariest thing on the server is Olga with the Zeus.
Already down in towards B as well.
Potentially Vent could tuck in. A lot of close angles there that you can give someone a little electric zoc. Zoc. That's not a word. How silly.
It can be if we use it enough.
All right, Olga getting ready to zoc them.
Oh, instead, dealt with by Hanka. Either with another. It's just USPs. It's always going to be the formality here for the Javelins, but it's important they're doing it with 5 alive, and currently that is the case. Doors swung open, Hanka taking complete control, clearing out every nook and cranny of the bomb site.
Yeah, this is a team that's incredibly thorough. They're not just going to run into the site with the bomb out and just plant it. They're going to clear everything, make sure that someone's always providing cover. I'd say, alongside Enigma Galaxy, one of those teams that just works as a single unit. It's like a hive mind in the server.
I love that. Hanka's just broke the control window, shot the Zeus. Like, yeah, we know you had it. Nice try, not today. Danu's even on a flank, trying to lock in the ramp rotate. That's the Galil that's been given over to Furia. Honestly, not the end of the world.
Yeah, and we're seeing it early here, but this is something you noted earlier about Hanka and sort of being out on the sort of these lurking positions. But the thing about Na'Vi is, even if you catch one of these players, it could not be the lurk, because Danu also goes on those sort of extremities as well, right? So you're never quite sure, is it the lurk or is this the full commit?
Yeah, Danu's really committed in towards lobby as well. She's one of those players that if they do decide to go outside, she'll just sit, she'll wait, it's patient, and it never feels comfortable with your Furia. On that CT side, we're speaking about these transitions in rotations. Bokor, a lot of responsibility lies on her shoulders ultimately. She's 1-for-1 with Mari. She's over towards ramp. A lot of the rotations, a lot of the information is going to be conveyed from her. She sounded so positive in the interview, but the proving grounds is now with this gun round.
Yeah, I think the good thing about her coming in, at least with ramp, is it's a very sort of solo position, right? So she can kind of just play her game there, being familiar with it. And speaking of playing her game, Car with the AWP, misses a shot, gonna fall on back. That's that head-to-head we want to keep an eye on. Nice HE, brings 2 players incredibly low, but Olga deleted on up high above the smoke. He has no chance of spotting a player.
Yeah, due diligence by Lena. crossing the T's, dotting both of the I's in her name, and suddenly Olga has just been relinquished. Yet to frag on the server. Iza going for a little bit of a push, but guess what? Danu's there and waiting.
Yeah, as you mentioned, she's holding for any sort of aggression here. CTs, we all know, love to retake lobby control here. Danu ready for it, but Gabby was also ready. Knew Danu was sitting in that position. Now Car sitting in the vents, the prime position.
And now you've got another unexpected element. Car deals with Hanka, but take a look at Angelka. She's scaling all the way up towards heaven.
They can get past Car here. That's a strong flank, but they have to get past her. She strikes again. Angelka falls, and now it's all on to Viku. 1v4 players in every single direction, and it's Car, a triple kill in the round, gets the AWP in her hands and does work with it.
Yeah, really impressed by Furia's reactions there, because when they're taking each gunfight, they're doing it with togetherness, not in solidarity. Car being aggressive early on. Think about how many positions Car was in that round. She starts over towards outside, drops down in towards vent, finds a kill, and then she always ends it at ramp. It's perfect, it's dynamic, and that's exactly what you need out of your sniper.
Just enough now to get a full buyout here, except for Angelka, who we saw in the head-to-head as the player to be watching against Olga. Oh, just going to be the Desert Eagle to do it. Another good HG. Hanka going for a clear, but it's a little half-hearted. Running out, and Olga, well, she's full-hearted here. Bullets to the face, and peering on over, looking for more. Catches Lena. Somehow still not punished, just playing around the smokes and boxes. And she's managing to almost get away. At least Viku was there for the trade. But now Car is here, and there are no smokes blocking her vision. Falls on back. Doesn't want to give up another advantage, but she has a player locked in. Doesn't quite connect.
AK recovered by Angelka at the very least. 2 versus 4 and plenty of time on the clock to play with. Now Javelin's looking to reset. You haven't got a smoke. You do have an incendiary to potentially try and disrupt, but look at Gabby's position here. It's absolutely perfect. If you clear this, well, then it's exceptional. Viku does try and match it, but the headshots will prevail. Gabby with a multi, Furia with back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, perfect crosshair placement from Gabby, rewarded with 2 nice, easy kills. And Furia strike back 2 consecutive, crippling the economy of Na'Vi, and now they get to start to build up that defense. And it was Olga getting activated. I mentioned she hadn't got a kill yet. Well, 2 to start things off, throws the entire round into disarray.
Yeah, it's interesting of note as well. Na'Vi Javelins, they do elect for that diagonal smoke. Will every single round of the half so far, they've elected to go outside. And that creates a lot of space towards red, which Olga has just prioritized. She goes, okay, I know I can take the space here. The key threat for Na'Vi Javelins is towards Garage, is towards Heaven. If I just get up close, I get supported by flashbangs. It's perfect. You know what? She doesn't even need them. 2 kills shuts it all down.
Now they're going to be reduced to the eco, so Fury will be able to tie things up, provided no crazy shenanigans take place. It's interesting. I feel like Nuke, we had the sort of conversation before this map about what map was going to come through the veto, and, you know, I floated the idea that Nuke could come through. But it's a bit scary for Furia to take it here, right? Because, as you mentioned, Na'Vi, the best women's team in the world on this map. We've called them that multiple times. I'm sure we'll get to see that. Start was good, and their CT side will be. And Furia, though, they're not a team that's untested on this map. We've seen them play it quite a lot, and I think they have the confidence, and particularly winning that knife round starting on CT. It's a good position to be in.
Yeah, definitely. But with CT side comes its caveats. It's rounds like this that Furia need to be not tripping over their own shoelaces, not falling into traps that Na'Vi Javelins are placing towards them. You get in, you get out, clean, unscathed. That's the most important thing. And any bomb plant you deny on the way is incredible for the economy going forward.
Well, see if they can get by unscathed. So far, almost. A little bit of damage to Boko, no one falls. So, a scathing? Not really. 3-3. Furia tie things up as the eco gets nothing done for Na'Vi.
Interesting decision being made. See Viku's hesitating on her purchase. Does she want to go for the glass cannon, just wield the prize sniper in her palms, or does she elect to go for kind of the more supportive role? You get the AK, but you also get the utility, which is so pivotal at denying control on Nuke. I feel like T-side's incredibly hard to snipe on this map. I think this is the right decision. Olga going for a peek. It's aggressive, the spam. It does connect, does significant damage onto both Danu and Angelka.
Yeah, gonna make those M4s a little bit more potent. Iza with hers tucked on in, ready for the contact. Danu's brought down low, just trying to walk through, and she's caught in that spam. There's Izza swinging on through. The bomb dropped out in the open. Lina does get one through the hut, but that's all she's able to get. Viku gets one back in response though, so 2v3 is still possible here as they've taken the ground in towards the site. Bokor still close in the heavens. Olga in towards main. Can be a huge nuisance here. They have one re-smoke. It's going to be difficult just getting the bomb down, but removing Bokor, maybe over-peeking there. No support with her, puts it into the 2-on-2, and a chance for Na'Vi.
You could also just send it down the vents. That's exactly where they're going. Car pushed in towards ramp, takes lobby control, confirms to Olga that it is the lower bomb site that Na'Vi Javelins have elected to hit.
Yeah, they're both going to come through the same position as well. It's a good setup here. Viku is ready in the vent, swings on out, but Car able to adjust. Damage done, but now Hanka has to do it all. 1 versus 2. On the side now, they're both going to be swinging together. One solo, a single bullet would take her down. And Hanka is just patient, waits for them to come out. That's the first, but now needs to find Olga, and she can't quite connect the spray. Olga makes it work, and she considers going back for the AWP, but it's a bit too far away. But at the very least, they will get the round.
How close is that? How on earth does Car get that kill? The adjustment in towards the vent. I thought she was dead to rights, but no. Furia overcome the odds. And just when Na'Vi, you think they bring it back, I was really impressed with this position right here. Viku actively taking space into the bomb site to catch a player overextending. From there, it's the group, it's the reset. But in the 1 versus 1, Olga, of course she's going to come out on top.
Yeah, it almost feels like the kill from Car is just pure reaction. Just like you're suddenly getting shot at, you spin, firing the left click and connects to the head. And Olga, a master in the 1v1, jiggling around the edge. The spray a little bit wild, and she swings out for the headshot.
This could be faster. Utility being lined up, but I like this double push in from ramp. Angelka under pressure from Gabby, who's on top of the silo. Blind, no one can see a thing. Angelka and Lina combined with the Tech 9s. The A bomb site, it's overwhelmed. Olga trying to repair the damages with 2 critical headshots. That's allowing the ramp rotations to come on through.
Yeah, that bomb's out in the open as well. Can't quite be recovered, but Viku, she might be able to catch Olga up here, and she does. Nice kill. And that puts it back into a recoverable situation. Bokor, though, she's made her way through, but that smoke is going to plume at the perfect time. Blocks off all the vision, and Car has to go on the long rotate to heaven.
There is a kit. It is in towards lobby, but these CTs are so isolated. But Bokor tries her best. Angelka will fall, isolating perfectly. Now Car from the heavens adds another element of distraction. Creeping on through, it's the M4. It's all on Bokor, but she can't deal with the trades.
Tech 9's fast into A, straight success, and well, we saw that aggressive setup towards Trophy early on, and the issue with that is if they go for a fast A, you might be quick on that lobby flank, but you've got no one defending on site. As soon as that player goes down on top of the silo, it's completely compromised. We can see it here. Izza, Gabby fall, and suddenly your AWP is nowhere to be found to be able to support from heaven.
Yeah, of course, and once those kills come in, the information's conveyed to Na'Vi that well, the only place they could really be is behind us. That's why that smoke comes in towards Squeaky, and the partial investment was worth its weight in gold. This is now a faster change of pace. It's a collision towards ramp. Viku with the opener, but hang on a second. Bokor is still here, but only for 1.
I think there's another fight that took place in towards lobby as well, but puts it into the 3v3 now. Ground being taken. Plenty of utility for Na'Vi to work with. Rotations come on down. They want to take control, quite literally. Gabby's here, sitting above the flames, smoked off as well, but she can maybe edge around it. A flash comes through, and she's going to peek off it, looking for the fight, but Lina takes it to her. Now Izza and Car, a difficult 2v3, but Izza makes it a little bit easier. Damage done. Now you consider going for this. The AWP, the feet spotted. Hanka on the top does the work, and now Izza all on her shoulders. She's made it a little bit easier, but can't adjust to Hanka in the rafters.
Yeah, really impressed with the repositioning of Hanka in that round. She goes on top of the silo, knows that double isn't a threat, so she can expose herself a little bit further forward to spot the feet as they come around the corner in towards Decon. And normally when players get a kill there, they like to drop off, try and change elevation. Instead, she just sits on the rafters, waits for the double swing to come through, locks that round in. 5 already on the T side. That's a really healthy amount of rounds to be taken forward onto the second half.
Yeah, and for that 3-0 streak that Furia had, their economy is completely crippled after those 2 rounds. We've got a Hero M4 on the back of Izza, and this is a fun boost. This is cheeky. Above credit, looking to get some dividends, but unlikely as so far no presence outside from Na'Vi. The early rounds they were prioritizing it, but now they're slowing down.
Hero rifle invested. Awful silent, very slow change of pace. No, Javelins understand the economic climate the Furia have put themselves in, and they're just waiting for a mistake. Any opportunity they'll try and capitalize upon. Over a minute left on the clock. There's so much time still to work with here, and by resetting outside, with Hanka not finding any contact, you can take these gunfights at range.
Here's the thing, Izza not getting anything outside. She's got a little antsy. She wants to make that M4 work. She's the only one that really has a chance to turn the tides in this round, so she's moved through to main, wondering if maybe an A hit's coming through. And that's going to actually compromise, and oh my god, it doesn't quite hit the right click. It's almost on target, but it's a slight turn at the end, but at least Izza's able to convert it. Now Olga trying to make something work with the USPs, but now they know where this M4 is. They can just avoid it. They've made their way down secret. And this round should be able to be easily converted now. The rotations are coming. But as mentioned, it's just these pistols. Look towards Izza at ramp, the only one that can do damage.
But honestly, if you don't find a kill in the next few seconds, if you're Izza, you save. You just hold on to this M4. But there's an opportunity. Lena falls, but in the vents, Danu strikes because she's been in lobby the entire time. Rotations cut off. Bomb, it still needs to go down, but Izza is dispatched at ramp. It's a little bit chaotic, but the Javelins get it just over the line.
I'll tell you what, for a single M4 invested, that's a lot of damage done. So I don't think they'll be too upset about that. Shame about the knife kill. That would have been an extra injection in the cash. You can see Carl lacking utility. She would have been absolutely loaded. Look, that's what?
Oh, that's dead on.
Right on the back. CSGO. Unplayable. I can't believe that. That was dead on. I'd be fuming.
Furious. It's fine. She's allowed the sniper. It's not the utility to go with it. Olga, this is aggressive. This is so far. A lot of control being established towards Secret. Izza up high, trying to deal with the Javelins pushing through, but look at Hanka. Olga, this is a prime position to catch her out. Is Hanka going to clear? It's tough, but the adjustment is there. The headshot is found.
What an adjustment from Hanka, being able to find that one blocker, does a bit of damage, but then has to fall off. Throws the flash. She doesn't have anything else to slow it down. No incendiary, no smoke. So they can now overwhelm her. Car is pushed up the position. Izza does find Hanka. Is brought down low in the process, and now Boko under pressure. In towards control. All four players coming on through. Swings on out, but can't connect. VQ does. And now it's the player advantage for Na'Vi as that bomb gets planted. And Furia, even giving this one a look in, is dangerous. Izza is nearby, but she's such low HP. And her teammates are already going to CT. She's going to try and retreat. So 7 for Na'Vi, going to be on the board.
Yeah, this is good. This is a good decision to just try and save, bring this forward. Because for Furia here, it's a conversation piece we've kind of seen them elect to do. I think in earlier seasons, they have the confidence, they feel like they can try and take some of these fights, but then they just throw the economy into disarray. Angelka tries to give them a helping hand. Izza will fall. Kara's holding this angle. It's so essential that that sniper has kept the missed shot. It won't help things. For Na'Vi, they do get the round and they steal away the sniper. It's incredibly close, but Kara, she's just a little bit faster. AWP recovered.
Honestly, 2 kills there is huge anyway. That would have been 3 players surviving and a full buy coming through for Fury. Instead, it's an AWP with, I think, around 3k across the board for the rest of the players. You don't want to buy this.
No.
Olga's bought head armor, so maybe she does want to buy this, but the timeout comes through for the CTs. They're discussing what to do here. If they force this and lose, it's going to send their economy just into the dumpster, and then Na'Vi can just storm away with this T side.
Yeah, it's a real conversation piece. You can see that, I mean, you can't, we can. That Izza's bought an SMG here. She's kept a little bit of money just kind of as a buffer. So even if they do lose the round here with the loss bonus, they'll be able to bring forward M4s. It's a compromise. It's not one that Furia want to take, but it's almost a necessary one. I think what's really interesting is this entire first half has been really streaky in nature. It feels very momentum heavy at the moment. And honestly, one explosion, one burst of energy from Furia could completely change the tide of the half.
Olga, full armor, USP in hand. Blocks the smoke. That's left a huge gap here. And Kara will be able to exploit that with the AWP, although she's not nearby. It looks like she's got an aggressive position in towards Hut. Hanka walking around this, looking for Olga. Should split her out here, and she is removed. That's now a pathway down. Izza is close by, but Hanka has been thorough with these clears, and she continues to be 2 huge entry kills. Nobody can stop her. Not even a lick of damage. There are 2 players down here already. Why not take them all? She's thinking. She looks on through, but she can just chill out here. So much space already taken with so much time.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Her position here alone just causes so many things to happen all over the map. First port of call is to reclaim lobby, which Kara's done. But again, Danu, it's the safety net for Na'Vi Javelins. Gabby tucked in with the pistol set up with Bokor. It's a nice little idea, but realistically, can the 5-7 and the P250 hold on?
Yeah, there is armor behind it, and Danu's about to get this kill. That's huge. Car falling, and Lina deals with Bokor. So Gabby, well, you might have armor, you might be safe and secluded in here, but not for long. Angelica susses you out, and Na'Vi 8 up now, winning out the half. Feeling pretty darn fly here on Nuke.
Yeah, and it's impressive, and it's working. They don't need to reinvent the wheel in the mid stages of this first half because it is working out.
Here's a statistic for you. This one goes to all the newts at home.
Go on.
Talked about Viku, 0.85 KPR.
Yep.
Currently on 13 kills as we go into the 13th round. So above 1.0, potential to be even more.
Quick maths.
Quick maths.
I feel like for Fury, look, it's a little bit risky again with the rifles. I realise it, but you need to be proactive, and that's exactly what Olga is doing. Dispatches of Hanka, but there needs to be a little bit more initiative. Hopefully, with this player advantage, it can lead into something for Furia.
Yeah, that was the start of their run, right? Was that push that came on through. And now, well, spamming coming on through.
Outside smoke missed as well.
Another gap, and Olga might get caught off here. Angelica just walks on through the smoke and punishes a second for Angelica. That huge rifle power rest of Na'Vi storming on through. And Car in the heavens hits a nice flick onto Danu. But there's Angelica once again. She's in the walls, she's in the air, she is everywhere. And Bokor is burning to a crisp. A 1v2 on her hands. Viku holding outside, peering on through, reveals the shadow and gives Bokor the shadow of an opportunity. Lina on the side, swings on through on the contact and just about brings the round over.
The multi-kill potential on this T side is absurd. I'm just looking at it now. Multi-kill after multi-kill. Everyone apart from Lina has 8 multi-kills.
That's a lot of multi-kills. Angelica gets 2 entries onto the side. Her next kill is on Heaven. That wrap is insane. Just the repositioning. That's flow state gaming. She's just everywhere she needs to be.
And you're right. It just feels very fluid, this T side. And Furia stuck in their ways a little bit. Again, wanting to try and fight outside early. This time they've got 3. They do overwhelm Hanka eventually, but she takes 1 to the grave with her. So now that's the control conceded. But there's lots of gaps. A prime opportunity would be this A bomb site, which Na'Vi Javelins are very keen and proactively looking to exploit.
Yeah, Fury's only success has come outside. And Na'Vi are like, all right, well, we'll give it a little bit of a look in early. They go 1 for 1, and now they know, okay, outside, let's just leave that be. We've had success on A, we've had success on ramp. We'll slow things down, take our time, wait for Fury to slip up. Because that's been working for them.
Is she going to progress? Is it going to go forward, or will it be Car? You can see they're getting a little bit antsy. Jiggles extending just a little bit further. But the Javelins are disciplined. They are waiting. No stone unturned. Viku now reset, grouping with the rest of her team. Car to take the contact dealt with.
Yeah, MP9, always going to be a difficult duel against the AK. And this double ramp setup, well, it's all for naught. They will have 3 players coming in through lobby. And Viku, she might get overwhelmed here. A leg comes through, can't quite convert the kill, but now the warning signals go out, and Lina is here to support 2 quick kills. Viku finishes the job, and it's double digits for Na'Vi.
It's clean. It's precise. And my goodness me, it's just so disciplined. Even when you are up 10 rounds on the T side of Nuke, you do not give away any advantages. I am so impressed with what I'm seeing from Na'Vi Javelins.
There's a reason they're touted as one of the best in the world. Proving it here against Furia. A statement victory on the cards. The CT side still awaits. And a potential for an 11th to take them there. Viku going for an aggressive peek, walks through the smoke, gets the leg, but can't quite finish the job. Bokor able to find the kill. Now she's out in the open, and Angelica's quick to punish.
Car burning alive. But we'll find Lina. Puts it still in the advantage, but Hanka's got the information as she wriggles her way outside. Past the credit card position, can even creep under the scope of Car. This is so much information. This is a guarantee.
Could we see another knife come through here? Oh, we are. Absolutely. Oh no, the adjustment from Kar. She turns on back, and Jelka finds Olga as well. 2 big players to remove. She's got the bomb on her back as she's charging on through, and Izza's reposition is fantastic. Tucked on into the corner, and Jelka not spotting her. Trigger disciplining it. The first adjust for Danu. Izza trying to save Furia single-handedly, but now it's on the single hands of Gabby against Hanka. The top frag for Na'Vi. First, the current bottom for Furia. The numbers are not in her favor. Hanka has so much time to work with. Clearing out the angles. Gabby has not budged. Her gamble is that Hanka comes back up vents.
Can't hear a thing. No one has moved a muscle. Digits now get punched in. There's plenty of utility for Hanka to work with.
On both sides of the map as well. You can see Hanka's not aware of where Gabby will come from. Scared about ramp, shuts the single door. Gonna use this smoke to play around, see if someone is coming through from the ramp. Spots her out, but Gabby gets the headshot. And it is gonna be a 5th on the board for Furia. A small consolation after a fantastic run from Na'Vi on this T side.
Navi Javelin striking right through the defense of Furia, hit them for 10 rounds on the T side of Nuke. It's a long way to recovery, but Lucy, can they do it?
Well, if there's ever a team that could do it, it's Fury on the T side. It's their favorite side in many of their matchups, and I suspect we'll see a lot from them here. But it all starts with the pistol. It all starts with the classic rush ramp. Danu gets the information, has Hanka by her side. She's going to fall off. The two players' contact here has scared them back. There's another set of dualies here, the Watermelons, ready to strike fear into the hearts of Furia.
Yeah.
Molotov on Hut, but nothing behind it.
In fact, it is going to be the Julies of Danu. And Olga actually gets a team kill in the mix. Here's the other pair, trying to flank through, trying to get information. Hanka now stuck between two angles. Olga overwhelms.
Yeah, good stuff from Olga. Lena does catch off Gabby. Viku rotates down, but now she's getting overwhelmed, or maybe she's not. Eventually, they do find her, but it's 2v2 now. They've got room to rotate here and plenty of time to work with. Jelka in the rafters, not going to get spotted. Can't quite connect the shots onto the heads, but now they know where she is, and they start to hightail it up the vents. Look at Lena's position. She's coming on through heaven, but she's going to get there a little bit too late to disrupt this. And she can find the perfect timing to peer on over. Boko, nervous, yet to plant the bomb. Going to go for the safe plant. Over towards Hut. Lena, patient, now spots out a player in Izza. Knows where that bomb is planted, gives it all this information to Angelika.
Yeah, look at it. Shots not quite firing in the correct position, but at least they rattle off. Now she's making a noise, and this is nice because she's grouped with Angelika, who's rerouted her way through the Hut position. Bomb stuck. It's an audio cue. They both swing. It's a complete massacre for Na'Vi Javelins, and they will secure the pistol.
Yeah, perfectly played there. That was a really nicely recovered round from Na'Vi Javelins after losing all those fights in towards ramp. When Hanka fell on the B side itself, it felt like that was the opportunity for Furia to capitalize, and they played it right. When they spot Viku in towards control, Olga opening the double doors, that should be a guaranteed kill. But Viku dropping her throws the entire round out the window. Suddenly it's a 2v2, and you're not quite sure where these other two players are, and you need the time to plant the bomb to reposition, to look for these fights. They spot Angelika, decide to go back up, but they're not accounting for Lena getting all that information.
Yeah, around the world, and then again for Furia. But at least they managed a bomb plant, right? They need to force into this. They've got a little bit of utility behind the weaponry. Viku doesn't spot a thing so far with the scout, but she doesn't need to. Vision obscured, doesn't matter. Olga reduced to 11 HP.
Yeah, lucky to jump over the bullets there of the M4, and Angelika, she's on down here, almost gets two. One and enough to keep Izza wounded. Now she's repositioning. Oh, the door opens. Almost gets knocked in the back of the head, but she's playing around the silo. Nice HE that has Danu and Viku to support. A bomb is on the back of Car. Playing around double. Fires off a warning shot. Danu repositioning. They've still got this net around B, but they're not closing it in just yet.
Yeah, this is tight. This is very close, Danu. Just trying to hold this crossfire, trying to keep Angelika with a sense of togetherness, because that decon door could just swing open and that could be her demise. Meanwhile, it's actually a change of tact again, and Viku has read this perfectly. Izza walks straight into the guillotine. Viku potentially another. Boko, Gabby walking wounded, and they go straight into the MP9. That's the bomb dropped.
Yeah, Scout does everything there. Viku, I think, weakening at least two enemies and killing another two. So doing a huge amount of work with that Scout early. You can see how much of a powerhouse she's going to be on this CT side. As soon as she gets a hand on that AWP, that's 4 kills that she would have found right there. And I like it from Furia slowing down, not overcommitting to B because those rotations had come through. But the issue is, coming back out of Secret as a unit, there's no safe way for you to escape there.
No, you're just walking straight into these long-range angles, which always just potentially possess a risk. And that's not a great start. Boko does get a friendly little backstab from her teammates this time. It isn't from Hanka. In fact, she'll feel the wrath of the P250. Viku transitioning in, spots a player up towards top main. Angelika's here to help out as well. Things are getting a little bit messy. But Furia actually create a little bit of space. That bomb, however, it's stuck behind red. That's the difference maker. But as the engagement comes in with Gabby, Boko slides through. But that is until Angelika re-peaks main.
Yeah, this could have got a little bit scary there, taking these pistol fights that are really just headshot angles. Like, oh, speaking of headshots, Olga hits a fantastic shot onto Viku. Any more would be very nice, but feeling increasingly unlikely as they swarm upon her. And a dominant start to their defense.
What I'm really impressed with as well, and I'm going to remove Danu out of the equation because she was so dedicated towards lobby on the T side, but look at the kill distribution between all of Na'Vi Javelins. The high end is 18, the low end is 16.
Bit of a rougher one for Olga. I feel like is a really player that I'm surprised to see struggling here. Maybe the T side as well will see her step up a bit. Apparently 9 for 16. Normally, I mean, she's the second best player in the world, right? You expect her to be the spearhead of Furia. Instead, she's the one that's on the pointy end of the javelin. As VQ makes her sing Izza removed through the smoke. Hanka tucked on in, not quite able to convert a kill. It's a bit of information though. 2 players spotted. Now VQ trying to hone her eyes in on them. Tucking in towards Dark, she can just hold this angle and it's a little tricky for them to get out of.
Yeah, this is a little bit complicated. If you're Furia, you just need to maybe time a peek and get a little bit fortunate that VQ is looking the other way. But she's trained on 2 angles. She's definitely in 2 minds, aware that this could be a possibility. Olga steps out, but VQ's that little bit faster.
Razor sharp, focuses in like a homing missile. Yep, she's hitting every shot. Oh my god, VQ! One of the best in the world, and we can see why. Gabby does get a consolation frag back, but that's all it's going to be. Nothing but consolations for Furia, as Na'Vi makes short work of them.
Yeah, consolations doesn't feel great, especially when you're only 2 rounds away from losing this best of 1. I don't really want to talk, I just want to watch this again. Whew. My goodness me.
Yep. Giving Anna a run for her money with these quick kills in succession. And now look at Furia. Off the back of that, tack timeout coming through. You're staring down map point on the progression game that would send you immediately through to the semis. Now, one key thing that I don't think has been touched on yet is you do not want to be the team coming second in this group because that means you're going up against Enigma Galaxy in the playoffs. Winning here is huge. You get to skip that gauntlet and potentially secure yourself a much easier path to the grand final.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And well, for Furia, it's a long way back, especially with this investment. Timeout's been used up. Comms have been clear. Bai has a little bit of potential. And judging by the way they're routing, it could just be a quick explosion towards lobby, but instead they're waiting, they're biding their time. In fact, it's up and over the top. VQ strikes 1, but doesn't actually hit the second, but gives the information over to Lena, and this round is over as quick as it starts.
Yeah, what can you do? You lose Olga immediately to VQ. Suddenly your hands are off the keyboard. As map point is secured, Furia yet to strike on this T side. Not feeling like a panther at all. A small baby kitten. Claws yet to protrude as they slap helplessly at Na'Vi.
Ten series points for Na'Vi Javelins.
Yeah. Call them the best on nuke for a reason.
Everything that Furia could want, they've got. They've got Car on the AWP, you've got a little bit of utility. But one thing you don't have really is time. You can't afford to make a mistake, you can't slip up. Olga actually spots out Danu. It's a spray between the smoke, she does win it out.
At least Hanka wins the fight outside, so it is still even. But it is ground at least for Furia to work with, something that they've been struggling to gain. Back in towards B. And Na'Vi have been quick on their rotations in the past, and this time it's no exception. Look at this double setup. Hanka takes first contact, and it's all away for Angelica, but they're clearing. The smoke comes through. Somehow Angelica able to get away with a kill. Hanka overextending. Brings Olga low, but gives her another kill. And now it's on Lena and VQ. VQ on a tear at the moment, but a difficult retake. Olga honed into this position where both of them are coming from. Has a player behind her as well. And that's Bokor striking against Lena now. VQ the only one remaining. And she gets a no-scope through the wall onto Olga. You almost think she's going to do another. But instead, it will be Furia finally drawing blood.
Yeah, and that's the first time, as you mentioned, that Furia has been able to really use space that they've earned. And by taking the fights towards double, it's all on their terms. The bait and switch, it's disrupted, it's dismissed, and then they set one up of their own. It works perfectly.
All right, 9 serious points. The number slowly dwindles, single digit. Now they have to achieve. One thing is, at least the money, despite that huge run of rounds, 5 in a row, it's not fantastic, but well, it doesn't matter. Angelica, blind, just sprays them down, ends the round single-handedly, basically. Viku about to go in the weirdest AWP duel with Ka, who's dropping main AWP in hand and actually has a timing. Walks on in here, hits a quick shot onto Lina, but there's Viku with that immediate trade. Boko's smoke now blooms in her face, and it's a 1v4 that she faces down. The outcome feels inevitable as Na'Vi pins her on through, walking through, and of course it's Viku to deal the final blow. Na'Vi Javelins dominate Furia.
I think that's the key point, right? Dominated Furia. This was not close at all. Na'Vi always felt like they were just in their element.
And now we have the home team, the Polish squad, going through to the playoffs. They avoid Nigma Galaxy and set themselves up for a potential play all the way to the grand final.
I'm just in shock. I'm in awe of that nuke, especially that T side. It just felt like Olga just could not do a thing.
Look what it means to them. Angelica, always the hype woman for this squad. She is so happy with that win, and now they come through to celebrate, give the fist bumps through to Furia, who I'm sure are feeling a bit of reverence towards them after being completely schooled here. And well, speaking of schooling, I'm interested to hear what all the lovely big brains over at the desk have to think about that one.
I haven't got a big brain, Lucy. It's just the hair. It's caught people by surprise before. There's nothing under this barnet. But there was so much in the brains of Na'Vi Javelins today. They're looking slightly overwhelmed there as they know they've booked their place in the playoffs on Sunday. And it was so well deserved. This was a textbook performance by Na'Vi. I'd heard so many good things about them going to this, but it was great to see that everything I'd heard was true and more. What a performance.
Amazing. I am lost for words. What a dominant performance. Everything was going according to plan. They didn't budge under the pressure. They had a home crowd cheering for them. Brilliant. I know they're strong on Nuke, but this performance was just out of this world.
Yeah, you saw the emotion in Anka's face right away. She's like, oh my god, top 4 already. What an easy run so far. But that game versus Furia, for me, it was a little bit like what Lucy said at the end, right? Olga felt like she couldn't find her footings. And as we talked in the pre-show for this match, when Olga is not on top, somebody else needs to step it up on Furia, and it didn't seem like anybody else was making a move, making a play. They felt completely outplayed by Na'Vi, who had such a deep and lots of depth in their play. They, if I'm not mistaken, they run almost 10 rounds in a row with only 1 round lost at some point. So just Furia couldn't stop that steam from rolling.
I wonder if it's anything to do with the fact that their secondary rifler, or their second star, would be Izza, who's also calling the shots. She's so consistent. So even when the rest of the team aren't seemingly performing, Izza does put those numbers up. But at the same time, if Olga's being outplayed and outdone, Izza's got to be thinking on her feet, and she's got to be working out a way to get Olga performing, to get Olga back to the top of the scoreboard where she belongs. And I do wonder if that impacts her performance as well.
Yeah, true. And I think because when you give Olga free reins to go and do what Olga does the best, which is to frag, and she can't properly land her shots, I think it makes it difficult for Olga as well to be confident and to believe in herself. I mean, she kept trying, but Na'Vi just had her number.
Yeah.
She was shut down time and time again.
Also think the map is really not in their favor of that situation. To be honest, Nuke is a very extremely team map, right?
Communication.
And it just seemed like Na'Vi has more depth when it came down to that map and just communicating together to win these rounds. Well, Furia, like we saw earlier today, seems a little more shaky, and then right now they just couldn't go on their fundamentals because Nuke You forgot about that.
We saw Boko. She's playing on the ramp position, so she can be left to her own devices, but you can't just play ramp, right? She had Ka backing her up a lot of times, which was great, but at some point you have to take the fight on ramp if they're coming to you, or you have to fall down. To B site and defend there. And I felt that they were struggling a little bit with understanding when they needed to rotate down and help her out. And it just seemed to be a little small details that were off for Furia, especially when Navi is so well rehearsed.
And it's such a difficult role to play, that ramp role, even if you have played it in other teams before, like I believe Boko has, to suddenly go to this international LAN and to have that pressure on your shoulders and try to hold it single-handedly a lot of the time. That must be so tough. But let's talk about some impressive performances now. Let's talk about Viku. And actually, let's put her up against Ka, because Ka was getting a lot done with the rifle as well on the CT side. One of the positive things I think we can talk about when it comes to Furia's performance right now, because we don't normally expect her to be that agile on the server.
Viku or Ka?
Ka.
Yeah, I think she did, considering the situation and considering the score line when she was getting, when she was showing up, I think she did okay. The ADR doesn't really show it here as it's 70, it's a little weak compared to Viku, but she did get some crucial kills at some crucial moment, but it just felt like they were never in the game, right? So it was very hard for one person to carry the whole thing at that moment. And Viku, she just felt like everything was going for her. She felt confident, she was swinging, and even if she was missing some shots, her teammates were there to crossfire with her. And so, even if Ka was having these great rounds here and there, Viku, look at this. Like, what can you do against that?
Yeah, what I really enjoyed with Ka's performance here on Nuke was that she was so versatile and she was all over the map. And she had a freedom to roam around. She was actively searching for frags. She was active if they were a man down or a woman down. She was actively trying to equalize the situation, try to find something for her team, and this is a Ka that I absolutely love to see, and I want to see more of that. And I think she was hitting some crazy shots as well, so she can absolutely continue doing more like that.
I want to see more of Heku right now. She's got Hanka in her room. Your roomoir, I was about to call it. Hanka, it's fantastic to see you with Heku. I hope you dried your eyes. It looked quite emotional for you and the rest of the team on stage there. So Heku, go easy on her.
I mean, they definitely have like a lot of reasons to be emotional, because right now they're definitely making history. Because first of all, for the first time in Impact, when it comes like to the lands, they are the first team besides Nigma Galaxy that actually won a series against Fury. So that's the first thing. The second thing is there's no way we can have the same grand final again. Nigma Galaxy against Fury in the grand final is not happening. Semi-final maybe, grand final not. But the most important thing is they got their revenge. Hanka, you got your revenge, because last time Fury denied you a grand final. This time you already secured yourself a semi-final. But Lena said that in comparison to the last time you played against them, you were a different team. You had the same roster, but you were a different team. What exactly changed?
Hi everyone, first of all. We are a completely different team. I think we just know how to learn from the mistakes we made in Valencia. So yeah, we are just stronger team for sure. We've been working with psychology for so long. So yeah, it's improved our game style and our just mindset for sure. So now finally we can just show what our real gameplay. Yeah, it feels good.
But you topped your group, which means that you're gonna play now in the semifinals against the second team of the opposite group, which can be before HSG or Saints. Which team do you think you're gonna face?
I think we're gonna face before actually. I think they just the strongest team, and I don't know. Actually it's hard to decide because we've never played against every of this team, so we'll see. We are ready for everyone.
You're ready for everyone. Well, I want to know what are you going to do tomorrow, because this time you're gonna have a day off. What are the plans?
So probably we're going to watch in Spodek main stage for some time, and then of course we're going to have amazing dinner with just chilling each other and having fun in Katowice. Yeah.
Desk, do you have any questions to a person or to the team that made history here in
It's
Impact?
absolutely amazing. Congratulations, Hanka, first and foremost. And I have a question for you specifically because you have been impressing me so much with your anti-fragging. We particularly have this round where you're going down secret and you're shoulder peeking, pre-aiming. I don't remember which Furia play was there, but it just looks so easy. So every time you're leading the way, going on your little adventure, it feels like you're always prepared. How can you be this prepared?
To be honest, I feel really confident on Nuke. To be honest, it's my favorite map. So, and we've been practicing this map for really long time on bootcamp. So I think it's just a matter of time and how long I spent on this map and just pre-aiming. And yeah, today I was feeling completely without stress, and my head was completely focused on main goal. Yeah.
Were you quite excited when you knew you were playing Furia and that you would probably play Nuke? Because there are so many teams here that do veto that map.
Yeah, for us, this pick Nuke was perfect, to be honest, because everyone is scared to play Nuke against us. I don't know why. So finally,
Maybe we
showed
know
our
why.
Nuke.
Unfortunately, I'm slightly worried, Hanka, we're not going to get to see your Nuke again this tournament because it was such a methodical performance. You should be incredibly proud. Enjoy your time off on Saturday. I know that your namesakes, Navi, are going to be playing Heroic in the Spodek Arena. And, you know, you are on home turf, so you deserve to enjoy every minute of this victory. So good luck. And Sunday, maybe it's going to be a double header. 2 Navi champions emerging from IEM Katowice. Who knows?
Wow. It will be lovely.
Big statement.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. We will see you on Sunday. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Wouldn't you love to see it, though? I remember seeing Navi lift that trophy in 2020. Obviously, Simple and Co in the Spodek, and it was so magic. So now I'm manifesting. I don't want to be biased. I'm allowed to be biased in this moment because we've just spoken to Hanka. But can you imagine having Navi Javelins and Navi both taking a trophy from this weekend?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah. It would. And it would set precedence with, of course, with there are teams that are still unsigned, Saints among others. And so think about how big of a legacy that you can have building for your organization here to have your open mixed team and your women's team both lift trophies in the same arena and in Spodek and at Katowice. Fantastic.
History is being made this weekend. But before we get back onto the serious stuff, knife battles.
Yeah.
We have to take a look at that.
Yeah, I really think here, honestly, Anka got into Ka's head. She did win that knife round. It was 1 versus 5, I think. Anka was just holding for a save. And then Ka saw an opportunity and she got CS Gold. She got CS Gold. It didn't work out for her. And it was a crucial moment for her to miss that knife.
It was.
It was the first frag in the round. It was potentially a good kill to get. She could have picked up that AK and potentially killed more and won the round. So unfortunately, she got CS Gold, and I wonder if that stuck in her head throughout the map, because it did feel like after this round, kind of the fire extinguished a bit for Furia.
Yeah, but it's regardless, it's pretty cool that she's out for revenge immediately after, and it's so funny that it's the same 2 players as well who's involved in the situation. Because when Hanka was playing, Ka was 1 versus 5. They had Hanka going for the knife. It's just a little bit of a salt in the wound. But in Ka's situation, like Stephanie was saying, that was a high pressure, much more pressure in that situation for Ka. And then, so sad she got CSGO. I think that round ended up in a 2 versus 2 in the end as well on the back of that. So small margins.
The Salt Bays of the server. We've got to have one more match tonight, and this is a very serious one because it's a best of 3. It's our first elimination game. It's going to be CLG Red versus 9 Pandas Fearless. This is a Group B elimination match. We're going to see Group A's elimination match played out tomorrow morning. Whoever loses this or whoever wins this, I should say, is going to be facing off against Furia. There is so much to play for, so much on the line, and we're going to be laying it out after this break.
Let's go for another walkie-talkie, and this time it's going to be with Kade from CLG Red. It's great to see you again on the LAN. I know that you kind of left Europe for US. How's your experience living there so far?
It's been good. It's been good. So I'm living with Vivian, my teammate. So it's really nice. We got to discover Los Angeles together. Yeah, it's a big change, but it's nice. We're discovering like a new country and all that. And the US is like really huge.
It's big. It is really big. But how is it in comparison like to Europe when it comes to CS? Like, is the matchmaking really different? Like, or maybe premium face it? How is it?
The CS experience is like really different. I would say in Europe we're like more disciplined, more careful. We can be explosive, but like in NA it's literally like everybody's trying to make highlights every round. So sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's like I wish we tried another. But it's nice. It's nice. We've met a lot of nice people. I feel like the players there are like really chill as well. It's easy to talk to them. It's nice.
All right. Let's go through the blitz questions. So, who is the most skilled player on your team?
I would say Kelsey.
Kelsey, all right. Who is the smartest one?
I'm gonna say Goose Wader.
All right. Who is the funniest one?
Me.
You're the fun.
Yeah.
All right. Who is the least punctual one? Who's usually late?
Mads.
Who is your closest friend on the team?
It's Vivian.
Vivian, everyone. You mentioned them.
It's easy.
You kind of smiled though, like when you said like that. Mads is like the one that usually is like. Is she usually late? Is there a story?
I have to say everybody's on the team is pretty punctual, but sometimes Mads is gonna be like, oh, sorry guys, this happened. And every time it's like something special.
A new excuse.
A new excuse, but she comes up like with a different one like every time, so props to that.
Props to her.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
tuante ona wana ne.
I'm standing in the corner watching the punches fly as the tears keep rolling down my eyes. I keep on moving, holding my hands up high, fighting through the minutes, through my life. Your comments are mean, but I take it easy. Your talking is cheap, you don't seem to know me. Say what you wanna say, it's not gonna hurt. I'll make it anyway. I'm a fighter. I can be what I wanna be, and though I've been burnt, I'll make it anyway. can see 'em. Ladies, put your hands in the sky, raise them up. Put your hands in the sky so I can see 'em. Ladies, put your hands in the sky, raise them up. Put your hands together, put your hands together, put your hands together. Come on, ladies, come on, girl, put your hands together, put your hands together, put your hands together. Come on, ladies, round them up. Hey, we are a unit unstoppable. We are a unit of choice. We are a unit that's powerful. Nothing can stop the force. Put your hands together. Come on, ladies, come on, girl. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Come on, ladies, round them up. Hey, we are a unit unstoppable. We are a unit of choice. We are a unit that's powerful. Nothing can stop the force. This is for my ladies round the world, all across the globe. All around the world. For my ladies round the world, all across the globe. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Come on, ladies. Come on, girl. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Come on, ladies. Round them up. Put them up. Raise them high. Sing it, girls. Louder, louder. Put them up. Raise them high. Sing it, girls. Louder, louder.
All the guys in the world like it's 'cause we're bad. And they know we recognize we're too good for them. They feel like we're stars, rabbit planes and cars. Ain't no dream too far, got 'em looking my way. They know I'm a star, champagne and caviar. Ain't no dream too hard, got 'em looking my way. Girls got attitude, know it's nothing left to lose, nothing left to lose. I'm on that. Girls with attitude, know if nothing left to lose, nothing left to lose. Girls with attitude, know if nothing left to lose, nothing left to lose. We keep grinning as we keep on winning, bringing only our A game. We just do it like there's nothing to it. We work hard all day, every day. They feel like we're stars, rabbit planes and cars. Ain't no dream too far, got 'em looking my way. They know I'm a star, champagne and caviar. Ain't no dream too hard, got 'em looking my way. Girls got attitude, know it's nothing left to lose, nothing left to lose. I'm on that. Girls got attitude, know it's nothing left to lose, nothing left to lose. I'm on that. Girls with attitude, know if nothing left to lose, nothing left to lose. Girls with attitude, know if nothing left to lose, nothing left to lose. They feel like we're stars, rabbit planes and cars. Ain't no dream too far, got 'em looking my way. They know I'm a star, champagne and caviar. Ain't no dream too hard, got 'em looking my way. Girls got attitude, know it's nothing left to lose, nothing left to lose. I'm on that. Girls got attitude, know it's nothing left to lose, nothing left to lose. I'm on that.
Welcome back to ESL Impact live from Katowice. So the sun may have set, but it hasn't set yet on any of our teams, but that's soon to change because we're about to enter our Group B elimination match. It is going to be CLG Red versus 9 Pandas Fearless, and both of these teams have been working so hard since we last saw them on LAN to fix their mistakes and come back stronger than ever. And to be honest, from looking at them, it's worked. They've made progress, but unfortunately, this is the toughest competition we've seen yet so far at ESL Impact.
Yeah, these two teams are showing off a little bit differently, I would say, in today's games. CLG a little bit underperforming once again, while Panda overperforming. We did not expect them to bring a team into double overtime into round 1. So maybe we have a fair matchup here. I think it's going to really depend on the veto, actually. So I'm super excited to see, especially for you, if Anubis goes through.
Oh, I would love to see Anubis. And what else have we not seen today? No overpass yet. So we have... this is going to be such an exciting matchup.
Yeah,
because we've had close games. But I think this one has the potential to be...
It could be a 3-match.
All the way, yeah.
Surely we have to see Anubis, or at least CLG can definitely pick it against 9 Pandas Fearless, because Dust 2 was their map. This was the map that we associated with Victoria, getting all flashy and up in your face. But again, that was a different 9 Pandas Fearless. That was no Fear 5, and now they've been working on their fundamentals, and the team play is really clear to see. In fact, across the board, we have seen some brilliant performances. Saints this morning had a really a solid start, in fact, against Enigma Galaxy. Clearly needing to work on some things on their CT side, but they're going to get there. They just need more time, and we haven't even said goodbye to them yet. We're going to see them playing tomorrow morning. But right now, it is time for the Americans versus the Europeans. 9 Pandas Fearless were fragging so hard earlier, nearly overcame Furia in double overtime on Mirage, while CLG Red are going to have a point to prove. It looked like they'd corrected and they'd come back stronger from Jönköping against Na'Vi Javelins earlier before things fell apart. But have they put them back together in time? Looking at these two teams right now, looking at CLG Red, what do you think is going in their mind, Miss Hervey? Because you've literally had some of these players like live with you. Bibian was like your daughter for a few months.
Yeah, I had Bibian when she couldn't get into the US yet for visa issues, live with me. But I do need to say that I'm really glad to have seen Mads and Kelsey show up today. Now it's just a matter of the stars to also show up. We need Kaori to be on point in this best of 3. She needs to be able to take out that op and be a menace. Bibian is the kind of player that drops 20 to 30 bombs usually every single game. And she puts that pressure on herself, and I don't think that she should have to put 30 kills every game, but I know right now she's disappointed. I know right now she says, I'm not playing my best. Well, taking a look at her, and she is one of, if not the best for me, play in the world mechanically, like Flashy always says. So and we need to see that come out from her, because the Pandas, the 9 little Pandas, played so good today.
They played so good today, but my heart's a little bit broken. Yeah, Anubis.
And now I'm even sadder. What's going on here?
Oh, you have your Mirage.
9 Pandas with the Mirage pick, which is great for CLG Red. They love Mirage.
Yeah, CLG Red is the custom to Mirage and Inferno. Is probably the maps that they play the most. And I do think that they're probably the best on Overpass. This is a really, I want to say, American map. We play it a lot. It's my favorite map. And so I'm glad to see CLG Red just picking their comfort pick, not necessarily the counter strat here. No Inferno. That's also a very American map. So, and a Vertigo Decider, which is, I probably think, a good map for both teams. It might go into 3 games.
It might go into all 3 maps, indeed. Love the Overpass pick from CLG. That's a great pick for them. But the Mirage pick from 9 Pandas, I mean, we saw how good they were, but I'm not sure if they can beat CLG Red on it.
We'll see. It's a very momentum-based map, I would say, for CLG Red, depending on which side they start and if they can hold their ground on the CT side. I think that Kaori needs to show it up on Mirage. If she doesn't show it up, if she doesn't roam around with her op and creates that pressure on Panda, think it might be difficult for CLG to win it.
I don't love the overpass pick.
Ooh, why?
Because we saw so much overpass at the Season 2 finals, and this was a map that Nine Pandas Fearless really shone on. When you look at the numbers, they played a lot of it recently. In the last few months, it's an 83% win rate. Now, obviously, that means demos. That means plenty for Goose and Co to be watching, to prep for this one. But because of the way that Nine Pandas Fearless played early, given that they were already quite strong on overpass, now that they've had a rethink, they've reassessed how they're making things work as a team, I think that this could be a 2-0, but I know I'm getting ahead of myself now. We need to hear from Newt with some numbers, because perhaps he's going to change our minds. Newt, what have you got?
Well, to end off day one of ESL Impact Katowice, rather than looking at an individual player, let's focus on a team, and that team is CLG Red. Collectively, they have a cast of 71.3%. But what is cast, you may be asking? So cast is a percentage of rounds where a player makes impact. Impact is broken down into a kill, an assist, survived, or was traded, hence cast. And out of all the teams present here today, only one team showcases where every single player on the roster has over 70% in cast, and that is CLG Red. So they took it literally when they got invited to ESL Impact. Let us see if they can bring that impact into this elimination match, or will it be Nine Pandas to take it home for them? Thank you.
Are you okay, Newt?
We've been hearing some alarm bells in the background.
Yeah, can we find out, could you WhatsApp us, Newt? And we just want to check that everything's okay. I've never done a broadcast where someone's coming live from a panic room before. No. But he's got loads of books to keep him occupied, and Counter-Strike as well. That was a really interesting stat, though, from CLG Red. This is a team, at least in their home region, they're known for sorry, I'm saying Impact, this is ESL Impact, but they're known for making an impact. They're known for making a splash on the server.
Yeah, I mean, I was not listening to Newt, so I was focusing on the safety. I was really concerned, so I can't comment on that. But can you add something?
Do you know what I was thinking? I was thinking that his alarm bells went off when he saw the veto process, because we have Nine Pandas picking CLG's map, and then CLG was like, well, did you forget something? We'll pick overpass for you. We're fine.
Listen, let's check in with Nine Pandas Fearless right now and find out how playing on LAN for ESL Impact has improved them as a team.
Hi guys, I'm Fatal and I'm from Nine Pandas Fearless. Before Winter Finals, we don't have a LAN experience a long time. Now we have it. This is so help us be more confident and cold. Yes, this is his final roster. It was last tournament for Stormy, and after we pick up Tati, it was really easy because Tati play in the same spot and she have a lot of experience. We have a good atmosphere in our team. I'm feeling it's my family, so atmosphere is so good. Now with our roster, we can be one of the best team, and we are ready to go to the trophy.
Nine Pandas Fearless there. It's really exciting to see how much work they've been doing. It was really great to see the riflers on form earlier, Fatal and Kasu, highlights in particular. However, there was one player we didn't get to see at their fullest, shall we say.
And
that's Victoria.
It is Victoria, and it's Opera again that we are lacking a little bit more action from. She was pretty much invisible in that opening match today, and it was concerning to me, particularly because it was on Mirage. The star players, the riflers, we had Tati going absolutely nutty and nutty, and of course, like you mentioned, Keshu and Fatal as well. But if we are going to get a proper matchup here, we need Cowday, like Stephanie was talking about, and we need Victoria.
I mean,
to come out and want to frag.
Yeah, I mean, we're asking a lot from these Opper, But if anything, drop the op, pick up a rifle, and try to do something with it, right? Try to be a little more flexible.
Something is better than nothing.
Yeah, because I feel that sometimes they might be getting a little bit stubborn, or like, I'm the opera, I'm supposed to be doing things this way. But you know what? If it's not working, at some point, reassess and say, you know what, Goose, like, just give me an AK, like, let's swap this up. It's just not working.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons that the numbers for Victoria wasn't so particularly great, and I'm thinking back to it as well, was that they were running a lot of double op setups. So we had Fatal on that secondary op towards A side, and she was also chiming in with a few frags there. But to have them be more active, be proactive, we saw it from Ka, we saw it from VQ just the game before. That's the kind of operas that we are looking for.
Well, let's find out how CLG Red have been working on their in-game fitness.
I think our progress till the end of the year, I think we just want to take it a step at a time. So our last tournament, we wanted to make it to playoffs. We didn't get there. So this time, we really want to get to playoffs. That's our next small step. We don't want to make any big expectations. Like, obviously, winning the tournament is it's a nice goal, but it's more important that our goal right now is just to play our own game and be comfortable with it.
I like this.
Bibian wasn't able to play her own game earlier against Na'Vi Javelins on H, and she kept being shut down.
I mean, one map, 1v1 as your first game of the day is rough. It's so hard to get things going, and I think this format is really unforgiving for a slow start. And CLG, they're slow starters, right? They're comeback people. So I want to see this best of 3, how they can evolve. Even if they have a slow first map, it's 3 maps. We all know, we've seen so many teams come back from 0-1 to win the best of 3. So, but I really like the attitude. You know, CLG Red is such a long history of winning and being that legacy team in the world, not just in the NA. So I think last event, they might have been put into too much pressure coming in. And so now it's just about, you know what, there's no pressure. We didn't make it out of group last time. So let's just make sure that we as a team at least progress and learn from this.
Yeah, and I think they learn a lot. You learn more from losing than you do from winning.
Absolutely.
And I think Bibian and the rest of her team are going to be very proud. They made it here. They played so flawlessly in the season too. And I think they kind of understand more that they are meant to be the future of CLG Red. They're not necessarily meant to be the now.
Yeah, it took a long time for Nigma to get to the top, right? They've been together for years. So CLG to expect after like 2 months to just be there, kind of a stupid dream to have. Although it could happen, but
well, they know that the CLG Red are in it for the long haul with them. I mean, CLG Red and Women's Counter-Strike, like, name a more iconic matchup. Let's find out your predictions though for this elimination series, our first best of 3 of the tournament. Hedja.
I think that we are going to see a 9 Pandas who is going to be fierce and fearless.
Yeah.
And I think they're going to take this.
In 2 maps or 3 maps?
I think we're going to go all the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to go all the way, but CLG, obviously, I think that probably skill-wise, they're better players than Panda. So it's just a matter of, can the teamwork really gel today online? And if not, then Panda will take it away.
Knowing the aimers on CLG Red, I am thinking CLG Red. I do think that they're going to pick up Mirage. I think it's going to be like a switch of the picks in terms of who takes them. So I do think we're going to go to all 3 maps. I'm going to say CLG Red again because you're stood next to me. But I have a feeling that the casters are going to say something different. Lucy?
Yeah, well, not different. There's only 2 options, so we have to agree with somebody here.
Yeah.
And,
different to me.
Yeah, I mean, I also have a bit of inherent bias. It's not the same bias, but there's an Aussie in the server, so obviously I think CLG Red are going to take this.
I'm going to go the other way. I feel like, look, 9 Pandas, fearless, they showed us a really good Mirage, and the fact that they've got, well, that much potential, and Victoria wasn't really firing, as you guys mentioned. I feel like if she wakes up, CLG Red are going to be in for a world of trouble.
Ooh. Well, we're going to be in for a world of entertainment, I'm sure, with you 2 casting the action. So thank you very much. GLHF.
TY, GLHF to you as well, and GLHF to everybody in the server. Mirage, Brandon,
Yeah.
I think we're a little disappointed. I think we share Hedia's disappointment on this. We thought Anubis was going to come out.
I know. I just... the thing is, when I saw the best of ones, I saw that CLG Red banned Anubis instantly. That was their first ban in the BO1. I was like, hang on a second. Is this going to be their new perma ban? I'm not sure. I guess we're still figuring it out, but it is done. It is not here. Day one, we go without an Anubis. However, we've got Mirage. Woo!
Honestly, though, I think there is a little bit of cause to be excited here. These are two teams that have shown us before what they can do on Mirage.
Exactly.
You remember CLG Red every single season. They are fantastic on this map. And 9 Pandas Fearless, well, we just saw it before. But now, with elimination on the line, which team is going to step up?
Oh, it's so interesting. And it's so just amazing how the storylines line up. You've got the AWPA at CLG Red not doing the same as 9 Pandas' AWPA, which is kind of rises to the occasion. We need them to perform here because there's only one more chance, and it's now.
Mirage, the first opportunity for these two teams. CLG Red on the CT side. KD taking first contact in towards window. A Miss Molotov gives her space to tap with that USP. But no head yet received. Goes for a second attempt. Victoria dodging it, but can't dodge it forever. Pop through connector. And KD strikes again.
I mean, look at this from Bibian. It's 3 players on the A bomb site. Tati replies with a P250, but it's Bibian at the back of the site doing all of the damage. There's too many players. 9 Pandas Fearless get overwhelmed.
Yeah, CLG Red, fantastic setup. A missed bit of utility at the start gives KD so much room to keep re-peeking. And you can see the decision-making there from 9 Pandas. We can't just deal with this player here, just going to keep jiggle peeking us, wasting our time. We have to commit to our attack on towards A. One player gets called off, and then KD ready for shoot. A fantastic second kill, more or less locks in the round before Bibian even enters. And those were the 2 players that were missing last time. So a great start from both of them.
And a different start to 9 Pandas because they won the pistol on T side against Furia. Now backs up against the wall immediately, just operating with the Glocks because you want to bring out the AKs as soon as possible.
Once again, wrapping through connector. KD needs to be careful not to get overwhelmed, but has the M4A4 of Goose Breeder here. Elizabeth does get 1 and make it 2, in fact, actually making this incredibly expensive. One of those M4s recovered, but 1 is lost. So despite a fast round with all of them falling, they inflict some damage.
Yeah, not too bad overall. No bomb plant, though, as a result. You got all the AKs here. And what was interesting is just seeing this T side operate work. It was always with intent. It was a high tempo. CLG Red, they need to adapt immediately. How are they going to deal with the overwhelming pressure that 9 Pandas are going to bring to the table?
Yeah, pressure immediately in mid. Elizabeth not slowing down, accelerating on through. Flashbangs to assist her, taking first contact onto Bibian. Drops the smoke, but it's not going to block the vision of Elizabeth. She can just post up here, keep Bibian tucked on in. And mid is secured incredibly early here. Without CLG really being able to fight for it at all. Bibian's sitting on back, holding for something as smoke blocks her vision.
Look at this ramp push, though, as a reaction. Pushing in the extremities, CLG Red gain control somewhere else on the map. And it's information, and it means that Goose Breeder can take first contact here, and Kelsey can lie in wait.
Yeah, I wouldn't have minded one of the players maybe taking a bit more of a look in. Could have found that bomb, but obviously no knowledge of where these 9 Pandas are. All 5 of them, despite the name. Now they are going to be walking back into this double ramp set up. Kelsey in a fantastic position here, but 9 Pandas should be aware that something could be at play. She's going to drop a smoke, but they can disrespect that. It goes very deep, and Goose Breeder, she slings on out. Not quite able to do the damage, but Kelsey almost getting 2. Elizabeth gets through, deals to Bibian as well. So now KD and Mads, I mean, you've got to save, right? No chance here.
Yeah, you need to. It's the right idea from CLG, but it's just unfortunately the wrong execution. You see that Kelsey drops the smoke, but 9 Pandas, they disrespect it. They know they can get ahead of the utility, and it's a bait and switch for Goose. But inherently, the entire play was Goose Breeder was going to be like kind of setting up in towards Palace, staring at that position. Kelsey should have taken the first contact.
Yeah, it's the bait and switch, but you've gotten the wrong bait in the wrong position, so everyone just gets baited and dies. It's not the right setup. The right idea was there, just the execution not coming through. Not quite ready for that contact, and it all falls apart. 9 Pandas get the AKs out and strike immediately, showing to CLG this is not going to be easy.
And now it's immediately the conditioning that's going to be set in by the T side. Are they going to keep trying to work in towards middle? Because, to be honest, that was really easy, the way that they established it. Elizabeth ran straight down the guts. There was smokes just obscuring vision for CLG. It felt really uncomfortable. And as a result, her spray forces everyone off connector, everyone off window. The next point of contact in middle is over towards short, but it was still a far back angle being adopted.
Yeah, we didn't quite see the fight between Elizabeth and Bibian, but that was also a critical one that goes down. Bibian gets punished here again. She'll not be happy. Elizabeth looking to find Goose, and it's actually Fatal that does it. Elizabeth spots her, and Fatal does the damage. Bibian tries to activate in the chaos. Elizabeth is ready for her. So 9 Pandas, just 25 seconds into the round, get the advantage. Now K8, she's looking to try and find a fight. Peering on out. 9 Pandas are tucked on in. She has to make a play here, because if they just sit back, Pandas will just overwhelm them.
And this is the difference between 9 Pandas at Impact Season 2.
Head spotted.
And now in Kato. Because they've got the advantages, and they're keen to rest on their laurels. They wait for CLG to make the mistake. It's scrappy, it's a laboured spray, but more importantly, damage falls onto favour of Kaede. 8 points of health left, and this is nearly a flawless round for them.
I tell you what, they got a good warm-up earlier against the best in the world on this map. Could have been theirs. So they come in hot. I can understand why they picked it.
Yeah.
After that performance.
And honestly, should have been theirs. I felt like there was a number of crucial rounds that, obviously, if they fall the other way, the pendulum goes in 9 Pandas Fearless's favour. They wouldn't even be an elimination match in the first place. That's how fine the margins were. And that was against Furia.
Kaede's not saving him.
Oh, it's definitely not. Definitely not. And we can take a look when we jump back into the game. We can see the economy and the ramifications this had immediately, because not only are CLG, as Ms. Harvey said, a momentum-based team, the same is definitely applicable to 9 Pandas. The fact that they've now broken the economy, they won consecutive rounds in a row, this looks really good for the T side.
Yes, it's a fantastic start after losing the pistol and the conversion. Now it's CLG Red that'll be limping through pistols. Flashbang for Goose, looking to set up an A play here. She's over in towards jungle. And you know what? This might find some success. There are quite a few Ts grouped up around A ramp. They're currently holding. Victoria flying through the air. Oh, it's a bit of a misclick. But hey, we're still going to find some players. And with the AK at this range, she can tap one away. 2 easy kills. Can tuck in now. The rest of the team can swing on through and deal with the rest. No fatalities for 9 Pandas.
Yeah, really good. And the fact that they're doing it in a flawless manner just only really helps things. Look at the bank balances. They are absolutely swelling. And what's important is I thought Kaede was going to save a little bit more money going into that round, or even in the previous, just to make sure that she secures up the AWP investment. It's round number 6. She can't afford it. Has to go onto the M4. When are we going to see this sniper?
I feel like it's so important. Kaede and Bibian are the 2 players that are meant to be the stars for this team. They've been brought in internationally to join this squad. She needs her signature weapon to make it work, and while maybe a boost up in towards ladder is the answer, Elizabeth is snaking her way along here, and Bibian's just going to get flashed on through. Gets the kill into Victoria, finds an Opa. She can fall back. No potential for 9 Pandas to trade. So great start for CLG.
Yeah, learned from the mistakes in the previous as well. This time falls back, doesn't want to overextend. And now it's the first time in a while that 9 Pandas Fearless are on the back foot. Space is being taken in towards connector Goose. Gotta be careful.
The nice thing about that play from Bibian is now you're not expecting Kaede, and while she might not even be needed, because Goose is doubled up with the FAMAS. 2 players dropped, 2 remain for 9 Pandas Fearless. Shu and Taddy going to be regrouping towards A to hit together. Kelsey and Goose are both here. And they are the only players close by, but Kaede is on a long flank. 9 Pandas have an opportunity if they go fast and find these clean entries to maybe set themselves up for a post plant.
Jiggle for information actually goes missing because they're so close to Tetris. But you've got Kelsey holding this tight line. There's no way that 9 Pandas Fearless can cross. Flashbang's good. Flashbang's great, in fact. Tati goes up and over, but it's Goose, who's now upgraded to the AK-47. It's a hat trick of kills for her. It's perfect from CLG.
Yeah, not normally the player you look to step up, but you know that she can when she needs to. A huge doubling connector completely dismantles 9 Pandas Fearless. And it's all too easy to close it out. Keeping 4 players alive too is huge. They can start to build back up into that CD economy, and won't be this round, but means soon we will see that AWP coming out as well.
There's really good initiative being taken, not only by CLG Red, but Bibian in particular. Flashing her in towards short, shutting down this mid-aggression that has often pained them. Now we've got an AWP, this time out for Victoria, on the boost, peeking up and over, but no one is in connector. The flash will actually reveal that there's a sniper on the server.
Yeah, now they play a little bit more safe, and well, maybe not for Kayde as she strikes first. The trade is immediate. That's one of the things you've got to be accounting for when you're going up against this 9 Pandas squad, is just how quick they can be on these trades sometimes. When they're in the zone, they are moving like a well-oiled machine. Vivian spots one. Now she's feeling a little bit nervous. More activity over to B is keeping players occupied as well. Vivian stuck between multiple angles that she is solely responsible for.
It looks like it's going to be a push potentially for Mads on towards balcony. Bibian has really got to be careful because she has spotted that player in towards Palace, but you have to deal with Fatal. Information is there. It might not be known that Fatal's got up and over, vaulted into the window, but it's definitely a consideration. Bibian adjusts. It's perfect. That's a crucial kill.
Yeah, no damage done either. Now she has a lot more confidence. She's still a little wary about somebody coming through, but removing that player allows her to focus a bit more over towards Connector and over towards Palace, and here comes the hit. Smoke comes through. It's actually going to block off 2 players over here in jungle. That's a perfectly positioned smoke. They're actually going to flash over the top of it. Victoria is close to it with the AWP, hits the no-scope, playing around it. Knows that a second has to be there because of the flash, but that's when Kelsey swings on through. A critical kill, but then Shu as well chimes in. And a 2v2 commences. That bomb can be planted.
Keep your eye on Mads. She's flanked the entire time. Goose Breeder swings in through the default boxes, and Mads is there on the extremity again. It's a retake before. Do you know what? It can even begin. Really nicely done by CLG Red. And what I'm liking is the initiative and the responses. They're so alert and the communication is really flowing. As soon as Bibian gets that kill in towards jungle, that's when the B-Lurk starts pushing, gathers more information. Goose Breeder, who's over there to start with, comes back towards A. It's reinforced and it's well played.
Yeah, we saw it on the prior round as well with Kayde on that quick flank as well, who wasn't needed in the end, but you can see how proactive CLG Red are being on this CT side now. They're starting to feel a little bit more comfortable. You know, it's key, Brad, and we're seeing it in this T timeout that's coming through for 9 Pandas as they consider their options. Still plenty for them to buy. But what's been purchased on the CT side is finally that AWP for Kayde.
I think it was scooped up as well, so that's an investment that doesn't actually need to deepen into the pockets. So it's a good sign of things to come, really, for CLG Red. And if it's a disruption, if it's a pause in the progress, if 9 Pandas Fearless can't really acquire a solution quickly, I'll be honest, this could spiral out of control because you've got these individuals for CLG Red really rising to the occasion.
Yeah, and I think that's maybe the difference between these two teams. The CLG Red is so much based on these individuals just taking over a game. 9 Pandas Fearless feel more like a real pack mentality with the way they play the game. And Goose, well, he's on fire. Vivian's able to deal with Victoria before she falls, but it's fast out towards A. Kayde posted up on stairs, peering on through. She's feeling pressure from mid, but there's nothing there. There's 4 players coming out. A leg comes through. Can't quite finish the job. Elizabeth's found Kelsey after she gets one. Kayde is just sitting around smoke. Can't see a single thing. Nades rain onto her. Player advantages for CLG.
They're all coming in from one angle, though. Look at this, 4 players from Connector. There is utility to try and flush out them, but it's majority smokes. Flashbang needs to come up and over, or it's just the bullets to try and create a little bit of an illusion. Kayde strikes. Mads pushes in close. 2 versus 3, but look at Fatal in the back lines.
What a reposition. Spots one, doesn't go for the shot now, lines them up, can't quite finish off Kayde, but that's maybe the easier target with the AWP. She's so distracting, jiggles the angle and finds her. Mads now, it's all onto her. And she doesn't have time. She has to commit to this plan, has to stick it, but Fatal comes over the top. Somehow, 9 Pandas recover that despite being a woman down.
So much commotion, so much chaos is being created by CLG Red that they overlook the possibility that Fatal could be in the back lines. And it is a really nice readjustment just to secure that round. Time is such a factor there, and Fatal plays it to perfection.
The thing is, it didn't need to play that way. They had 4 players coming from the same position. It wouldn't have been a stretch to have one watching CT and to come through that angle, right? Just to even play distraction while the rest of your players hit.
Even just drop a smoke there. They had so many. This time it's a push through the underpass. Kayde put on notice, but it's actually Elizabeth that's under a lot of pressure. Tati turns around to help her out. But it's another push with the MP9 in towards B. The SMG's trying to flood.
Yeah, 3 of them flood, but it's their boat that's sinking. Elizabeth doing damage. Victoria removes Kelsey as well. Mads is locked on in. Elizabeth's just going to leave her there. All right, we know where you are. We're out of there.
See you later. Now you've got the lurker Shu starting to work through Palace. She can just even wait. The entire team can come over. You don't need to take any chances. Goose Breeder just on the Deagle, peeking on in. Hasn't spotted a player, but this position's not too bad.
1v4 on the site. What can Goose do? Smoke gets dropped. Elizabeth back turn. Bullets do connect. There's the trade. Shu immediately over on high. Would have been difficult for Goose to get much more. She finds a second there. Maybe Mads is tempted to come on over and give it a look in, but now it's Operation Save AK. 9 Pandas will take back the lead. And already good stuff early from Victoria, leading the charge, and Taddy continuing to be this consistent force. I think that's a really interesting conversation piece. She comes in as a new addition to this squad, following quite a successful Season 2 finals as well. And she is adding so much more to their firepower, it feels.
Yeah, you're right. It's just another cog in the 9 Pandas Fearless engine. And it's scary if they all become online. We're having these conversation pieces about CLG Red, how you look towards 1 or 2 individuals. If you've got anyone with the potential to pop off at any given moment, I mean, the perfect time to do that is right here and now in the elimination game. And it's worrying because, look, the economy, it's shattered again. 9 Pandas Fearless, they can start to build a little bit of a buffer.
Yeah, despite the close scoreline, it does feel like 9 Pandas Fearless have been in control most of this. A couple of nice rounds in a row from CLG Red has kept them in it. This one likely to slip away from them unless Mads can do something heroic. She's gone over to B early, and Elizabeth is going to A very quick and early, charging on into the site. Not counting for Kelsey, who's above her with a USP and actually takes down Taddy, playing around, somehow dodging all of this. There's still 3 players on site. The USP, it's silenced. She is just taking them down like a spy in the back lines. Puts it into this 3-on-3, and there's still that rifle in Mads' hands.
Yeah, there is. Do they even want to go for this? Do you just want to do a little bit more damage? See, Mads is having a conversation with Goose in real time, trying to figure out whether it's worth it. The answer is no, but you send the USPs in, there's a second volley, try and restrict the weaponry that 9 Pandas Fearless can bring in closer, but already 2 kills is pretty good.
Yeah, they're holding the extremities here, right? Fatal's low, so a quick tap to the head might even be enough to take her down. A couple of bullets. And then you've got Victoria with an AWP, another weapon that's easy to overwhelm with pistols. So there's potential for them to get away, maybe steal a rifle. If they can take down Victoria, if Goose kills Victoria in T-Sport, that's huge. And Kade's actually charged on with the AK, so she's found another. Goose found Victoria, only Fatal survives.
And that's the AWP scooped up. What a really good eco from CLG Red. My goodness me. You go in there with nothing, you come out with basically everything. Let's take a look at this again because Kelsey was just completely overlooked. She gets the first kill and they don't even recognize that she's there.
I don't know how she's able to set herself up for a second kill. I think Goose was playing distraction, but even still, she shouldn't be getting away with that. That's maybe getting a bit messy on the comms. And again, yeah, pace. They tried it last round and it worked, but this time they get barraged by utility. Fatal gets dealt with by Goose. Now they're just going to charge on through, continuing to push the issue, but Kelsey is tucked on in on top of the box. Gets another, looking for more, drops the bomb out in the open, and this fast play falls flat on its face. Taddy, the only one remaining. Good for at least one. That might be it.
Yeah, change of pace not really working out. Utility thrown in as a protocol. It is perfect from CLG Red. And shout out to Kelsey as well, because she, just by staying alive, allows all these rotates, all these repositions to come on forward. I don't want to rule Tati out of anything, but a 1v4 is a little bit of a reach. Firing off shots, revealed her position out towards ramp, creeping ever so closer. No one is giving her the opportunity, the satisfaction of any further damage. Bibian deletes her off the server. CLG Red bring it right back. This is so close.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. I mean, I like the idea, right? You put it on the pace immediately, try and catch them off guard. Now they got all the rifles out, but they just get completely decimated. It's so difficult going for this fast play with the positions that CLG Red had themselves in. You know, there's no molly to stop the push from jungle from Goose. Tucked in under, she's not being covered. Kelsey's able to get a double kill. There should be a trade coming through there, but they're all kind of sitting back after those nades come through, and Well, off the back of that, that beautiful economy they'd built up, that pile of gold is now dwindling. It's Tech9's, maybe a bit of pace to be.
Yeah, it could be, as is, the 9 Pandas way. Acceleration, the name of the game. Follow-up nade. Oh, significant damage from Mads. That's absolutely huge. She's ready and waiting. Spots the players, drops the smokes. Now the protocol comes in.
Yeah, Vivian's here as well in short, so this should be easily dealt with, but maybe not. Mads is able to get one, and look at the damage that's been done. This should be a clean-up crew. They're going to try and jump on over, but they jump straight into her crosshair. Not able to get anything outside of Vivian falling, but that AK can be picked on up, and COG even things out once again.
Even in amongst the chaos, even amongst the scoreline being equal, it is still quite streaky in nature. You've got not a single kind of round one in isolation from either side. You've had 2 streaks of 3 from 9 Pandas and followed up by the multi-rounds being acquired by CLG Red. Investment back out. It's not the most perfect one in the world for the T side, but at least they've got the AWP.
Yeah, Victoria's been doing pretty well here. Peering on in towards Connector at the moment. Look at the pace Elizabeth has put on. This control's so early. Seen it a couple times where she's just barreling through and takes this space early without any contestion. They are going to be a bit wary of this now that the smoke's come through and time has to pass. So Vivian's going to get boosted on up here, peering on over, looking for the head, and there it is. Bit of damage done back in response from Elizabeth, and well, the flames fall at her. And Goose and K-Day strike before Victoria can get a trade in. She just eats that nade as well. Feeling very uncomfortable here out in the open. They just overwhelm her. The utility and the barrage of bullets, too much to handle.
Yeah, it's a really good supporting cast and reaction from CLG. Previously, from being overwhelmed, they then employ a different policy. It's just, as you mentioned, just set up perfectly with the flashbangs. A double swing, so even if there is one trade fall in favor to that T side, there can be an immediate response, an attempt at a rebuttal, and it just works out perfectly. They lose one player unless Shu can rub some salt in the wound, potentially make this one a little bit more expensive.
It wouldn't be the first time I've seen Shu pull off a crazy 1DX clutch, but it's, well, not going to be another time as she has dealt with before she can find one. CLG Red take back the lead. I'll tell you what, Brandon, this series is shaping up to be something exciting. This has been so back and forth between these two teams, each one trying to edge each other out. Only a few rounds left in the half. T's have to take a timeout, and CLG Red are feeling a lot more comfortable.
It's going to be a really interesting one because we saw the T side of CLG Red over on Ancient against Na'Vi Javelins, and it fell a little bit flat. And comparatively, their defense was what was holding them up. This game early on, I was a little bit worried for them because if 9 Pandas, we know how aggressive they are, we know how good they are on this T side by taking the space. I was a little bit concerned heading over to that second half, but the fact that CLG Red, they've immediately, it's in the middle of the rounds as well, created these solutions, come up with new potential problems for the T side to face. It's now a much more contested half, and I feel a lot more comfortable with CLG Red's performance now.
Another attempt at a bit of pace towards B. Everyone grouping up. Mads doesn't have the immediate support of Vivian, but after throwing initial utility in mid, she is going to group back up with them. All this ground that Goose has taken alongside K-Day in mid, they've got that classic setup where you've got the player watching down underpass, which we're about to see how that one pays out. Then K-Day supports in through Connector, holding top mid, and Goose is now getting a little curious, and that timing might catch her off guard. In fact, it does. Fatal catches her with a back turn, but Vivian on the side has dealt with the 2 players hitting. K-Day misses a shot towards Connector. They're just trying to push on through, but Kelsey's here to support as well. Despite finding this kill on Goose, look like there's too much space they're going to be able to gain elsewhere, as Vivian has an express delivery of the bomb, as well as a couple of frags.
Yeah, in actual fact, that's the furthest that CLG Red have pushed up middle the entire first half. Goosebreeder set up there. I thought it was a really nice hold. Obviously, with the bait and switch, gets a little bit too inquisitive for my liking, but regardless, it still works out for CLG Red. Vivian's there on cleanup crew, and they've already won out the half. We've only got one more round to play, of course, Lucy, but a potential to make it 9-6. I feel like that's a very good opportunity that CLG Red should try and seize.
Victoria, no armor behind her AWP either. Now looking potentially interested back in A. 3 players over here at the moment, 2 in mid, so a split on the cards. Shu Shu taking a little look in, does spot Goose out in the open, and I don't think she'll spot it in kind based on Goose's movement. Now with that utility coming through, Goose throws out the HE and they're ready for this hit.
Tucked in towards default. Kelsey going to be under a lot of pressure. Smoking herself off. Just needs to try and survive fully. Blind Goose hasn't actually been flushed out of her position, but now she will be with the Flames. Tatty with another.
Kelsey's tucked on in here, hasn't been spotted yet, playing around in the smoke. Only good for the one though. Victoria trades her immediately. Now Bibian has to do it all, coming on through. K-Day yet to rotate, but now she joins her. 2 versus 2, the bomb goes down, but now it's all onto Victoria. AWP in hand, the weapon you want for the job. Peering on around, misses the shot. Bibian, not normally the AWPer, but she's able to make it work, takes her down, and CLG Red will be able to defuse the bomb and take 9.
Yeah, very impressed with how they set themselves up there for success. 9 Pandas, they tried their best to oust the early aggression, but no, not quite. Will it be enough, though, with only 6 rounds on that T side?
She's walking down the street, she's turning up the heat, she's moving to the beat and nothing's stopping her. She's walking down the street, all guys they wanna meet, thinking that she's sweet. I'm not so sure about that, 'cause when you think you're getting her attention, it hits you with a bang. She's way above your league, you better understand. It's like that. If she doesn't bother, she isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She doesn't bother, all the others follow. She isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She's got attitude. She's got attitude. She's walking down the street, it's just so bittersweet. You can't compete and nothing's stopping her. Walking down that street, turning up the heat, moving to the beat like no one ever you've seen. 'Cause when you think you're getting her attention, it hits you with a bang. She's way above your league, you better understand. It's like that. If she doesn't bother, she isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She doesn't bother, all the others follow. She isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She's got the moves, she's got the look. You're totally hooked. You're losing control like she never would. You're down, 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 down. She doesn't bother, she isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She doesn't bother, all the others follow. She isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She's got attitude. She's got attitude. She's got attitude.
Well, 9 Pandas Fearless is their name, but maybe looking a little bit scared as CLG Red take a pretty dominant victory in the half, 9-6, as they really got powered up as it got on that CT side.
Yeah, 9 Pandas, 6 rounds. But now they swap over to that CT side, and it's going to be a difficult road back in. However, There could be a little bit of a plan here with Victoria progressing quite, aggressively up towards middle. But look at the smokes coming in for CLG Red. It's a quick attack on towards A. Shoot, fully blinded, has to fall away.
Oh, now she's in a lot of danger, but maybe not. Maybe it's CLG Red that are in danger. She's got a teammate beside her. K-Day falls. Now they can decide how they want to progress this. Kelsey is unaccounted for in mid. She wasn't spotted. She was actually tucked in towards that doorway. And look at this. 5 walking through CT spawn. But they decide, all right, we need to put a bit of pace on this. Got a kid on Taddy and a smoke as well. And now they just have to brawl it out, have to take these trades favorably. That smoke is going to be able to cause a lot of chaos as it's planted for Connector. It can be now tapped on through. Taddy getting on the bomb and just going for the defuse. This is a team that loves a ninja. And Mads is trying to find her prey but can't connect it. And is able to get the knife eventually. But it doesn't matter. The round goes Panda's way.
She didn't kill the bomb diffuser, by the way. She just right-clicked and got fatal.
Well, that's rough.
What? How? Honestly, 9 Pandas feeling.
Okay, hold on. Okay, all right.
Yeah. Ready?
Oh my god. That's not Fatal's like, WTF. All right, well, they'll take that round. 9 Pandas. I think if we had stats, maybe Nuke can run these numbers. Maybe not. It's probably a hard one to run. But I reckon they've got the highest ninja diffuse rate, out of all these teams here.
They can't keep getting away with this.
Maybe they can.
I guess so. I mean, it keeps happening.
Yeah, they keep getting away with it.
Crafty. Defining characteristic from Pandas normally. Forced investment with the bomb plant. CLG Red look to take middle. Compromise. Limited utility, but they've got superior weaponry. K-Day could come face to face with Fatal.
Yes, a nice little spot for Fatal. K-Day doesn't push the issue, doesn't want to walk over this. He's holding for a peek coming through. Mads wants to face this smoke. In fact, the flash is going to enable her to push up. Taking ground. Victoria is up on high towards Ticket. She's going to sling on out as the contact comes from Fatal, and it's a perfect setup. Fatal gets 3. The bomb is dropped in the connector opening. Goose and K-Day have to try and work this one out, and well, that's a good way to start things. Pick up the bomb. Now you're in a 2-person deficit. Taddy's above. In towards window. Fatal just walks on through. Taddy's the one that gets the kill. But now Goose is accounted for. And it's a 4K for Fatal. 6 in the name, 4 in the game.
Yeah, nicely done. Because that had the potential to get really scary there, especially with the utility kind of restricting 9 Pandas over towards Connector. But no, Fatal just does it all. I mean, 4 kills in the round. You can't ask for much more. It feels like CLG Red, they get control of mid and they just kind of sit a little bit. And it's good that you have mid control because it can really aid with your executes, kind of coming in for a different angle of approach. But in the gun rounds going forward, they need to do something with it rather than just have the control.
Taddy on the B side, gonna spot Kelsey. So just the pistols. That's a interesting headshot. Galil works in interesting ways. And that it doesn't often work for me, but it works for Taddy. That's why I'm here. She's there.
Yes, the Galil works in interesting ways, as does the FAMAS. I feel like the biggest compliment we've ever given the FAMAS is that sometimes it looks quite good. Goose Breeder, that's a devastating headshot on towards Shu, who's having a really uncharacteristically quiet game.
Yeah, surprisingly so. Her and Elizabeth not having the same amount of impact, but, I'd take that if Victoria's fragging out. Fatal's starting to get warmed up as well. Victoria strikes again. K-Day, not much she can do here. FAMAS deals with her, so they only lose 1. Against the pistols. They'll be happy for that as now things equalize.
Plenty of money if K-Day wants to buy the AWP. Decides not to. Just straight AKs. Prioritization of the helmet. Obviously, you saw a lot of FAMASes in the previous round. You've given up a Galil or 2. Makes more sense to be a little bit more disciplined.
Rushing in towards mid and underpass. 2 different avenues for both these teams. They're going to miss each other because of that, but K-Day is going to get caught off guard, not ready for this fast push. Fatal upgrades. Now Goose is all the way in towards short, fires off a few shots and a smoke to keep them interested. She's not worried about that flank coming through, but maybe it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's really good reactions from CLG. Recognize the threat as soon as the underpass push comes in. Goose is creating distraction, anchoring 9 Pandas Fiddlers for just a moment. Enable for Shu to just be completely isolated on the bomb site.
Now, this bomb is sort of planted for the connector setup. It's a bit out to the side. They do have to be a little bit closer to it, and there's a lot for 9 Pandas to work with this retake. 2 kits in play, lots of utility. Bibian tucked on through. She's likely the first contact here as all that utility rains over the top. Goose holding her trigger on that bomb, waiting for a smoke to come through. And it's Kelsey whose trigger fires first. Victoria drops. Now Bibian can swing out the spray onto 2. Heads removed. Fatal now the only one remaining. Is able to get 2, but can't make it anymore.
Yeah, really nice work. Crossfires established by CLG Red. 9 Pandas Fiddlers just walk straight into them. Not enough utility to try and flush them out. Trade spacing is a little bit limited, especially when we're being shot at by 3 different angles. I'm just more impressed with, you see this kill come in, you get put into a 5 versus 4, immediate reaction. There's no second guessing, you trust the call, and it just works out perfectly.
Yeah, Kelsey just being a huge pain there. We saw it there. We didn't quite see that second kill as it happened, but that was in the back lines, taking out Victoria, who was throwing all that supportive utility as the retake came through. The massive amount of impact, and well, Goose Breeder adding some of hers. Fatal removed. Big kill to find. And now CLG Red, look at all the control they have, and so much time to work with. They can just take their time here, poke and prod. Just hold for the mistakes, and there's one right there. Shu. Removed by Mads. Victoria, Elizabeth, and Tati have to do it all.
Yeah, nice default. Get controlling towards mid, you're holding the extremities. Not only is Mads doing that on A, you've also got K-A-Day on B. Goose Breeder keeps on finding heads. Elizabeth, Tati, all that remain, they're going to regroup towards A. But honestly, it's just going to be a save.
Yeah, I think they just go for the gamble, stick on A. If it comes there, maybe you can do some damage. And then, ideally, you try and extract that AWP that was just invested by Victoria. I think Goose is going to keep that one on lock and key, although she is low, so the chance just to steal it away is there. You can see that's definitely on her mind. But she's about to walk into 2 of them, gets 1. So already, this AWP save gets a lot more difficult. Maybe not. Maybe Tati can just fight her way out of it, and indeed, does look like that's going to be the case.
Yeah, smart decision to send 1 extra player, but realistically, if you're CLG Red, you don't want to throw away your economy after just trying to build it up yourselves. It's honestly not the worst thing in the world that an AWP gets brought on over. You know that it's confirmed. That's 1 weapon that will be there. And maybe it can change the direction of the call, right? Maybe you go for something a little bit quicker. We saw the aggression in towards mid with Goose Breeder. Who knows?
Yeah, they've been keeping an eye on the flow of the game so far. They should know that 9 Pandas aren't in a good place off the back of these last couple of rounds that CLG Red have picked up. That's now 2 in a row to their name, and 1 AWP saved over. They're not really going to have much around this, so yeah, you're right. A bit of pace, or at least finding out where the AWP is, and then just going the complete opposite way is the way to play out this next round.
Yeah, that's the main thing. And the important thing for the Pandas is just to eco. You don't need to bring anything behind it. You're on 2-stage loss bonus. You'd really hurt your finances if you do decide to go in. Instead, it's a little bit of a compromise. You've got the Deagle, a couple of pieces of utility to try and set Victoria up for success potentially. Aggressive peeking towards Palace, it's rewarded immediately. And now Shu can just keep progressing and get an AK.
You know, what's CLG Red's response here? Mads just trying to walk on through. Shu spots her, fires off a few shots. That's going to keep her falling back, and they're looking like they want to commit onto A, throwing all the smokes through. That means they're going to be walking straight into this recovered AK and the AWP, but no, they throw it. It's a fake. They're going to B, but look at the minimap. 3 players still here. They're not hearing this bomb go down, but all the call comes through. They're getting nervous. They want to rotate. CLG Red haven't committed. Everyone is trying to outbrain everyone.
Yeah, it's 5D chess on the server right now. No one can really make up their minds where they want to go.
That flash has now got 9 Pandas thinking, all right, maybe B is where it's going, but look at the spread from CLG Red. What they're doing here is they're putting a player on each extremity, 2 in mid. One of these players entries into the site, either pulls the rotation over or finds out where the stack is, then the other activates on A, or the other site, and then they can get the bomb there safely, and that's exactly how it plays out here. Goose Breeder gets all of the information, spots a couple of players, draws them all over. Now K8 is walking through jungle, finding it clear. Though, Victoria is here with the AWP, and they can't afford to lose players like this.
Plant the bomb. That's the priority. Vivian thinking about maybe swinging a corner. Goose oversteps the mark. Suddenly you're in a 2 versus 5.
Peeking into the AWP as well. Unneeded aggression. Gives them a death. Mads now, an impossible 1v5. Gets one. The other 4 stay alive, and with just an AWP and a few pistols around it, 9 Pandas pick apart CLG Red.
Yeah, and that's, as you mentioned, just the mind games at work. Typically, when you know the economy is weak, you set an AWP up in one area of the map. If they find the opener, 9 times out of 10, they're going to rotate to the other bomb site. By throwing in that fake execute, by pumping the brakes, you're then trying to get a recommittal over, especially with Goose Breeder in the B apartments, throwing her utility set, but it just doesn't quite work out.
Playing 5D chess out here, but, well, 9 Pandas Fearless are playing checkers, and they excel at it. They call the bluff, have everyone in the right position, take them apart one by one. Keep this competitive. CLG Red have to take the timeout now because this is now quite a pivotal round for them. We're getting into the tail end of it. Round 22, to the point where if this one falls, your economy's broken, and that's where the CTs can start to really dig their heels in. And if there's something we know about this 9 Pandas Fearless team, is they are incredibly resilient. Once they take that ground, they are not giving it back up.
Been really good at just being aggressive, taking the fight. This time it's CLG Red, and look at K8 moving with the AWP, but Victoria's holding the cross.
Yeah, just ready for this aggression. K8 has been having a little bit of a struggle finding success here on Mirage so far. Now Fatal has a perfect position up on the pot, able to remove Kelsey on that lurk. So again, we've got a 3v5 early on, and somehow they have to try and put this one together. Goose thinks maybe I need to pick up the AWP. She's having a good game, and from short, it's a powerful position. She needs her team to find the impact onto the site, and look at this setup from Elizabeth.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, this setup is ridiculous because you take the first contact here, it's a pixel angle. It actually gets cleared. Not quite dealt with is Elizabeth. Maz is brought down low.
Yeah, now she's afraid to take that fight. Goose falls in mid as well. So really, Bibian's the one that has to come through clutch here, and they know exactly where these players are. The utility comes on out. It's as transparent as a piece of glass, and it might just shatter like one. Falling back now. Honestly, maybe just hold on to these AKs.
Such a harsh reality, but we even be allowed it. Look at Fatal's push. 9 Pandas know that it was towards B. They sent another player over to reinforce because of this information gained. Bibian is holding, but Fatal's not really moving, not really looking to overstep. And CLG Red, it's a long 20 seconds. In fact, it was 40.
Will this time, Fatal's going to spot mid-clear, right? And she can now go back in towards apartments if she wants to. And, okay, she's making a bit of noise about it, so might not get the opportunity.
Yeah, I don't think you want to either. I think it's, although it's dangerous to kind of leave rifles in the equation, your economy matters a lot more longer term than a potential short-term gain, and you have to reinvest immediately. Tied up scoreline 11-11, and the CLG Red making a difficult decision. They're going to invest in. They're going to push everything to the middle of the table. Mac 10s, Deagles combine.
Well, they have to. They saved over 2 rifles. I mean, you don't want 2 hero AKs, right? So now, a little bit of a weird position for CLG Red to find themselves in. Victoria wants to take the initiative.
Oh, she's found it. Bibian dispatched. Sent to the locker room for round number 23. Reposition up in towards Connector. You've also got Fatal with the second AWP, just locking in B apartments. You can allow another player to come and support.
Yeah, we saw her doing that quite a few times, actually, earlier in that opening match. With mixed success. But the first time it comes out, that's when you're not ready for it. That's when 9 Pandas can now focus all their efforts into mid and towards A, and Victoria strikes again. They walk on out. She's not flashed. Elizabeth is a bit isolated here. She's still able to find the kill. K8 is alone. Her death inevitable. So much time left on the clock in these situations. Feels like the round in these last few has been decided in the first 30 seconds. Victoria, a beautiful triple, stepping up. We highlighted her on the desk. She was the player that's been absent for them, not just here, but also at the Season 2 finals. She was missing. We saw a few moments, but on LAN, it feels like she hasn't been turning up. Well, that's a different story here.
It's so interesting just to watch this CT side, because you're right, outcomes are decided immediately. And the only aggression that CLG Red have really shown is straight down the guts of Mirage, taking fights in towards Connector, up towards Short, and 9 Pandas have just been ready for it. And when they're holding back with the AWPs, or if they're just fighting proactively, having 3 players in towards middle, it is getting shut down round after round after round.
Very consultative little chat here with the coach. Flashy, well, Goose turning to Flashy to have that conversation. You saw K-Day really chiming in there with a lot of input of her own. So I'm very interested to see how that translates into the server. I suspect thinking ahead to the next round. 9 Pandas now get tantalizingly close, taking their map pick. And I think what's really impressive here is what was strong for them against Furia was the T side, right? It was the tale of 2 T sides, both 9 rounds for each of them. And this time around, it's really feeling like the CT side is where they're finding their success. They had, what, 6 rounds at the half? And
yeah.
CLG Red have only found 2 so far on their T side.
Yeah, they've matched the number of rounds they required, right? Doubled the scoreline. CLG Red, right now, it just feels like they're really off the pace. Utility being lined up, but there's no flashes. It's going to have to be a contact play. The smoke's going to have to do all of the heavy lifting.
And Victoria, she might have a shooting gallery here. Smoke over the top, nothing to block her vision. They're just going to run onto the site. Misses the first opportunity, but now she gets so many more chances to add more to the tally. She's getting overwhelmed here. K-Day takes her down, and now she can pick up the signature weapon. Elizabeth peering on over. K-Day has the potential to do everything. The bomb gets planted, and the incendiary that was recovered, flown out through. K-Day reloads, and it's all on her back. Everyone else with just pistols in hands, distractions for the French sniper. Fatal with hers, sees her on ticket, but she falls on off. And now the retake comes through. Kelsey strikes at the Desert Eagle. K-Day's holding the cross. A flashbang comes through. Elizabeth gets ground. And there's K-Day striking against Shu. Fatal falls to Mads. And suddenly it's all on Elizabeth. 3 players to find, getting peppered from every single direction. And they do it with just the pistols.
What a ridiculous round for CLG Red to win. You have no doubt that's probably not what they were talking about. They were probably assessing for the future, planning for the longer-term effects of this game, but they do it with K-Day firstly running down Victoria, picking up the AWP for herself, and then the rest is history.
Actually, you know what? Maybe that is the intention of that, right? The long conversation with K-Day, they're talking about Victoria's default positions. You know Flashy's been studying these demos. Sitting back towards ticket, maybe you do just overwhelm her with pistols. K-Day gets the AWP, and then, well, maybe not. But I like to think that's the imaginary conversation they had. And well, Goose, she's looking for opponents in the walls, and she finds them. Fatal falls. Mads gets an opener as well. Paddy trying to get something back. Does drop Mads, and a lot of damage onto Bibian. Victoria under so much pressure. She's not quite able to connect the shot. And now every angle is being swarmed by the T's. K-Day punches in the digits, and Shu forced to watch on.
This is fast. This is a really quick change of pace from CLG Red. Dictating the fights which they want to take in towards mid. The adjustment is that Goosebreeder comes down low in towards Connector, while the rest of their team are holding for the response, for the CT to peak from short. That's your difference maker. That's your adjustment in the mid round, and that's what earns CLG their 13th.
Yeah, I mean, this is a position where it should be 13-11 right now, right? Like, that round could be the round that changes the entire landscape of this game, because look at the money.
Yep.
They can invest into the next. Victoria's going to have enough to buy. Taddy can even drop over an AWP, but it's now getting very, very tight. And CLG Red, suddenly signs of life at the tail end.
What a resurgence. What a recovery from CLG Red. Just as they look like they're down and out, just as it looks like 9 Pandas Fearless, they're snowballing their momentum. They're really driving it home on their map pick. No, a spanner thrown into the works. It's so difficult now as a timeout is being called, the 3rd one for this CT side. They can invest. They will invest. They need to make a splash here.
This is the round. If they lose this round, it's probably over, right? CLG Red will be on 14, and the money will be broken for 9 Pandas. They'll have to be in that position where they either force to try and deny map point, or CLG Red take it.
It's interesting. It's tense.
Just talking about how strong this CT side was going, and I feel like I jinxed it.
Maybe. Maybe a caster's curses are true. Let's find out. It's aggression again in towards middle. Victoria delaying the pull. The incendiary pin. Fatal nearly had a lineup, but here comes the flashbang. Here comes the response. Elizabeth, Tati combined. 4 versus 2 immediately.
Yeah, match like with like, fire with fire, aggression with aggression. Elizabeth and Tati fly out from short and completely demolish the attack on Cat. Vivian and Kaede now, the 2 stars for this team, have to do a 2v4. Kaede's taken ground towards B. Vivian looks to join her. Scoped on in, so is silent on this approach. She can catch this player on the jump. I think she was spotted. Yep, Tati gets a read on it, throws down a smoke, and Kaede peering on through, fires off a shot. Could have been the timing one. Doesn't quite connect.
It's so interesting watching this fight in towards middle because there's a little piece that moves every single round, and it's who's trying to get the best of who. This is a really exciting game of Mirage.
Kaede walks all the way back so she can scope in silently and then walk forward again. I mean, this all relies on her just finding an opener. Otherwise, they save. It'll be a similar situation to what we saw before. So she's going to walk on forward looking for something here. Victoria's honed on in on the angle. Kaede going to be spotted as she walks on through. Vivian tries to get the trade, but Victoria is there. A fantastic double, quick as you like. And 9 Pandas Fearless even things out once again.
It's that mental fortitude, it's that resilience. Just when you think they're out, they bring it right back in. Look at this second shot here.
We talk about the AWP head-to-head. I mean, Victoria has over double the kills of Kaede. 25 to her name, 5 assists as well.
You could argue that they've had the same amount of impact. You think back to that pistol round that Kaede picks it up, has that fight in. We've now got this situation because of Kaede.
That is true. Numbers don't tell the whole story. The Victorias do tell a very positive one. Doesn't spot anybody in mid initially. Repeats, but Kelsey's caught the timing to walk across. That smoke at the top is going to let them know that there is probably someone nearby based on that trajectory. Going to lurk on through as the hit comes in towards A. Victoria strikes first. That part of the pincer falls. Shu is not smoked off here. She can still try and fight this. Has support behind her as well. Goose is able to swing on through though. Removes Victoria. Elizabeth, an immediate train from Con. Kaede under pressure, misses the shot, a critical one. And now it's all on to Goose. The in-game leader is not able to connect. 9 Pandas Fearless fight back.
Yeah, really well played by Victoria. She gets the initial information when she swings out middle, gets the early kill, and then flashes her teammates through over short. They know that this is going to be just this A execute from ramp, from Palace, and that means that all the AWPer can do is just pivot, focus her entire attention, rotations can start to come through because you've regained that information within the first couple of seconds.
And what looked like the path back for CLG Red, when everything was within their grasp, falls to the wayside. Now they're the ones that are clutching at the barest of straws here. A timeout used. Still 2 remaining. Well, 1 remaining. This one used. This round, this map, slowly slipping away.
You've got to be on pistols again. You have to concede potentially map point here if you want to invest in properly, which hurts. It's a bitter pill to swallow, but they've done it once. Can they do it again?
Swallowed the pill. Can they regurgitate it onto the faces of 9 Pandas Fearless?
Oh.
They did it before. Victoria. Spat in the face. This time around, it's not the same sort of play. It's spread out. Trying to show presence, maybe waste that utility. Knowing how close this is. Double nade stack in. Has been a common position for Tati to hold, but this time around, she's not there.
No, but it does bring rotations. Look at the mini-map. Only for a second. They don't bite down on it because Tati doesn't hear anything else as a follow-up. CLG Red now resetting towards underpass. They're going to split mid. They're going to crunch.
Mads is used to, okay. Well, they're having a bit of fun.
You ready? Yes.
You ready? Yes. Heads are bopping. Mouse pad warmed up. Friction in the air. Fatal. Peering on through. Elizabeth's holding this boost up, so dare say not going to achieve anything. And indeed, that is the case. Victoria plucks Kelsey out. Fatal spots them crossing through, so Elizabeth is ready for this. Oh, maybe not too ready. Okay, 2 kills have quickly come through. This gets a little bit scary.
Hang on.
AWP. The bomb's in an awkward spot. That's the one thing here that's going to work out. Okay, this picked up an M4, trying to get close. There's Fatal. Saves the day. Gets a little dicey, but they do convert.
When the Glock kills come in, you just think, no, surely this cannot happen.
Not
20
again.
seconds left. Victoria's not ready, but Fatal is. Holds the cross, makes sure that that can't happen. That is not a scenario. We're going to have a pause.
15-13. 9 Pandas fearless. Just about closing this one out. They've been on a good run on this CT side. Only conceding 4 rounds on it. 9 to their name so far. Just need that last one. At least now that double AWP setup is known, Fatal's chimed in with a few shots, so COG Red will be ready for that. And I wonder if they'll use that knowledge as a potential way to exploit, you know, knowing that, for instance, Fatal is going to be maybe solo B at different points, just holding that, locking that site down. Maybe you can try and catch her off guard with some well-placed utility.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one because, again, the rounds that CLG Red have won and the rounds that have been so efficient is this aggression through middle, splitting in through connector. And where you've got one player such as Fatal, who's more often than not holding over to the B bomb site, freeing up that player. If 9 Pandas Fearless start with that 3-pronged mid setup, you've got an advanced position, holding underpass, you've got Victoria on top connector, peeking on in. It honestly, if they do decide to go for a play like that, if they decide to go aggressively in towards mid, it hinges a lot on Kaede being able to win out that duel in top con.
So we'll be jumping back into the action. There's been a lot of it in the server. CLG Red backs against the wall. 9 Pandas Fearless 2 chances now to close it out in regulation. We've seen them on OT on this map before. Dare say they don't want to take us there again.
Let's see it then. CLG Red, what have you got to provide? Aggression, Kaede, boosting up, peering in for this connector peek that isn't being given. Fatal this time starts out short. She's peeking on a shallow line.
Kaede holding Elizabeth. You can see these x-rays, just how close some of these kills are. But nobody giving up that extra inch. Disciplined in their approach.
Round's been conceded. Look at Palace. There's going to be an altercation. Kaede misses the shot, but my eyes, they're trained on Shu. Wins out this gunfight potentially on towards Kelsey.
Yeah, well timed there. You can see Kelsey was ready for the swing, had herself positioned so her crosshair would be deeper in towards Palace, and that's exactly when Shu swings. Madso is accelerating towards B. She's found a gap here, walking on through, but Taddy adjusts, takes her down, and now Goose doing a lot of damage. Calls it off. Falls back. Worried about committing to it, and now they don't have that space. She's stalling all the way back, running all the way through. She's trying to sell a retreat?
Potentially. She hasn't got any utility, though. Maybe if contact is taken from middle, maybe if you try and climb forward in connector, you could be the difference. Fatal, blocking vision. But Goose, she's going to disrespect the smoke. 30 seconds left. This could be big. Look at this position from Goose.
Yeah, not being held either for sure. She's able to walk on through, moves Fatal. Now she can charge on up, but their Shu swings out from sight. Vivian and Kaede have 20 seconds left. This is the last round to play. You just have to commit to it. You have to find these fights. It feels impossible, and maybe that's because it is. 2v3 on the side. You need to find the entry through when Vivian steps up. There it is. But there's simply too many players. 9 Pandas Fearless take their map pick of Mirage.
Yeah, caught between two minds right at the very end. And just when you think the 9 Pandas Fearless are going to get away with it, CLG Red pull a rabbit out of the hat with the Tech 9s. But ultimately, it's the grit, it's the determination of the 9 Pandas Fearless side to close it out on their map pick.
Yeah, it felt like when that pistol round came through and CLG Red evened things up and 9 Pandas Fearless were on the brink of breaking, many lesser teams would have fallen then, but this is the resilience we talk about with this squad. They never back down and they never seem to feel the pressure on stage, and it comes through in an amazing victory here. Can they repeat the trick on the next map? We'll find out after the break.
You think it's so important to convince everyone else that you're not boring, but it's making me feel like my skin is crawling. I keep pouring out my empathy to someone I don't even see eye to eye with. I don't mind if you don't have it all together. Yeah, I get it, we're all human, but I give you an inch and you take miles. It's tragic, ruining my sanity with tales of animosity. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy, lose my mind, and I swear I might die if I cared more, but you're not worth the time. You never put me up front 'cause it's your spotlight. I'm in the backseat of my own car. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy one more night. Climbing up somebody else's ladder just to make yourself feel just a little bigger. I don't know if I've seen anything that's sadder. It's so hard to comprehend how you don't even understand. Stepping on me without even trying. Never seen somebody get so good at lying. It's impressive you don't spend all your time crying over all the ways you let me down. So many I could drown, but I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy, lose my mind, and I swear I might die if I cared more, but you're not worth the time. You never put me up front 'cause it's your spotlight. I'm in the backseat of my own car. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy one more night. Typical emotional, sensitive and cynical. Took my sanity and sent it up the wall. Typical emotional, it's so unoriginal. I gave you the best and you just took it all. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy, lose my mind, and I swear I might die if I cared more, but you're not worth the time. You never put me up front 'cause it's your spotlight. I'm in the backseat of my own car. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy one more night. Never put me up front 'cause it's your spotlight. I'm in the backseat of my own car. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy one more night. People say you're very shy. They don't know you can't be wild. Change the person you become in this very moment. It's all mine. Oh, good memory. Pretty wild child, always on the run. The clock is ticking fast, you cannot make it last. Suddenly it becomes part of your dearest past. Impulses are not wise and drive you crazy life. You can always run fast. Leave me all alone because I know my path. But if they say it's all wrong, tell them you didn't ask.
oven, I'm piping hot. Get too close and you might get shocked. Told everybody sit back, just watch while I climb all the way to the top. Oh no, no, I can't just pass by, cause my electric glow, it shines too bright. And everywhere I go, I catch all eyes. They must have never seen a goddess in plain sight. Ooh, want too much for you. A whole lot of power in these high heel shoes. Ooh, shining how I choose, cause I rule the world and my girls do too. Ooh, want too much for you. You're gonna need shades to enjoy this view. Ooh, shining how I choose, cause I rule the world and my girls do too. Excuse me while I take the floor. Spotlight shining, it's my show. And you gon' let me a little bit more, cause I got that electric glow. Didn't know it, now you know. Want you vibing with my flow. You ain't never gonna let it go. Once you see my electric glow. Fresh out the oven, I'm sparkling. Lighting up every room I walk in, so intelligent, all I do is win. Didn't hear me before, let me say it again. No, 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 I can't just pass by, cause my electric glow, it shines too bright. And everywhere I go, I catch all eyes. They must have never seen me light up the night sky. Ooh, want too much for you. A whole lot of power in these high heel shoes. Ooh, shining how I choose, cause I rule the world and my girls do too. Ooh, want too much for you. You're gonna need shades to enjoy this view. Ooh, shining how I choose, cause I rule the world and my girls do too. Excuse me while I take the floor. Spotlight shining, it's my show. And you gon' let me a little bit more, cause I got that electric glow. Didn't know it, now you know. Want you vibing with my flow. You ain't never gonna let it go. Once you see my electric glow. Once you see my electric glow. See my electric glow. My electric glow. Once you see my electric glow.
Got to know myself, I'm on the road. I'm fine in this moment we collide. It took some time, but now the hardest part is done. Look who made it, I survived. You got the best of me, and I feel it coming right now. Baby, 'cause I believe that we're just getting started. So just don't turn it off, 'cause I didn't go through it all just for nothing. So come on, let's take off, 'cause I didn't go through it all just for nothing. I will always be the one who built it from the ground, 'cause I've never been the one who keep it in my mind. You gotta do the unknown, so don't you give it up. I know this is good for your soul, don't never stop, never stop. You gotta do the unknown, so don't you give it up. I know this is good for your soul, don't never stop, never stop. Satisfaction when I choose to be alive. When you go left, I go right. I do it on my own, I trust. If there's a vibe on a mountain peak so high, you got the best of me, and I feel it coming right now. Baby, 'cause I believe that we're just getting started. So just don't turn it off, 'cause I didn't go through it all just for nothing. I will always be the one who built it from the
sometimes I play it safe, and you can see it. It's easy for me to show, but sometimes I'm really brave, and that just means that I'll try again tomorrow. It's my doubt creating mountains where the valleys used to be. Gotta change perspective if I really want to see that sunrise over the water. I swam over and under, get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me apart, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. Among the waves, let them take me as far as they want to go. And it's time for me to say, they won't break me, I'm braver than I know. It's my doubt creating mountains where the valleys used to be. Gotta change perspective if I really want to see it. Sunrise over the water, I swam over and under. Get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me apart, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. Oh, such a time as this. Creating mountains where the valleys used to be, and all the things I thought I knew were changing like the seas. Yeah, but I have overcome it all, and I'm still here.
I'll tell you what, Mirage could have gone either way. A total nail-biter to the very end, and 9 Pandas Fearless take it, setting us up now for Overpass, CLG Red's map pick.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I'm a little bit concerned if I'm a CLG Red fan, because you're right, it's their map pick. They start on the T side, and there was a lot of indecision. There was a lot of CLG Red being caught in between two minds, and that really occurred on that T side. I was amazed by the resilience, the way that they came back on the defense, but the offense is where the ideas just kind of started to mind flood a number of these players, and the fact that they now start, it is their map pick, of course. They have got that inherent home advantage, but I'm a little bit concerned.
Yeah, the scary thing is how strong 9 Pandas Fearless looked on that CT side, right? Victoria in particular was incredibly fired up, and that's a scary thing on Overpass when the AWPer is having that much presence. We often see this when Enigma Galaxy play this map, right? The amount of highlights that Anna has on this, and if Victoria is putting on those sort of levels of performance here, this could be a difficult battle for CLG Red, but it's one they have to take with elimination on the line. We go into Overpass.
Let's see it then. You get the flyover, and you now get to see the utility and abundance of it brought in by CLG Red. Mads, Kaede lined up with a mission, but look at this aggression from 9 Pandas.
Yeah, 3 into connector early. Spotted Goose, and now she's going to continue to push up towards short, but the smoke is actually really well played. They now can't push out through there. The T's have blocked this connector play. That's now put all the attention onto Taddy to hold this one out. She's actually going to flash in short to enable this pop to come on through. But Mad sitting behind the smoke, mows down two. Goose gets one as well. And all this play in towards connector falls completely flat.
Yeah, really nice. Trade space in here from CLG Red is perfect. You've got a tandem of contact being taken at every single engagement. I mean, look at this one. Victoria versus 4. It's always going one way. Really good start for CLG Red.
Yeah, Victoria appears on out and sees literally 4 crosshairs crouched down, aimed at her head, and well, shortly it is not on her shoulders. And yeah, that's actually really clever. I wonder if they knew that that was the pistol round they were going to run. That was a T-smoke put down in the front of Condor, and it's absolutely perfect. Counters 9 Pandas Fearless set up completely. sets them up for success in the pistol.
And obviously, Flashy and the rest of CLG Red would have been doing their homework. We saw how easily Furia combated 9 Pandas Fearless over in ESL Impact Season 2 on Overpass. So if that's happened again here, if CLG Red are coming with a clear game plan, and that looked like a really well-orchestrated pistol, you know, miracles can happen. Reverse sweeps are entirely possible in Counter-Strike.
Well, if there was ever a team to do it, on our screens in front of us, they've avoided this stack, although if they take their time here, then all these USPs are going to swing out long. Bibiana is watching it at the moment, and she's going to spot them out. Maybe get a bit of target practice in, but has to be careful. A couple of one-taps here will take her down. Now, you just want to minimize damage, don't lose anyone else, recover that AK, and everything is okay.
Yeah, for sure. Especially if Kaede can just come over, scoop over the Galil, farm up a little bit of cash to get the AWP as soon as possible. Life's good for CLG Red.
Yeah, it's not bad. Upgrade the Mach 10. Everyone's happy. 2-0 start, what they need. Now all the rifles come out for 9 Pandas Fearless. I'm interested with Taddy coming into the mix, what their setup is towards A, who's the rifler that pairs up with Victoria here, as often is the setup. See Victoria's nameplate there, and looks like it's going to be Shu. So no changes in that setup.
Victoria peeking on over, does spot out Kaede, but look at Shu being flashed in, so aggressive. Taking the initiative, Bibian falls.
Off smoke as well, no chance for a refrag. She can just fall on back safely. Nice early aggression from 9 Pandas Fearless. Rewards them the opening kill. They've conceded a lot of ground towards A off the back of that. That is the one caveat to that play. They've left it very open, and Kaede is getting a lot of space early. And in fact, if she just parks on here, she might be rewarded with a kill.
Yeah, Shu just on the other end of the wall. Victoria jump spotting, trying to bait in. Meanwhile, on B, there's been an exchange of utility. Players are playing anti-flash. You've even got Elizabeth elevated towards Monster.
Biggle set up. Kaede does make her presence known. Drops the smoke, but she's being so loud about this retreat. Shu might even want to swing off this in a minute, and Kade's actually going to charge on through. Not ready for that player there, but Mads has found a double entry. That setup in towards Monster was designed to stop any T's coming through, but you can't stop Mads. Charges for a double. Fatal gets one back.
Yeah, it doesn't reveal her position the entire time. Like a fly in the ointment. Now 9 Pandas Fearless look to reset, look to have a go in this retake. Flashbangs are plenty, but Mads keeps on firing. There's one more trade, and Victoria from the waters. It's a nice put together round. You've got Mads doing what she does best out towards B, but 9 Pandas Fearless overcome the odds.
Yeah, fantastic triple kill from Mads. She's been having a fantastic series here so far. In fact, all day. Earlier this morning, it was her and Kelsey again stepping up. That one was a little bit trickier.
Interesting timeout being called immediately by 9 Pandas off the back of winning the round. So just taking 30 seconds to reassess. You can see the coach being quite vocal, looking to set something up, wants to make sure that it isn't just a flash in the pan. They want to build on the round they've already gathered.
Make Katowice remember. Quite the statement to put on your jersey coming in here, and, well, eliminating CLG Red, a tournament favorite, that would make us remember.
Yeah, it really would. Let's look at this again, because it all starts with this opener being found by Shu. She even doubles up on the A-bomb site, but the transfer from Mads is perfect. She's often this player out towards the B side of the map on the T side for CLG Red. She'll drop down her utility to always feign that there's more presence towards the short waters than there often is.
She's even ready for that fourth fight, but just not quite in the right spot to take it. At least with the bomb plant and those 2 early rounds, they've still got enough in the tank to keep going. It's fast this time. Pushing in quick in towards party. Kaede spotting long with a Mach 10, maybe not the best weapon for the job. She's not pushing this time around. She's sitting back towards tree, and she's very on her own here. This is very scary. 1 kill would actually be a lot here. More would be incredible. And okay, the sport is starting to come on through. Victoria flashes her over, and it's a fantastic kill.
Yeah, that's great. Everything's done with purpose for these peaks, being supported by utility. It's the progression of this organization, of this team's development. Shu now steps in, deals with Kaede on the MAC-10.
A great setup towards long. Vivian's found the gap though, knowing that both players are out there, so she's pushed all the way up. Waiting to see if a third rotates or potentially catching them as they fall back. The difficulty is you've got to get the bomb through where she's just came. And, oh, Vivian ready, catches Victoria. This round now gets a lot scarier for the CTs. Kelsey, it's a long fight and it does eventually go her way, but it costs her a lot.
Really good reposition now from Bibian. Taking the space out towards CT, trying to catch Fatal in transition, and she'll manage it. That's everything compromised for 9Pandas. They want to have a go at this retake. They've got to come through toilets. That's exactly where they're heading. Elizabeth looking to close the gap with the SMG. Bomb planted. Kelsey low.
At the very least, they should know what all these players are, but with Elizabeth falling, Taddy now has to find 3, and that's going to be tricky. They're all spread out, ready for the refrag. COG Red, they come back from a very disadvantaged position there. They lost 2 openers out towards long. Shu gets a double, but Bibian just finds that gap and exploits it.
Yeah, it's the recognition to take space on top of already gathering the bomb site. You know however much deep you can push without taking too many liberties. You can catch 9Pandas Fearless as they transition up. It's going to really limitate the retake possibility. And it's nice, and it's immediate. As soon as 9Pandas Fearless get 1 round, CLG Red, it's an answer.
That's a really impressive round. I really like what we just saw out of COG Red. Now, just the USPs for the Pandas. They can ground in short using that smoke. It's not really going to matter too much. COG Red are all over A. Knowing that B is often the site that is stacked. Oh, but Annoy is dismounting the boost, so that's information for Goose. Knows that 2 are here. With that MAC-10, only able to get the 1. Good immediate trade from Fatal. But a recovered MAC-10, that's not the best prize.
No, and that's going to start the execute for CLG. Bursting their way forward, littering the bomb site with utility. And space has been taken, ground adopted, bomb planted, round should be acquired.
Easy as you like it. Pandas will throw some bodies at this. Damage the name of the game. Nothing to lose here. They're all in towards short. So there is a potential to try and overwhelm them here. Vivian's in a nice tucked in position though. I thought they'd just run out, but they're waiting a second. Now they're going to start to make their move, pushing on through. They should just get cleaned on up here. No damage inflicted. Taddy might get 1 in the back lines, looking for a second. Needs to be absolutely crisp with these taps. They're not coming on through, so they limit the damage.
Yeah, good round. Another one, and we're starting to see the early control of CLG Red out towards long taking shape. Be a very interesting battle to kind of watch over. 9Pandas Fearless, apart from the pistol, I don't think they've really shown much presence over towards Connector as well. So if that ground's being given for free, and CLG Red, they're prioritizing taking long, suddenly you've got 2/3 of the map at your disposal. Sure, the rotates between the 2 bomb sites can be quick for the CTs, but ultimately, you've got so much real estate.
Look at this setup. 4 players towards A early from 9Pandas Fearless. Knowing that CLG Red have been pushing these extremities a lot early on, they put a lot of pressure here. And it's actually the round CLG Red don't take this control. They are in connector. Vivian's going to open that up, so that's a lot of information for 9Pandas. They have to make moves soon, because if this kick comes towards B, it's a sole defender in Taddy.
Look at this key contact being taken. Elizabeth's found Goose. And that means that it's a safe passage, really, for Fatal to step in towards Connector.
I can't believe she finds that. I think she slips off the stair at the very end and actually puts her crosshair in the perfect position and throws out Kaedes. So they found 2 openers. Now CLG did convert a round from this position just 2 rounds prior.
Look at the flank. Shoot. Walk in, waiting. CLG have to know that this could be a possibility. It's time in the net. It's beginning to close. Fatal starts to tighten one end of it. Shu steps up with another. It's all up to Mads in the 1 versus 5. Swings in. Gives a haircut to Tati, but that's about it.
Yeah, nice attempt, but somehow that aggressive setup of 4 players towards A, despite there only being 1 T there, pans out. COG Red take their time, and they're punished for it. Goose falls in party, and then Fatal with a critical kill slows down the entire attack on towards B. They're not aware that there's still all these players towards A, not knowing that that's where the gap is, and because they had that advanced position, Shu is in such a good position for a fast flank.
I think that this entire map, and especially this first half, hinges on how this fight in long goes down. The timing of the peaks and the amount of players you kind of leave as a possession piece. Because that is where all of the key engagements are taken down. If Elizabeth doesn't find Goose Breeder there, that doesn't enable the Shu flank, for example, that doesn't instill a lot of confidence for Flying Pandas to safely push down Connector, try and take that space as a unit. It's a really core part of this entire matchup.
One of the big cogs in the machine. And again, it is this aggression towards A early. Bibian looking to take the fight. Elizabeth is here. It's this setup in towards Party that's doing all the damage. Goose Breeder and Bibian both coming up with kills. Shu is still here, and she's able to get one back. She's now under pressure, and it's K-Day that strikes. Bodies upon bodies falling towards A. The COG Red that come out far ahead until Taddy drops the bomb. Oh, this is a bit scary. How? How does she win that fight? She's just charging on through. There's a player behind her, but the smoke is blocking the vision. Taddy is somehow making miracles work, and it's given Fatal a position where she can recover this. She can drop Goose, and now it's a 1v1.
How does this happen? Fatal now in the prime spot to take down Mads. As she's creeping ever so closer, taking a pause, letting Mads peek just behind her. False sense of security, but Mads isn't too interested in the B bomb site, instead waits, just in case. But no peaks are found. A bomb site, that's the final destination.
This is fantastic. She didn't know where Fatal was, given that Taddy had come through there. You might not be expecting Fatal to be there, and that's what Fatal's trying to play on here, but Mads makes the right call, pushes all the way through, knows that the CTs will have rotated down. Fatal maybe comes down Connector on that flank. Fatal has to run all the way back to get this kid as well.